Chapter 1, Is she a Valkyrie in the future? From today onwards, you are all members of the martial arts class. In the next 2 years of high school, in addition to learning textbook knowledge, you will also need to practice martial arts. Just like physical education and art, this will give you a significant advantage in the college entrance examination by reducing your score. The homeroom teacher was introducing the martial arts class from the podium. This is the first day of class division for the second year of high school. All students with martial arts qualifications in the school have been gathered here. Regarding specific precautions for martial arts training, you can refer to the Martial Arts College Entrance Examination Guide that was just distributed. Following the homeroom teacher's explanation, several class officers carried a stack of booklets and distributed them to the students in the class. Shui Linlang took the handbook handed to her by the class monitor and casually opened it to read it. The above are all important points about martial arts training, as well as the format of the college entrance examination. They are all very useful information. It's been over a year since I transmigrated here, and things are finally on the right track. Although he didn't awaken any of the systems that transmigrators are required to have, he still had martial arts aptitude, and even a mid to high level B-grade aptitude at that. That's one of the advantages. Just as Shui Linlang was feeling elated, a female class leader handed out handbooks to the female classmate next to him. Seemingly deliberately mischievous, the female cadre casually tossed the handbook onto the female student's desk. It bounced, flew off the desk, and landed at Shui Linlang's feet. "I'm sorry." The female classmate hurriedly apologized to Shui Linlang. But then, the female class monitor suddenly shouted to the homeroom teacher, "Teacher, Yang Jixiang deliberately threw the handbook on the ground. She doesn't seem to like this handbook." When she shouted that, all the girls in the class and those simps started joking around. "She's openly provoking the teacher. Teacher, take her out and make her stand as punishment. TSK, not only is he ugly, but he's also so arrogant." This greatly alarmed the girl named Yang Jixiang. She almost cried out to those around her, "No. I didn't mean to." Shui Linlang was speechless. Whether in the original world or in this parallel world, school bullying still exists. Moreover, Yang Jixiang was bullied simply because she was ugly and timid, which made her a frequent target of teasing by those delinquent girls. "I'm quite familiar with her after all, we were classmates in the first year of high school. She wasn't very tall, she was only about 155 centimeters in her first year of high school, but she seems to have grown taller this year, probably around 158 centimeters. However, her most criticized aspect is her hairstyle. Nowadays, most girls have short hair or ponytails, and some delinquent girls might even get a perm or dye their hair blonde. These are all common styles among female students. But she wore double braids, a hairstyle that only female educated youth in period dramas would have. It's so outdated. In addition, she wore thick glasses and had freckles on her face, so she was ridiculed by those delinquent girls every day for being ugly. Shui Linlang wasn't exactly a marginal figure in the class, but due to her personality, she preferred to be alone and only associated with a few people she liked. She didn't participate in any class activities and had no idea what the point was of these people bullying a weak person in such a childish way. However, Yang Jixiang's tearful appearance still aroused Shui Linlang's compassion. He bent down to pick up the handbook at his feet and placed it on Yang Jixiang's desk. In that instant, the once noisy classroom fell silent. The homeroom teacher was initially troubled about how to handle the situation. After all, she didn't need to scold Yang Jixiang for such a trivial matter, but she also wanted to comfort most of the students. Seeing Shui Linlang's behavior and after the whole class quieted down, the homeroom teacher immediately shouted, "It's all right, everyone be quiet. Everyone, carefully review the college entrance examination guide." The female class monitor who had just teased Yang Jixiang glared at Shui Linlang before returning to her seat. Shui Linlang couldn't help but sneer. "What the hell are you glaring at me for? Do you think you're some kind of empress who bewitches everyone? Do you expect everyone to go along with your pranks? Childish." At this moment, Yang Jixiang from next door lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment, and whispered to Shui Linlang, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Before Shui Linlang could finish speaking, she was interrupted by an electronic voice in her mind. Ding! Detected that school beauty and Valkyrie Yang Jixiang has developed feelings for the host. Divine martial couple system activated. Please form a Taoist partnership with the Valkyrie Yang Jixiang as soon as possible to unlock numerous rewards. New tasks are now being issued. 1. He held hands with the Valkyrie Yang Jixiang for the first time. 2. Cultivate martial arts to the same level as the Valkyrie Yang Jixiang and reach the first grade martial artist level. 3. Practice any set of combined martial arts techniques with the Valkyrie Yang Jixiang. Note, in addition to the tasks mentioned above, there are many other daily tasks that the host needs to develop themselves. Every time Valkyrie Yang Jixiang's favorability towards the host increases, the host will receive a reward. Shui Linlang was completely dumbfounded when she saw the semi-transparent system interface that appeared in front of her. He wasn't surprised that he actually had a system, but rather, what the heck was this school beauty in Valkyrie Yang Jixiang? Isn't the person at the next table named Yang Jixiang? But she was known as the ugliest girl in the class, so how did the system determine that she was the school beauty? System, are you sure you're not mistaken? This system surpasses the standards of this world and will never make a mistake. The campus belle of Class A Martial Arts Department, Nanxiang University, and also the strongest martial arts god of our time. Known as the pinnacle of the world, the answer to humanity. That's Yang Jixiang, the one in front of the host. This system has absolutely no bugs. Oh. No bugs, my foot. I'm only a high school sophomore. They are students in Class 5, Grade 11 at Nanxiang No. 2 Middle School. How come Yang Jixiang, who is in the same class as me, is the campus belle of Nanxiang University? Host, don't be foolish. Aren't you currently enrolled in Class A of the Martial Arts Department at Nanxiang University? You will be enrolled at Nanxiang University in September 2026. Yang Jixiang was admitted to Nanxiang University as the top scorer in the college entrance examination. This is the best Taoist partner chosen for you by the system. Please work hard to win her over. Etc. Let me sort this out. Isn't it September 2024 now? Shui Linlang looked at the time in the upper right corner of the system interface, September 2026. Hiss. System, do you have any pictures of Valkyrie Yang Jixiang? Ding. Retrieving photos of Valkyrie Yang Jixiang. Retrieving complete. Please enjoy your target's portrait. Immediately afterwards, a photo of a beautiful woman appeared on the system screen. The beautiful woman is estimated to be around 162 centimeters tall, with a great figure that makes her appear to be 170 centimeters. She also has a large bust, which, combined with her slender figure, creates a striking effect of a slender branch bearing a large fruit. She still had short, ear-length hair, and her face had exquisitely delicate features, making it impossible to find any flaws. The only flaw was a black mole on the right side of her beautifully shaped lips. Shui, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly spacing out? Yang Jixiang suddenly asked softly. Shui Linlang was looking in her direction when she looked at the system interface, which made her very embarrassed and her face turned bright red. It's nothing, Shui Linlang came back to her senses and looked at Yang Jixiang. She also has a mole on the right side of her lip. Chapter 2's rewards are awesome. It seems so. It's definitely the same person as in the photo. Although she became hundreds of times more beautiful, taller, and had developed breasts, she was still the same person. Actually, she's already a high school sophomore, and she can still grow taller and develop, which is quite special for a girl. But it also proves she's a super promising prospect. She's a classic ugly duckling who will turn into a beautiful swan. What is certain now is, I'm fine, and Yang Jixiang is fine too. The problem is with this system that claims to be bug-free. It appeared 2 years ahead of schedule. And they're treating the current situation as if it were 2 years from now. That's outrageous. Ding ding ding. The bell rang, and the homeroom teacher stood up and left, saying to everyone, "Alright, class will proceed as normal from now on. Our martial arts class has a slightly different curriculum from other classes. We have to go to the martial arts gym for martial arts training every Thursday afternoon. We can attend regular classes at other times. Also, martial arts is not about individual heroism, so you need to form martial arts groups before the weekend. At least 2 people, at most 5. Understand?" The whole class responded in unison, "We know." The homeroom teacher nodded and left the classroom. As soon as she left, the female class monitor who had deliberately messed with Yang Jixiang got up and walked up to Yang Jixiang. However, she didn't do anything to Yang Jixiang. Instead, she shouted to the whole class, Li Siji, am saying here that anyone who dares to be in her group will regret it." She had barely finished speaking. Shui Linlang then chuckled and pushed her aside, turning to Yang Jixiang and saying, "Goddess, no, Yang, let's team up." Li Siji. Yang Jixiang. The whole class. Snap. Li Siji slammed his fist on the table in a fit of rage. Because she has a B-level martial arts aptitude, and her family is relatively wealthy, they have already hired a private tutor for her during the summer vacation. She is about to become a first-grade martial artist. Therefore, she slapped Yang Jishang with great force, almost cracking the tabletop. This startled Yang Jishang, who was timid by nature, and almost burst into tears. Shui Linlang, are you deliberately going against me? Li Siji yelled at Shui Linlang. Why did you help this ugly woman during class? Your tastes are so weird. How did you end up with this ugly girl? Ha! Shui Linlang gave a dismissive sneer. Does helping someone mean I like them? If I help a guy, are you going to call me a construction worker? Ha 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 ha. Shui Linlang's words immediately caused a burst of laughter, and everyone laughed. Unlike Yang Jishang, Shui Linlang, though not very tall, had a good appearance, good grades, and athletic ability, and actually had a certain prestige in the class. In addition to her relatively aloof personality and her close friendship with several classmates, neither the young female delinquents nor the delinquents dared to mess with her. Just as Shui Linlang retorted to Li Siji. His best friend Huang Lilong had already stood up to cheer him on. Huang Lilong is 185 centimeters tall, making him the tallest person in the class, which is quite remarkable in the South. Ha, I see. You're just deliberately trying to go against me, aren't you? Li Siji said with a cold laugh after calming down. I know you like some of the prettiest girls in our class, but because I said bad things about you before, you lost your chance to pursue them, so you're holding a grudge and want to go against me, right? Forehead. Shui Linlang didn't even want to complain anymore. He had no idea there was such a thing as a class beauty in his class. This place could practically be called Jurassic Park. Where did this class beauty come from? Fine. You can stay with this ugly freak for the rest of your life. You can be your champion of justice. We'll see. Li Siji glanced at the tall Huang Lilong, then gritted her teeth and turned to leave. Okay, I really do want to spend my whole life with this ugly duckling. Who told me to know in advance how beautiful she would be in the future? Someone like Yang Jishang, who was bullied and looked down upon, resulting in an introverted personality, will not develop a princess complex, being arrogant, unrealistic, and temperamental even if she becomes beautiful in the future. To put it simply, she's an absolutely amazing girl. And right now, only I know this information. Shui Linlang even wanted to greedily lick her lips. Shui, thank you. Yang Jishang said nervously. But are you really going to team up with me? My talent is really bad. Last time, the aptitude test couldn't even determine my specific grade. If you only like Li and the others, you shouldn't be in my group. Girls are very sensitive. If you want to pursue them, you should be gentler with them. Wah-ha-ha. Shui Linlang almost cried. She's such a wonderful girl. Even though she was being bullied, she still thought so much about me. If I manage to win her over in the future, she'll be so considerate and virtuous. It's nothing, she's talking nonsense. I don't like them at all. I'm just attracted to your talent. Shui Linlang said, spouting nonsense. Yang Jishang immediately blushed. I don't have any talent. You have it. Martial arts isn't about individual heroism. We emphasize teamwork. Someone as domineering as me doesn't need to team up with people who are even more domineering than me. What I need is a thoughtful and considerate girl like you. Understand? Shui Linlang coaxed. Okay. It would be a lie for Yang Jishang to say that she was unhappy now. She was at the bottom of her class, an ugly girl who was ridiculed and bullied every day, yet she was able to get an invitation from the most handsome boy in the class. How could she not be happy? Originally, Shui Linlang ranked third among all the boys in the class, but now he has become number one. Seeing that she agreed, Shui Linlong's lips curled up to an indescribable angle. He extended his right hand and said with a smile, let's shake hands to celebrate our team formation. Yang Jishang stretched out her small hand and placed it in Shui Linlong's large hand. Shui Linlang hurriedly grabbed Yang Jishang's small hand and shook it a few times. I have to say, her little hands are so soft and tender. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed the mission of shaking hands with the Valkyrie Yang Jishang for the first time. Host, you're amazing. This is a stunningly beautiful woman that millions of people dream of. Ordinary people can barely even catch a glimpse of her, and you've already completed this epic mission on the very first day the system was activated. Host's martial arts aptitude has been upgraded to A. The host is rewarded with the Xian rank fist technique Bajiquan, unrivaled strike. The host is rewarded with 100,000 coins. Detection indicates that class beauty Yang Jixiang's favorability has increased by 10%. The host is rewarded with 2 bottles of top-tier marrow cleansing fluid. Now unlock the information panel for class beauty Yang Jixiang. As her future man, you definitely need to know her well. Immediately afterwards, a small interface appeared next to the system target. The image shown above is the silhouette of a tall and slender woman. Chapter 3. This meal is innocent. The silhouette of this sexy woman is very similar to the future appearance of Yang Jixiang that the system just gave her. Her information was also displayed nearby. Name, Yang Jixiang. Appearance rating, SSS. Martial arts aptitude, S. Height, 162 centimeters. Measurements, 88D 5684 centimeters. Martial arts attribute, 5 elements. Current martial arts rank, unranked. Currently mastered martial arts skills, none. Currently held items, none. Host affinity, 10%. Comment, a kind, gentle, and approachable young woman, a true gem. Martial arts aptitude S? I remember at the end of last semester, when the whole school took a unified qualification test, she lit up the detector, but it couldn't display the qualification level, so the school randomly assigned her an F qualification. I never expected her to be an S-level candidate. Wait a minute, it seems the school's qualification test can only show an A grade. What an incredible blunder. So you mean she's the only one in the whole world who knows about her qualifications? Then I've struck gold. However, this supposedly bug-free dog system is indeed riddled with bugs. Even though the height and measurements are from 2 years in the future, the martial arts rank is displayed as it is now. Damn, is this even reliable? Putting aside the bug, the rewards are just too generous. The Xian rank martial art Bajiquan, no 2 strikes? You should know that Xian rank martial arts techniques easily cost millions on the market. My martial arts aptitude has turned into an A? Does that mean I'm one of the most talented students in the class? So awesome. 100,000 yuan is great too. I can buy a BYD outright when I get home. The most outrageous thing is this top-grade marrow cleansing fluid. This stuff is priceless and unavailable. The marrow cleansing fluid can cleanse the impurities inside a martial artist's body, helping them to better absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and level up more easily. It's like lubricating oil for a car. Woohoo! This is so awesome. If the system doesn't have any bugs, it would be impossible for me to pursue Yang Jixiang, who has already realized her talent and is now as beautiful as an angel, 2 years later. Just seeing her might be difficult enough, let alone holding hands or trying to build a good impression. But now, heaven is helping me. While she's still ugly, while she's still young, while she hasn't risen to prominence, during her darkest time, become her ideal, her safe haven, and let her be completely devoted to you. Isn't this just as satisfying as those novels where the protagonist is reborn back to their childhood and gets to pursue the school beauty ahead of time? I will try my best not to hold you back, Shui. Yang Jixiang said, her face flushed with embarrassment. It's all right. I've got everything covered, Shui Linlang said with a smile. Seeing Yang Jixiang's shy expression, Shui Linlang's mouth twisted into a crooked shape. Although her current clothes and style are quite outdated, the thought of her becoming a beautiful woman with a large thunderbolt in the future makes Shui Linlang find her more and more pleasing to the eye. GAA. Suddenly, he thought of something. The system just said that in addition to the 3 designated tasks, there are many hidden daily tasks for you to develop. In other words, I can still. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang raised her other hand and, together with the hand that was originally holding Yang Jixiang's, grasped Yang Jixiang's hand in both of hers. Yang Jixiang became even more shy. Shui Linlang deliberately shook the handshake vigorously a few times, pretending that she was shaking hands because she was too excited. He was actually gently stroking her soft, delicate hand. Ding! Host, you're practically a Casanova descended to earth. To be able to hold hands with the Valkyrie Yang Jixiang even once is already an incredible honor, and the host actually started stroking her hands. Congratulations, host, on completing your daily task. You have touched Yang Jixiang's hands for the first time. The host is rewarded with the martial arts divine skill inherent domain, roundtable conference. Ha! I knew it. That's amazing. How could I possibly get the rewards so easily 2 years from now? Go ahead and fleece them to your heart's content. The school bell rang again, and Shui Linlang finally let go of Yang Jixiang's hand and returned to her seat. Yang Jixiang huddled at her desk, looking at her small hands that Shui Linlang had touched, her mind filled with a myriad of thoughts. She glanced at Shui Linlang every now and then, the blush on her face never fading. It was noon by then. Shui Linlang's best friend Huang Lilong then dragged her out to the cafeteria for lunch. Hey, were you serious this morning? You really wanted to team up with that ugly girl? Huang Lilong asked doubtfully. Of course, I'm serious. Shui Linlang rubbed her hands together, looking forward to a future where she would be intimate with the super beauty. Ugh, you really are something. Why do you have to do all this? Then I'll team up with you. Huang Lilong suddenly suggested. No. Please don't. Shui Linlang immediately dissuaded her. What are you doing here, acting like a third wheel? I want to create a world for just the two of us, to make her completely dependent on me. What are you trying to do by stealing my spotlight? You've got plenty of invitations, so stop messing around with me. I have ulterior motives. For your final grades and your own training, you should find the best team. Huang Lilong scratched his head, completely unable to understand Shui Linlong's thought process. Hiss whatever, since someone's after you, just tell me. I know, don't you know me? Anyone who dares to mess with me, I'll definitely retaliate 100-fold, I won't suffer any loss. Shui Linlang said with a smile. The two of them arrived at the cafeteria and sat at a table near the entrance, eating while admiring the beautiful girls coming and going on campus. Practicing martial arts is very expensive, even more expensive than sports and art. Although my family's economy is not very good, in today's society, martial arts is the most sought-after path. So my parents said they would sell everything they own to support my martial arts studies, Huang Lilong said. You and I both have B-level qualifications, so we should at least get a bachelor's degree, right? Shui Linlang nodded. He agreed with Huang Lilong's statement. Although he was a time traveler. But this world is not much different from the previous one, except that the concept of advanced martial arts has been added. The world's technology remains advanced, and humanity's most powerful weapon is still the atomic bomb. However, due to the rise of martial arts, the world has begun to develop martial arts under the consensus of banning nuclear weapons. Because this is, after all, developing human capabilities, it does not violate any agreements, and it is more economical and environmentally friendly. As a result, countries around the world are secretly developing their own advanced martial arts, and even using martial artists to engage in various open and covert struggles. In China, advanced martial arts have been directly included in the college entrance examination system. I think we can be more ambitious. We can try our luck at Nanshan University. Shui Linlang said with a smile. When did you get so bold? That's a top-tier university. Huang Lilong complained. If we get into Nanshan University, we can rise to great heights. People should still have ideals. Shui Linlang smiled. The dog system previously claimed that it and Yang Jixiang both got into Nanshan University, so it can't just be a bug, right? Just as the two were having dinner. Yang Jixiang also came to the canteen for a meal. She usually arrives at the canteen very late. Because her family was poor, she could only afford cabbage and white rice. She was afraid of being ridiculed by her classmates, so she chose to come to the cafeteria to get her food after most of her classmates had finished eating. But today, because of what happened this morning, Li Siji and the others deliberately waited until this time. As Yang Jixiang came out with white rice and cabbage to find a seat, Li Siji, accompanied by 5 or 6 girls and a few sycophants, walked towards her. Snap! Li Siji deliberately bumped into Yang Jixiang. Yang Jixiang fell to the ground, scattering white rice and vegetables all over the floor. Ouch! Why did you bump into me? Li Siji shouted loudly, trying to be the one to accuse others first. Are you trying to stage an accident to extort money from me so you can improve your meals? Everyone behind her started laughing. Ha ha ha. I think that's exactly what she's thinking. Oh dear, how can anyone eat plain rice and cabbage? I'm not a Korean. It's disgusting. Why are there people like this in our school? Li Siji went even further, spitting directly onto the food. Seeing this, the others followed suit and spat on the food as well, with one even spitting on Yang Jixiang. Although I don't know what methods you used to trick a man into helping you, let me tell you, from the day you stopped helping me with my homework last year, you can forget about graduating properly. Li Siji roared. Yang Jixiang burst into tears, feeling wronged. This is her lunch today. If she doesn't eat it, she'll start to go hungry, but she doesn't have any money to buy a new one. Moreover, many people around looked over and mocked her for being poor and ugly. She feels like dying right now. Ha 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 ha. Lee Siji couldn't help but laugh when he saw her looking like a dog in a sorry state. She turned to her friend and laughed, having fun, right? However, her friend now had a look of horror on her face. This left Lee Siji completely bewildered. Because behind her, Shui Linlang was holding an iron plate high with both hands, aiming fiercely at the back of her head. Chapter 4, It's so satisfying to get freebies. Snap. Shui Linlang slammed an iron plate down on Lee Siji's head. Lee Siji suddenly let out a pig-like scream. But she was, after all, about to become a first-grade martial artist, and her physical abilities had long since surpassed those of ordinary people. The hardness of that mere iron plate was probably no more than a slap to her. But the effect of this attack was not just to strike Lee Siji, but more importantly, to intimidate everyone present. Lee Siji's friends and sycophants were all dumbfounded. They never expected that someone would provoke them, especially in such a public place. The entire canteen fell silent as everyone turned to look. Even Huang Lilong was dumbfounded. Shui Linlang rushed out without saying a word, and he didn't even have time to react. Meanwhile, Yang Jixiang, who was sitting on the ground, looked at Shui Linlang's back with a look of surprise. This kind of thing happens all the time. It's not the first time she's been bullied like this. But this was the first time someone had stood up for her. An indescribable excitement welled up inside her. Although Shui Linlang wasn't very tall, she felt that he was the tallest person in the cafeteria. Who is it? Lee Siji pressed his head, turned around abruptly, and saw that it was Shui Linlang who had attacked him. He shouted angrily, "Shui Linlang? It's you again? Are you crazy? Do you really want to make an enemy of me for this wretched woman?" Her friends and sycophants behind her started hurling insults. "Shui Linlang, what kind of hero are you trying to portray? Are you trying to play the hero and save the damsel in distress? This is a classic case of a hero saving a villain." Ha ha ha. Their laughter echoed throughout the entire dining hall. Many people around also laughed. Although that woman is somewhat pitiful, she's just too ugly. That country girl-like hairstyle, that freckled face, tsk. Is that guy protecting this woman trying to get the attention of that beautiful woman on the other side? The jeers from those around her emboldened Lee Siji, especially with her last sentence. Shui Linlang's actions were all aimed at attracting their, especially her attention. This made her look at Shui Linlang with an even more arrogant expression. "You shameless simp, all you want is for me to pay attention to you, right? Why don't you just be like the ones behind you? If you insist on using this ugly woman to disgust me, I won't talk to you anymore." That's what she thought, but Lee Siji still put on an expression that showed she was looking forward to what Shui Linlang would do next. At this moment, a sycophant behind Lee Siji roared, "Shui Linlang, you attack Lee Siji in broad daylight. This is a crime." This sycophantic remark sparked further discussion among those around him. Exactly, it was just normal for them to bully this country girl. How could he lay a hand on her? "You shameless bastard. Hitting a woman. Go report to the teacher right now. Even if they're from the martial arts class, they should still be punished." Hearing the insults directed at Shui Linlang from those around her, Yang Jixiang clutched her collar tightly in distress. "It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't be being talked about like this." Huang Lilong also walked to the side. Although he came to cheer for Shui Linlang, he did not dare to stand directly on the same side as Shui Linlang. He was just a high school sophomore after all, and he had too many concerns. Shui Linlang has already made a move, and this will inevitably escalate to the teacher's attention sooner or later. If she's not careful, she'll be punished, which is the thing students fear most. Moreover, the ingrained idea that a good man doesn't fight with a woman filled his mind, and he felt that Shui Linlang was being too impulsive. At this time, unlike everyone else, Shui Linlang didn't hear the discussions around her at all. He was looking at the system interface with great excitement. Ding! Host, you're so cool. You acted impulsively for your beloved, standing up for the Valkyrie in her most critical moment. That's fantastic. Congratulations, host, on completing the hidden mission Hero Saves the Beauty. Because the opponent who could make the martial god Yang Jixiang suffer a setback was too powerful, this mission was divided into 3 stages. Congratulations, host, on completing the first stage, difficulty B, making a shield for the goddess. The host's physical attributes have been increased by one level from 3.4 to 4.4. The host's physical strength level will be increased by 10%. A reward of 100,000 yuan will be given to the host. The opponent capable of defeating the god of war Yang Jixiang is far too powerful. It is recommended that the host flee. Challenging the second stage, difficulty A, of fighting for the goddess is not advised. I'm dying of laughter. This system is based entirely on Yang Jixiang. In the future, anyone who can defeat martial god Yang Jixiang will be at some godlike level, which is why the difficulty of this task is set so high. However, this is just ordinary school bullying. What if I have some kind of magical ability that I can get this reward 2 years from now? So much fun. Shui Linlang, what are you laughing at? Apologize to me right now, or I'll beat you to death. Li Siji shouted angrily, clutching the bump on the back of her head. Her friends and sycophants behind her all revealed fierce expressions. Since Shui Linlang made the first move, they can retaliate justifiably, even if it means crippling her. Everyone around gathered around. This is a rare sight of students fighting, especially since they're from the martial arts class. Of course, they had to come and watch the excitement. Yang Jixiang, who was behind Shui Linlang, was very scared. She reached out and grabbed Shui Linlang's trouser leg, saying worriedly, "You should run. You can't beat them by yourself, and fighting will definitely get you punished by the school. Don't worry about me, I'll just bear with it." Huang Lilong, who was standing to the side, also had some concerns. Shui Linlang was in the wrong, and if he helped her fight, he would definitely be punished. His family was not wealthy, and he did not want to be punished by the school. But that was his best friend, so he was very anxious. In cases of school bullying, female bullies often fail to punish the bullies because their methods are similar to those used by Li Siji, who used the excuse that she did not do it on purpose, which is a form of psychological attack. More often, it's the dance students who deliberately cut their skirts, or the physical education students who deliberately don't give them water. Because these are all group crimes, and there's no way to convict them, it's impossible to stop them. Boys' bullying often involves physical violence and fighting, making it easy to punish them. Boys tend to restrain themselves because they are afraid of being punished. This is the current situation. Li Siji is unscrupulous, while Huang Lilong is timid and hesitant. But Shui Linlang didn't care about any of that. He wanted the system's rewards more than the school's punishment. With the system rewarding money at such a rate, why would I even bother studying? It's all right. Shui Linlang looked at Huang Lilong beside her and gestured for him not to come closer. Looking at his confident expression, Huang Lilong nodded and chose to believe him. Then Shui Linlang turned to Yang Jixiang behind her and smiled, "If I can't even protect my own teammates, how will I stand on my own 2 feet in this society? Don't worry, I won't run away. It's not my fault, nor yours. They bullied us first. We can't back down now. If we back down, they'll only become more aggressive in the future." Yang Jixiang withdrew her hand. Looking at Shui Linlong's handsome and confident face, she didn't know where the courage came from, and she stood up directly. I'll help you. Chapter 5 No Second Strike. Ha 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 ha. Yang Jixiang's words immediately caused a burst of laughter. You, with your mere F-level qualification the lowest in the entire school, dare to say such things? Li Siji mocked. You're just blinded by lust, aren't you? You think you can do it just because a handsome guy said something to you, the simp laughed loudly. Ugh, how disgusting. Standing there looking so ugly, it's really disgusting, the other girls mocked. Li Siji smiled at Shui Linlang and said, Shui Linlang, I'll give you a chance to apologize. Buy me a new phone, or I might have to take action. Putting aside her superior numbers, her individual combat strength alone places her among the top 5 in the class. Shui Linlang wasn't going to let her get away with it and retorted, hilarious. Isn't it illegal for you to humiliate others in public? I even filmed it just now. Believe me or not, I'll post it. Actually, he didn't. Li Siji was speechless. The girls bully others with impunity because they have no evidence, but now that Shui Linlang has video footage, she's panicked. No, actually we can discuss it. Li Siji suddenly thought of something. Shui Linlang, I know you want to get revenge for what I said about you before, which made you lose the chance to pursue the class beauties. But don't rush, and don't try to disgust me by protecting the ugly girl. I'll give you a chance. Just take these dishes on the ground and scatter them on Yang Jixiang, and I'll give you the chance to follow behind me. They were all high school students, in their second year of high school, when their studies were at their easiest. Driven by adolescent impulses, most high school students' first thought is about romance. Lee Siji, a class leader who is often the center of attention, enjoys being praised and often feels that others simply like her. Furthermore, Xue Linlong's appearance is indeed outstanding among boys. She is usually a bit aloof, but quite charming. Lee Siji naturally liked him, which was why she deliberately spread rumors about him to other girls, causing him to lose his popularity with women. She believed that Xue Linlang should come and fawn over her. Xue Linlong's current behavior is definitely an attempt to get his attention. Xue Linlang was stunned for a moment, then understood what Lee Siji meant. He then sneered, You don't actually think you're that pretty, do you? Although it's a simple rhetorical question, it's more deadly than directly insulting someone by calling them ugly. Because Lee Siji would never say something narcissistic like that she is very beautiful. She is a very vain person and would only try to get others to praise her, and then she would humbly say that she is not beautiful. She would never boast, as that would make her seem narcissistic, and she would never do that. Therefore, she could not answer Xue Linlong's question and only felt more ashamed and angry. She said anxiously. She hates it when people question her beauty. This made her even angrier, especially in front of Yang Jixiang. Go to hell. Lee Siji was completely enraged. Girls like her don't need to issue a challenge before hitting someone, they just like to launch sudden attacks. She was used to being domineering and didn't think twice before acting like a normal student. Watch out. Just as she was about to make her move, Yang Jixiang noticed from her muscle movements that she was about to launch a surprise attack and shouted a warning to Xue Linlang. Upon hearing Yang Jixiang's reminder, Xue Linlang instantly realized what was happening. Although Lee Siji's slap was almost in front of him, it has to be said that Lee Siji's palm strike was incredibly fast. Her talent test in the class was B+, which was slightly higher than Xue Linlong's original score. In addition, she came from a wealthy family, and she learned the yellow rank martial art cloud dispelling palm that her parents bought for her at a high price at a young age. In the past, this slap might have actually sent Xue Linlang to the hospital. But when Xue Linlang first started class, she flipped through the Xian rank martial arts manual Bajiquan, no two strikes that the system had rewarded her with. This technique is not the complete Bajiquan, but only one of its moves, so it is quite easy to learn. Due to time constraints, he only skimmed through it and mentally rehearsed it once. He couldn't be considered to have fully mastered it. However, the difference between the Xian rank and the Huang rank is like heaven and earth. Xue Linlong's initial mastery of Bajiquan, no two strikes, was enough to overwhelm Lee Siji's yellow rank kung fu. Just as Lee Siji's cloud dispelling palm was about to reach Xue Linlong's nose, he raised his hand and struck Lee Siji's wrist, pushing her arm away and neutralizing her attack. For the first time, Xue Linlang felt her body was so light and agile. This must be because the system improved his physical fitness. After all, going from level 3.4 to level 4.4 is equivalent to becoming 30% stronger. This allows him to react and retaliate easily. Then Xue Linlang took a step forward and instantly threw a punch, using the unparalleled strike that she had just mastered. As the name suggests, this is a killing move in Bajiquan, known for its aim of one fatal blow. There will never be a second strike. But if one strike isn't enough to kill, then just hit me a second time. After all, there's no second chance. If you can't win, then go for a second strike. No problem. Bang. Xue Linlang punched Lee Siji in the stomach, knocking her back several meters. She only stopped after bumping into the group of people behind her. How is that possible? Everyone in the room showed expressions of shock. Huang Lilong is the same. Lee Siji is one of the strongest people in the class. Although her strength was built up with resources, she was about to become a first-grade martial artist, and few in the class dared to provoke her. That's the source of her confidence in becoming the class bully. But Xue Linlang defeated her in a single move, and it was a complete victory over her. Wow! You're so incredibly handsome. Well done. I've been wanting to get my hands on that arrogant girl for a long time. Yeah, they bullied others with their power, and now they've got what they deserve. Inside the canteen, those who had previously dared not speak out cheered for Xue Linlang. Lee Siji, clutching her stomach in pain, stared at Xue Linlang in disbelief. After all, she still possessed the physical attributes of a near first-grade martial artist, so aside from the pain, she wasn't seriously injured. But the most severe damage she suffered was psychological. How is this possible? How could I possibly not be able to withstand even one of his moves? My physical fitness level is already 4.2, how could he hit me so hard? Martial arts training is not just about cultivating internal energy, it also involves improving the strength of the body itself. The two complement each other. Since none of them have reached the first rank martial artist level, their combat power at this stage mainly comes from their physical attributes. There is no upper limit to physical fitness levels. A normal adult male without sub-health conditions is at level 5. Shui Linlong's current physical fitness level is 4.4, and she also has a special strength and muscles, while Li Siji is only at level 4.2. In addition, there is a difference in their martial arts techniques, so of course he can't beat Shui Linlang. Chapter 6. Who else is there? That's amazing. Yang Jixiang quietly gripped the buttons on her clothes with her slender little hands. She stared intently at Shui Linlang, who stood before her. At this moment, Shui Linlang stood like a mountain, separating her from the group of bullies opposite her. I feel very safe. In Yang Jixiang's eyes, Shui Linlang was just too cool. When Li Siji unleashed his cloud-dispelling palm, the shockwave even reached Yang Jixiang's face, who was 2 meters away. Despite the overwhelming pressure, Shui Linlang remained calm and composed. Then, with an extremely graceful movement, he flicked his left hand and extended his right. He easily defeated Li Siji, who was known for his strength in the class. This caused a faint blush to rise on Yang Jixiang's cheeks. That's amazing. Huang Lilong, who was not far away, cheered. Li Siji's sudden move just now had everyone on edge. But I didn't expect Shui Linlang to be so amazing. No wonder this brat dared to say he wanted to go to Nanshan University. He must have worked very hard behind the scenes. Li Siji clutched her stomach in pain, looking at Shui Linlang with resentment. So she shouted loudly, "She's hitting me! Shui Linlang from class 5 of grade 11 is hitting me! And she's hitting a pretty girl like me!" Hearing her shout, the sycophants behind her all followed suit. Murder! We were just passing by, and those two bullied us. Yeah, he bullies us just because he's strong. Because the cafeteria is constantly changing, and many more people were coming in at this time, not everyone knew that Li Siji and her group had committed the wrongdoing first. Therefore, upon seeing this scene, they all began to whisper among themselves. They really did it? They're fighting. You scoundrel, you lowlife, you can only hit girls? Ah, a violent maniac. As public opinion intensified, Yang Jixiang and Huang Lilong became increasingly anxious. No, no. No. Yang Jixiang cried out weakly, feeling utterly speechless. But Shui Linlang ignored what these people were saying. He preferred looking at the task results on the system page to their discussions. Ding! Host is too brave. A monster that can make the strongest Valkyrie suffer a defeat must possess world-destroying power, yet the host fearlessly chose to stand before the goddess and fight for her. Host, you're willing to risk your life for a woman. Congratulations, host, on completing the second stage, difficulty A mission. You are rewarded with early activation of your Qi Si and it's doubling in size. The host has been rewarded with 200,000 yuan. The host is rewarded with the Xian rank cultivation technique 6 Harmony Spear. The opponent capable of defeating the martial god Yang Jixiang is far too powerful. It is advised that the host withdraw while ahead. The A+ difficulty level of defeat this monster in the third stage is impossible to complete. Escaping is the priority. Bang! With the distribution of system rewards, Shui Linlang immediately felt as if her meridians were being stimulated by static electricity, and then it felt as if a new world had opened up in her abdomen. Ah! Gas! This is Qi vital energy. It's the kind of internal energy only martial artists possess. He had actually opened his Qi Si, which normally requires at least a 4th rank martial artist to open. This feeling is so exhilarating. After the pleasurable sensation in her abdomen ended, Shui Linlang immediately felt a completely different feeling throughout her body. My whole body felt nourished by the Qi, and I felt like I could jump higher and run faster. He even felt he could manipulate his internal energy, well, just a feeling. After all, the meridians haven't been developed yet, so they can't generate Qi. For now, the Qi Si can only be nurtured and the body strengthened. Let's take a look at the other rewards. I must say, these rewards are absolutely wonderful. I easily earned 400,000 yuan in just one day. Why do I need to work? Moreover, there's a Xian level cultivation technique, which costs at least 1 million on the market. It seems like I'm about to achieve financial freedom. Mom no longer has to worry about me going hungry. There's also a third phase of the mission. The system still won't let me continue farming the third stage. I'm going to keep doing it. Based on the timeline, the teacher should be arriving soon. I wonder if the system will register the teacher's actions as the one that drove Li Siji and the others away? Just to be on the safe side, let's beat them up again. However, Wu Erda is not suitable for group fights, even now that he has a Chi Si to strengthen his body. But the newly acquired 6 Harmony Spear seems to be a good fit. Xue Linlang quickly reviewed the information in her mind and felt that she should be able to use it. Then she glanced at the broom placed on the wall. Without saying a word, he picked up the broom. Xue Linlang, are you scared and trying to run away? What are you doing? Stop him. Li Siji saw Xue Linlang turn and leave, and was about to say something sarcastic when he saw Xue Linlang pick up a broom handle. He was so frightened that his face turned pale. Although she was a martial arts practitioner, she was only a beginner, and her thin arms and legs couldn't withstand the wooden stick at all. And so, in full view of everyone, Xue Linlang charged toward Li Siji and the others, broom handle in hand. All of you, get him together and beat him up. Whoever beats him will get a new iPhone as a reward. As Li Siji shouted, the 7 people behind her, including her friends and admirers, rushed towards Xue Linlang. Even if Xue Linlang is holding a wooden stick, they have the advantage of numbers and are not afraid. Moreover, they were all from martial arts classes, their families were not poor, and they had all learned at least a lot of martial arts techniques. They were all quite hesitant at first. After all, the school couldn't ignore the gang fight against Xue Linlang, since the school's punishment for gang fights was far greater than for individual conflicts. But Xue Linlang taking out a weapon gave them an excuse, allowing them to use the pretext of stopping the rampaging Xue Linlang to take the opportunity to gang up on her. Be careful. Yang Jixiang trembled with fear. She never imagined things would develop this way. But Xue Linlang didn't care about any of that. These guys just spat at Yang Jixiang, none of them will escape. Xue Linlang brandished her broom handle and unleashed the 6 Harmony Spear. To his surprise, he found that even though it was his first time using a gun and a long weapon, he felt quite adept at it. It seems I have a real talent for using a spear. We could consider developing in this direction in the future. Snap. Bang. Although it was just an impromptu performance, Xue Linlang still managed to capture the essence of the 6 Harmony Spear, displaying a powerful and sweeping style reminiscent of the Qin King sweeping across the land. However, the enemy outnumbered him and surrounded him, so Xue Linlang did not notice that 2 people were attacking him from behind. Watch out. Watch your back. Sweep the stick down to the left and back, then turn around and flick the stick up to the right. Yang Jixiang suddenly warned. In her haste, Xue Linlang didn't think much and followed her instructions. He swept the stick backward, hitting one of the sycophants, then turned and swung the stick, striking another sycophant who jumped up to attack in a vital spot. Awesome. With Yang Jixiang's guidance, Xue Linlang, who was using the spear technique for the first time, was completely at ease. These 7 people were like NPCs in a lawnmower game. They would remain silent when poked by Xue Linlang, and cry when tapped. Like Zhao Zilong, who charged into and out of a million-strong army 7 times, he knocked all these people to the ground with a single blow, one from a young female delinquent and another from a sycophantic sycophant. Li Siji was so frightened that he ran away as fast as he could. Ding! The host is simply a god descended to earth, actually repelling a monster capable of crushing a Valkyrie. Who else? Xue Linlang was still a 16-year-old teenager with a delusional mindset. After defeating everyone and receiving the system notification that the mission was accomplished, she couldn't help but roar to the sky in her excitement. Me too. Come here and die sorry. Upon hearing this, Xue Linlang arrogantly turned her head and saw the prefect walking over. Startled, he immediately dropped the broom handle and instantly transformed into a smiling man. Good afternoon, class leader. Chapter 7. I also have backing. Please read on. It was around the time of the first class in the afternoon. Xue Linlang and Yang Jixiang did not return to class. Instead, he was taken to the great office by the class monitor, where he was publicly interrogated about what had just happened. The girls and sycophants who had just been beaten down by Xue Linlang immediately transformed into Oscar-worthy actors, wailing loudly. They tried to pin all the blame for the fight on Xue Linlang. Prefect, he's gone mad. He's going to kill us all. My feet hurt so much. My stomach hurts so much. Prefect, he bullied us for no reason. Yang Jixiang lowered her head in fear and walked to Xue Linlang's side. If the prefect were to punish Xue Linlang, she could explain immediately. Li Siji, who had just escaped, was now in the office, using her speaking skills honed as a class leader to smear Yang Jixiang and Xue Linlang. We just wanted to eat in the cafeteria, but that ugly, that young student suddenly bumped into us and splashed all over us with his cabbage and rice. Not only that, she also turned around and accused us of bullying her, while Shui Linlang attacked us without even asking what happened. Wa'ada. She was just like those manipulative women, crying her eyes out here, her tears seeming to have been rehearsed beforehand, flowing down with the slightest movement. Seeing her in such a miserable state, the other teachers in the office believed her story. They all started criticizing Yang Jixiang and Shui Linlang. I didn't expect Yang Jixiang to be this kind of person. She seems quite well behaved. No, this is the inherent weakness of the poor. Do you even know what it means to be vicious and ruthless? You should really check the dictionary. But Shui Linlang looks like a hoodlum. How could she hit such a good student as Li Siji? They must be severely punished. Yang Jixiang felt so wrong that she was about to cry as she listened to the insults from the teachers around her. That's not how it works. Why can't you trust me? However, she didn't have Li Siji's talent and thick skin, so she didn't let the tears flow, but instead lowered her head and sobbed. After crying for a while, she looked at Shui Linlang beside her, seeing his arrogant posture with his arms crossed and legs crossed. It's all my fault. He was originally considered a good student by everyone. It's all because of me that I'm being condemned by everyone. My teammate, he's just a drag on the team. He must hate himself right now. No, someone as gentle as him wouldn't dislike me, he would just comfort me and tell me not to worry. And I can't help him with anything. Yang Jixiang stood with her legs together, her fingers gripping the hem of her clothes tightly on her thighs, almost wrinkling them. Li Siji cried with half her face on, then looked at Yang Jixiang and Shui Linlang with the other half. Seeing Yang Jixiang's dejection and Shui Linlang being scolded by the teacher, she smiled across half of her face. Go against me. This is how it ends. Do you feel impotent and furious? Shui Linlang, repent properly. However, at this moment, Shui Linlang didn't care about anything around her. He was staring at the system interface with a grin on his face. Ding! Congratulations, host, for your valiant efforts in defeating the epic monster that bullied the Valkyrie Yang Jixiang. Congratulations, host, on completing the third stage of the Hero Saves the Beauty mission at an A+ difficulty level, defeat the monster. The host is rewarded with a yellow rank weapon, Contradiction. This is a blunt tip spear more for defense than offense, it is incredibly durable. Hence the name Contradiction. The host is rewarded with 1% of the shares of Jingwu Group. The host is rewarded with 1 scroll of Earth Rank Chi Refining Technique. The host is rewarded with a protective talisman, capable of withstanding a full force attack from a 4th grade martial artist. If worn by a woman, it can withstand an attack from a 5th grade martial artist. Oh my goodness! What kind of reward is this? 1% of Jingwu Group's shares? This is one of the 4 major high-tech enterprises in Nanxiang City. It's the company that we martial arts students dream of working for. I've actually become one of his shareholders? Even if I drop out of school now, you martial arts students who get into top universities will still have to work for yourselves, right? Ha 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 ha. There's also a yellow rank weapon as a gift. Although it's the lowest level weapon of the heaven, earth, black, and yellow ranks, it's still the threshold for entering the realm of magic treasures. This description is a bit strange, contradictory? Was it a blunt weapon? Is defense more important than offense? Abstract. However, I just happened to discover my talent for spearmanship, and since it's a long spear, I'll just make do with it. Earth Rank Chi Refining Technique? Awesome! Earth Rank cultivation techniques are extremely rare and highly sought after. Many people dream of obtaining them but cannot. My next plan is to cultivate Chi and advance to the 1st rank of martial artist. With such a powerful technique, I can achieve twice the result with half the effort. This amulet, is it more effective for women to wear? This is clearly an implication that she intends to give it to Yang Jixiang. You dog system, you really know how to pick up girls. Compared to Shui Linlong's carefree life. Everyone present was eagerly awaiting the prefect's announcement of the punishment for Shui Linlang. Yang Jixiang was even more nervous. She was prepared to stand up and plead for leniency. So, class monitor Gui Jiang stood up in full view of everyone. She walked slowly to Shui Linlang. He spoke. Yang Jixiang suddenly stood up. Tell me what just happened. They were so noisy, I couldn't hear them. Gui Jiang asked. Huh? Yang Jixiang was stunned. For a moment, the entire room fell silent. Why? Li Siji couldn't help but scream. The prefect turned around and glared at her. Who doesn't know you're talking nonsense? It would be fine if they were ordinary students. Shui Linlang is different. Because he knew Shui Linlong's parents. No, it's not just about knowing each other. Shui Linlong's parents were both teachers, so of course he knew them. He not only knew her, but he was also a student of Shui Linlong's father. That year, Shui Linlong's father was 18 years old and had just graduated from teacher's college. He went to teach, and Gui Jiang was one of his first students. Old Shui once confiscated a copy of old Master Q comics from him, and he still hasn't returned it. I never imagined that my teacher's son would become my student. He couldn't possibly deal with Shui Linlang casually, either for personal or professional reasons. Moreover, with the rise of martial arts over the past decade or so, schools are paying increasing attention to students in martial arts classes. It's a fight between students in the martial arts class, and he doesn't really want to get involved. Because according to the later teaching syllabus, these students will eventually become incredibly skilled. But since they were fighting in a public place, he still needed to find out from Shui Linlang what exactly happened. Old Gua, just now. Yang Jixiang was eating, and Li Siji was targeting her for no reason, so she deliberately bumped into her and spat on her. I couldn't stand it, so I stepped in to help. Who knew they were just delinquent girls, you know? They started fighting with me. Shui Linlang laughed. I'm innocent too. I was ganged up on and beaten up so badly. Wei Jiang was speechless. You single-handedly defeated so many people, and you're still trying to play the victim. Well, the school will definitely try to smooth things over. Ahem, although Li Siji and the others were at fault first, you were the one who struck first, so you should all be punished. After weighing the options, Wei Jiang decided to punish both of them equally. But this was beyond everyone's expectations. Li Siji, who was standing to the side, was dumbfounded. What's going on? Lao Gua? Do they know each other? Why was I crying just now? Could you have told me you knew each other sooner? I feel like a clown right now. Li Siji wanted to find a cave to hide in. The other sycophants and the teachers around them were dumbfounded. They never expected things to turn out this way. Chapter 8. She cried seeking monthly tickets. Class leader Gui Jiang glanced at the surprised looks on the faces of those around him, then ignored them. He was neither the homeroom teacher nor any of the subject teachers, and he had no feelings for students like Li Siji. He usually only hears other teachers say which student is excellent, but he has never actually met them. Therefore, in this matter, he would not blindly believe Li Siji and the others' performance like other teachers. He trusted his mentor's son more than these people. He didn't believe that Lao Shui's son would lie or bully others. However, given the school rules, and the fact that Shui Linlang had taken action, according to the school's unspoken rules, both sides should be punished equally. He turned around and looked at Shui Linlang, who was standing with her arms crossed and legs crossed. Although she knew that Shui Linlang used this posture to confront Li Siji and the others in terms of momentum. But, that's too indecent. Snap! Gui Jiang kicked Shui Linlang's chair and shouted, "You brat, you better sit properly." Shui Linlang immediately sat up straight with a grin on her face. Aren't you happy with my punishment? Gui Jiang asked in a low voice, looking down. No, I am very satisfied with your judgment, Lao Gua. As long as the evildoers are punished, it is a small matter for me, who disrupted the order, to be punished. Shui Linlang replied with a smile. Because both his parents were teachers, he was exposed to school life from a young age. When I was a child, I often accompanied my parents to the office and witnessed the power struggles between them and the students. As the saying goes, you can't hit a smiling face. Teachers would never have any ill intentions towards a student with a smiling face. Moreover, he was already very familiar with the unspoken rules within the school, such as keeping things quiet and assigning blame to both sides. Seeing his bright smile, Wei Jiang felt embarrassed to continue scolding him. So he turned to everyone in the office and announced, "That's settled then. Although they are all martial arts students, they must also abide by school rules and not fight in public places such as the cafeteria. In order to quell public opinion both inside and outside the school, it has been decided to make the punishment public. I have decided to punish Li Siji by suspending her studies for 2 weeks, and the others with her will all be suspended for 1 week. Although Shui Linlang acted bravely, she started the fight first, so she will also have to take a week off from school. Yang Jixian will not be subject to any punishment. Any objections? He's the prefect who would oppose him for no reason." Although several teachers raised questions, Wu Jiang dismissed them all with a nonchalant attitude. Shui Linlang certainly understood this type of punishment. The martial arts class is the most important class in the school, and the school would never give it a demerit. At most, they would use it to scare it. Anyway, this matter is enough to give Lee CG a hard time. As a class leader and a woman with an extremely vain heart, the biggest punishment for her would be a school-wide announcement that would ruin the image of beauty she had painstakingly built. As for a week off from school, it would be so much better to take a break and go home. As a restless 16-year-old, all he ever thought about was having a holiday. Now his wish has come true. When I get home, I must sleep until noon every day. He. Unlike his optimistic outlook, Yang Jixiong, standing to the side, had a face full of sorrow. It's all my fault. Shui Linlang received such a severe punishment. She kept tearing at her sleeve with her small hands hidden inside, her white teeth gently biting her lower lip. Everyone, sign a guarantee for me. If you do it again, you'll get a demerit. Wei Jiang scolded. After everyone signed the guarantee, they all left. Wei Jiang breathed a sigh of relief after they left. At this moment, a female teacher who had been sitting in the corner silently watching the situation unfold suddenly stood up and walked over to Gui Jiang with her long, slender legs clad in black stockings. She wrapped her slender arms around her large breasts and leaned against the table. Prefect, you seem to be showing some favoritism towards that boy just now. Was it simply because of your personal relationship with him? Wei Jiang paused for a moment, then turned to look at the sexy female teacher and replied, Lu Fian, are you a gold medal martial arts instructor genuinely ignorant or just pretending? That brat clearly tested as having B-level talent, yet he single-handedly defeated a whole group of people. He's a genius. Lu Fian touched her lower lip with her slender finger, narrowed her eyes, and smiled, then I'll keep a close eye on him from now on. I wonder how much he differs from the other two A-level talent prodigies. Wei Jiang scratched his head, wondering what Lu Fian was thinking. After all, the school only has 3 martial arts instructors, 1 in charge of the second year of high school and 2 in charge of the third year. Lu Fian is the martial arts instructor in charge of teaching the second year of high school this year. Whether these students can succeed this year depends heavily on Lu Fian. But this kid seems to have teamed up with that F-rank girl next to him. I really don't know what he was thinking, Wei Jiang said, annoyed. Lu Fian blinked her big eyes. That girl with the lowest talent in the whole school? Let's see. If he's capable, we can regroup them. On the other side. As soon as Li Siji stepped out of the office, she gritted her teeth and shouted at Shui Linlang, Why am I being punished too? I'm clearly the best student, and I'm a class leader. Shui Linlang, you nepotism bastard, you'll die a horrible death. Shui Linlang put her hands in her pockets and said disdainfully, Get lost. You're just putting on an act and trying to shift the blame. Do you really think your teacher is stupid? Li Siji was arrogant and proud. She was the one who looked down on others, never the other way around. But now, Shui Linlang's eyes were full of contempt for her, and she was so angry that she gritted her teeth. I won't let you get away with this. Shui Linlang, even if you try to get my attention this way, I won't even glance at you. After uttering those harsh words, she left in tears. Neuropathy. I'm trying to get your attention. Would it kill you to look in the mirror? At that moment, Shui Linlang's arm was gently pulled. He turned around and saw that Yang Jixiang was looking down and holding his arm. Because of his height, he couldn't see Yang Jixiang's expression at all. But her hands were trembling, as if she were making a huge decision. Shui, let's not be in the same group. Yang Jixiang said softly. Holy crap! I took the punishment of being suspended from school just to win your favor, and you actually want to dump me? Immediately afterwards, Yang Jixiang suddenly burst into tears, which fell to the ground drop by drop. I'm too weak, I can't hold you back, I can't drag you down anymore, Yang Jixiang choked out. So, she was that insecure. We must change her personality. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang reached out and flicked Yang Jixiang's forehead. Ah, it hurts. Yang Jixiang covered her forehead in grievance. Be more confident. Just now in the cafeteria, you not only anticipated that woman's sneak attack, but you also instantly helped me plan a strategy to deal with the attacker. Shui Linlang said, grabbing her shoulders. You're a true genius. This is exactly the kind of talent I need. We'll be the best partners. Shui Linlang's words brought a renewed sparkle to Yang Jixiang's eyes. Really? Yang Jixiang asked uncertainly. Shui Linlang nodded. Yang Jixiang's eyes immediately started darting around, and her little fingers were even spinning together. I'm so glad. I was able to help Shui Kun. Ding. Host, you're truly a Casanova descended to earth. The aloof and cold goddess Yang Jishang actually blushed after being made to blush by her host. Awesome! Yang Jishang's favorability plus 10%. Because Yang Jishang's favorability has reached 20%. New features unlocked. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the ideal Taoist partner development section. Here, you can help Yang Jishang plan her martial arts development. You should nurture your own wife. Chapter 9, Should I Raise My Own Wife? The ideal couple development sector? This damn system is full of bugs. You've already decided that Yang Jishang is the god of war, so why do you still need me to help you plan his development? Nowadays, the division of martial arts realms is quite simple, first to 7th level martial artists, then grandmasters, then martial saints, and finally martial gods. The number of martial gods in the world is extremely limited, with only 5 clearly recorded. Let me plan your martial arts future for this martial arts god you mentioned? Ding! This system is bug-free. The martial god is not the pinnacle of martial arts the host can help with planning. You're just being stubborn. Damn it, this crappy system is stuck in the future, but its combat power is based on the present. Let's ignore the system bugs for now. This new feature is pretty good. Of course, you have to carefully nurture your own wife from a young age. Shui Linlang quickly glanced at the newly unlocked section. The image above depicts a silhouette of a future young Jishang with a curvaceous figure. On the side are various combat power data. As for how to help with planning and development, it has 3 main functions. 1. Add points function. According to this section, the attributes that can be added are mainly focused on physical fitness, which can directly improve her physical fitness. It can also provide bonuses to specific attributes such as strength, agility, endurance, energy, and intelligence. As for where the points for adding points come from, there are also a bunch of small tasks to earn points on the side. Most of them involve interactions with Yang Jishang. 2. Technique acquisition function. This is relatively simple. Have Yang Jishang personally complete the relevant tasks and earn points to exchange for related cultivation techniques. The acquired techniques can only be learned and used by Yang Jishang. 3. Exercise tasks. This means assigning corresponding training tasks based on Yang Jishang's development path. This allows you to obtain the points and credits required for the 2 functions mentioned above. However, some of the beginner missions currently being shown are rather ridiculous. Let her borrow a book from a bookstore for the first time. Let her bargain with the old lady for the first time when buying groceries. Let her finish the 800-meter race. This is the type of content currently being presented. It's not exactly difficult, but for Yang Jishang, who is currently insecure and introverted, it's still quite challenging. No, the more difficult part is guiding her through the process of completing this task. I feel that besides developing her personality and abilities, it can also hone my teamwork with her, or rather, my ability to direct her. But before using these functions, he also had to choose a development path for Yang Jishang. In other words, you need to choose a final template for Yang Jishang first. The system will then provide relevant guidance, teaching you which techniques to choose, which points to allocate, and which training tasks to select to achieve this final template. This section is really interesting. It feels like playing a simulation game. He. What kind of person should Yang Jishang be trained to be? Support? War god? Marksman? I'm so conflicted. Please select a future template for your Taoist partner. The system recommends the following. Shui, why are you staring at me like that? Yang Jishang lowered her head shyly. Her eyes, hidden beneath her long bangs, gazed up at Shui Linlang, whose face was now beaming with laughter. Don't look at me. I'm ugly, my face is covered in freckles. Shui Linlang suddenly came to her senses and scratched her head awkwardly. Be more confident. Girls change a lot as they grow up. You'll definitely be as beautiful as an angel when you grow up. Don't underestimate yourself. Shui Linlang said with a cute smile. You're so gentle. Yang Jishang gently rubbed her slender little fingers together, a little joy rising in her heart. That's all. Shui Linlang and Yang Jishang returned to the classroom together. It was right when get out of class ended. Shui Linlang sat back down in his seat. He glanced at the seats of Li Siji and the other followers and found them empty. He figured they must have come back before get out of class ended and then ran off as soon as the bell rang. They value their reputation so much, probably because they're afraid of being gossiped about and suffering social death. Although the school has not yet announced the punishment results, the incident that happened in the cafeteria at noon is probably already known to everyone in the school. Shui Linlang then began packing her school bag, preparing to leave. He didn't care about what people around him said, and he didn't usually like to interact with too many people. At this moment, Huang Lilong walked over and began to inquire about the specific situation. What happened? Did the class monitor give you a major demerit? Why did Li Siji and the others come back with long faces and then all run away? While packing her school bag, Shui Linlang explained, no major demerit was recorded. It's just a matter of giving each person equal punishment, standard procedure. But just now in the office, Li Siji and the others were like movie stars, crying on cue, which made me laugh so hard. As a result, the prefects only listened to me, and their faces turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Hearing this, Huang Lilong became even more furious. Those teachers just fall for that. Whatever Li Siji says, the teachers are happy. Luckily, the grade head is still somewhat rational. Well, but I still have to take a week off. I'm on vacation early now, see you next week. Shui Linlang picked up her backpack and got up to leave. Seriously, you're already on vacation on the first day of the second year of high school when classes are divided? Are you even going to study? Huang Lilong complained. It's not like you don't like holidays. I don't want to take this kind of holiday. Watching the two joking around, Yang Jishang at the next table couldn't help but whisper, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. How can you blame yourself? Huang Lilong quickly interjected. They bullied you first, and besides, they didn't even give you a demerit. This kid has been looking forward to a long vacation for a while now. He hasn't had enough fun during his summer vacation. Damn it. Damn tall guy. Stealing my lines. This is the wife chosen for me by the system, no, the will of the world. Who gave you the right to speak? Yang Jishan was not very familiar with Huang Lilong, and Huang Lilong's tall stature made her somewhat intimidated, so she quickly lowered her head and nodded. Shui Linlang thought for a moment. Her lines had been stolen, so she decided to give a gift. The system just gave me that amulet. Yang Jishang is still very weak. If she gets bullied again while I'm on leave from school, it will be terrible. So Shui Linlang put her right hand into her pocket and had the system redeem the amulet from there. Then he pushed Huang Lilong aside, took out the amulet, and handed it to Yang Jishang. This is a talisman I got from the temple last week. I'll give it to you as a gift for forming our team. Shui Linlang said with a grin. Yang Jishang was so frightened that she quickly declined. It's too valuable. I can't accept it. She grew up in poverty and never accepted gifts from others for free, believing it was inappropriate. This is completely different from the attitude of Li Siji and other rich girls who casually accept gifts from others. But this didn't stump Shui Linlang. He changed his tune and said, why can't I accept it? This is my team-up gift to you, so you have to give me a gift too, you know? We're exchanging gifts. This. Yang Jishang found it much easier to accept now. But when she reached out, she had no presentable gift to offer. Shui Linlang naturally noticed this, so she smiled and said, when I come back next week, will you take me home? I'm really looking forward to it. Okay. Under Shui Linlong's insistence, Yang Jishang had no choice but to agree. She was too clumsy with words to know how to refuse. After giving away the amulet, Shui Linlang left before the school bell rang. Huang Lilong hurriedly followed and continued chatting with Shui Linlang. The two walked toward the school gate, chatting and laughing. Yang Jishang does not need to be punished, she still has to continue attending classes. Watching Shui Linlong's departing figure, she tightly gripped the amulet, feeling a warm glow in her heart. Chapter 10 I'm always happy to help others. You brat. Snap. Old Mrs. Shui slammed a kitchen knife on the dining table and cursed fiercely at Shui Linlang. Who gets sent back on their first day of school? What are you going to do there, go to school or something? Shui Linlang sat in the chair with a cup of hot water in her hand, looking aggrieved and somewhat unconvinced. Mom, I didn't cause trouble on purpose. I was protecting a female classmate who was being bullied. She's a member of my martial arts group. How could I not intervene? Shui Linlang shouted. Do you want your son to be a cold-blooded cobra watching from the sidelines? Shui's mother sneered and complained, last month when we went shopping together, an old lady lay down on the street, and you didn't even bother to help her up? Put. Shui Linlang sprayed the hot water from her mouth out. Is that the same thing? That kind of kindness means taking on the financial burden of the whole family. How could I dare? Shui Linlang exclaimed, wiping her mouth. Then he took 2 tissues to wipe the table. Humph. So you dared to do it this time? Old Mrs. Shui scolded. Is it the same? Helping a classmate means you're not afraid of being scammed, and who knows if that classmate will become successful in the future and maybe even repay you. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Yes, the kind where you offer yourself in marriage. So being suspended from school is interesting? Do you know that back in my day, I would do at least 2 math multiple choice questions during my 5-minute break between classes? Do you know how hard you have to study? Shui's mother said proudly. Seriously, even if I've traveled through time, this world is still exactly the same as the original one. My mom is still so long-winded, always saying the same things. If it weren't for the added concept of high-level martial arts, I would have doubted that I had actually transmigrated. Mom, times have changed. Did you have such a thing as advanced martial arts in your day? I become an advanced martial arts student, fighting is my duty. Shui Linlang was talking nonsense, but suddenly felt it was too outrageous and couldn't continue. But these words seemed to be quite effective on Shui's mother, and she immediately fell into deep thought. After all, Shui's mother is a teacher, although she only teaches junior high school. Although there are no advanced martial arts classes in junior high school, this is the general trend of education. Many of her colleagues have asked their children to hire private tutors to prepare them for advanced martial arts from an early age. Having been influenced by what she saw and heard, she naturally began to prioritize Gao Wu. When she heard that Shui Linlang could also learn advanced martial arts, she was so happy that she couldn't sleep. The next day, I ran back to school to brag to my colleagues, feeling incredibly proud. However, she still didn't quite understand what advanced martial arts were, how to practice them, or what changes she needed to make in her daily life. Shui Linlong's words immediately puzzled her. Gao Wu, you can tell from the name that it's related to fighting. Logically, they should have received a demerit, but their school only gave them a suspension for observation. Could it really be as this kid says? Etc. There's another question. Is the classmate you helped a boy or a girl? Shui's mother asked doubtfully. A woman. Before Shui Linlang could finish speaking, his mother's kitchen knife was already cleaving in front of him. He caught the blade with his bare hands in an instant, clamping the cleaver between his fingers. What are you doing? Shui Linlang asked, bewildered. It's been over a year since I transmigrated to this world, and ever since I started practicing martial arts, my mom has become increasingly ruthless with her attacks. Because she knew she could completely handle it. But this is way too dangerous. What am I doing? Are you in a relationship? You helped that girl because you like her? Shui's mother scolded. How is this possible? Grass, a type of plant. Why is this mom still so sensitive about puppy love even after she's in the world of martial arts? As a teacher, she heard school leaders shouting no early romantic relationships every day, and she became a staunch enforcer of these rules. In junior high, if I got a little close to a girl, she would look at me with an expression as if she had seen a criminal and question me about whether I was dating too early. Times have changed. If I lived in an era without smartphones, I would definitely have been completely fooled by my mother's claims that early romantic relationships are harmful. But now the internet is full of stories about people who, because they followed school rules too much when they were young, still don't know how to pick up girls in college, missed out on great opportunities, and became lifelong singles. I don't want to become that kind of person. You definitely have to cultivate a good wife from a young age. At least practice your dating skills so you don't fall behind others in the future. Shui Linlang had no intention of paying attention to her rigid approach. But you can't say that out loud. No, how could I possibly be in a relationship? The girl I helped is the class's most notorious ugly duckling. How could I possibly have taste in an ugly duckling? Yes, she really was an ugly duckling. It will turn into a white swan. Only simps chase after swans. I'm going to raise my own ugly duckling, he. After hearing Shui Linlong's words, Shui's mother looked suspicious. She certainly knew her son. Would he really be that honest? Did he really have a change of heart and want to help others? Seeing her expression, Shui Linlang continued to explain, if you don't believe me, you can ask Lao Gua, who is Dad's student. When I first enrolled, didn't we visit his house? He will prove that what I said is true. I only suspended my studies because I helped others, and the school punished both sides equally. You have to know how awful those bullies were. They even tried to frame me for bullying them. Speaking of this, Shue's mother also remembered that a year ago, she seemed to have visited a school leader. If this kid is so sure, surely the big boss wouldn't lie for him, right? Could it be that what this kid said is entirely true? I'll have your dad protest to your school right now. What do you mean by each side is equally at fault? Shouldn't my son be rewarded for helping others? Old Mrs. Shue suddenly became agitated. Only you can discipline your own son. What right do others have to punish him at will? No, I'm already famous throughout the school for this, there's no need for me to become famous again. Shui Linlang hurriedly stopped her. If I really let my mom make a scene at the school, then the whole world will know that my family is well off, and then how can I pretend to be weak while actually being strong? Just then, the front door of the house opened. A girl with a backpack, a single ponytail, and a bouncy gate walked in from outside. Mom, I'm home. She walked into the living room and saw Shui Linlang sitting at the dining table, and immediately cheered with joy. Brother, why are you back before me? She took a running start and jumped towards Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang immediately grabbed her armpits, lifted her up, and prevented her from falling into her arms. Wow, brother, you've gotten so much stronger. I want to lift you up high. Shui Weiyang exclaimed with a grin. My brother got into a fight at school and was punished by being sent home, Shui Linlang said with a simple smile. Humph. Who bullied my brother? Shui Weiyang pouted angrily. While Shue's mother continued cooking, she casually remarked, he only got into the fight to help a female classmate. Click. Shui Linlang seemed to hear someone's reason snap. Immediately afterwards, Shui Weiyang turned her head slowly and deliberately, like a robot. Huh, does my brother like girls too? Chapter 11. This younger sister is acting strange. What the hell? What are you talking about? Have you been reading too many weird novels? I'm a grown man, full of vigor and vitality. Shui Linlang put Shui Weiyang on the ground, then showed off his arm muscles, displaying his masculine charm. However, Shui Weiyang's expression was very strange, somewhat sinister. Brother! The girl you helped, is she my sister-in-law? Is she my sister-in-law? Is she my sister-in-law? Is she my sister-in-law? As she asked the question, she leaned her face close to Shui Linlang's head, just like those Yandere women who interrogate cheaters. No. Shui Linlang hurriedly explained. But not yet. Who knows what will happen in the future? Really not? Shui Weiyang asked again to confirm. At this moment, Shue's mother added, I heard that woman is very ugly. Upon hearing this, Shui Weiyang immediately beamed with joy. Then she clapped her hands lightly and smiled, I knew my brother wouldn't fall in love so early. Shui Linlang was completely dumbfounded. Has this girl been corrupted by her mother? Why should she care whether she's dating early or not? Damn. Looks like I'll have to keep my pursuit of Yang Jixiang a secret from now on. This cannot be told to the rest of the family. Then, the family began to eat. Shue's father had arrived at some point and was sitting at the head of the table reading a novel on his phone. With the advancement of technology, he has also changed his lifestyle. He used to carry a newspaper, but now he carries a mobile phone. After all the food was served, Shue's mother took away his phone, so he could only start eating. Wolf, you're taking a week off from school. How are you going to catch up with your studies? Shue's father asked casually, bored after his phone was confiscated. I'm already a martial arts student, so I can just practice martial arts at home, right? Academic subjects aren't important now, the cutoff scores are very low, I'm sure I won't fail, Shui Linlang said. Oh, maybe you could take Yang out with you sometime, let her learn some martial arts in advance, Shue's father said casually. Shui Weiyang muttered under her breath, Dad, can you please pronounce it more accurately, it sounds like both wolf and sheep. She's going to learn martial arts too? What's the point of learning it in advance? What if the test shows she doesn't have any talent? Shui Linlang complained. If you don't have talent, you don't have talent. Just prepare in advance. If you do have talent, you'll win at the starting line. If you don't, you can treat it as learning self-defense techniques. Ha! Okay. Shue's mother then complained, why would a girl need to learn this? If her arms get too thick, she won't be able to get married. This annoyed Shui Weiyang, who puffed out her cheeks and retorted, if your arms aren't strong enough, how will you manage your secret stash of money? That makes some sense, and Shue's mother nodded immediately. After dinner, she urged Shui Linlang to go back to her room to teach Shui Weiyang martial arts. The two siblings returned to their room. Brother, where should we start? Shui Weiyang asked excitedly. She looked around in Shui Linlong's room, constantly sniffing the air, as if she was very excited to have entered Shui Linlong's room. Shui Linlang thought for a moment. I only started learning martial arts after I came to understand its value following my own transmigration. Moreover, since their qualifications haven't been verified yet, they can only buy books randomly and practice haphazardly. He only began systematic learning after being tested and found to have martial arts aptitude at the end of his school years. As for how to teach Shui Weiyang, I really have no clue. Let's start with the horse stance, to strengthen our lower body. Shui Linlang had Shui Weiyang stand in the horse stance. Shui Weiyang is still a junior high school student. She is very slender and thin. She blushed after practicing the horse stance for less than a minute, but she stubbornly persisted. With nothing to do, Shui Linlang sat on the edge of her bed. While watching Shui Weiyang's comical horse stance movements, he kept his eyes on the system interface. Please select a future template for your Taoist partner. The system recommends the following. It's time to help Yang Jixian choose a development model. Let's see what the system recommends first. Based on Yang Jixian's situation, this system provides the following recommended solution. First recommendation, light cannon type swordsman. Yang Jixian is exceptionally gifted, possessing an S-level talent that is extremely rare in the world. This system recommends developing her into a world-destroying super swordsman. The main goal is to make her focus on cultivating her Qi Si and True Qi, so that she can build a mountain with a single sword strike and create a small world with a single cut. Disadvantage, it consumes a huge amount of resources. Second recommendation, strategic support. Make her a super capable wife, and guide her towards becoming a super supportive partner. Because she has exceptional insight, all we need to do is guide her towards intellectual development and focus her cultivation techniques on aura-based support. Make her a super martial arts support, who can buff the host and give the host strategic advice. Weakness, it's a bit of a waste of her S-rank talent. Third recommendation, instant kill assassin. Yang Jixian possesses S-level talent and her martial arts attribute is the 5 elements, so she can become an outstanding individual in any direction she develops. Instant kill assassins are also a highly sought-after martial arts development path, because this society is still dominated by high-tech development. In the dark side of the world's high-level martial arts struggles, becoming an assassin is more desirable than becoming a frontline fighter. Moreover, becoming an assassin requires very few resources. Weakness, lacks the ability to defeat 100 enemies single-handedly. The system recommends these 3 as the best options. There are many more recommendations below. Of course, you are also free to deviate from the system's recommendations and develop your own plan. Which one should I choose? Wrong. What type of martial god will Yang Jixiang be 2 years from now? If I don't try to win her over myself, and there's no system to help me, in what direction will she develop? The system previously said she was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, which means that over the next 2 years, her talent will gradually come to fruition, and she will eventually achieve remarkable success. Given this bullying and her low self-esteem, how will she develop? Shui Linlang was searching for information in the system. I previously unlocked Yang Jixian's profile page. That was Yang Jixiang's information 2 years later. Name, Yang Jixiang. Appearance rating, SSS. Martial arts aptitude, S. Height, 162 centimeters. Measurements, 88D 5684 centimeters. Martial arts attribute, 5 elements. Current martial arts rank, unranked. Currently mastered martial arts skills, none. Currently held items, none. Host affinity, 20%. Comment, a kind, gentle, and approachable young woman, a true gem. M. Shui Linlang searched through the entire search. Turnout. Apart from his physical appearance, all of Yang Jixian's martial arts stats are current. There was absolutely no description of what she would be like 2 years later. In short, the strongest Valkyrie of our time. This damn buggy system. That's so unreliable. Forget it. I'd better make a proper plan for Yang Jixian myself. Chapter 12, Helping my wife plan for the future. Since there is no future situation for her to refer to, then you'll have to use your own brain to think about it. Since it's the system's chosen best option, we'll naturally have to select from these 3. In fact, there wasn't much difference between these 3 in the early stages. Because Yang Jixian has not yet reached the first grade martial artist level. Even if he does reach the first grade martial artist level, he will still have to go through the stages from the first to the 7th grade. According to the school's college entrance examination handbook, the first rank martial artist is actually called Ming Jin. Therefore, it is to exercise the muscles and tendons of the whole body, use the energy to temper the whole body, improve physical fitness, and aim to surpass human limits. The most famous is Lin Zhan, the contemporary guardian of China and one of the 5 existing martial gods in the world. With his exceptional talent, he raised his physical attributes to level 12 during the first grade martial artist stage. It can be described as shocking and unconventional. It's important to know that the average adult male without sub-health conditions only has a physical fitness level of 5, while the world's top athletes, such as heavyweight boxers, only have a physical fitness level of 9. In other words, he was able to kill Tyson with one punch when he was 16 and in his second year of high school. What a terrifying talent! This laid a solid physical foundation for him to achieve the title of God of War. Because starting from the 2nd grade martial artist hidden strength, everyone begins to focus on the cultivation of qi, and physical fitness relies solely on the enhancement of qi. However, the foundation that Lin Zhan laid at the 1st grade martial artist stage became the basis for his ability to kill enemies of higher levels on his path to becoming a martial god. Putting that aside for now, in other words, the 1st grade martial artist stage is merely about honing physical abilities. Therefore, choosing these 3 templates will not have a significant impact on the 1st grade martial artist stage. Whether it's the light cannon of this light cannon type swordsman or the support buff type aura technique, both are based on the fact that a 4th rank martial artist can freely manipulate qi after opening their qi ci. The only difference is that choosing to be a swordsman or an assassin means using different weapons and practicing different martial arts techniques. However, adjustments can be made midway. Each of these 3 templates has its own shortcomings. Even the seemingly strongest beam-type swordsman faces the problem of enormous energy expenditure. Can I afford it? Although there are system rewards, who knows if the cost will exceed the system's support? Therefore, before becoming a 4th rank martial artist, one has ample time to temporarily change the training plan. Let's choose this swordsman with a beam cannon first. After all, a single sword strike can destroy the heavens and the earth, and it's both cool and powerful. So Xue Linlang clicked on the first recommendation, light cannon type swordsman. After clicking, it was indeed the case. The initial instructions were all very routine. For example, choosing a good sword for Yang Jixiang and letting her learn basic sword skills, etc. Xue Linlang then clicked on several other templates. It was discovered that even in the initial stages, these programs offered the same methods for cultivating qi. This confirms Xue Linlang's idea that everything was the same in the early stages. In other words, I can use a long period of time to observe which development path suits young Jixiang best, and whether I have the ability to help her develop. Let's choose this, light cannon swordsman, for now. In the anime I watched before I time traveled, I remember there was a blonde swordsman who could shoot beams of light. He was really cool. Beside him, Shui Weiyan's legs were trembling uncontrollably, and she was about to collapse. But she still gritted her teeth and persevered. Despite the pain, she still stared intently at Xue Linlang, who seemed to be staring blankly at thin air, with a look of rapture on her face. Wow! My brother's profile as he's deep in thought, he's so handsome. He must be thinking about his younger sister's future martial arts development, right? Perhaps he had even considered the possibility that if he were eventually found to have no martial arts aptitude and became a cripple, he would decide to take care of him for the rest of his life? He. After looking at the system interface, Xue Linlang turned to look at Xue Weiyang. Although her face was flushed red from holding it in, she still had a silly grin on her face. Oh my god, has my own sister lost her mind? No. She seems to have been like this since she was little. However, now that I'm in junior high school and my body is starting to develop, it seems to have become more serious. Don't push yourself too hard, it would be bad if you got hurt, Xue Linlang said. Oh. Upon hearing Xue Linlang's words, Xue Weiyang immediately collapsed and sat down on the ground. I'm so tired. Brother, my legs are so tired, can you give me a massage? Xue Weiyang said, pretending to be aggrieved. But massaging right after exercising is even worse for your muscles, Xue Linlang said bluntly. Oh. Xue Weiyang's goal was not achieved, and she immediately became dejected. But she still wanted to stay here. Then Xue Linlang kicked him out. Stinky brother. Xue Weiyang pouted. Then he went back to his room dejectedly. Xue Linlang lay on the bed, continuing to stare at the system target. He took stock of what he had gained that day. For an ordinary person, 400,000 yuan in cash is enough to live comfortably for a lifetime, but I'm currently a martial arts student, and the expenses ahead will be enormous. 400,000 yuan seems to be just the price of a box of chi gathering pills, which is only about 4 pills. If you want to become a top performer in this world, you'll need to carefully cultivate your relationship with Yang Jixiang. His gaze fell on the martial arts divine skill, inherent domain roundtable conference, that the system had previously gifted him. What exactly is this? Martial arts divine skills? That sounds so high class. What exactly is this inherent territory thing? Shui Linlang got up and walked to the desk, flipping through the relevant materials. No information about the inherent domain could be found at all. However, these books contain basic knowledge of martial arts, so it's normal that they're not available. So what exactly is this thing? Why don't you give it a try? For safety's sake, it's best to stay away from home and try going to an open space. If it were some kind of world-destroying martial art, I'd be in big trouble. Shui Linlang then went out. As soon as he stepped out of his room, Shui Weiyang opened her own door and called out to Shui Linlang, "Brother, are you going out? Do you need your little sister to come with you?" "No need. You just stay home obediently." Wa'ada. It took about half an hour to walk. Shui Linlang arrived at the forest park not far from her home. Because the infrastructure here has been neglected for years, few people come here during the day, let alone at night. Even if this inherent territory is a weapon of mass destruction, I don't need to worry. So he clicked on the skills in the system panel. Use this inherent domain on me. Bang 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 bang. The next second, he was surrounded by a powerful aura. This internal energy formed a whirlwind of heat, making it impossible for Shui Linlang to open her eyes. Indistinct. The next second, Shui Linlang then opened her eyes. He discovered that he was no longer in the forest park. He entered a spacious indoor area. Before him was a huge round table with many seats, and beside him was the largest and most exquisite jade throne. Chapter 13 Inherent Domain. What exactly is this thing? Why did I end up in this place after using my martial arts skills? An inherent domain, does that mean creating your own domain space? Is this something humans can do? Shui Linlang was filled with doubts as she sat down on the magnificent jade throne. He rested his elbows on the table and clasped his hands together to support his chin. Looking at the large, smooth round table in front of him, at the 12 chairs on it, and at the deep, dark, seemingly boundless void surrounding his domain, he felt somewhat bewildered. What is the purpose of this thing? Just as he was thinking this way, suddenly, a notification with floating text appeared in front of me. Should we collect the Knights of the Round Table? Collect the Knights of the Round Table? How do I collect this? Are there any recommended candidates? A recommended candidate? Where can I find someone to recommend me? Yang Jixiang? Shui Weiyang? Huan Lilong? Roundtable testing in progress. Test failed. The recommended candidate did not meet the minimum requirements for a Knight of the Round Table. Wow, you actually picked one? Then I can't recommend anyone, since I don't know any important people. Should trainee Knights of the Round Table be randomly recruited? Is this even possible? Give it a try. Initiating random search for suitable candidates. The random search function has a 1-week cooldown period, please use it with caution. Be sure to carefully assess the abilities of prospective knights. Once you are satisfied, you can promote them to full-fledged knights. The recruited knights have been successfully gathered. They will soon be seated. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown is complete, 2 of the 12 locations in front of Shui Linlang emitted dazzling beams of light that shot straight into the sky. Gradually, the light transformed into the outline of a person. After the flash of light ended, a man and a woman appeared on the 2 chairs. The woman was sitting with her legs crossed, her left hand over her chest and supporting her right elbow, a cigarette between her fingers, smoking. She was dressed as a professional woman, wearing black slim-fit trousers and a long-sleeved white shirt. However, because of her open-minded style, the top button was not fastened, making her look very sexy and eye-catching. However, she looked slightly tired, and her messy hair was casually tied into a ponytail, which slightly diminished her appearance. The funny thing is, she seemed to be frightened, remaining motionless in that position, her pupils initially widening, then shifting left and right, as if analyzing the current situation. The man sitting directly opposite her at the round table looked even more comical. He was equally startled, as if he had been shaving when he was teleported in, and now the razor in his hand had stopped moving. This was clearly a foreigner, with long, curly red hair, looking every bit the dashing playboy of Western Europe. Xue Linlang remained with her hands supporting her chin, watching the two who had suddenly arrived. Because he was also unclear about the current situation. Where did the floating text go? What should I do now? Do I need to observe and evaluate? How to do it? Hey, where is everyone? Compared to Xue Linlang's bewilderment, the two people who were teleported in were practically going crazy. What's going on? I was just spacing out shaving, so how did I end up here? Instant teleportation ability? Even a martial god can only teleport himself over long distances, so how did someone else get teleported in here out of nowhere? And without any warning at that. Who is that young man on the jade throne? Ah. I can't see through his cultivation level at all, but it seems he is the master of this place. What is his purpose? Since they couldn't discern anything from Xue Linlang, the man and woman began to stare at each other. The opponent is a martial saint. They recognized each other's cultivation level at a glance. What kind of powerful ability is it to pull a martial saint into this mysterious space without warning? But what exactly does the other party want to do? The three of them remained in that fixed position for an unknown amount of time. This moment feels like an eternity. Ah! It seemed that the ash from her cigarette had fallen and burned the woman's thigh, causing her to cry out in pain. At this moment, everyone recovered from the awkwardness. The man also put down his razor. Xue Linlang felt that the awkwardness couldn't continue, so she lowered her voice and asked, "Who are you people?" This startled the two of them. You brought us in, and you don't even know who we are? Seeing their surprised expressions, Xue Linlang realized that her question was inappropriate, so she imitated the words that had just floated in the air and added again, "This is the Round Table Conference, the place where I choose the Knights of the Round Table. Are you worthy?" Although Xue Linlang's words were arrogant, she should have been more cautious, since she didn't know the other party's cultivation level. But for some reason, when he sat on this jade throne, he felt that he would be protected by the laws. And neither of them seemed able to leave their seats, so the two people in front of them couldn't hurt them at all. The man and woman were shocked after hearing Xue Linlang's words. Choosing the Knights of the Round Table? What's the meaning? Is this a powerful figure choosing his retinue? If it's true, isn't that a stroke of luck? But, just what level is this expert at? The woman's thirst for knowledge was far stronger than the man's, so she spoke up. I am a pharmacist living in seclusion in Shanghai, my cultivation level is Martial Saint, my name is Nan Yen. Upon hearing the woman speak, the man quickly introduced himself. I am a British martial artist, my cultivation level is Martial Saint. Ha! Xue Linlang was taken aback. The girl introduced herself in such detail, even mentioning her profession, so why are you being so secretive? Noticing Xue Linlang's questioning gaze, the man quickly added, I am a member of the British Martial Arts Association, my name is Wilton. It turns out he's a big shot from abroad. Does that make me, a high school student, seem a bit low class? Noticing that Xue Linlang's expression had softened considerably, Wilton breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Nan Yen continued to ask, My lord, may I ask what this space is? She asked that question with a purpose. Once she figured out the layout of this place, she could judge the opponent's strength. If this is the real space, and they were brought in using a teleportation array, then this person in front of them might not be that strong. When Wilton saw Nan Yen ask such a question, he immediately gave her a thumbs up, wanting to praise her. Clever. Xue Linlang didn't hesitate at all, because he knew what this was, and answered in a flash, inherent domain. As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Yen and Wilton's pupils contracted instantly. Inherent territory. Something only a martial god could master. That is the embodiment of the god of war's own will. It is the embodiment of the god of war's mental landscape, covering and replacing the small world in this world. Here, the initiator is the absolute king, equivalent to the ruler of a small world. Chapter 14. Is this the scale of a martial god? Seeing the expressions on their faces, Xue Linlang knew that they definitely knew what this inherent domain was. But I didn't know that I only knew one name. No, it has to be pried out of their mouths. So Xue Linlang continued in a lower voice, Oh? I didn't expect that. It seems you know what this is? Upon hearing Xue Linlang's question, Nan Yen and Wei Erdong immediately tensed up. What does that rhetorical question mean? Is this an assessment? The problem is that neither of them has actually seen the native domain. Their knowledge of the established domain comes from various intelligence sources. This is the first time they have entered that domain. This left Verdun momentarily speechless. But Nan Yen was more eager to be protected by a strong person than Wei Erdong, so she immediately spoke up and said, "My lord, the inherent domain is a divine skill that can only be mastered by a martial god. It is the manifestation of the martial god's martial will. The scene of the inherent domain is generally the mental scene of the martial god, and the laws within it are formed based on this mental scene." Oh? Such an amazing thing? But I'm not a martial god, am I? Oh right, I have a cheat code. It's a system reward and has nothing to do with whether I'm a martial god or not. Shui Linlang was pondering this question, but Nan Yen saw it as a different matter. Why did he remain silent? Is he dissatisfied with his answer? Yes, what I said wasn't comprehensive. Nan Yen immediately added, although this inherent domain is a divine skill of the god of war, its structure actually makes it a small world, and one that covers the original world, thus replacing the laws of the original world. Therefore, the initiator is the ruler within this small world, and those pulled in are basically at the mercy of others. Upon hearing this, Shui Linlang exclaimed, "So amazing? No wonder everyone says that the god of war is the supreme combat power. In this way, even when facing abyssal monsters, pulling them into their inherent domain would create an overwhelming force. In other words, Yang Jishan will have such terrifying strength in just 2 years? Then I'd better cling to a powerful figure as soon as possible." Nan Yen became even more nervous when Shui Linlang still didn't speak. She glanced at Wilton, who now wore a gloating smile, as if to say, "Who told you to be the first to stick your neck out?" This infuriated Nan Yen, but there was nothing she could do. Perhaps her true level had already been seen through by this powerful figure, and he was just waiting for her to show her skills. Helpless, Nan Yen could only sigh and continue, "My lord, I have never actually seen a true domain before. So I don't know the real situation in the established field. Take this adult's case for example, it has actually overturned my original knowledge. Before this, the inherent domains I knew were centered around the initiator and expanded within a fixed range according to their own strength. Therefore, they could only pull people within that range in. To put it bluntly, it was about covering a certain area with a small world. Moreover, once deployed, this inherent territory cannot be moved unless the initiator cancels it or is killed. So, sir, your established domain, which can bring in people from other parts of the world, is somewhat subverting my understanding." After saying that, Nan Yen hung her head in dejection. Because she felt that after saying all that, she hadn't shown any of her strengths, but instead exposed her own shortcomings. "I definitely won't pass this important person's test." Shui Linlang was still pondering her words. The woman named Nan Yen has actually explained things in great detail. I now have a general understanding of the specifics of my existing domain. Overall, the inherent domain provided by the system is quite different from what she described. It's unclear whether it's due to a higher level granted by the system or a fundamental difference in the domain itself. What Nan Yen said might just be one of them. After all, since the development of advanced martial arts worldwide, there have only been 5 martial gods. I don't believe that all 5 of them have shown this thing to everyone. Moreover, none of the 5 of them necessarily possess such a thing, since everyone's martial arts training path is different. In other words, I won't be exposed because of this knowledge point. Good, I'm satisfied with your answer, Shui Linlang said in a low voice. Nan Yen instantly perked up. I'm glad you're satisfied. After saying that, she looked at Wilton with a smug look, which made Wilton feel very aggrieved. At this moment, the floating words reappeared in front of Shui Linlang. Your satisfaction with prospective knight Nan Yen has been detected. Would you like to officially appoint him her? So fast? I'd like to do another assessment. You are free to decide when to take the assessment. Should we change Nan Yan's seat to be closer to you? Is this even possible? This Nan Yen. I must say, she's actually quite a beauty. Let her sit closer, so it'll be pleasing to the eye. Sit a little closer, Shui Linlang said with a smile. Nan Yen was stunned for a moment, but the next second, she teleported to a position closer to Shui Linlang. There were 12 seats in front of Shui Linlang. If you count the numbers starting from Shui Linlang's left, Nan Yen and Wei Erdong were sitting in seats 5 on the left and 5 on the right when they first came in, leaving 2 empty seats in the middle. Nan Yen, who was originally sitting on the 5th seat from the left, has now moved 1 position to the left and is now on the 4th seat from the left. This made Nan Yen extremely excited. Because this is equivalent to gaining the approval of the strong. That move of switching positions just now was simply amazing. She couldn't figure out how Shui Linlang did it at all. Now we can be certain that Shui Linlang is an absolute powerhouse. I just don't know which of the 5 current martial gods it is. This made Wilton extremely jealous. He looked at Shui Linlang with a solemn expression, waiting for Shui Linlang's next test. After the interactive summary, Shui Linlang now knows how to play. In other words, they both believed themselves to be martial gods, the rulers of this small world. Moreover, since he himself said he would recruit Knights of the Round Table, they were all eager to try. In that case, wouldn't I be able to take advantage of this and fleece them to my heart's content? If they're unhappy, I'll just make them fail the test and never see them again. Ahem, don't worry, I will continue to assess you for a week. Shui Linlang continued in a low voice. Upon hearing this, both Nan Yan and Wei Erdong were relieved. Shui Linlang thought for a moment about her lines, then mimicked what her homeroom teacher had said that day, saying, "Martial arts is not about individual heroism. What we need is teamwork so that we can go further." Nan Yan and Wilton's faces immediately showed admiration. I never expected that a dignified martial god would have such awareness. No wonder he can become a martial god. Then Nan Yan immediately interjected, "So how should we contribute to the team?" Wilton was stunned. This woman really liked to show off. Is this a woman's admiration for strength? Shui Linlang thought for a moment, then said somewhat awkwardly, "Information, treasures, martial arts techniques, anything is fine." Upon hearing this, Nan Yan immediately reached into her open collar, as if trying to pull out some treasure. Chapter 15. Let them fight over each other. Immediately afterwards, Nan Yan pulled out a roll of black paper from the snow-white fabric beneath her collar. Looking at the soft, black paper, it still retains a pleasant warmth. "My lord, because I came in rather suddenly, I didn't prepare many treasures. I only have this scroll of intelligence with me," Nan Yan said, holding the black paper between 2 slender fingers. Shui Linlang looked a little confused. What kind of intelligence would you hide in a place like that? Immediately afterwards, Nan Yan placed the black paper, still retaining her body fragrance, on the table, intending to push it to Shui Linlang. But suddenly, it seemed that the laws of the inherent domain came into effect, and the black paper was immediately enveloped by a spiritual force and floated up, drifting all the way towards Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang took the black paper and carefully opened it. The perfume Nan Yan is wearing is way too strong. Shui Linlang almost choked when she opened the black paper. The content on the black paper is: in the northern mountainous region of Lingnan, spiritual energy fluctuations are very frequent, and there is an estimated 98% probability that a new void realm will appear. According to relevant department's analysis, this void realm is classified as level C, and the treasures within are not particularly high level. It will likely be used to train martial arts students in the southern region. Void realm? If Shui Linlang remembers correctly, it was also mentioned in the college entrance examination guidance manual. Martial arts students will enter the void realm for training 2 or 3 times before the college entrance examination. However, those are all very old, long-established secret realms. Is a new secret realm about to appear? Although the level isn't high, at least the treasures are all new. No, I can't show too much joy. Shui Linlang deliberately put on a long face and said, "A sea-level void realm? This kind of information is far too insignificant." This left Nan Yan extremely embarrassed. However, she still smiled wryly and said, "My lord, although it's a low-level secret realm, it's still new. Every new secret realm will contain a core treasure. Judging from past experience, a sea-level secret realm usually contains at least an Earth-rank core treasure, so it's still worth exploring. Moreover, the map of this secret realm is also on the back of this black paper. Although it's not comprehensive, it was drawn by my friend at the Martial Arts Bureau, and its accuracy is over 80%. Earth-rank treasure? And there's a map too? If my school really arranges for its students to go to the secret realm for training, then I definitely have to get this core treasure. Why not take advantage of a free lunch?" Shui Linlang nodded deliberately in a cool and aloof manner. Nan Yan also accepted the news, because this important figure did not look down on her intelligence. After putting away the black paper, Shui Linlang glanced at Wei Erdong. "You sat there like a block of wood all night, what use are you? Can't we be a little more proactive like this big-breasted woman?" At this moment, Shui Linlang noticed the longing look on Nan Yan's face. What do you mean? You wouldn't be hoping for a reward, would you? What reward can I, a mere mediocre high school student, possibly offer you? Does this roundtable discussion itself offer any rewards? However, the floating text did not appear, which is obviously because it did not exist. This is awkward. There's no reward. What if this woman stops being proactive? As she pondered this, Shui Linlang suddenly revealed a mischievous smile. Then he suddenly waved his hand. The next second, Verdun teleported to position 6 on the right. At that moment, Verdun's face was filled with terror. The position has been moved back? Etc. This looks like the last spot. In other words, if I don't perform like I did today next time, I will be eliminated. Upon seeing this, Nan Yan immediately revealed a look of relief. Luckily, I participated actively today, otherwise I would have ended up like this unlucky guy. Idiot. I'll make you sound like a mute. Noticing Nan Yan's provocative gaze, Wilton was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Next time, you definitely won't have a chance to show off. The two looked at each other, their eyes filled with a hint of jealousy. Seeing their expressions, Shui Linlang couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's right. He did it on purpose. Even children know that an organization that relies solely on rewards cannot last. He wants to incite these prospective knights to compete and make them lose themselves in jealousy and rivalry. That way they won't just think about getting rewards from themselves. All you need to do is use promotions and demotions instead of rewards and punishments to make them feel both threatened and proud. They exploit people's desire to avoid punishment and their tendency to belittle each other, creating a competitive environment among them. They will prioritize avoiding punishment over receiving rewards from themselves. And they will focus on promotions and demotions rather than direct rewards. Then I can quietly continue to fleece them. This seems to be called the legalist school's hegemonic techniques. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang looked down at the time. It's already 11 p.m. It's time to go back. And we can't keep joking around with them, we have to maintain the mystery as much as possible. Ahem, that's all for today's meeting. See you next time. Shui Linlang said in a low voice. I hope that we can eventually become a true roundtable. Upon hearing this, Nan Yan and Wilton immediately stood up and bowed to Shui Linlang. Two martial arts masters, each capable of ruling a region in the world, bowed down to a nobody high school student. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang cancelled her inherent domain. Nan Yan and Wei Erdon then disappeared. Gradually, Shui Linlang returned to the forest park. At that moment, a drunkard suddenly appeared beside him. There was no one here just now, how come there's another person all of a sudden? The drunkard didn't pay much attention, figuring he was probably just seeing things because he was too drunk, and walked away. However, this made Shui Linlang think of something else. According to Nan Yan, the inherent domain is to replace the scene of the range with the mental scene of the god of war. In other words, once it's unfolded, the people inside can't get out, and others can't get in. If that's the case, the homeless man wouldn't have gotten so close to me right after I cancelled my domain. This inherent domain of the system is not the same as what Nan Yan said. It felt more like I had traveled to another dimension. I still don't have enough information. Shui Linlang shook her head, ignored it, and ran home. As soon as I got home, then I saw Shui Weiyang sitting at the dining table with a gentle expression, holding a cup of hot water in her hand. The two locked eyes. You're still awake? Shui Linlang asked in surprise. Brother! Why have you been gone for so long? Did you learn bad things from those delinquents and go off to fool around? Shui Weiyang squinted, looking a little sinister. Shui Linlang sat down opposite her, poured herself a glass of hot water and drank it, then smiled and said, Guess. Shui Weiyang immediately puffed up her cheeks in anger. She wanted to say something, but then suddenly gave up. Then he bent down and blew bubbles into the water in the cup. Plop plop. Shui Linlang then ignored her and began to think about her next cultivation plan. Now we have the Earth rank Qi refining technique. Then let's try to reach the first rank of martial artist during this week of leave of absence. By the way, I've also acquired the yellow rank weapon contradiction, and I need to fully master its spear technique this week. No second fight either. Thinking about it carefully, I realized I don't really have anything to practice. We still don't have enough capital on hand. I still need to interact with Yang Jishang more to build up my favorability, and also take advantage of the people at the round table. On the path to higher martial arts, one must acquire more resources, otherwise one will fall behind others. Moreover, although Yang Jishang will become a martial god in the future, her path will inevitably be fraught with hardship due to her inferiority complex and being bullied. In that case, her personality would inevitably become very extreme. How can this be allowed? One's wife must remain gentle and lovely. Therefore, I must become stronger so that she can happily grow into a martial god under my protection. That way, even after she surpasses me, I'll still be that gentle and considerate daughter-in-law. Chapter 16, Overtaking on a Curve. Mom, I'm going to school. Early in the morning, Shui Linlang was woken up by Shui Weiyang's shouts. Because he was suspended from school on his first day, he still retained the habit of sleeping in late during the summer vacation. After Shui Weiyang made such a fuss, he immediately became grumpy in bed. But after rolling around in bed a couple of times and still not being able to fall asleep, he picked up his phone to look at it. It turned out that Huang Lilong had sent him a message. Big Yellow Dragon, dude, are you awake yet? Snow Wolf me, dead. Big Yellow Dragon. But I'm dying of laughter. Huang Lilong lost his temper and said some swear words afterward, which Shui Linlang stopped watching. However, after exiting Huang Lilong's chat window, Shui Linlang suddenly realized that someone else had also sent her a message a minute earlier. Crane hiding incense, Shui, good morning. Did you sleep well last night? Who is this? Wait, this kind of name, it even has the word fragrant in it. Generally speaking, it's people with a more conservative mindset who tend to use a character from their own name when choosing a nickname. Could it be that she is Yang Jixiang? I think I added this WeChat account when I was in the first year of high school, but I've forgotten how I did it. Anyway, since we're in the same class, there are countless reasons to exchange contact information. But I just don't know if she is or isn't. Let's test the waters. Snow Wolf me, did anyone bully you today? Crane hidden incense, that's all, Shui, don't worry about me. Just rest at home. I'll take good notes on your academic subjects so you can review them later. All right. It is undoubtedly Yang Jixiang. Moreover, she was so gentle and considerate that she was even thinking about her studies. Wah! Then Shui Linlang changed Yang Jixiang's WeChat nickname to Fragrance. Simple and straightforward, hee hee. Snow Wolf me, thank you. You truly are the teammate I chose, the one who's best suited for me. Shui Linlang replied with these words, taking the opportunity to use this conversation to bring them closer together. Then Yang Jixiang only replied with a shy emoji. Xiang, covering her blushing face.jpg. It seems to be working. Although I'm not sure how effective it will be, it's better than nothing, as long as it works. After chatting with Yang Jixiang, Shui Linlang covered herself with the blanket and lay down again. But after lying there for more than 10 minutes, he still felt restless and agitated. Never mind. Sleep? What are you talking about? Get up and practice your skills. So Shui Linlang got out of bed and began practicing martial arts in the room. After receiving the reward yesterday, his current physical fitness level is 4.4, which is just a little short of reaching the physical fitness level of a normal adult male. Although the Qi Sea was opened in advance, it was not possible to draw upon true Qi. This was because the meridians throughout the body had not yet been tempered by Qi, and the person did not know how to draw upon true Qi. The Qi in the Qi Sea could only be used for strengthening and protecting the body at present. Try to reach the first-rank martial artist level within a week. After returning, I will assist Yang Jixiang in reaching the level of a first-grade martial artist. This will allow me to complete the second designated task of the system, and I estimate the reward will be quite generous. Becoming a first-grade martial artist is actually quite simple. That is to use Qi to temper the tendons and meridians, thereby enhancing their explosive power and reaching the Mingjin stage. However, ordinary people do not possess internal energy, so at this stage they can only rely on external forces. For example, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or directly taking pills similar to Qi gathering pills. By gathering external energy to add energy to the body, and then using the Qi cultivation technique to mobilize it, one can temper the meridians and tendons of the whole body. Once the meridians have been trained, they can circulate Qi. The external energy will remain in the meridians, which martial artists can then use. This as what is known as manifest energy. Logically speaking, ordinary families would gradually absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through martial arts practice to temper their meridians. But this speed is too slow. If you want to quickly improve your rank, you still have to rely on taking medicine. However, Shui Linlong's family did not have something like the Qi gathering pill. Because his parents were ordinary people and didn't need to, they never thought their child would have such talent before Shui Linlang was found to have it, and therefore they didn't prepare in advance. Although their family wasn't wealthy, they could still afford the mere cost of the chi-gathering pill. However, Shui Linlang did not intend to rely on her parents. After all, she still had to pay off her mortgage and car loan. If she were to purchase martial arts pills, it would put too much pressure on her parents. When he was found to have martial arts aptitude last semester, he simply wanted to improve gradually through normal, slow martial arts training and by using the resources provided by the school. But now my thinking has changed. With the system in hand, he wanted to make progress even faster. Therefore, Shui Linlang plans to raise the resources herself. The system gave me 400,000 yesterday, which I'll use as funds for my martial arts training. So, Shui Linlang first ordered a batch of pills needed for martial arts training online. This thing is too expensive. Shui Linlang spent 300,000 on just 1 or 2 chi-gathering pills and a few other related pills. My heart aches for you. Because it was a valuable item, it was delivered in the afternoon. Then Shui Linlang furtively put away the package. It's the start of the school year, and Shui Linlang's parents have both gone to work at the school, so he's home alone and doesn't have to worry about being discovered by his parents. Back in his room, he didn't rush to take the pills. Instead, he first took out the earth-rank chi refining technique given to him by the system and began to memorize it. Then he took out the 2 bottles of top-grade marrow cleansing fluid that the system had given him. The system has a special space for storing rewards, which Shui Linlang can access at will. He only planned to use 1 bottle, leaving the other for Yang Jixiang. After drinking the top-grade marrow cleansing liquid, Shui Linlang immediately felt that all the meridians in her body had been cleansed and became incredibly smooth. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang took the chi-gathering pill. In that instant, as the pill was digested, he was instantly filled with energy. So he began to circulate the earth-rank chi refining technique to quickly temper his meridians. The earth-rank chi refining technique is extremely rare. It's estimated that even seemingly wealthy families like Li Siji would find it difficult to buy. No, they simply couldn't afford it. And so, Shui Linlang cultivated for 3 hours. I heard the door open. It must be my mother coming home. He then stopped for a moment. He first exhaled a breath of stale air, and then felt a change in the strength throughout his body. Snap! He delivered a single, decisive blow to the air. It felt like the air itself was vibrating. My physical fitness has improved significantly. Well, I spent an afternoon and have already reached the same level as Li Siji. He was just 1 step away from reaching the level of a first-grade martial artist. My current A-level qualification, top-tier marrow cleansing liquid, and earth-rank chi refining technique have allowed me to overtake others in an instant. Chapter 17 Crazy Practice. It achieved this speed in just 1 afternoon. If Li Siji and those rich kids found out, wouldn't they be furious? I'm going to drive them crazy. However, upon closer examination, I realized that I already possessed this level of cultivation speed after obtaining a level martial arts aptitude. When I returned to school, I taught Yang Jixiang the top-grade marrow cleansing liquid and the earth-rank chi refining technique. Just how astonishing will her S-level talent be to demonstrate her cultivation speed? It's actually quite something to look forward to. However, before that, I still need to level up as much as possible. Otherwise, Yang Jixiang would catch up very quickly. So, Shui Linlang calmed down and continued her cultivation. Because Shui Linlang only bought 2 chi-gathering pills, she could only cultivate like this for the first 2 days. During her cultivation, Shui Linlang first adjusted her breathing to calm her mind. He sat cross-legged in the center of the room, his hands naturally placed on his knees, his eyes closed, and began to guide the internal energy according to the method of the earth-level chi refining technique. The energy flowed slowly through his meridians, like a winding stream. Each time the energy passed through a meridian, Shui Linlang could feel a slight warmth and stinging sensation, which was a manifestation of the energy impacting and tempering the meridian. He was completely focused, not daring to slack off in the slightest, and fine beads of sweat gradually appeared on his forehead. But he gritted his teeth and persisted in guiding the flow of his qi. As time went on, the flow of energy gradually accelerated, and the sensations of warmth and stinging became increasingly intense. Shui Linlang's body trembled slightly, but with his strong willpower, he maintained his cultivation state. In this way, the energy circulates in the meridians again and again, constantly impacting and refining itself. And at noon on the second day, after a long and arduous period of training, he finally completed the tempering of all the meridians in his body. He has officially entered the ranks of first-grade martial artists. Feeling the abundant and smooth flow of energy throughout her body, Shui Linlang was immediately excited. Marvelous! Is this what it truly feels like to become a martial artist? It's been over a year since I transmigrated to this world, and I finally have a real feeling of officially stepping onto the grand stage of this world. Following the relevant instructions in the college entrance examination guidance manual, and through Xue Linlong's research and understanding of other materials. During this period of time as a first-grade martial artist, the most important thing is to improve physical fitness as much as possible. Because with the assistance of internal energy, improving physical fitness will achieve twice the result with half the effort. Based on the past deeds of martial god Lin Zhan, Xue Linlang was not in a hurry to reach the level of a second-grade martial artist. He wanted to emulate the martial arts master Lin Zhan and improve his physical abilities as much as possible during this stage. This is the fundamental reason why he only bought 2 qi gathering pills. After that, he stopped tempering his qi and meridians and instead practiced martial arts and improved his physical fitness like a madman. Then, during the remaining time of the leave of absence, he focused his attention on practicing Bajikwen Werda and Liuha Daxiang. The practice of Wu Erda is relatively easy, he can practice in his room. However, the 6 harmony spear must be used outdoors. So every day, Xue Linlang would go to the forest park to practice her marksmanship. He wielded the yellow rank weapon, Contradiction, gifted by the system, to practice the 6 harmony spear. This contradiction is indeed quite peculiar. Its shape resembles a javelin, with a conical tip. Moreover, the tip of the gun is not particularly sharp, giving the impression of being similar to the iron spikes used for security around residential areas. It takes a lot of force to pierce something. Overall, it's quite safe and suitable for minors. It's really laughable. However, this weapon is about 2 meters long. After all, it is still a yellow rank weapon and is quite suitable for practicing spear techniques. Anyway, I can always upgrade to a higher end one when I have the means. Once ready, Xue Linlang began to slowly practice the moves of the 6 harmony spear. At first, his movements were a bit clumsy, his swinging of the gun was somewhat stiff, and his footwork was not flexible enough. But he did not get discouraged. He repeated the basic movements again and again, adjusting his posture and the point of force application. As time went on, his movements gradually became smoother. Xue Linlang would sometimes thrust forward fiercely, like a dragon emerging from the sea, the tip of her spear carrying a sharp and imposing aura. Sometimes it sweeps left and right, like autumn wind sweeping leaves, creating a whooshing sound. His footwork was coordinated with his spear techniques, advancing and retreating in an orderly, steady, and powerful manner. During practice, he constantly felt the weight of the gun and the changes in his center of gravity, adjusting his strength and rhythm accordingly. Sweat soaked his clothes, but his gaze remained firm as he concentrated intently on practicing his marksmanship. He strives for precision and power in every draw and draw of his gun. After a long period of repeated practice, Xue Linlong's marksmanship became more and more exquisite, and her movements became more and more skillful and free. He not only mastered the basic moves of the 6 harmony spear, but also gradually grasped some of its essence and key points. To be honest, he really felt he had a talent for marksmanship. The spear seemed to come alive in my hands, it moved with incredible agility, its movements as swift as a dragon. I feel that if I ever have the chance to reach the martial god stage in the future, that must have been achieved through marksmanship. Gun God. At the same time, he did not forget to practice the earth-level chi refining technique and the basic body refining techniques provided by the school every day. Although he no longer trains his chi and meridians, he still circulates his chi through his meridians several times a day to nourish them and strengthen his physical condition. As time went by, Xue Linlong's marksmanship and physical fitness steadily improved. Until the last day of the leave of absence. Xue Linlang stood in an open space in the forest park, holding a contradiction, facing a large tree in front of her. He took a deep breath, moved his body, and thrust the contradiction in his hand forward like a cannonball. With a whoosh sound, the spear tip pierced through the tree trunk, penetrating nearly half a meter deep. You should know, this tree is as thick as a wash basin. Upon seeing this, Xue Linlang was overjoyed and quickly pulled the contradiction out of the tree trunk. It seems that after a month of training and practice, my strength and marksmanship have greatly improved. He estimated that the attack power of that shot was probably close to that of a second-grade martial artist. If I go back to school tomorrow, wouldn't that infuriate those narcissists? I'm really looking forward to martial arts class on Thursday. Then I can rightfully beat them up. The right to interpret Chapter 18 rests with me. After a week of martial arts training, Xue Linlang has already become quite proficient in 6 harmony spear and 8 extremities fist, no 2 strikes. Moreover, the moment he stepped into the first-grade martial artist realm, his physical attributes underwent a qualitative leap, instantly reaching level 5.3. This surpasses the physical capabilities of an adult male. Furthermore, during this week, he did not continue cultivating his chi, but instead used it to simply temper his body, further improving his physical fitness. In addition, he activated his Chi C in advance. After his meridians were opened up, even without any internal energy cultivation techniques to mobilize Chi, he could still feel the Chi in his Chi C flowing to all parts of his meridians. This allows him to achieve twice the result with half the effort in the process of improving his physical fitness. After a week of training, his physical fitness level has reached 5.9. Although it will get harder and harder later on, he feels that he is already far ahead of most people. Because Xue Linlong's first day of school was a Tuesday. I'm taking a week off from school, which means I'll be going back on Wednesday. At this moment, Yang Jixiang and Huang Lilong also sent messages to congratulate Xue Linlang on her return to school. Da Huanglong, this martial arts class is actually full of hidden talents. Snow Wolf Me, what do you mean? Da Huanglong, I originally thought that based on the information I received in the first year of high school, Li Siji's level was at least in the top 5 of the class, maybe even in the top 3. Da Huanglong, but in the few days you were away, especially during martial arts class last Thursday, I discovered that there are so many experts in our class whom we didn't know about. They usually don't say much, but I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Snow Wolf Me, are you talking about those 2 people with a level talent who were identified at the end of last semester? Da Huanglong, not just them, they were already famous throughout the school last semester, how could I not know them? I'm talking about other people. You'll find out in martial arts class tomorrow or the day after. According to Huang Lilong, this means that besides the 2A level talents, many other experts have emerged in our class. The martial arts class for the second year of high school has about 100 students. To make it easier to attend classes, they are usually divided into 2 classes. They only have martial arts classes together on Thursdays, and sometimes they even have classes with the third year of high school. The experts Huang Lilong mentioned must not have received an A grade in the end of semester test last semester, otherwise, how could they have gone unnoticed? Only those like Xue Linlang and Huang Lilong, who were originally B level, ignored each other. In other words, the experts Huang Lilong mentioned are either rich and have abundant resources, and they improved their skills rapidly during this summer vacation and this week. Or it could be a talent beyond martial arts aptitude, like his talent for marksmanship. It's also possible that they obtained some divine weapon or advanced cultivation technique. After all, martial arts aptitude is simply a test of one's ability to absorb spiritual energy through the meridians. In short, it's just a talent for absorbing spiritual energy. It cannot fully represent martial arts talent. In martial arts, it's all about using fists to speak. However, after Huang Lilong said that, Xue Linlang started to look forward to it. After all, he had just entered the first-rank martial artist realm and thought he would stand out from the crowd when he returned to his class. After hearing what Huang Lilong said, it's possible that there are already several first-rank martial artists in the class. Since we can't show off in terms of level, we can only rely on combat power. I'm even more looking forward to martial arts class on Thursday. After finishing her conversation with Huang Lilong, Xue Linlang continued chatting with Yang Jixiang. Xiang, Xue, congratulations on being able to go back to school tomorrow. Xiang, I took detailed notes for all the classes this week. Xue can take them to review tomorrow. If you don't understand anything, no problem. He speaks with such utmost respect. You can see the sense of distance in them. And it was quite obvious that she was trying to say, if you don't understand anything, you can ask her. They just stopped talking like that? Isn't that a close enough relationship? Taking a week off from school is just delaying my progress in winning over Yang Jixiang. Snow Wolf Me, thanks a lot, I'll treat you to a meal when I get back to school. Xue Linlang made a direct request, only by increasing face-to-face interaction could she better win favor. And, you might even be able to complete the system's daily tasks. So awesome. Xiang, this isn't a good idea. If the other classmates see you treating me to dinner, they'll talk bad about you. Snow Wolf Me, do you think I care? After hearing this question, Yang Jixian felt embarrassed to refuse any longer. Moreover, she had known Xue Linlang for over a year and was familiar with Xue Linlong's personality. So she simply replied with an emoji to express her current mood. Xiang, well-behaved.jpg. Snow Wolf Me, then it's settled for tomorrow. Xiang, good night. Poof. As the saying goes, a girl changes drastically at 18. It's been a week since I last saw her. I wonder if Yang Jixiang has changed. Forget it, it's impossible just thinking about it. Let's just let things take their course. Shui Linlang lay on the bed and rested for a while, but found it difficult to fall asleep. Maybe it's because I'm going back to school tomorrow, so I'm a little excited? When did I become so passionate about learning? Since I can't sleep, I might as well watch the roundtable discussion. They were supposed to be tested for a week, but they didn't log on at all during that week because they were engrossed in martial arts training. However, who says that a week-long assessment means an assessment every day of the week? Can't I just have to be assessed once a week? The right of interpretation belongs to me. Based on the previous verification, the inherent barrier on which the system is based is essentially equivalent to entering another dimension, and it does not have any impact on the surroundings, as Nan Yen said. In other words, you can do it all in your room without having to go to the forest park. Shui Linlang checked the time. It's 11 p.m. now. They probably haven't gone to sleep yet. By the way, what's the time difference between Britain and here? Is it daytime or early morning now? Never mind, let's go in and take a look. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang clicked on the Inherent Domain Roundtable Conference option in the system. Another wave of heat spun around him, and when he opened his eyes, he found himself back at that dark roundtable conference. He remained seated on the jade throne. At this point, floating text also appeared. Should the reserved knight be summoned? Yes. After a while, Nan Yen and Wei Erdong appeared in the same spot as last time. Verdon was in a very awkward situation. He was shirtless and his head was covered in foam, so it looked like he had just washed his hair. The situation in Nan Yen was slightly better. She was wearing a sexy and charming purple strapless evening gown, which perfectly showcased her full and rounded breasts. Her slender neck and delicate collarbone complemented the snow-white strapless sphere, making her look extremely noble and elegant. Below that were a pair of long, slender, snow-white legs, not wearing stockings, but instead wearing exquisite and unique ribbon high heels. Her appearance this time was a huge improvement over the last time. Her hair was carefully styled into a bun, and her makeup was just right. She looked like a super beauty. She was still holding a glass of red wine in her slender arm, indicating that she had just attended a grand banquet. The two of them exchanged an awkward glance, then gave Shui Linlang a wry smile. That expression was as if to say, "Can you please not summon people so suddenly?" Sensing the resentment in the two, Shui Linlang felt a little embarrassed, but he still lowered his voice and said, "I said before that I would observe you for a week. Now that a week has passed, it's time to show what you've done this week, isn't it?" Nan Yen and Wilton were stunned for a moment. Is this what you mean by a week-long inspection? No wonder I haven't summoned it even once this week. So you're telling us to spend a week gathering resources? Chapter 19, Returning to School. Actually, Shui Linlang was a little worried when she said this. After all, his behavior was rather domineering. What if Nan Yen and Wei Erdong stop serving them? However, if such a thing really happens, he can simply deport them and replace them with a new batch. He has the initiative in his own hands, so he is still fearless. But this did not happen, and Nan Yen gave a wry smile. Sir, as you can see, in our current situation, we can't produce the results we need for a week. Look at myself, wearing this dress, there's not even a pocket, and this strapless gown, it's too low, there's no room for the things I usually hide here. Not to mention him. Was he just taking a shower? Nan Yen blushed and turned her head to look in Shui Linlang's direction. She was afraid that Verdon wasn't wearing pants right now. I'm just washing my hair. Not taking a shower. Wilton hurriedly explained. My lord, as you can see, no matter how hard we try this week, we can't show it now. Shui Linlang was also stunned, not expecting things to become so awkward. Can we send them back now, and then teleport them back in half an hour? At this moment, floating text appeared. Yes, you can deport them at any time, or summon them at any time. Upon seeing the floating words, Shui Linlang immediately felt relieved. Well then, I'll give you half an hour to prepare. We'll assess your efforts later, Shui Linlang said with a smile. These words completely shocked Nan Yen and Wei Erdong. Because what she just said means that Shui Linlang can send them back or summon them at any time. There are no restrictions. They were just wondering if Shui Linlang's summoning of them took too long because the inherent domain was too taxing, or if there were many restrictions or cooldowns for forcibly teleporting them, which was why he waited so long to summon them. But Shui Linlang's meaning was very clear. I don't have that problem, I just want to wait another week to examine you. Nan Yan's delicate body trembled slightly at this. If Shui Linlang could summon them anytime, anywhere, in other words, I have absolutely no personal freedom or choice in front of him. This is the difference in strength. She is actually a genius. At the age of 27, she had already reached the martial saint level, becoming a powerful figure in her own right. She must have been incredibly proud. But this arrogance was worthless in front of Shui Linlang. She doesn't even have the right to decide her own freedom of action. Moreover, being proud, she would never bow down to any man, because other men were too weak. Now she felt she had to submit to this powerful man. So Nan Yan bent down, showing Shui Linlang her full cleavage, and then said softly, "My lady, half an hour is enough. I can finish preparing." Upon seeing this, Wilton immediately became anxious. Why is this woman always trying to show off? No way, I can't lose this time. So he shouted, "Me too." Shui Linlang smiled slightly and then waved her hand. Then Nan Yan and Wei Erdong disappeared. Now we have to wait half an hour. Then Shui Linlang took out her phone and watched short videos here. Short videos are a great way to kill time. Half an hour can pass by in no time. Shui Linlang then summoned the two of them again. As the pillar of light in their location dissipated, Nan Yan and Wilton returned. Verdon looked very composed and had changed into formal attire, giving him a somewhat domineering CEO vibe. The situation in Nan Yan, on the other hand, appeared quite chaotic. It looks like she rushed home from the banquet and frantically searched for supplies, which is why her hair, which was styled in a bun, was all messed up. Her entire body was covered in fragrant sweat, and beads of sweat flowed down her smooth curves. Nan Yan awkwardly adjusted the straps of her dress, then smiled at Shui Linlang. This scene made Shui Linlang a little embarrassed, but he still pretended to be calm and said, "Is everything ready?" "Ready!" Verdon shouted eagerly this time. He pulled a cross-shaped sword directly from the large bag on his back. This is the Xian rank sword brilliant, engraved with church runes, possessing the power to exorcise evil spirits and slay demons. It has a special killing power against void monsters. As soon as he finished speaking, the cross-shaped sword floated in front of Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang examined the sword closely and discovered that it did indeed have a slight fluctuation of spiritual energy, so it might really be a Xian rank treasure sword. I had originally planned to train Yang Jixiang to be a swordsman, so this sword is perfect for that. That's good, my niece can use it. Shui Linlang nodded and then waved her hand. Verdon instantly moved from the last position, 6th from the right, back to the top position, 5th from the right. The necessary incentives should still be given. This advancement in position thrilled Verdon, and he even clenched his fist in celebration. Seeing this, Nan Yan was not to be outdone, and took out a pill from the exquisite pouch on her back. "My lord, this is the body-shaping dragon elephant pill. After taking it, those with physical attributes below level 10 can increase their attributes by up to 1.5 levels with proper training, while those above level 10 will increase their attributes by at least 0.5 levels. Upon hearing this, Shui Linlang immediately became excited. This is really great stuff. Isn't this exactly what I desperately need to improve my physical fitness? Nan Yan seems to be a pharmacist, perhaps she refined these pills herself. Not bad, it can be used by my distant cousin. Shui Linlang said, feigning composure. He accepted the elixir. Then, he waved his hand again. Nan Yan moved from her original position 4th from the left to 3rd from the left, getting closer to Shui Linlang. So Nan Yan stared smugly at Wilton, silently mocking him with a smile. Verdon was so angry he gritted his teeth. "You have to do better next time." Nan Yan responded with her eyes. "Next time, I will do even better." Seeing their jealous and competitive expressions, Shui Linlang couldn't stop smiling. He didn't need to reward them at all, because they already considered the change in position as a reward. What a zero-cost, high-profit business. However, since we've simply taken advantage of them this time, let's end this quickly and maintain the mystery. Very well, that's enough for today. I look forward to our next meeting. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Nan Yan and Wei Erdong stood up again and bowed to Shui Linlang. Normally, a woman like Nan Yan would habitually cover her chest with her hands when she bends over, but when she bowed to Shui Linlang, she not only made no attempt to cover herself, but also deliberately swayed the stalactite. It seemed as if it was deliberately meant for Shui Linlang to admire. The next second, Shui Linlang sent Nan Yan and Wei Erdong back. An old woman trying to seduce me? No way. He subsequently abolished the established territory. The next second he was back in his room. Looking at the room's layout, apart from the whirlwind that triggered the inherent domain causing the room to be a bit messy, there were basically no other problems. It seems that I can start this roundtable meeting anytime, anywhere, without having to worry about the occasion. Shui Linlang looked at the body-shaping dragon elephant pill in her hand with a smile on her face. This is great stuff. Should I take it tomorrow, or now? If it were now, I would definitely need to absorb the energy and then practice to improve my physical fitness. But it's almost midnight now, so I'll try it tomorrow. The next day, Shui Linlang sat at the dining table and yawned. Shui Weiyang carefully brought out the breakfast, and the two of them ate together. Brother, Mom and Dad have gone to work, so I made this breakfast. Shui Weiyang sat in a chair, seemingly shaking his non-existent beast ears and tail, waiting for Shui Linlang's praise. Yes, that's great. She'll definitely be a good wife in the future. Shui Linlang praised in a formal manner. These words made Shui Weiyang tremble all over. She didn't know what she was thinking at that moment, but she felt like she had an orgasm in her brain. Then she blushed and started panting. Brother, if you can't find a wife in the future, your little sister won't mind taking care of you. Shui Weiyang whispered. Don't worry, I definitely have a wife, Shui Linlang said casually while eating breakfast. These words made Shui Weiyang puff up in anger. She pouted and said, Brother, eat faster, we're going to be late. You don't have many friends to begin with, and if you're any later, you'll have none left. Oh, okay. Shui Linlang said with a wry smile. This younger sister seems to be getting more and more eccentric. Soon, with her younger sister angrily shoving her, Shui Linlang went out to school. His school and Shui Weiyang's school were in completely opposite directions, so he went to wait for the bus alone. He took another 20 minutes by bus before finally arriving at school. Seeing the many men and women chatting and laughing together at the school gate, Shui Linlang felt a little out of place. Munda, it's like you haven't been to school for decades, I'm still a little unaccustomed to it. Soon, he returned to his desk, which had been covered in dust for a week. Good morning. Yang Jixiang from next door greeted shyly, her head bowed. Chapter 20 asking her for help with study problems. Good morning. Yang Jixiang greeted him shyly with her head down, her voice so soft it was almost inaudible. Good morning. Shui Linlang turned her head to look at her upon hearing the sound. It's been a week since the two last met. Yang Jixiang's attire remained exactly the same as before. Her hairstyle was the double braids popular among village girls in the last century. Her bangs were ridiculously long, almost covering her nose. Paired with thick black-rimmed glasses, they almost completely covered her face, making it difficult to see her full features. All you can see are the freckles on the lower half of her face. However, her lips were exceptionally beautiful, possessing the charm of cherry lips. Moreover, there is a black mole next to her lips, which gives off an alluring aura. If she were to wear the succubus mask for the masquerade ball, revealing only her chin and lips, people all over the world would probably think she is already a stunningly beautiful woman capable of captivating everyone, rather than a potential star who needs to wait 2 years to slowly transform. After they greeted each other, Yang Jixiang then brought out a stack of notebooks. Using her hands, covered by her long-sleeved school uniform, she pushed the notebooks to the edge of the table. Then, looking somewhat embarrassed and blushing, she said, Shui, these are my notes from this week. This week's lessons are quite important. If you fall behind, it will be very difficult later. She finished her explanation, stammering. After speaking, he touched his hands together, which were hidden in his sleeves, and his eyes, hidden behind his bangs and black-rimmed glasses, kept darting around, making him look extremely embarrassed. Her appearance clearly showed that she was too shy, so much so that even though her actions were well-intentioned, she was afraid that the other person would not accept them and that she was just imagining things. To be honest, this is really easy to understand. Shui Linlang scratched her head helplessly, feeling somewhat at a loss for what to do with her personality. She then immediately reached out and carried away the pile of notebooks. Thanks. I'll study hard these next couple of days. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Seeing Shui Linlang accept it readily, Yang Jixiang recovered from her embarrassment and shyness and became very happy. Shui, you can ask me if you don't understand anything. Although I'm not particularly good at studying, but I can still answer a lot of questions. Yang Jixiang kept rolling up her sleeves, and after saying this, she felt embarrassed herself. Shui Linlang scratched her head and thought for a moment. It's really hard to communicate with them. He finally understood why overly introverted people have so few friends. This is not only because they are easily embarrassed, but also because it is very difficult for others to communicate with them. Wait a minute, isn't this a good opportunity to complete some of the system's daily tasks? Shui Linlang immediately took out a workbook, casually pointed to a problem, and asked, Yang Jixiang, do you know how to do this problem? I've been studying it for 2 days and still haven't figured it out. Can you teach me now? Just a second before, Shui Linlang didn't even know which question she was referring to. When Yang Jixiang heard Shui Linlang asking her a question, she immediately panicked. This was the first time someone had ever asked her a question. This really caught her off guard. She waved her hands, sleeves in hand, wildly in the air, stammering for a long time without being able to utter a single word, her eyes turning into blurry circles, appearing extremely flustered. However, it still took her 10 seconds to get into a good state. So, clutching his chest, he carefully stood up, walked to Shui Linlong's desk, and lowered his head to look at the problem. To be honest, the few steps she took after getting up and walking over were absolutely graceful. However, her current personality is too introverted, and coupled with her less than outstanding appearance, it is difficult for people to notice these advantages of hers. If she can reach the level of a school beauty in the future, these elegant gestures and details will surely drive everyone crazy. But for now, only Shui Linlang knows how to appreciate it. This is a cubic equation about a circle. Let me think. Upon seeing the math problem Shui Linlang pointed to, Yang Jixiang's expression instantly became extremely serious. The look in his eyes, hidden beneath his bangs and thick glasses, suddenly changed, becoming extremely focused. This instantly elevated her demeanor, giving her the air of an outstanding educated youth from the last century, even though she was dressed like a country girl. To be honest, she's quite charming. This startled Shui Linlang. I never expected her to have this side to her. No wonder he will be the top scorer in the college entrance examination. Just look at his level of focus when he looks at the questions, it's as if he's a completely different person. And so, Yang Jixiang stood with her slender legs together, her hands folded in front of her chest, her back bent, staring intently at the math problem for a full 5 minutes before arriving at the answer. Shui, you should do it this way. She began to patiently explain the equation. Shui Linlang followed her train of thought and looked at the question. It must be said that her explanation of the problem was really clear and straightforward. Shui Linlang was clearly encountering this problem for the first time, but she was able to teach her how to solve it. He has mastered the cubic equation of a circle. Shui Linlang was not a stupid person. His academic performance was not bad, and he was always good at applying what he learned to other situations. After being instructed by Yang Jixiang, he felt that he had mastered this type of question. The sense of accomplishment gained from learning is incredibly exciting for students. Oh! You're amazing! I never thought I could learn it so quickly after you taught me. You're a genius! Shui Linlang praised sincerely. These compliments made Yang Jixiang blush instantly. This was the first time she had ever received such praise from someone. Moreover, Shui Linlang's praise this time was heartfelt, completely different from what she said when she deliberately tricked her into becoming a teammate. She truly felt this sincere praise. This made her extremely shy. No, you're not a genius. Shui is just naturally amazing, you've just missed a week of studying. Yang Jixiang stammered shyly. But you could tell from the uncontrollable upturn of her lips that she was incredibly happy. Ding! The host is simply a god descended to earth. Many people can't even get a glimpse of Yang Jixiang, yet the host was able to directly ask the goddess a question, and she even answered it. That's truly amazing. Congratulations, host, on successfully completing your first mission to seek guidance from the goddess. Yang Jixiang's favorability plus 5%. Chapter 21 Hidden Talents in the Martial Arts Class. Congratulations, host, on completing your daily task and receiving a brand new reward, 2 bone forging pills. That's it? Didn't Yang Jixiang's favorability just increase by 5%? Why hasn't the reward been sent? At this point, the system did not respond, presumably because it considered the question too simple and was too lazy to answer it. Shui Linlang thought about it carefully. I guess it's because the reward is only given when the favorability rating reaches 10%. Yang Jixiang's current favorability towards me is 25%, not yet reaching 30%, so there will be no reward. That's the only way to explain it. Just as Yang Jixiang was still basking in the joy of being praised by Shui Linlang and grinning foolishly, a tall boy walked up behind her. He forcefully pushed Yang Jixiang away with one hand, and Yang Jixiang was so frightened that she quickly hid to the side. She had just been incredibly happy, but was suddenly terrified. It felt like she was on a roller coaster plummeting downhill, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. She was on the verge of crying. The boy who pushed her away seemed to completely ignore her presence and walked directly between her and Shui Linlang. Judging from his clenched fists, he looked like he was about to fight. Shui Linlang, I heard that you single-handedly took down Li Siji and 7 or 8 others last week. Looks like you're pretty strong, the boy said provocatively. I was promoted to a first-grade martial artist the day before yesterday. I wonder if you've been slacking off during your week off from school. I'm really looking forward to sparring with you in martial arts class tomorrow. I really hope the rumors about you getting into a fight in the cafeteria aren't false. Shui Linlang originally intended to comfort young Jixiang, who was crying from fright, but was stopped by the guy in front of him who looked to be 178 centimeters tall. He instantly got angry. But after looking up and scrutinizing the man closely, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Who are you?" He only asked in a friendly manner because he couldn't remember who the person in front of him was. But in this person's eyes, this is blatant provocation. Alright, Shui Linlang. You've become arrogant after becoming famous in one battle, haven't you? I'll see if you can still be as tough as you are tomorrow. After saying that, the boy stormed off in anger. No. I really don't know who you are. Shui Linlang said with a blank expression. Yang Jixiang gently wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, tried to compose herself, and slowly walked back to Shui Linlang's side. Although she was someone who cried very easily, she really didn't want Shui Linlang to see her as too weak. He is Pan Ziming, who was in our class during the week you took a leave of absence, for classmates have already advanced to the first rank of martial artist, and he is one of them, Yang Jixiang explained patiently. He wasn't in the same class as us in the first year of high school, so you might not be very familiar with him. Shui Linlang had absolutely no interest in these people. He looked at Yang Jixiang, whose eyes were still red, and asked with concern, "Are you alright?" "No. It's nothing." Yang Jixiang hurriedly covered her face with her hands, not wanting Shui Linlang to see the traces of her weakness. She was still overjoyed. Because she originally thought that a hot-blooded boy like Shui Linlang would prioritize revenge against the person who provoked him, and would eagerly ask her for all information about Pan Ziming in order to plan his revenge. But to her surprise, Shui Linlang's first thought was to care about her. For the first time since birth, Yang Jixiang truly felt that humans could be so gentle. A faint blush crept onto her face. Seeing her tightly covering her face, Shui Linlang was completely baffled. He was, after all, only a 16-year-old boy. Although he was considered relatively smart, he was extremely lacking in the knowledge of picking up girls and really couldn't understand this situation. Although he was a time traveler, he was not a reincarnated person and did not have the same deep understanding of the tricks as those old hands. At this moment, Huang Lilong also came over. "Did Pan Ziming just provoke you?" Huang Lilong asked. "Yes." Shui Linlang nodded. Upon seeing this, Yang Jixiang quickly returned to her seat and made way for Huang Lilong. Huang Lilong walked over and continued, "Speaking of which, he's a really strange person. You got into a fight a week ago, but he only came to ask me yesterday whether it really happened." It felt like his ego started to swell up inexplicably after he broke through to the first rank of martial artist. What's even stranger is that when I inquired about his past, people said that he was an extremely introverted and gloomy person in his first year of high school, and he never talked to anyone. He seemed to be similar to you. Huang Lilong turned his head and smiled at Yang Jixiang, using her as an example. This made Yang Jixiang so angry that she puffed out her cheeks and repeatedly said that she was different from him. Then Huang Lilong continued to say to Shui Linlang, "And now you've become so arrogant, as if you've completely changed into a different person." "Oh. So that's the mentality of a nouveau riche. So he's the kind of person who's always thinking about sabotaging others, but is too insecure to speak up. Once he feels successful, he immediately starts showing off and looking down on others. This kind of person is all too common. Hey, don't get carried away and agree to his challenge. You've been on leave from school for a week. You have no idea how quickly we've improved under the guidance of our martial arts instructors this past week." Huang Lilong tried his best to dissuade him. Yang Jixiang nodded repeatedly beside him, indicating her agreement with what Huang Lilong said. Shui Linlang did not refute their words. On the contrary, they expressed strong agreement. It's important to know that most students in the martial arts class only find out they have martial arts aptitude at the end of the previous semester. Even though they found out so late, those students who had the opportunity had been hiring private tutors or frantically consuming resources during the end of the previous semester and the summer vacation. However, not a single student was able to advance to the rank of first-grade martial artist. As a result, within just 1 week of being assigned to classes, 4 people entered the ranks of first-grade martial artists. This can only mean that the school's martial arts instruction can only be described as of extremely high quality. This is precisely why martial arts students are basically required to take the college entrance examination, and there are no instances of people dropping out of school simply because they are martial artists. Xue Linlong's previous desire to drop out of school was merely a way to mentally motivate herself to comply with school rules. But honestly, only a fool would think of dropping out of school. Compared to finding someone outside to learn martial arts, schools that introduce martial arts into the college entrance examination, provide free martial arts resources, and send high-level martial artists as teachers are the best places to practice martial arts. Who are the other three? Xue Linlang asked, full of doubt. Is there even a question? Two of them are, of course, those two prodigies with A-level talents. Huang Lilong said. There's another girl from the next class. I don't know her very well, but I heard from others that she's the prettiest girl in the next class. However, it seems that her family works in the music industry, so she rarely comes to school and often goes out to perform. This martial arts class seems to be full of hidden talents. Xue Linlang murmured to herself. Certainly. He was referring to himself. Because no one in the world knows that he is already a first-rank martial artist. So tomorrow's martial arts class looks like I can have some fun. Chapter 22, Inviting her to dinner. The whole morning, Xue Linlang was attending class as usual. Because he had fallen behind in his studies, he spent the entire morning reviewing using the notebook Yang Jisheng had given him. However, it was only 4 or 5 classes missing from each course. He felt it would be easy for him to keep up. Regarding the class, apart from Li Siji, who was suspended from school for 2 weeks, all the other participants in the canteen have returned to school. However, because Xue Linlang was too fierce at the time, and because they knew that Xue Linlang had some background, they were all relatively well behaved. However, this is only temporary. Those few delinquent girls who are particularly close to Li Siji will not tolerate this. They are only wary of Xue Linlong's martial prowess. Therefore, they took advantage of their position as girls and spread rumors to smear Xue Linlang. Xue Linlang is a violent maniac. Even though we bullied Yang Jisheng, how could he lay a hand on us girls? Actually, we did nothing wrong. It's all because Xue Linlang has connections at school that she forced us to take the blame. That Xue Linlang and Yang Jisheng are definitely related, otherwise why would he protect an ugly woman for no reason? Is his physiognomy that strange? I heard that Xue Linlang is a reincarnation of a gorilla. He's not human. As the rumors they spread, Xue Linlong's reputation deteriorated. The fact that Xue Linlang and Yang Jisheng were getting close became a topic of gossip among the girls in the class, who used it to spread many rumors. The other students in the class were quickly drawn into the trend. Because Xue Linlang was a reclusive person, his aloof demeanor quickly aroused the dissatisfaction of the dogtail grass, and he was soon subjected to a collective verbal attack by these brainless people. However, these foxtail grasses only gossiped about it behind people's backs. Xue Linlang only associated with a few people and was not affected in any way. It can only be said that Xue Linlang simply doesn't care. No matter what these people say, it won't affect his friendship with his best friend. Moreover, he was used to it. From childhood to adulthood, someone as handsome as him would always be the target of jealousy. But Yang Jisheng, who was standing next to him, didn't think so. Seeing Xue Linlang being attacked and gossiped about by those around her, Yang Jisheng felt very guilty. She was, after all, a girl, and very sensitive. It's all my fault. Yang Jisheng bit her beautifully shaped lips, her small hands, hidden under her long sleeves, gripping the pen tightly. If it weren't for the fact that I teamed up with myself, Xue Linlang could never possibly be treated like this. He used to be such a dazzling presence in the class, the most handsome boy in the whole class. As a result, because he was associated with me, this pile of cow dung, he also suffered unfair gossip. I'm the kind of person who only knows how to hold others back. It was soon noon. Xue Linlang turned around and smiled at Yang Jisheng. Come on, I promised you yesterday I'd invite you to dinner, let's go now. No, I'll eat by myself in a bit. Yang Jisheng seemed quite resistant to Xue Linlong's request. Hiss. What's wrong with her? I promised yesterday. Why are you acting so resistant now? At this moment, Xue Linlang overheard the girls' conversation not far away. Wow, did I hear that right? Xue Linlang is actually inviting this dinosaur to dinner. Exactly, it seems the rumors were true. There's something wrong with Xue Linlong's XP. Isn't that disgusting? How can he eat something so ugly? Do he even find lizards handsome? Shui Linlang glared at them, and the girls ran out of the classroom in fright. He looked at Yang Jixiang again. She had her head down, looking very guilty, and didn't even have the courage to raise her head. Hiss. I see. Although I don't care about these rumors, others are different from me. Especially for someone as insecure as Yang Jixiang, she must have been affected by these rumors and is currently in a stressful phase. No, changing her personality is urgent. I absolutely have to eat this meal today. Let's go. Let's go eat. Shui Linlang urged. I won't go. Yang Jixiang said softly, her head bowed. But Shui Linlang wasn't going to indulge her. Whether it was to complete the mission or to change her personality, she had to go to the dinner. In her haste, Shui Linlang grabbed Yang Jixiang's arm and shouted, "Come on! What are you dawdling for?" Ah! Because Shui Linlang grabbed her arm, Yang Jixiang blushed instantly. This was the first time a boy had ever grabbed her arm. And it was Shui Linlang who grabbed my arm. His hands are so strong. Don't do this. Yang Jixiang said softly, her face flushed. If other people see this, they'll talk badly about you. But it was too late for her to say that. There are still half of the students left in the class. How could others not have seen what Shui Linlang did just now? Therefore, the class had already been discussing it extensively. Wow, is Shui Linlang really going to make a move on an ugly woman? That's really domineering. He even resorted to violence just to have dinner with that ugly woman. What's wrong with him? He's so handsome, how could he be so down on his luck as to date an ugly woman? Who knows? Girls don't like violent people. Who told him to fight? Hearing these words, Yang Jixiang became even more sorrowful. She lowered her head and whispered, "This can't go on. If this continues, you'll never fit into this class." Shui Linlang scratched her head, feeling a bit uneasy about the current situation. This Yang Jixiang is simply impossible to communicate with. Shui Linlang thought about it again and felt that they could have a debate. So he urged, "You know people around us will be talking, so why are you still standing here so hesitantly? Are you afraid others won't see you? Hurry up and leave, let's find a quiet place to eat." Yang Jixiang also sensed the malice around her. She thought that if she hadn't been complaining here, she and Shui Linlang would have been in the canteen long ago, and they wouldn't be standing here being ridiculed. Yang Jixiang nodded guiltily. Despite Shui Linlang's forceful measures, Yang Jixiang still set off for the canteen. Upon arriving at the dining hall, Shui Linlang went directly to the special window. This isn't the usual window for ordering food, it's a window for ordering specialty fast food. For example, Nanshan City is the capital of a southern province, so there are many dishes like braised pork trotters with rice. Shui Linlang ordered 2 pig's feet rice dishes. For Yang Jixiang, this was already a very generous feast. She had completely forgotten when the last time she ate meat was. "Shui, don't do this, it's too expensive." Chapter 23: The Taunts of an A-Rank Genius. While waiting for the braised pork knuckle rice to be ready, Shui Linlang looked at the system interface on the side. Didn't I just pull Yang Jixiang's arm? Why wasn't it counted as one task? Does that mean grabbing Yang Jixiang's arm for the first time isn't a daily task? Could it be that it was included in the handshake? Or perhaps the system doesn't consider this something that can increase your affinity with Yang Jixiang? Damn it, forget it. If touching every spot counts as completing a task, then the system rewards could be farmed dozens of times. Surely the system isn't that stupid. Unlike Shui Linlang, who was preoccupied with the system mission, Yang Jixiang appeared somewhat uneasy. She placed her hands, one on top of the other, in front of her hips, the 2 sleeves, which were much longer than her arms, tangled together. This is a common dressing habit of introverted girls. They always hide their small hands inside their sleeves, as if afraid that others will see their fingers. Unlike those outgoing and confident girls, who often roll up their sleeves to their elbows to show off their beautiful hands and slender, fair forearms, she is different. With Yang Jixiang's long bangs covering her face, it gave the impression that she didn't want to expose even a single inch of skin. She stood with her legs, clad in brown pantyhose, pressed tightly together. Although most introverted girls stand with their legs together, many people overlook how straight her legs are because of her appearance. With her legs together and the beautiful curves on the outside, her legs were incredibly attractive. According to the system, Yang Jixiang will grow another 4 centimeters, meaning her legs will become even longer. However, only Shui Linlang would notice and appreciate her hidden beauty, since no one else would even glance at her. Yang Jixiang stared intently at the chef's movements through the window. This was the first time she had waited at this window. Although she was a sophomore in high school, she had never waited here before. Although it was just a 12 yuan campus fast food meal of pork trotters, she still couldn't afford it. 12 yuan, that's enough for her to eat for a week. Rice costs 80 cents and cabbage costs $1, this is her usual expense. She secretly glanced at Shui Linlang, who looked completely calm at that moment. It seems like this is the kind of lunch he usually eats. Sure enough, he and I are from two different worlds. This made Yang Jixiang feel a little disappointed. Just then, 3 people walked up behind the two. Hey, isn't this the fighting queen Shui Linlang and the ugly village girl? A haughty female voice rang out. Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang snapped out of their reverie at the same time and turned to look behind them. These are the words of a woman with long, wavy, blonde hair. They all knew this woman. She was one of the most beautiful girls in the class, and her name was Xiong Hua. However, she was standing only to the right and slightly behind the man in front of her, clearly indicating that she was his subordinate. The man standing in front of her, who is a full 180 centimeters tall, is even more famous. That person was one of the only 2 people who were found to have a level talent at the end of last semester. The prodigy, Luo Guangyao. Luo Guangyao was looking at Shui Linlang and the other person with an arrogant and contemptuous expression. It's obvious that the statement made by the blonde, wavy-haired Xiong Hua is his endorsement. However, the woman to Luo Guangyao's left rear remained silent, with short hair, and appeared very serious and capable. Her name is also very impressive, Chen Xianma, the president of the student council in the 2nd year of high school. Shui Linlang glanced at the trio. These 3. Are you playing the male god with harem combination? Were these 2 women following him voluntarily to become his harem? Damn, I'm so envious. A tall and handsome man like him standing behind 2 girls who are the prettiest in the class, isn't that a bit too impressive? However, once Yang Jixiang matures, it will be your turn to be jealous. Hey! Get out of the way. How could you poor bastards possibly afford a set meal? What are you standing here for? Don't block the way. The blonde, wavy-haired Xiong Hua urged impatiently. Before she could finish speaking, Shui Linlang turned back to look out the window, ignoring the 3. You. This made Xiong Hua grit his teeth in anger. She was one of the prettiest girls in the class, and no boy had ever ignored her like this before. Yang Jixiang kept looking around, unsure whether to imitate Shui Linlang or greet the 3 of them. She was a little conflicted. Of course, she had already been automatically filtered out by Luo Guangyao. Luo Guangyao only saw the scene of Shui Linlang glancing at him, this devilishly handsome man, and then ignoring the fact that he turned back to look at the dishes. Doesn't this mean that in Shui Linlang's eyes, she is not even as good as that really bad? This caused his previously arrogant and disdainful face to turn into a gritted teeth expression. The person on his right side noticed Xiong Hua's expression and immediately scolded, Shui Linlang, what are you pretending for? You don't think you can be arrogant just because you beat Li Siji, do you? Her words made Yang Jixiang even more flustered. Yang Jixiang whispered to Shui Linlang, Shui, should we reply? Ignore them. They think they're so great, why are they even talking to me? Are they famous for their double standards? Shui Linlang complained to the trio with her back to them. Yu Xiong Hua was speechless for a moment, not knowing how to refute. Heh, interesting. Luo Guangyao couldn't help but snort coldly. He didn't want to bother with the trash, but since Xiong Hua insisted on eating the set meal, he decided to indulge him. Now, Shui Linlang has truly angered him. He first glanced sideways at Yang Jixiang, who was looking down at the ground, then shook his head slightly, feigning profundity. I admit that you took on multiple opponents and even defeated Li Siji, whose talent surpasses yours, which is quite impressive, Luo Guangyao sneered. He first affirmed Shui Linlang, and then. But in society, fists don't represent everything. Take this ugly woman next to you, for example, she represents your power. Strength will attract outstanding members of the opposite sex. This tactic of first praising and then criticizing demonstrates the depth of his argumentative skills, far surpassing those of de Bolong. Ha ha ha. Big Wave couldn't help but burst into laughter. Then, Luo Guangyao nodded to the 2 pretty girls behind him. The 2 girls smiled back at him. This behavior is showing off. Lao Tzu is very popular, and the women are very beautiful. And you. He he he. Luo Guangyao crossed his arms and looked up at Shui Linlang with his chin raised. This is the final step, a silent mockery. He wanted to see how the clown in front of him would react. The blonde with wavy hair also laughed shrilly. Ha ha, hanging out with such an ugly woman proves your class. Chen Qianhua, who had remained silent the whole time, shook her head helplessly. This move was both deadly and psychologically damaging. If Huang Lilong were here, he would definitely be knocked out. Their words deeply wounded Yang Jixiang's heart. Yang Jixiang already felt unworthy to stand behind Shui Linlang, and now she felt like crying even more. She unconsciously wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Shui Linlang saw all of this. MD. They said that Yang Jixiang's matter had crossed Shui Linlang's bottom line. They can say whatever they want about themselves, but if they talk about their women, that's an insult to Lao Tzu. Moreover, she was supposed to help Yang Jixiang develop her character, but now that you're all laughing at her here, how can she possibly be confident? I want to carry the iron plate again. However, Shui Linlang calmed down. After all, her way of dealing with men was different from that of the fairy. Men are inherently more logical in their thinking. Arguing is more effective than fighting. Shui Linlang continued with her back to them, hands in her pockets, and sneered, Luo Guangyao, you're a genius, why are you coming here to mock others? Isn't that beneath you? If you don't say it, people will think I'm the genius that everyone's envious. Chapter 24 The Importance of Face. As soon as Shui Linlang finished speaking loudly, other voices came from inside the dining hall. Right, why is this genius with a level talent coming over to mock someone else? Who's that guy over there who's not even looking at him properly? Is he even more monstrous than Luo Guangyao? This is a chubby little boy sitting at the long table in front of the window, shouting these words in great shock. Luo Guangyao turned around and glanced at the long table behind him. Because of what the chubby boy said, everyone in the queue for food and those eating around them started talking about it. Yeah, why is Luo Guangyao acting like a lapdog towards the person who has their back to him? Isn't that the guy who got suspended from school last week for fighting? Wow, he's amazing. Even Luo Guangyao can't compare to him. He seems a little bit more handsome than Luo Guangyao. TSK. Luo Guangyao couldn't help but grit his teeth. It would be a lie to say that these comments had no impact on him. He glanced at his and Shui Linlang's positions. It really does seem like he's the only one licking the boots of Shui Linlang, who's been ignoring him. He cares most about these superficial things. He wanted to create a perfect image of the school's greatest genius, a super handsome guy, and a top student. He didn't want all his efforts to go to waste because of Shui Linlang's words. At the same time, Xianghua, with his large wavy hair, seemed very anxious. You're framing me. Look carefully, she shouted arrogantly at the people behind her. But this will only attract more criticism. Student Council President Chen Qianmo looked worried about the current situation. Left with no other choice, Luo Guangyao could only resort to subtle methods to sway public opinion. He suddenly laughed loudly, Brother Shui. I didn't expect you to like braised pork trotter's rice too. Then he deliberately walked forward, pretending to be friendly with Shui Linlang. Immediately afterwards, he extended his right hand, wanting to shake hands with Shui Linlang. Because of his friendly demeanor, the surrounding opinions suddenly reversed. So they were good friends. Is this a case of mutual respect between the strong? They're both so handsome. We're such a good couple. Seeing this, Luo Guangyao finally revealed a smug expression. Humph, low end. Luo Guangyao sneered at Shui Linlang. Do you think you can attack me this way? Xianghua and Chen Qianmo behind him both showed excited expressions. His abilities are simply too strong. He managed to resolve this with ease. Wow, you're really amazing. Your prestige is terrifying. Shui Linlang shrugged, turned around, and laughed. The situation has been reversed by Luo Guangyao, who has even extended a hand of friendship. Now, under the watchful eyes of everyone, if Shui Linlang doesn't take this approach, he can turn around and spread rumors that Shui Linlang is too arrogant and domineering, and then play the victim to put Shui Linlang in an unjust position. If Shui Linlang dares to shake hands, he will take the opportunity to crush her hand. Let this disrespectful guy know what the difference is. He is now a first-grade martial artist, and his physical fitness has even reached level 5.5. He was very confident that he could mold Shui Linlang's hands into pig's trotters. Whether Shui Linlang accepts or not, she will fall into his trap. This is an open conspiracy. Upon seeing this, Yang Jixiang's heart leaped into her throat. She couldn't think of a solution at all, and could only look worriedly at Shui Linlang, who still looked calm. Shui Linlang smiled slightly, then shouted loudly, I also love braised pork trotter's rice. We're such kindred spirits. Then, in full view of everyone, he shook hands with Luo Guangyao. At that moment, a sly glint flashed in Luo Guanyao's eyes. You idiot, you've fallen for their trap. The surrounding discussions also turned cheerful. Wow. It really was a misunderstanding. That's great, they're practically the future of martial arts at our school. Hey, isn't Shui Linlang a fighting queen? How come she's so close to Luo Guanyao? Is Luo Guanyao trying to clear her name? Yes, that could very well be true. Hearing the surrounding discussions made Luo Guanyao even more unhappy. Unexpectedly, his concern for saving face inadvertently helped clear Shui Linlang's name. However, these are all minor matters. The important thing is? He stared intently at Shui Linlang's hands. I'm going to take you now. No. Yang Jishan clasped her hands together and bowed her head in prayer. Hopefully, Shui Linlang can get through this. The next second, Yang Jishan heard a scream like a pig being slaughtered. She suddenly looked up, ready to bravely step forward and stop them. Result. What I saw was Luo Guanyao's face contorted in pain. But he immediately covered his mouth with his other hand, forcing himself to remain calm despite his face turning purple from the blood rushing to his head. He was still trembling all over. Because he concealed himself in time, no one around him noticed his embarrassing state. Let me go, please. It hurts so much. Luo Guanyao was in so much pain that he couldn't help but whisper to Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang, however, had a wicked grin on her face. Yang Jixiang was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did Luo Guanyao, a first-grade martial artist with a level talent, lose to Shui Linlang with a mere flick of his wrist? Yang Jishan looked at Shui Linlang in disbelief, a thin blush rising on her freckled face. He was actually more powerful than I had imagined. Luo Guanyao was even more shocked. Why? I am a first-rank martial artist with a physical fitness level of 5.5, the strongest in my class. Why did he pinch me so hard? Mom! The two women behind Luo Guanyao also panicked instantly. Shui Linlang, let go! Just as Xionghua was about to scold Shui Linlang, Luo Guanyao waved his hand to stop him, looking at Xionghua with an angry expression. It's as if it's saying, don't make a sound, don't let others hear. Xionghua was Luo Guanyao's mouth double, so he immediately understood what he meant. Immediately afterwards, she covered her mouth with a wronged expression. Chen Xianma, standing to the side, wore a meaningful expression. Luo Guanyao, enduring the pain, continued speaking to Shui Linlang, give me an explanation. You don't want things to get too tense, do you? What do you want in return for letting go? Apologize, Shui Linlang said with a mischievous smile. Of course, it's not for me, it's for her. Luo Guanyao was stunned. He looked at Yang Jixiang, who was huddled up to the side. I should apologize to her? No way. But if he doesn't agree to Shui Linlang's request now, he will soon lose control and shout it out, ruining his reputation. So he turned to Xionghua and Chen Xianma, signaling them to apologize immediately. Xionghua was first scolded, and now she, the class beauty, is being asked to apologize to the ugly guy. She felt wronged and shed tears. Hurry up! Luo Guanyao ignored her grievances and said angrily. Xionghua could only suppress his anger and offer Yang Jixiang a perfunctory apology. Chen Xianma then bent down and formally apologized. Alright, are you satisfied now? Luo Guanyao said, his face flushed. It has to be said that his pain tolerance is really impressive. After enduring so much and saying so much, aside from blushing a little, he still managed to look somewhat elegant. Although he did not apologize, Shui Linlang did not want to push others to the brink. So I let go. Luo Guanyao hurriedly pulled his already deformed fingers back into his pocket. You just wait. Shui Linlang gave him the middle finger in return. Luo Guanyao was so angry that he gritted his teeth and turned to leave. Guangya. Xionghua hurriedly caught up. Chen Xianma glanced at Shui Linlang, then followed her. Chapter 25 begins special training for Yang Jixiang. Seeing the trio leave, Shui Linlang revealed a smug smile. You want to outmuscle me? We are all first-rank martial artists. My physical fitness level is still 5.9, and I also have 10% strength enhancement and even a Chi C. What makes you think you can outstrength me? I love seeing these self-proclaimed handsome guys get their comeuppance. After they had walked away, Shui Linlang asked Yang Jixiang, how was it? They apologized to you. Did you feel better? Yang Jixiang immediately became shy and her eyes darted around. I don't mind, it's all my fault, I caused you and Luo and the others to have a falling out. Xue Linlang sighed and said patiently, this is not your responsibility. They are simply targeting me. On the contrary, it is because of my problem that you have been criticized by them. Yang Jixiang hurriedly waved her hands, only revealing her fair fingers from her sleeves. I'm fine, but Xue, are you sure your hand is alright? Seeing her like this, Xue Linlang felt a little helpless. This is so pathetic. However, personality traits can't be rushed, let her change gradually. This is also closely related to strength. Once she becomes more powerful, she will naturally become more and more confident. I'm fine. My hands, which have been single for 16 years, are still very strong, Xue Linlang said with a smile. But I've been single for 16 years. Yang Jixiang was still a bit naive and didn't he understand. Ha, just kidding, forget about it. Xue Linlang quickly slammed on the brakes. Just as the two were talking, the chubby boy who had started the commotion earlier walked over. Xue Linlang, wasn't I good at egging her on? The chubby boy said with a grin. I came over as soon as you texted me, hurry up. His name is Oida, and he is also one of Xue Linlang's best friends. He is 163 centimeters tall and weighs 163 kilograms. However, he lacked martial arts talent, so he was placed in a regular class in his second year of high school. His tone was so fake, it was so cringeworthy. Xue Linlang teased him. Isn't it enough that it works well? Besides, how could that idiot possibly have figured it out? Oida said, shrugging. Hearing their conversation, Yang Jixiang's eyes brightened even more. The commotion just now was actually arranged by Xue in advance? That's amazing. How did he do that? Not only is he intelligent, but he's also incredibly strong, truly a man of both wisdom and courage. Ding! Yang Jixiang's favorability increased by 5%. Congratulations, host. You truly are a succubus. You've already won over the super goddess Yang Jixiang's favorability by 30%. The host is rewarded with the Earth rank body refining technique Yi Jin Jing. The system notification surprised Xue Linlang. He never expected that this would increase Yang Jixiang's favorability. And the reward is actually the famous Yi Jin Jing. That's amazing. Did she think she looked cool just now? Sure enough, showing off in front of girls is a timeless way to win them over. Just then, the middle-aged man inside the window suddenly urged, Hey, do you still want food? Yang Jixiang was so frightened that she hurriedly ran over. But because he was too tongue-tied, he stammered and didn't know how to respond. Xue Linlang scratched her head and said to Oida, I'm going to eat with her first. You can go do your own thing. Oida looked curiously at Yang Jixiang, then at Xue Linlang. Then he grinned mischievously and said, Well done, you have good taste. If this girl dressed up a bit more, she would definitely be beautiful. She's a good girl, keep it up. Then, like a father, he left with a look of satisfaction on his face. This surprised Xue Linlang somewhat. How could Oida possibly see Yang Jixiang's potential? That's really impressive. Then, Xue Linlang walked to the window. At this moment, Yang Jixiang and the uncle's conversation reached a stalemate. Did you just order the pork trotter rice? What side dishes would you like? I'm not. You didn't order this? What do you want to order then? No, You don't want to order? Then what are you doing here? Yang Jixiang became increasingly nervous and started rambling incoherently. Xue Linlang walked to the window and said, Uncle, we just ordered 2 servings of braised pork trotters with rice. We don't need the side dishes, we'll only eat the best part. Oh, 24 yuan, the uncle said. Immediately afterwards, Xue Linlang swiped her card and paid the money. Then he carried a plate of braised pork trotters with rice in each hand and walked to the corner of the dining hall, intending to sit down there. Yang Jixiang hurriedly followed. The two quickly arrived at an empty seat in the corner. After Yang Jixiang sat down, she looked at the sumptuous braised pork trotters and rice in front of her and didn't know where to start. After all, this must be her first time eating braised pork knuckle rice. Looking at the pork trotters with both lean and fatty meat, the egg rolls, and the delicious green vegetables, Yang Jixiang's mouth was watering. Xue Linlang had already eaten half of it. What are you looking at? Hurry up and eat. Xue Linlang said while chewing her food. Yang Jixiang carefully picked up a piece of pork trotter and gently put it into her cherry-like mouth. The pork trotters are so tender they practically melt in your mouth, bursting with aroma and sweet juices. It's so delicious. Yang Jixiang couldn't help but show a happy expression. Although she ate very quickly afterward, her elegant manners and small mouth meant that while she was eating excitedly, she didn't appear to be wolfing down her food. On the contrary, it has a cute feel to it. This made Shui Linlang want to laugh. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed your first daily task of treating Yang Jixiang to a meal. Host is truly amazing. The line to invite Yang Jixiang to dinner stretches all the way to France. And the host actually made it. Incredible! The host is rewarded with the Xian rank cultivation technique, Divine Spear Unparalleled Strike. Hee hee. Sure enough, treating someone to a meal is how the daily task is accomplished. This is the reward. Why is it so similar to Bajiquan, no two strikes? They're both unique fighters, just using different weapons? Let's look into it again tonight. Night fell quickly. Although Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang are both day students. But we still have to attend evening self-study sessions. However, the evening self-study sessions for martial arts students are the same as those for art and music students. They do not need to study in the classroom but instead go to other places for special training. However, the martial arts class does not have a dedicated practice room like the art and music students. Therefore, they have to find practice venues on their own. Most of them would go to the playground. They all trained in their own martial arts groups. During Shui Linlang's leave of absence, Yang Jixiang practiced alone. Therefore, Yang Jixiang is looking forward to training and practicing with her only teammate. To avoid attracting attention, Shui Linlang brought Yang Jixiang to the school's botanical garden. Then he took out the remaining bottle of top-grade marrow cleansing liquid and the earth rank Qi refining technique. He planned to use tonight to teach Yang Jixiang these things. Chapter 26, helping her put on protective gear. Shui Linlang, carrying her school bag, found an open space in the botanical garden. There was a row of cement flower beds next to it where she could sit and rest. So Shui Linlang put her school bag on the flower bed and then took out the equipment she would need for the night. Yang Jixiang nervously placed her school bag 2 meters away. Then he would stare at Shui Linlang, who was busy beside him, and then at the things in his own school bag. Her face gradually flushed with nervousness. It's like they're doing something that requires a lot of courage. Shui Linlang had already taken out the bottle of top-grade marrow cleansing liquid in the earth-grade Qi refining technique, and was then putting on various protective gear. Just like with sports, Shui Linlang pays considerable attention to related protections. For example, knee pads and elbow pads should be worn properly. Of course, he also brought a set for Yang Jixiang, since Yang Jixiang probably didn't have one. Once everything was ready, he took the protective gear he had prepared for Yang Jixiang and walked to her side. Are you ready? At this moment, Yang Jixiang seemed absent-minded, muttering to herself, no, this kind of thing is a little embarrassing. Huh? Embarrassing? Shui Linlang was instantly dumbfounded. What on earth was she talking about? At this moment, Yang Jixiang suddenly came to her senses. She realized that she had just spoken her true feelings, and her embarrassed little face immediately turned red. It looks like it's about to start smoking. Yang Jixiang stammered awkwardly. This left Shui Linlang unsure of how to react. He could only stare in disbelief. Moreover, Yang Jixiang's clumsy appearance is quite cute. After hesitating for several dozen seconds, or perhaps out of sheer embarrassment, Yang Jixiang decided to give up. She mustered her courage, took something out of her school bag, then lowered her head, closed her eyes, and presented it straight to Shui Linlang with both hands. Shui Linlang was also surprised by her actions. However, seeing her take her hands out of her long sleeves after a long time, holding a small red trinket in her delicate, fair hands, was quite a sight. Shui Linlang couldn't help but stare intently at what was in her hand. Shui Linlang quickly recognized what it was. It is the peace knot, a type of Chinese knot. The peace knot is one of the most common types of Chinese knots. It is the square one that you see every day, with long tassels or ribbons hanging down. This safety device is about 4 centimeters wide. It's quite small and cute. Overall, Yang Jixiang's peace knot was very authentic, no different from the one seen on TV. You just... Shui Linlang wanted to ask her why she had given her a peace knot out of the blue. This is a return gift from last time, I don't have anything to offer. Yang Jixiang stammered, looking down. After speaking, she slightly raised her head, opened her eyes a crack, and secretly glanced at Shui Linlang to see if he was satisfied. Oh! Shui Linlang immediately understood. So it was a return gift for the amulet I gave her before I dropped out of school. It's embarrassing to think about. I'd completely forgotten. Shui Linlang gave a wry smile, then reached out to take the peace knot. The moment their hands touched, Yang Jixiang trembled as if she had been electrocuted. Shui Linlang felt the softness of her hand once again. It would be a pity if my martial arts training became rough in the future. Then Shui Linlang picked up the peace knot and examined it closely. You bought this? How thoughtful of you. Just as he uttered those words, he saw Yang Jixiang's puffed up face in front of him. Ha! Are you angry? I was wrong. Oh! Did she knit this herself? I subconsciously thought she bought it. This is certainly offensive to the weaver. However, I never expected that she, who is usually so reserved, would make such an expression at me. It seems, the distance between the two has narrowed considerably. Ahem, you knitted this? That's so thoughtful. I love it. Shui Linlang immediately changed her tune. Yang Jixiang immediately changed from her previous breathless expression back to one that was both shy and happy. She had her legs together, and was digging her left foot into the ground while twisting her fingers together. I didn't put in that much effort, I'm glad you like it. Yang Jixiang said shyly, tilting her head to the side. Shui Linlang examined the peace knot again. To be honest, the workmanship is really good. It was almost identical to what I saw online, which is why Shui Linlang subconsciously thought it was something she had bought. It seems Yang Jixiang's hands are surprisingly skillful. With such skillful hands, you'll be even happier after you get married. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily task receiving a gift from the goddess Yang Jixiang. The host is practically a modern-day succubus. If anyone else received a gift from Yang Jixiang, they'd die happy. Host's intelligence will be increased by 10%. The host has been rewarded with a new spiritual treasure, Goddess's Blessing. As long as the peace knot is worn, luck will increase by 100%. Wow, this reward is amazing. I feel like I'm going to get a brain. My luck stat has also increased, which means that once the secret realm mentioned in the Southern Yen intelligence opens, my chances of obtaining treasures will also increase? My wife's blessing is great. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang first put the peace knot into her school bag, and then handed the protective gear to Yang Jixiang. Put them on, it won't be good if you get scrapes on your knees or elbows. It must be very expensive, I can't accept it. Yang Jixiang hurriedly refused. Protective gear is something you wear close to your body, so if you use it, it's like giving it to yourself. Because nobody wants something covered in their sweat, right? Yang Jixiang naturally refused. These elbow pads are only 2 yuan, and these knee pads are only 5 yuan. What are you thinking? Shui Linlang couldn't help but complain. That won't do either. Yang Jixiang tucked her hands into her chest and continued to refuse. Shui Linlang was speechless. After thinking for a moment, she said, well, you were injured. Wouldn't your medical expenses be more expensive than this? Upon hearing this, Yang Jixiang exclaimed, that's right. If she were to get a scrape herself, Shui would definitely be even more insistent on paying for her medical expenses. In that case, it's better to accept his protective gear. And so, Yang Jixiang gave in. She accepted Shui Linlang's protective gear and prepared to put it on. Shui Linlang watched her dress, and as she watched, she sensed something was off. You don't even know how to put on something that you can just slip on? Shui Linlang asked, bewildered. At this moment, Yang Jixiang was already blushing with embarrassment. She really doesn't know how to dress. When she was putting on her elbow pads, she couldn't get them on properly, and it seemed like she put them on backwards. She couldn't get them right no matter what she tried. The main reason was that she wore her elbow pads directly over her long-sleeved jacket to prevent them from getting wet with her sweat, which caused a lot of obstacles. She tried wearing knee braces again, but the result was the same. She intended to wear knee pads over her tights. Forget about any protective function, it's actually hindering exercise now. Ugh. Yang Jixiang was in so much pain that she didn't know what to say. Can I not wear it? Definitely not, Shui Linlang replied immediately. You've scraped your joint, and the one who's most heartbroken is me, your future husband. Fine, I'll help you. Shui Linlang said helplessly. So he reached out to help Yang Jixiang tidy up the messy elbow pads that were rolled up with the sleeves. Yang Jixiang lowered her head in embarrassment. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang knelt down to help her put on her knee pads. Yang Jixiang obediently sat down on the flower bed. Because the pantyhose was tight-fitting and didn't move as much as the sleeves, Shui Linlang quickly adjusted the knee pad on her left leg. She hadn't put on the knee brace on her right leg yet. Therefore, Shui Linlang had to take off her shoes before she could put them on. Yang Jixiang hurriedly took off her shoes herself, and then asked Shui Linlang to take off her knee pads. Shui Linlang was squatting down, ready to put it on, when she suddenly froze. His gaze was drawn to Yang Jixiang's small feet. Despite being covered by pantyhose, the shape and outline of the feet looked as gorgeous as those of an online foot model. And her feet are so small, they're so cute. It has to be said, she has a lot of hidden beauty all over her body. Chapter 27 Her Talent. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang helped her put on her knee pads. During this process, Shui Linlang also took a good look at her legs. Her legs appeared exceptionally slender, without an ounce of excess fat, and the curves of her legs were absolutely perfect. Due to long-term martial arts training, his body not only has beautiful lines but is also full of power. Beautiful legs and jade feet, both are present, everything is complete. She truly deserves to be the future super campus beauty. Alright. Shui Linlang helped her get dressed and then stood up. Thank you. Yang Jixiang said shyly. Because it was the first time she had worn these things, she walked as clumsily as a duck. Moreover, she wore them all over her clothes, and from the outside, the fabric protective gear looked just like the plastic protective gear used for roller skates. Come on, let's warm up with a slow jog first. Oh. At Shui Linlang's call, Yang Jixiang clumsily followed, and they began to jog together along the path in the botanical garden. Security guards would occasionally walk by in the botanical garden. They would usually drive students away from entering the botanical garden late at night. But once they see that the student is a martial arts student, they won't bother them. Now everyone is into martial arts, and martial arts students have such special privileges. During her run, Shui Linlang glanced at the system interface. The Ideal Partner section lists many training tasks. This is used to obtain points and credits. Shui Linlang set her sights on a task called running 800 meters with your Taoist partner. You can get 10 points and 5 credits. So Shui Linlang used the pretext of warming up to prepare to let Yang Jixiang complete this task. So the two of them ran a full 800 meters before they finished. Shui Linlang was very satisfied with the 10 points and 5 credits she had received. However, these are still just a drop in the bucket. We need to accumulate resources gradually. The priority now is to help Yang Jixiang break through to the first-grade martial artist level. She's been training at school for a week and has already made a lot of progress. Breaking through to the first-grade martial artist level tonight isn't too much to ask, is it? So Shui Linlang directly handed the top-grade marrow cleansing liquid and the earth-grade qi refining technique to Yang Jixiang. This is the best qi cultivation technique I've found. Try practicing this. And this is some ordinary marrow cleansing liquid I bought. Use it and try to break through to the first-grade martial artist level tonight. Shui Linlang said. No. I can't accept your gifts anymore. I can't repay you. Yang Jixiang hurriedly closed her eyes to help. Why don't you just offer yourself in return? Ahem. You're my team member, isn't helping me get good results in the college entrance exam the best reward? Shui Linlang adjusted her mind and smiled. This Yang Jixiang suddenly realized. She understood the implications. Shui's college entrance examination results are the most important thing. I can't let my own ideas hold me back. So she reached out and took the earth-level qi refining manual and the top-level marrow cleansing liquid. You should memorize the qi refining mantra first, and then take the marrow cleansing elixir, Shui Linlang repeatedly instructed. There are no qi gathering pills left, which is not good. Qi gathering pill? Yang Jixiang thought for a moment, holding the qi refining manual. Last Thursday during martial arts class, the school distributed qi gathering powder. I haven't finished using it yet. Shui Linlang was stunned for a moment. That's right. The school provides martial arts resources. I dropped out of school, so I didn't receive it. But the qi gathering powder sounds like a low-quality product. It seems to cost 10,000 yuan per kilogram on the market, and the effects vary greatly. But this is rare. The school can't possibly give everyone a qi gathering pill worth 100,000 yuan a week. Then you should memorize it first, and then you can eat the rest of the chi gathering powder all at once later, Shui Linlang instructed. Eat it all at once. Yang Jishan was very reluctant. The new ones will be issued tomorrow, what are you afraid of? Now that you've drunk the marrow cleansing liquid, you should aim for the maximum effect. Under Shui Linlang's arrangement, Yang Jishan began to memorize the earth-level chi refining technique. She already had excellent grades and a great memory, so she memorized it in no time. Then, under Shui Linlang's watchful eye, she drank every last drop of the top-grade marrow cleansing fluid. At this moment, Yang Jishan felt as if her entire body had been cleansed. The effect was so good that black stains seeped out all over my body. This left Shui Linlang completely dumbfounded. Why is Yang Jishan's effect so much better when both of them drink top-grade marrow cleansing liquid? Is this the difference in talent? Yang Jishan felt the sticky grime all over her body and blushed with embarrassment. Don't look. Look at you, my foot. What can I see through your clothes? I can only see that your face and neck are a little dirty. Shui Linlang said in a straight-laced manner. Yang Jishan felt a little embarrassed and angry, and couldn't help but pout. Then she took out the chi-gathering powder given to her by the school. It was only a small bottle, and only a little bit was poured out. Is the school really that stingy? Shui Linlang complained. Yang Jishan frowned slightly, then remained silent and swallowed the chi-gathering powder. Then she began to practice her exercises while sitting cross-legged on the flower bed. Soon, her entire body began to gradually gather the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Because her own chi gathering and dispersing abilities are almost useless, the vast majority of her chi still comes from the absorption of spiritual energy from heaven and earth. The natural energy within the botanical garden is even richer than that outside. What is truly astonishing is that during Yang Jishan's process of gathering chi, the chi surrounding her actually materialized. First, wisps of faint, pale white energy slowly gathered from all directions, gradually approaching her body. These air currents grew increasingly dense, intertwining and merging to form a dreamlike mist that enveloped her entire body. The thin mist shimmered with a faint, ethereal light, its intensity shifting and changing unpredictably, leaving one in awe. It only took 10 minutes. She successfully broke through and became a first-grade martial artist. Shui Linlang couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Even with the support of a high-level chi refining technique and a top-tier marrow cleansing liquid, this is still too fast. Is this the true value of an S-level talent? She originally planned to break through to the first-grade martial artist level in one night, but she did it in 10 minutes? Plans really can't keep up with changes. Is this a valid way to use the phrase? Yang Jishan also felt the changes in the meridians throughout her body. I broke through? That's amazing. She jumped off the flower bed, bouncing around excitedly. But when she remembered that Shui Linlang was looking at her, she immediately shrank back shyly. You still say you're not a genius? Who breaks through in 10 minutes? Shui Linlang retorted. I didn't, it was all thanks to Shui's resources. Yang Jishan shook her head and said. Shui Linlang didn't continue speaking. She'll find out eventually anyway. I know just how extraordinary I truly am. Ding! Congratulations, host, for completing designated task 2, cultivate to the first-grade martial artist level with Yang Jishan. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward. Your strength specialization bonus has been upgraded from 10% to 30%. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward of 400,000 yuan. Congratulations, host, on acquiring the new cultivation technique, Divine Speed Technique. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 top-tier blood tempering pills. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 points and 80 credits in the Taoist Companion section. Chapter 28 Physical Fitness Training. Shui Linlang sat on the flower bed, pondering what to do next. I was thinking it would take all night, but I ended up finishing tonight's task in half an hour after coming here and running. So what should we do now? The third assigned task was for him and Yang Jishan to learn a set of combined martial arts techniques together. However, the system rewards do not include any so-called combination martial arts skills. It seems we'll need to obtain it from external sources ourselves. However, the school's curriculum must include combination martial arts techniques, otherwise, there would be no point in dividing us into groups. In that case, we can only wait for the school's teaching arrangements. Evening self-study lasts for a total of 2.5 hours. Only a little over half an hour has passed. The rest of the time, I guess we'll just have to practice on our own. He also possessed the body-shaping dragon elephant pill obtained from Nan Yen, which could improve his physical fitness. However, there is only one pill, so it can only be used by myself. I also received 2 bone-forging diamond pills and a top-grade blood-tempering pill from the system, and their effects are quite obvious. Bone-forging Vajra pills are used to strengthen bones. Because the hardness and toughness of bones have a significant impact on physical fitness. The top-grade blood-tempering pill is for tempering blood, since blood plays a crucial role in the human body during exercise or combat. This is why athletes freeze their blood before re-injecting it into their bodies to improve their athletic performance. In that case, my task for tonight would be to first take the body-shaping dragon elephant pill and continue exercising, and then take the bone-forging Vajra pill and blood-tempering pill when I have time. As for Yang Jixiang, just give her the bone-forging pill and the blood-tempering pill to strengthen her bones and blood. Okay, let's do it that way. After resting for another 5 minutes, we began to take action. After thinking it over, Shui Linlang looked up to admire the unusual trees in the botanical garden and the bright crescent moon in the night sky. He seemed quite content, occasionally sipping the hot water he had brought. Yang Jixiang sat 2 meters away next to her school bag, holding a kettle of hot water, and kept looking down at Shui Linlang. She had actually been observing Shui Linlang from time to time since the beginning of high school. After all, Shui Linlang wasn't like other people who wanted to integrate into a large group. He preferred to be alone and at most communicate with his own small group. This unconventional, somewhat aloof, and dashing style was something that Yang Jixiang, who had always been isolated, greatly admired. I never imagined I'd be teaming up with him. He. Shui, the way she looks so serious while thinking, she's so cool. Let's begin. Shui Linlang suddenly shouted and jumped off the flower bed. Yang Jixiang was so frightened that she almost dropped the kettle. She jumped down from the flower bed as well. She clumsily put down the kettle and waited for Shui Linlang's instructions. Then Shui Linlang took out the bone-forging Vajra pill and the top-grade blood-tempering pill given by the system and handed them to Yang Jixiang. These are bone-forging pills and blood-tempering pills. Your task later is to take them to strengthen your physical fitness, understand? Yes. Yang Jixiang nodded vigorously. Although she was reluctant to accept Shui Linlang's gift, she could only grit her teeth and accept it because she couldn't hold her teammate back. The basic martial arts techniques from school are still quite good. Just use those techniques along with these pills. Shui Linlang added. I know, Yang Jixiang nodded again. After arranging these matters, Shui Linlang slowly walked to the open space not far away and began to devote herself to her cultivation. To be honest, after witnessing Yang Jixiang's amazing talent firsthand, it would be impossible for him not to be stimulated at all. Although he had considered clinging to powerful figures and living off women, his pride as a man still drove him to yearn to become stronger. I'll wait until I can't catch up with Yang Jixiang at all before I start thinking about living off her. After taking the body-shaping dragon elephant pill, he began practicing the divine spear unparalleled skill given to him by the system. While diligently practicing new moves, he also made full use of the effects of the body-shaping dragon elephant pill to improve his physical fitness. Divine Spear Unmatched and Bajiquan Unmatched are similar. What they all strive for is to achieve a fatal blow. However, what they used was not their fists, but a spear. To put it bluntly, the goal is to kill the enemy with a single shot. What's funny is that the moves in the Unrivaled Sharpshooter actually include throwing techniques. To put it bluntly, killing someone with a single javelin throw is also the goal that the master marksman strives to achieve. Shui Linlang held a long spear and practiced diligently, sweating profusely, for about an hour. He felt that he had reached 30% proficiency in the Unrivaled Sharpshooter technique. The potency of the body-shaping dragon elephant pill has already been reduced by 20%. It seems that the effects of this body-shaping dragon elephant pill will take a long time to be fully absorbed. He first stopped to check his physical condition. Yes, it has been upgraded from level 5.9 to level 6.1. According to Nan Yan, this body-shaping dragon elephant pill can improve physical attributes by up to 1.5 levels, so I'm really looking forward to it. Shui Linlang glanced at Yang Jixiang at that moment. Yang Jixiang was diligently practicing the basic boxing techniques taught at the school in another open space. It looks like she has already taken those 2 pills. Shui Linlang opened the system panel and clicked on Yang Jixiang's information panel. When I first saw Yang Jixiang's information, her physical fitness level was 2.4, and she was a very delicate girl. The level 3.0 that she saw this morning was 0.6 levels higher than her level 0.6 within a week of receiving systematic teaching at school. When she broke through to the first grade martial artist level, she directly leveled up to level 4.0. Now, after consuming 2 top-tier pills gifted by the system, I'm already at level 4.3, and I'm still leveling up. It seems the pills are quite effective. After reading it, Shui Linlang continued to focus on practicing her shooting. I can't let her catch up with me. Time passed quickly. It was time to end evening self-study. Shui Linlang looked at herself and assessed her own condition. The physical fitness level has reached 6.2. Quite good. He checked Yang Jixiang's information panel again. It was discovered that Yang Jixiang's physical fitness had only reached level 4.4. Could it be that the effects of the medicine have worn off? Impossible. The pills given by the system couldn't have been used up so quickly. Could it be that Yang Jixiang's talent in physical fitness is not as outstanding and monstrous as her talent in Qi? That's true. Martial arts talent is actually just a martial artist's talent for absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It doesn't encompass all talents. It seems that Yang Jixiang will face many difficulties in the early stages of martial arts. Only after she reaches the 4th rank of martial artist and opens her Qi Si will she be able to soar to great heights. This is probably one of the reasons why her talent has remained unnoticed. Don't worry, I'll be there to protect you in the early stages. You can slowly get through the grueling 1st to 3rd rank of martial arts. Chapter 29: The Reason for Becoming Stronger. Let's go back first. Shui Linlang called out. Yes. Yang Jixiang nodded. How did you feel during practice tonight? Shui Linlang asked while packing her things. With Shui's pills, I feel incredibly strong right now. Yang Jixiang made a muscle-flexing gesture. Then she felt embarrassed and started packing her things with a blush on her face. This surprised Shui Linlang. She actually made that kind of joke in front of me. It seems she's becoming more and more relaxed around me. That's great news. That's great news. This is much more exciting than any martial arts training or leveling up. Afterwards, Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang packed their things and went home separately. After a night of exercise, they were all exhausted and didn't say anything else. And so the next day arrived. Shui Linlang had just arrived at her school and sat down in her seat. Good morning, Shui. Before Yang Jixiang could finish greeting him, he was blocked by a thin, bony figure. Shui Linlang, martial arts classes this afternoon, don't forget our agreement. Pan Ziming shouted. Shui Linlang looked up impatiently at Pan Ziming, thought for a moment, and said, Who the hell are you? Pan Ziming flew into a rage again. You've humiliated me time and time again. I'll definitely ask the teacher to let me duel you this afternoon during martial arts class. You just wait. I'll skin you alive. Pan Ziming stormed off again. Neuropathy. Ignoring him, Shui Linlang continued to smile at Yang Jixiang and said, Good morning. Yang Jixiang was very happy. Shui Linlang wasn't very energetic during the morning classes. Because after he got home last night, he didn't rest, but instead took bone forging pill and top-grade blood tempering pill. Then they practiced relentlessly until after 1 o'clock. Only when the combined effects of the 2 pills and the body-shaping dragon elephant pill raised his physical attributes to level 6.4 did Shui Linlang choose to rest. Therefore, he went fishing many times during his morning classes. During break, he simply lay down on his desk and fell asleep. During his lunch break, he didn't go to the canteen for lunch either. He asked Huang Lilong to bring him a hot dog and some bread to fill his stomach before continuing to sleep. This worried Yang Jixiang, but being taciturn and timid, she didn't know how to express her concern. She was quite absent-minded all morning. It was afternoon. Everyone in the class, get ready. Class monitor, call roll and see if everyone's here, the homeroom teacher shouted as soon as the bell rang. Student council president and class monitor Chen Xianma immediately started taking attendance, and then said to the class teacher, Everyone is here except for Li Siji. Yes, everyone line up and go to the martial arts gym. As soon as the homeroom teacher called out, everyone set off. Shui Linlang also woke up from her nap and stretched. Hey, hurry up and let's go. Huang Lilong came over and urged. What's the rush? There's no bonus for being faster. Shui Linlang slowly stood up, put her hands in her pockets, and walked side by side with Huang Lilong. Yang Jixiang also stood up and followed behind him. Yang Jixiang placed her hands in front of her stomach and walked with her legs together in small steps. To others, she looked very well behaved, just like a little follower. Luo Guangyao and Xianghua just walked out of the next class, and Shen Qianmo was waiting for them at the classroom door. Shui Linlang and Luo Guangyao locked eyes. Luo Guangyao couldn't help but smile contemptuously, then glanced at Huang Lilong and Yang Jishang behind Shui Linlang. Then he pointed at Xianghua and Chen Qianmo. His meaning was very clear. Your lackey is terrible. And what's mine, you'll never have in this lifetime. Childish. Shui Linlang said disdainfully, then left without even looking at him. You. Luo Guangyao was provoked and became furious. You're the childish one. You idiot. Xianghua scolded Luo Guangyao on his behalf. Chen Qianmo, standing behind the two of them, watched the scene with a meaningful expression on her face. Soon, the two martial arts classes arrived at the school's martial arts hall together. This is a place that the senior martial arts class can enter regularly. But the second-year high school students can only come every Thursday. More than 100 students from two classes lined up inside the dojo on the first floor. At this moment, it wasn't the homeroom teachers of the two classes who came out, but a sexy and alluring woman. Her large breasts made her look like she had no martial arts skills at all. Wow, it's so big. Where did this celebrity come from? Shui Linlang couldn't help but exclaim. Shoo! Shoo! Huang Lilong quickly told him to shut up. This is our martial arts instructor for the second year of high school, Lu Fian. Ha! So she's Lu Fian? The top tutor the school hired at a high price? Shui Linlang exclaimed in surprise. I never expected her to be such a sexy and hot woman. I thought she was some old-fashioned, fierce woman. Immediately afterwards, Lu Fian stood in front of everyone. She first glanced at Shui Linlang, who was attending class for the first time, and then said, Now it's your second martial arts class. As usual, let's distribute your martial arts resources first. Class officers, come up and distribute them. Chen Qianma and the other class leaders quickly went up to collect the pills and then distributed them to the students one by one. When it reached Huang Lilong and Shui Linlang discovered that she actually had 3 bottles of qi-gathering powder. Wow, so many. Yang Jishang had a little bit left over from last time, so she wasn't as frugal as she thought. Then he turned to look at Yang Jishang. The next second, he froze. Because what Chen Qianma handed to Yang Jishang was only a small bottle of qi-gathering powder. And then, that was it. The girls around them laughed too. Hey, she has so few resources. What can you learn from that little bit of skill? She's so ugly, it's good enough that she's even here. What the heck is this? In a fit of anger, Shui Linlang walked up to Chen Qianma and questioned, What's going on? You can't bully people like this. Why is her bottle so small? Do you want me to tell the teacher? Chen Qianma replied impatiently, What's the point of telling me this? I'm assigning students according to school regulations. What do you mean? Shui Linlang was dumbfounded. At this moment, Luo Guangyao walked over and mocked, This is indeed a school regulation. By the way, is this your first time taking a martial arts class? Ha 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 ha. Ask the people around you. See if we're targeting her. The people around him laughed and echoed Luo Guanyao's words. Shui Linlang felt extremely uncomfortable standing in the crowd. At this moment, Huang Lilong walked over and whispered, They're right. It's arranged by the school. People with a level talent can directly receive 1 qi-gathering pill every week, B+ level can receive 4 bottles of qi-gathering powder, ordinary B level gets 3 bottles, and so on. Yang Jishang is the lowest grade F in the school's history, so he can only get such a small bottle. What? Shui Linlang was stunned after hearing Huang Lilong's words. This isn't bullying, it's a hard and fast rule. He couldn't change it, and this sense of powerlessness left him helpless. Luo Guangyao laughed loudly again, Don't get so agitated. This is just following the principle of the most efficient allocation of resources. Because people with different talents absorb pills differently, the better the talent, the better the absorption. If everyone is given 1 qi-gathering pill per week, can those of you with poor talent absorb it? Wouldn't that be a waste of resources? After Luo Guangyao finished speaking, he waved a qi-gathering pill in his hand. To put it bluntly, even if you give her the best pills, she won't be able to absorb them. The group of young delinquents laughed loudly. Pan Ziming seized the opportunity to mock, The school is already being kind by giving her resources. What kind of image does she have, acting so crazy here? Taking the opportunity, Xianghua laughed loudly, It's really ugly and trashy. At this moment, Lu Fian shouted, "Quiet down, everyone!" Shui Linlang, return to the ranks. Helpless, Shui Linlang had no choice but to return to her original position. The laughter from those around them didn't stop, they continued to whisper among themselves. Compared to her, we are so lucky. F rank? She's a disgrace to martial arts. Only that fighting king likes her, what kind of taste does he have? Amidst everyone's laughter, Yang Jishan gradually lowered her head, her eyes reddening. It seems she experienced something similar in the last class. Shui Linlang watched, clenching her fists tightly. This world is so unkind to her. At this moment, he understood even more why he needed to become stronger. That is to let her grow up happily under my wing. Instead of suffering torment and oppression like a protagonist in a novel. Her personality is already bad enough. If she faces more hardship and ridicule alone, she will only become more inhuman and even more brutal. No, this isn't the wife I wanted. One's wife must be gentle, lovely, and considerate. Since the school doesn't care about her, I'll just focus on her myself. Chapter 30. He agreed. Drink. Ha! After the martial arts class officially began. Under the guidance of martial arts instructor Lu Fian, hundreds of people began practicing the basic martial arts techniques outlined in the school's curriculum. Although it is a basic martial arts technique, it is a fundamental martial arts technique included in the college entrance examination syllabus, laying the foundation for all martial arts students. This set of exercises can train multiple areas such as legs, feet, waist, and fists at the same time. To put it simply, it's a martial arts version of radio calisthenics. Since it was the second period of martial arts class, no one was familiar with this thing. After personally demonstrating, Lu Fian would also inspect and correct everyone's movements. Of course, the worst performers throughout the whole process were Shui Linlang and the other students who were suspended from school. Hee, trash, like you can't even do a basic exercise properly, Pan Ziming mocked. Unfortunately, he was positioned right behind Shui Linlang. She chattered away at Shui Linlang. He would say something every time Shui Linlang was a beat behind, and he would also mock her every time she was unfamiliar with the movements and forgot the next one. Because practicing this basic exercise takes a whole class period, Shui Linlang was chattered on by him for the entire class period. There were 2 breaks in between. Taking advantage of this time, he ran over to show off to his newly acquainted friend. You're saying Shui Linlang can really take on 7 people at once? With that stupid look on his face? Look at him, now he's even asking that ugly woman about the details of her movements, it's hilarious. TSK, I think what happened last semester was just a rumor. He probably got beaten up by Li Siji and his gang. Pan Ziming is that kind of person. He has extremely low emotional intelligence, doesn't know how to make friends, and only knows how to show off in front of his friends to get their attention and gain self-esteem. People like him usually flaunt their wealth or show off their womanizing, but he doesn't have any of those things. The martial arts talent he finally obtained has become his capital to show off everywhere, especially after he became a first-grade martial artist. Shui Linlang, who had become famous for her abilities earlier than him, became the target he used to suppress and gain confidence. Because he thinks he's good at networking and knows how to blend into large groups, he thinks that someone like Shui Linlang, who is unconventional, is easy to bully. Look at me. I'm a first-grade martial artist now, and my physical fitness has reached level 5.3, second only to those 2 A-grade geniuses. If he can take on 7 people at once, then I can take on 10. Pan Ziming boasted. The dozen or so so-called friends in front of him could only smile awkwardly, because Huang Lilong was also sitting inside. At this moment, Xianghua walked over, swaying her slender waist and playing with her big waves. Pan Ziming, do you have a grudge against that Shui Linlang? Xianghua asked. Upon seeing that it was Xianghua, the class beauty, Pan Ziming was completely captivated. He stared intently at Xianghua's stunningly beautiful face. Xianghua is estimated to be 166 centimeters tall, has a nice bust, and wears big, wavy blonde hair. Her fashion sense is very stylish, which is nothing but a rumor among students. No holiday. Pan Ziming boasted even more when facing Xianghua. I just can't stand people like him. He has no talent but loves to pretend. He. Xianghua sneered and looked back at Luo Guangyao. Luo Guangyao nodded. Xianghua then strode closer to Pan Ziming, his hand reaching out to touch Pan Ziming's pectoral muscles. Her body fragrance instantly made Pan Ziming lose his mind. Pan Ziming, you say you're so good, you should be able to beat him, right? Xianghua said with a smile. Of course, I originally wanted to challenge him today, But he's not a first-grade martial artist yet, so I didn't want to bully the weak. Pan Zimming said stubbornly, his face flushed. How can that be? Actually, I think you're quite handsome too. If you can beat him, I'll give you a chance to buy me a drink, how about that? Xianghua said, winking seductively. Click. At this moment, Pan Zimming's rationality completely evaporated. He boasts and shows off everywhere, isn't it just to get everyone's attention? Isn't it just about wanting to win the favor of the goddess? Now that he's finally succeeded, Xianghua, the class beauty, is actually pursuing him. He has to seize the opportunity. Alright. After we finish the basic drills, I'll tell the instructor I want to duel him. Pan Zimming shouted. Then I'll wait and see. With that, Xianghua swayed away. Pan Zimming looked at Xianghua's long legs under her gymnastics uniform and became very excited. He stared intently at Xue Linlang in the distance, as if he were about to devour him. Huang Lilong, who witnessed everything, immediately ran to Xue Linlang's side. Hey, Pan Zimming is really going to challenge you, don't you dare accept. Huang Lilong warned. Ha! I'm busy. Xue Linlang was still discussing the basic exercises with Yang Jixiang and didn't want to pay any attention to Pan Zimming. That's fine then. Huang Lilong said with a worried expression. Never mind, he knows Xue Linlang too well, so he went to the infirmary next door to get the medicine in advance. After a short rest, the final section of basic exercises began. Pan Zimming continued to mutter to Xue Linlang. Hey, you're so pathetic, you can only hang out with that ugly freak. Pan Zimming mocked. Yes, she's ugly, Xue Linlang said dismissively. Anyway, you'll have plenty of things to be envious of and jealous of in the future. You know what? The class beauty, Xianghua, just came to flirt with me. Aren't you envious? Pan Zimming mocked. Yes, Xue Linlang replied perfunctorily. Pan Zimming was annoyed that Xue Linlang was unresponsive, so he turned to Yang Jixiang, who was not far away, and said, Hey, can you stand a little further away from me? I just saw Xianghua up close, and now I feel like vomiting when I see you. I'm sorry. Yang Jixiang's hands became sluggish from being told that. Damn it, how can there be such a huge difference between people? How can you be so ugly? You're not even a fraction as good looking as Xianghua. If I were you, I would have died long ago. Pan Zimming continued to mock. I don't want to die. Yang Jixiang said, bowing her head and choking back tears. Ha, you're nothing but a piece of trash. Pan Zimming mocked. Yang Jixiang's eyes welled up with tears, but she didn't dare stop wiping them away, afraid of being scolded by her teacher. Pan Zimming's words made everyone around him laugh. Wow, why are you crying every day? Being so ugly and having such poor talent, I'd cry every day. Pan Zimming's mouth is so sharp, but it's really exciting. After Pan Zimming had his fill of satisfaction, he turned around and smiled at Xue Linlang. Hey, I'm going to tell the teacher later that I want to duel with you, are you in? Xue Linlang continued doing basic exercises and answered calmly. This surprised Pan Zimming. He never expected that Xue Linlang, who had always been indifferent to him, would agree so readily. But he was behind Xue Linlang and couldn't see his expression at all. Chapter 31: A Fury for the Dinosaurs. Although Pan Zimming found it strange, he still felt that he was very smart. By mocking Yang Jixiang, he provoked Xue Linlang, who has been ignoring him, to accept the challenge. I'm so smart. He then looked at Xianghua in the distance, and seeing Xianghua's elegant and graceful posture while doing basic exercises, Pan Zimming was even happier. I'm sure Xianghua is also looking forward to his performance. On the other side, Xianghua kept his eyes fixed on Luo Guanyu in front of him. Soon, the bell rang to signal the end of the first class. All the students scattered and went to sit on the chairs where their school bags were placed. Only Pan Zimming went against the current and walked towards the direction of martial arts instructor Lu Fian. He felt very reserved standing in front of Lu Fian, because Lu Fian was naturally alluring, and every move she made was very seductive. Teacher, I want to have a one-on-one fight with Xue Linlang. Pan Zimming shouted, his face flushed. Oh? Interesting, why? Lu Fian asked with a smile. The school doesn't object to martial arts students sparring with each other, but it forbids revenge and troublemaking. So what's your reason for challenging him to a one-on-one fight? Pan Zimming thought for a moment, then suppressed his original thoughts and said against his will, Xue Linlang became famous in one battle a week ago, and I want to see the difference between me and him. The gap? Lu Fian narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Shui Linlang in the distance. But you're already a first-grade martial artist. He took a week off from school. Do you still think there's a gap between you and him? Pan Ziming gritted his teeth again and said, yes, he can take on 7 people at once, and even defeated Li Siji, whose talent is superior to his. I feel that even though I am a first-grade martial artist, I don't have the confidence to fight 7 people. Oh. Interesting, but this requires Shui Linlang's consent. The school does not allow challenges initiated unilaterally, Lu Fian said with a smile. So she slowly walked in the direction of Shui Linlang. To be honest, she also wanted to know Shui Linlang's strength. Despite having only a B-level talent and coming from a relatively poor family, he managed to defeat several people with higher talents and more affluent backgrounds in one fell swoop. She was also curious whether Shui Linlang could unleash her full potential again when facing a first-grade martial artist. However, judging from the verbal battle in the office last time, Shui Linlang is a rather clever student. Unless he's a fool, he wouldn't agree to such an unequal duel. Lu Fian quickly arrived in front of Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang was sitting on the tiered cement seats next to the dojo, drinking hot water. Yang Jixiang was sitting a step lower than him, and her eyes were still red. Shui Linlang, Pan Ziming wants to duel you. Do you agree? Lu Fian asked bluntly. Okay, Shui Linlang replied instantly. If you don't agree, huh? Shui Linlang agreed to the duel so quickly that Lu Fian hadn't even had time to react. You agreed? Lu Fian asked again to confirm. Shui Linlang had already jumped down from the tiered seat. All right. Lu Fian looked at him, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. So easily swayed by anger. They're really not up to the task. Soon, under Lu Fian's direction, the duel between Shui Linlang and Pan Ziming is about to begin. Everyone gathered around the dojo, clearing a large open space for the two of them. Pan Ziming stood in front of Xiong Hua and laughed, Look, I've successfully challenged you. Just wait and see my might. He stammered in front of pretty girls. I'm looking forward to your drink. Xiong Hua smiled. Then Pan Ziming arrogantly entered the dojo. Xiong Hua immediately turned around and smiled at Luo Guangyao, how about that? Aren't I capable? Yes. Luo Guangyao nodded excitedly. Luo Guangyao wasn't stupid, he had become wary after his failed attempt to hold hands with Shui Linlang last time. Therefore, we need to send the fool Pan Ziming to see Shui Linlang's true strength. On the other side, Shui Linlang was doing warm-up exercises. Huang Lilong, standing to the side, lamented, Ugh, I told you not to agree, but you still wouldn't listen. Never mind, I've already brought medical supplies, so don't worry about it. Yang Jixiang bent down and asked Shui Linlang with concern, Shui, why did you agree to his challenge? Is it because of me? Yang Jixiang did not say this aloud. She felt embarrassed and thought she was being presumptuous. However, the thought that Shui Linlang might be doing it for her made her very happy. It's nothing. The fly has been bothering me for too long, I had to swat it, Shui Linlang said with a smile to Yang Jixiang. Okay, keep it up. Yang Jixiang said with a silly grin. So Shui Linlang entered the dojo. Hey, why are you encouraging him? You should try to persuade him. Huang Lilong complained. Yang Jixiang shrank back and shook her head, whispering, No. I will always support his decision. You, never mind. Huang Lilong hugged the medical kit, preparing to provide first aid. In the temple, Shui Linlang and Pan Ziming stood 3 meters apart. Various noises were already rising from the surroundings. This was their first public duel since becoming martial arts students, and everyone was in high spirits. Especially those few delinquent girls who were brutally beaten by Shui Linlang. Beat him up. Pan Ziming, kill him. Yes. Torture him to death. Others' discussions were more impartial. Has Shui Linlang gone mad? Pan Ziming is already a first-grade martial artist, only a fool would dare to accept the challenge? That's right, a first-grade martial artist is worlds apart from us nobodies. Their strength is far inferior. How dare he? Consider it a demonstration of what stupidity truly means. I just heard Pan Ziming making fun of Yang Jixiang while we were doing exercises. Could that be the reason? No way. He'd fly into a rage for a dinosaur? Ah, such an ugly girl. I don't even dare to look at her, why is he protecting her? Who knows? To each their own. The surrounding chatter made young Ji-xiang, who was standing on the sidelines, not dare to look up. Meanwhile, Pan Ziming in the center of the arena continued his provocation. Shui Linlang, I'm amazed you dared to accept the challenge. Shui Linlang was adjusting her wristband and did not reply. I know you're only fighting because of that ugly freak. You're so pathetic. How could you possibly be interested in that thing? Pan Ziming laughed. He believed it was a psychological tactic. Compared to a beauty like Xiong Hua, can you even be considered human when you're carrying things behind your back? Pan Ziming continued with a laugh. Ugh. Even if we get married in the future, it'll still be disgusting with the lights off. Ha 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 ha. Shui Linlang scratched her fingers to warm them up. Lu Fian stood at the referee's position, watching the two people's reactions. From the very beginning, Pan Ziming had been provoking him, but he hadn't reacted at all. What on earth is going on? If you're clearly at a disadvantage, shouldn't you use more tactics? Lu Fian shook her head, increasingly disappointed with Gui Jiang, the class monitor, who was a relative of her family. Are you ready? Lu Fian shouted at the two of them. It's all better now. Pan Ziming nodded. Then, gather your strength and push off the ground. Snap. His body radiated energy. The entire audience erupted in noise. Is this the internal energy of a first-grade martial artist? That's amazing. Shui Linlang, you'd better surrender right now. You're asking for it. He just threw a punch, it felt like the air was being torn apart. Hearing the commotion around him, Pan Ziming gave Shui Linlang the middle finger with a smug look on his face. Lu Fian nodded in satisfaction. She looked at Shui Linlang, who simply indicated that it was okay and did not make any other move. Seeing this, Lu Fian raised her jade-like arm and shouted, very well. I declare the duel open. Snap. Shui Linlang instantly walked up to Pan Ziming, grabbed his face with one hand, and threw him to the ground. Pan Ziming's head was slammed hard against the ground by Shui Linlang. He fainted immediately. Okay. At this moment, there was complete silence. Chapter 32, Reputation Reversed. Okay. Lu Fian hadn't finished speaking yet. Shui Linlang then beat Pan Ziming to a pulp. To be honest, Shui Linlang's methods just now can only be described as brutal. He grabbed Pan Ziming's face with one hand and threw him backward. Scratching his face was already a huge humiliation for him. Pan Ziming's body was lifted into the air by his powerful force. Then, without any protection, the back of his head was slammed hard onto the floor. If it weren't for the specially designed dojo, it might have cracked long ago. To outsiders, Pan Ziming looked like a dog that had been brutally smashed to pieces. Lu Fian couldn't even finish the sentence. Shui Linlang clapped her hands and then walked straight back. The dojo, which had just been quiet, suddenly erupted in screams. What happened? Why was Shui Linlang able to defeat Pan Ziming so easily? That's an instant kill. Pan Ziming clearly has B-level talent and is a first-grade martial artist, with physical attributes reaching a terrifying level of 5.3. How did Shui Linlang manage that? Could it be that Shui Linlang has also reached the first-grade martial artist level? Upon hearing this, everyone erupted in even louder shouts. He's already taken a week off from school, can he still become a first-grade martial artist? Genius. This is a true genius. Who says so? Maybe his family is very rich. They have the resources to train him at home. But whether it was his talent or his family background, he kept it all hidden before. No wonder he could take down so many of Li Siji's men all by himself, he really has real skills. Wow, I've always thought he was handsome. Luo Guanyo has so many fans, I'm going to be the first to become a fan of him. But he seems to only care about that ugly woman, doesn't he? What they didn't know was that Shui Linlang was not only a first-grade martial artist, but also a freak with a physical fitness level of 6.4. Let alone the 2A-level students in the martial arts class, many high school seniors might not even have that level. Luo Guanyo, standing on the sidelines, was dumbfounded. Fortunately, he was smart enough not to confront Shui Linlang directly, otherwise he would have lost face. After all, he wasn't confident he could easily defeat Pan Ziming. How could this be? It must be because Pan Ziming is too useless. I couldn't possibly be killed instantly. Xianghua shouted indignantly. But Chen Xianma, standing behind them, wore a strange expression. Shui Linlang returned to the sidelines, and Yang Jixiang handed her his thermos, which she casually took and drank. To be honest, I don't even want to drink water. After all, my opponents are too weak, and I don't even have time to feel thirsty, said Shui Linlang Versailles. Ha ha ha. Yang Jixiang laughed heartily. It's a pity he just fainted. I was hoping he would apologize to you. Shui Linlang turned around and glanced at the unconscious Pan Ziming. Yang Jixiang was stunned for a moment, then a blush appeared on her face. Shui Linlang's words confirmed that she was helping Yang Jixiang vent her anger. Yang Jixiang said she was unhappy, but that would be a lie. He doesn't need to apologize. Shui has already punished him. Yang Jixiang couldn't suppress the urge to speak and stammered. Huang Lilong, standing to the side, was somewhat dumbfounded as he watched the two of them interact. Hey, why aren't you guys surprised? Shui Linlang instantly defeated Pan Ziming, the Pan Ziming who was among the top 4 in the class in terms of combat strength. How can you all be so nonchalant, acting as if it's perfectly natural? He looked down at the medical kit in his arms. Ugh. I feel like a clown. Never mind, let's give it to Pan Ziming. So Huang Lilong ran to give Pan Ziming first aid. Shui Linlong's performance not only caused a sensation in her class, but also attracted the attention of the senior students passing by upstairs. On the 3rd floor balcony, a man and a woman were also watching. One of them was a beautiful girl with long, straight black hair, princess-cut bangs, and a bow hair clip. That guy, he seems kind of interesting. A handsome young man, 175 centimeters tall but with a full head of white hair, nodded beside her. Star Love, he has your shadow from last year. The beautiful star revealed a disdainful smile, something like me? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you to give him such high praise, Yifan. He's quite cute, perfect to be my little puppy. The boy named Yifan glanced sideways at the girl who was stroking her cheek and laughing. Xing Jilian is the only genius in the school's history to have an A+ talent. He is now a 5th-rank martial artist, has been admitted to Nanxiang University through a special recommendation, and has also been exceptionally admitted by the Martial Arts Integration Bureau. His personality is quite twisted. After all, he was pampered from a young age and was born into a super-large corporation. Yifan looked down at Shui Linlang and sighed softly. Yet another victim. After Huang Lilong provided first aid to Pan Ziming was taken to the hospital. Since martial arts were included in the college entrance examination, a large number of martial arts students have been sent to the hospital every year, which is a common occurrence for the school. Lu Fian also breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to look at Shui Linlang. To be honest, what she just witnessed shocked her as well. She really didn't expect that Shui Linlong's combat power would actually overwhelm Pan Ziming. Just a second ago she was disappointed in Shui Linlang. The speed at which she was slapped in the face was so fast that it hurt her self-esteem. However, Shui Linlong's talent was so impressive that she had to believe Guo Zhang's words. She immediately walked up to Shui Linlang and questioned her. Shui Linlang, have you already become a first-grade martial artist? Yes. Shui Linlang said bluntly. Now that it's been exposed, there's no need to hide it anymore. Besides, he's just a mere first-rank martial artist, which isn't considered a great talent at all. It will be reported sooner or later, so there's no need to hide it. Then why didn't you report it? Lu Fian scolded. Well, I don't know either. I've never taken a martial arts class. I only found out I'm a first-grade martial artist after I beat up Pan Ziming just now, Shui Linlang said, spouting nonsense with a straight face. This. Lu Fian didn't know what to say for a moment. Never mind, it's not too late to report it now. She gathered her thoughts and then gave Shui Linlang a charming smile. Shui Linlang, you've really impressed me. Keep up the good work, your teacher believes in you. Thank you for the compliment, teacher, Shui Linlang said with a shy smile. Lu Fian turned back and called to the students, continue the lesson. We will begin our month-long training in boxing techniques today. So everyone gathered together for classes, practicing the basic boxing techniques arranged by the school. The class passed quickly, and it was time for break. As soon as get out of class ended, Shui Linlong's seat was surrounded by many girls. Because of Shui Linlong's aloof demeanor, they found it difficult to approach her, but that didn't stop them from gossiping about her. I wonder if Shui Linlang has QQ. I really want him to teach me martial arts. He gets more and more handsome the more I look at him. How did that ugly woman manage to get so close to him? Who knows, shameless, huh? These girls seemed to have forgotten the rumors that Shui Linlang was a fighting queen, and they all gathered around. Shui Linlang didn't take it seriously and drank her hot water with a deadpan expression. But Yang Jixiang listened to the discussions around her. She couldn't help but look worried. Chapter 33 Shue's taste is quite good. If you want a divorce, what about the child? Aren't you going to take care of him? If you hadn't been wearing a mask, I wouldn't have given birth to this baby. I don't care, if they weren't going to take her with them, I wouldn't want her either. Then throw it away. I'm marrying a rich man now, I don't want to bring a burden with me. When I was 5 years old, my parents divorced. I was abandoned. My blind grandfather raised me single-handedly with his own money. Wow, she's so ugly. And dressed so shabbily. Hey, you only eat this little bit in one meal? Stay away from her. She looks like she's covered in bugs. After starting school, I was constantly isolated, bullied, and ridiculed. At that time. In my own eyes. This world is gray. It has no color. Sorry. Yes. It's all my fault. I can only live a humble life. Only in this way can you minimize the harm you suffer. Even if they are still being bullied and used as a punching bag. Although I was unwilling. But what can we do? Fortunately, I do have a talent for martial arts. This might be a turning point that changes one's fate. Just as I was about to receive my college entrance exam handbook, someone deliberately threw it to the ground. That moment. It felt as if I hadn't grasped the doorknob of fate. Teacher, Yang Jixiang deliberately threw the handbook on the ground. She doesn't seem to like it. No. I didn't. She's openly provoking the teacher. Teacher, take her out and make her stand as punishment. TSK, not only is he ugly, but he's also so arrogant. No, that's not it. Why, do you have to treat me like this? Snap. The college entrance exam handbook suddenly returned to the desktop. Huh? Why? Yang Jixiang turned her head to look, completely bewildered. It was him. That moment. This bleak world. It seems to have gained a touch of color. Shui Linlang is a violent maniac. Even though we bullied Yang Jixiang, how could he lay a hand on us girls? Actually, we did nothing wrong. It's all because Shui Linlang has connections at school that she forced us to take the blame. That Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang are definitely related, otherwise why would he protect an ugly woman for no reason? Is his physiognomy that strange? I heard that Shui Linlang is a reincarnation of a gorilla. He's not human. It's all my fault. He received such negative reviews because he was trying to help me. I really am a jinx. But he. Yet she was still so good to me. No wonder he could take down so many of Li Siji's men all by himself. He really has real skills. Wow, I've always thought he was handsome. Luo Guanyo has so many fans, I'm going to be the first to become a fan of him. I wonder if Shui Linlang has QQ. I really want him to teach me martial arts. He gets more and more handsome the more I look at him. I'm so happy. Shui finally received the treatment he deserved. He is the most dazzling presence on the desktop. I'm so happy for him. That is. Why do I have this feeling of being anxious and uncertain? Shui was well received. I should be happy for him. Did you encounter any difficulties with that set of boxing techniques in the last lesson? Shui Linlang suddenly asked. Huh? Yang Jixiang snapped out of her thoughts and gave an awkward smile. I didn't encounter any problems. I will practice diligently. Yang Jixiang clenched her fists and smiled. Although the school's boxing style is called basic boxing style, it's still quite comprehensive, Shui Linlang murmured to herself. He still cares about me so much. Yang Jixiang couldn't help but chuckle. Although Shui Linlang had more girls around her now. Although not many girls came over to chat him up because of his dead fish-eyed expression and the fact that Yang Jixiang was sitting next to him. Therefore, they all started discussing Yang Jixiang. How did that ugly woman manage to get so close to him? Who knows, shameless, huh? Wow. Shui Linlong's taste is terrible. How could she be interested in something so ugly? Not only is her face ugly, but her figure is also unremarkable, and she's short. All I can say is that Shui Linlang is blind. Exactly, I'm dozens of times prettier than that girl. I just tried to chat him up, and he didn't even look at me. What's he pretending for? The surrounding whispers made Yang Jixiang feel even worse. She didn't care about what people said about her appearance, she was used to it. She just couldn't stand people talking about Shui Linlang. Shue's taste is really good. At this moment, a beautiful figure appeared before them. Chen Xianma, student council president and class monitor. Standing at 165 centimeters tall, with a neat, short bob and well-defined features, he exudes a heroic air. She dared not be popular with both men and women. Without saying a word, she sat down next to Shui Linlang, only 10 centimeters apart, almost touching her. Ah! Yang Jixiang panicked. How could she do this? You have no shame at all. Shui Tong won't talk to you. But she's so beautiful. Chen Xianma sat down next to Shui Linlang in full view of everyone, which immediately sparked a lot of discussion. Wow! I also want to sit that close to Chen Xianma. The boy said enviously. If I were as pretty as her, I would dare to do the same. The girl was also extremely jealous. Chen Xianma flicked her hair and smiled at Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang, your martial arts group only has 2 people, right? Can I join? Chen Xianma asked directly. I have B+ grade talent, I'm just a little short of becoming a first-grade martial artist. I can also use my family connections to obtain a lot of resources and martial arts skills. Would you like to consider it? Her words immediately caused a huge uproar. Even Luo Guangyao, watching from afar, gritted his teeth. That's my woman. Traitor! Traitor! Xianghua also became furious. Yang Jixiang, who was on a lower step, was completely stunned. She wants to join our group? She's so beautiful, big boobs, long legs, and she's the student council president, so talented. He, that's right. Shui is so outstanding, she deserves to be accompanied by such outstanding girls. I'm not jealous at all. Although Yang Jixiang thought this way, she lowered her head and her eyes unconsciously reddened. Huh, why? To express her intentions, Chen Xianma moved even closer to Shui Linlang, showing her confidence in her bust size. Then, Shui Linlang took a step back. At this moment, Chen Xianma was completely petrified. You just finished boxing, you're covered in sweat, can you stay away from me? Shui Linlang said coldly. Chen Xianma blushed with embarrassment. Shui Linlang, don't be ungrateful. What right do you have to treat me like this? Shui Linlang was too lazy to answer her. She's a student council president, and she could have easily formed her own team, but she insisted on relying on a man. If you came to me right away, fine. You've been flirting with other men for so long before coming here. Do you think I'm some kind of sheep? Seeing Shui Linlang's cold violence, Chen Xianma was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She glanced at Yang Jixiang below and cursed, Shui Linlang, you deserve to be with this ugly hag for the rest of your life. Then she ran away. Her outburst instantly ignited the entire audience. No way, Chen Xianma is not as good as that ugly girl? Shui Linlang is hilarious. I think he's blind, isn't he? He must be blind. He doesn't even like a great beauty like Chen Xianma. I suspect he's mentally ill. People around started talking about it. Everyone says Shui Linlang is sick. When Yang Jixiang saw Shui Linlang reject Chen Xianma, she was happy at that moment. But with so many people belittling Shui Linlang, she became sad again. It's all my fault. Shui was subjected to ridicule and sarcasm, and it was all because of me. I'm too ugly. Soon. The martial arts class on Thursday afternoon has ended. I won't eat dinner at school. I'm all sweaty, so I'll go home and shower first. I'll come back after evening self-study. We're martial arts students, so the uncle at the gate will allow us to be a little late. After saying that, Shui Linlang and Huang Lilong went home together. Yang Jixiang originally didn't plan to go home, since there was no point in going home anyway, the sweaty smell would pass quickly. But for some reason, she found herself walking home today. They are all-day students, her home is not far from the school, only a 20-minute walk. She didn't think much about it and had no idea what she was supposed to do. She walked into her mother's room as if possessed. My mother left nothing behind except a drawer full of expired cosmetics. Yang Jixiang took out one of the lipsticks. Applied gently to the lips. This was the first time she had ever worn lipstick. Chapter 34, Her beauty with light makeup. After applying lipstick to my lips, Yang Jixiang looked at herself in the mirror. So ugly. These lips, now a vibrant red, did absolutely nothing to make her ugly face more beautiful. These freckles are still too ugly. That face shape, those eyes. No, we have to cover it all up. I need to apply foundation, I need to put on blush. I remember the specific steps of makeup application. I used to watch my mother do her makeup a lot when I was little, and she even taught me for a while. Search. Let me check. First foundation, then loose powder, concealer, blush, mascara, eyeliner pencil, liquid eyeliner, gel eyeliner. Ah! This is so complicated, what is all this? Yang Jixiang panicked, but more than anything, she desperately wanted to succeed. So she picked up the rubbish and smeared it on her face little by little. Ah, it's too thick. Why does she look like Harley Quinn? I don't know how much time had passed, but night had completely fallen. Yang Jixiang continued to try things out little by little in the room. But looking at the skills that female college students spend years just barely mastering, how much of it can she learn in just half an hour? As the time for evening self-study drew closer, she became increasingly flustered, to the point that she started to fumble around. But looking at her still disheveled face, she felt like crying. In a panic, she hurriedly dipped the bottle in loose powder, but accidentally the small bottle got stuck and flew off the table. Crash! The powder instantly scattered all over the ground. Ah, no! Yang Jixiang panicked even more. She quickly squatted down to pick up the powder on the ground. As soon as I finished tidying up, my phone alarm went off. It was the alarm I usually used at school to remind myself that evening self-study would start in 5 minutes. There's no time left. Yang Jixiang looked down at the box filled with grayish powder mixed with dust, and at her hand stained white. A sense of despair flashed through her heart. She looked up at herself in the mirror. She hadn't turned on the light yet, and the light was dim, coming from the streetlights outside the window. The image in the mirror wasn't human, it looked more like a female ghost. She was an ugly female ghost. 2 tears streamed uncontrollably from Yang Jixiang's eyes, and she hurriedly wiped them away. But the dirty powder on her hands, mixed with tears, instantly ruined her makeup. What I see in the mirror now can no longer be called a female ghost, it's a black bear monster. At this moment, Yang Jixiang could no longer suppress her emotions. Tears streamed down her cheeks, dripping onto her clothes. I'm such a useless piece of trash. He can't do anything right. Even a simple makeup routine turns into a complete mess in the end, I'll only hold him back. Yang Jixiang lowered her head, letting her tears flow freely. Evening self-study time. Shui Linlang returned to the classroom about 15 minutes late, while Huang Lilong arrived 5 minutes earlier. But the classroom was already full of students. Most of them dared not be late, even though as martial arts students they were allowed to be a little late. Since there is a martial arts class on Thursday afternoon, the evening self-study session on Thursday evening will proceed as normal, and there is no need to go out for martial arts practice. Shui Linlang looked at Yang Jixiang's seat next to her, it was still empty. Ha! A girl as well behaved as her should, in principle, follow the rules very well. Why haven't they arrived yet, so late? She's a day student, so her home shouldn't be too far from here. Could something have happened? Thinking about this, Shui Linlang became nervous. Although Yang Jixiang has become a first-rank martial artist, her combat strength is actually not strong. If she encounters several villains, she will not be able to fight them off. No way, she hasn't even become pretty yet, how could she have encountered thugs? Could it be a family issue? Wait a minute, it seems I don't know anything about her family situation yet. Oh no, I'm not a very good husband. Should we go take a look? Just as Shui Linlang was thinking this, a message came through my phone. Xiang, Shui, have you arrived at the classroom yet? Upon seeing that the message was from Yang Jixiang, Shui Linlang was instantly relieved, and all her previous thoughts vanished in an instant. Snowwolf me, I just got to the classroom a little while ago, where are you? Why aren't you here yet? Xiang, I'm a little hesitant to go in. Ha? Why? Is it because you were late that you dared not walk into the classroom in front of everyone? It seems she does have that concern. After all, he is an extremely introverted and shy person. Snowwolf me, where are you? I'll go find you. Xiang, no. Shui Linlang didn't read what Yang Jixiang said next, and got up and walked out of the classroom. This would naturally attract everyone's attention, but he's thick-skinned and can simply ignore it. Stepping outside the classroom, Shui Linlang glanced around and spotted a petite figure hiding behind a pillar in the corridor. Yang Jixiang? Shui Linlang walked towards the pillar. Day. Immediately afterwards, the petite figure fled into the distance. Don't come any closer. What the hell? Shui Linlang was completely dumbfounded. Although she didn't know what was going on, Shui Linlang still chased after them. Because the system gifted her the divine speed technique, even though Shui Linlang hadn't seriously practiced it yet, by using the basic concepts within it to gather her energy in her legs, she could multiply her running speed. He caught up with the petite figure in no time. They had already reached the lakeside. This is a scenic lake located within the school grounds, covered with a large expanse of lotus flowers, and 2 ducks are circling around it. The surrounding light was quite dim, with only a few streetlights shining by the lake, but thanks to the moon reflected in the lake, the place was still exceptionally beautiful even at night. Seeing Shui Linlang chasing after her, Yang Jixiang was so frightened that she jumped into the bushes and hid herself. Yang Jixiang, what are you doing? Why are you running so fast? Shui Linlang asked breathlessly. Come out. Yang Jixiang hid in the bushes and began to speak haltingly. I'm so ashamed to face anyone. What the heck? Shui Linlang was completely bewildered by her words. You're so unfashionable, how can you face people? Tell me anything you're having trouble with. I'm your future husband, and your current teammate. Shui Linlang said, patting her chest. You won't laugh at me? Yang Jixiang asked nervously. Then she slowly emerged from the bushes. I don't have much confidence. As soon as she stepped out, Shui Linlang sensed something was wrong. She changed her clothes. She usually wears a long-sleeved school uniform with a dowdy short skirt and brown tights. But now her fair and slender legs are exposed, and she is wearing loose casual shorts and a white short-sleeved t-shirt tucked into the shorts. This outfit, compared to her previous stuffy and dowdy style, looks so youthful and beautiful. It's the kind of casual, pretty girl's outfit. Moreover, it suits her very well. Her long and slender limbs elevate the outfit. Gradually, Yang Jixiang walked into the light and came to the lakeside streetlights. Shui Linlang then saw what she looked like now. She wore makeup. Although it was just a simple makeup look, merely using foundation to cover up the freckles and applying a little lipstick, blush, and eyeshadow, it was practically no different from a so-called no-makeup look. She also changed her hairstyle, combing her braided hair into long, straight black hair. Most importantly, she took off her thick-rimmed glasses and used a hair clip to lift up her long bangs that covered her nose. At the beginning, she showed her face completely. Because her flaws were concealed, the exquisiteness of her features, the beauty of her face shape, and the sparkle in her eyes were all revealed. But it was such a simple outfit, just a simple change of clothes. Surprisingly, it gave Yang Jixiang a captivating charm. So beautiful. Shui Linlang was stunned. And he was stunned for several minutes. This was the first time Shui Linlang had ever seen a real beauty since she was born. Although I knew through the system that Yang Jixiang would be very beautiful in the future, I didn't expect that she could be so captivating now that she had dressed up a little. This feeling is different from what I saw in the photos. Seeing a beautiful woman in real life can trigger hormones. When Shui Linlang saw Yang Jixiang, who had dressed up a little, her heart was racing and she was almost palpitating. At this moment, both of them remained silent, with only the shimmering lake light continuing to dance. Shui. This is my first time wearing makeup, I'm not very confident. Yang Jixiang broke the silence when she saw that Shui Linlang was not speaking, and began to explain. They said Shui has no taste today. I can't take it. I want to prove to them that Shui isn't blind. Although my makeup skills are terrible, I've tried so many times, and now I finally don't look like Harley Quinn anymore. Shui, do you think it looks bad? Shui Linlang covered his face with one hand. His face was already completely red. Yes, very much. Shui Linlang said these words against her will. He was already smitten, but he stubbornly insisted on saying something relatively objective. Even hearing Shui Linlang's words made Yang Jixiang so happy she felt like she could fly. You have to understand how much determination she had to make at home to get things even a little bit sorted out. She's happy to receive positive feedback. So she clenched her fists in front of her chest and jumped up and down happily twice. Then she asked nervously, so, if I go to class now, it should be okay, right? Although it can't compare to others, at least it proves that Shui Koan isn't blind. She closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and shouted, I'll go right now. Day. The girl resolutely ran towards her classroom. Don't! In that instant, Shui Linlang grabbed Yang Jixiang, who was walking past her. He used the momentum to pin her against the lamppost. Yang Jixiang bumped her back against a lamppost and was startled by Shui Linlang's actions. But when she saw that Shui Linlang had surrounded her here, she panicked a little. Shui, why did you stop me? Only this way can I shut them up, so they won't slander you anymore. Yang Jishiang asked, looking puzzled. No. I can't show it to them. Shui Linlang lowered her head and composed herself. Then he raised his flushed face and stammered to Yang Jishiang, whom he had wrapped his arms around. The way you put on makeup is something only I can see. At this moment, Yang Jishiang's heart also fluttered, and her eyes widened involuntarily. Chapter 35 Don't air your dirty laundry in public. Please continue reading. Shui Kuan, why? Yang Jishiang asked, stammering. She clenched her small fists tightly in front of her chest, rubbing them between her fingers. Her little feet were also turned inward, swaying awkwardly on the stone brick floor. But her heart was pounding so hard that she couldn't think straight. All my senses have become dulled. She couldn't quite understand it. No, she was almost incredulous. Shui Linlang, what does this mean? Isn't this just possessiveness? Isn't it just like those scenes in anime where the guy doesn't want his girlfriend to show her swimsuit to other people? Ah! Yang Jishan panicked immediately, her eyes turning into blurry circles. Shui Linlang is the same. He was completely driven by lust and made that action without thinking, and he also said those words as a conditioned reflex. Why did I act so impulsively? But, to be honest, previously, I said I wanted to win over Yang Jishan, but it was simply because she would be beautiful in the future, and there were system rewards to tempt me. Also, as an introverted girl, she was highly malleable, and if I nurtured her properly to prevent her from becoming a spoiled princess, it would be extremely beneficial to me. But in reality, there isn't much emotion involved. Any emotion is more of a protective instinct, a territorial instinct. Just now, I suddenly saw Yang Jishiang emerge from the darkness under the streetlight, her stunning beauty captivating me. To say that you weren't tempted would be a lie. I just want to hug this adorable girl in front of me right now. However, that would be too hasty. Shui Linlang took a long time to adjust her emotions before finally relaxing. Now I need to explain this to Yang Jishiang. How should I put it? Shui Linlang suddenly realized that he, who was usually eloquent, was now sometimes tongue-tied. Enough is enough. Sincerity is the only way to win. Just honestly tell me what you really think. Okay, I lied just now. You really are beautiful right now. Shui Linlang's eyes darted around as she frantically tried to organize her thoughts. Ahem, let me make this clear to you. Actually, I'm a selfish, greedy bastard. If I have something good, I will absolutely not share it with anyone. So, you look like this, I can only see you alone. Do you understand? So happy. Yang Jishan's face turned a deep, apple red. Shui actually complimented me on my looks. That Shui Linlang who punched the beautiful Li Siji, spat at the class beauty Xianghua, and complained about the class monitor Chen Shenma's body odor, that Shui Linlang who seemed to be allergic to women, actually praised herself the only one who was beautiful. Yang Jishan's eyes darted left and right, unsure of what expression to make. She loosened her clenched fist and touched two fingers together. But Shui, if I don't show them, they'll say you're blind. They'll say you have no taste. It doesn't matter. Shui Linlang shouted. Do you think I would care about these things? Yang Jishan shook her head. That settles it, doesn't it? You're my teammate, only I can appreciate how you look with makeup on. You understand? Shui Linlang thought for a moment and started to coax her. I hate women who dress up all flashy and show off to everyone. Don't be like them. Yang Jishan listened in a daze, then nodded very seriously. No wonder Shui doesn't like Li Siji, Xianghua, and Chen Shenma, so that's why. Yang Jishan believed it in a daze. Ahem, good to know. Don't go astray. Otherwise I won't talk to you anymore. Shui Linlang said awkwardly. Yes, I understand. Yang Jishan nodded obediently. Having convinced Yang Jishan, Shui Linlang released her hand from the wall. He continued to scrutinize Yang Jishan, whose face was fully illuminated by the streetlight as she looked up at him. Her delicate features, alluring chin, beautifully shaped lips, and large, watery eyes are comparable to those of female celebrities on television. This is truly unexpected. I never expected that just by dressing up, she could throw me into a panic. If she grows a little taller, her breasts get a little bigger, her features mature a little more, and then her freckles disappear naturally, how beautiful and charming she will be. Shui Linlang looked again at the photo of Yang Jishan 2 years later on the system screen. If the scene in the photo were to become a reality, it would be too unrealistic, wouldn't it? This beauty is like that of a doll. Once she grows up to look like this, even if she tries to look ugly, she won't be able to hide it anymore. Her beauty will be revealed to the public sooner or later. But now is not the time. Her favorability rating isn't high enough. If people knew how beautiful she was right now, how many competitors would she attract? Xue Linlang wasn't lacking in confidence, but only a fool would actively compete if she could keep her secrets. Of course she would. I'm very confident in myself, and I welcome everyone to compete with me for my girlfriend. Only a fool would think that. Once I've made Yang Jisheng my woman, once she's fallen head over heels for me and dreams of me constantly, once she's completely become my woman, then it won't matter how she displays her beauty. Once her affection level reaches 200%, since her heart can no longer hold anyone else, I'll feel at ease. What was that saying? Is it true that a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime? It's not that I'm afraid of thieves stealing from me, but that I'm afraid of thief. Oh well, I'll just keep my beautiful wife at home out of sight. Go home now, remove your makeup, and come back to class looking your normal self. Xue Linlang said awkwardly. Actually, these cosmetics are all expired, and they make my face a little itchy. Yang Jisheng said naively. Are you stupid? You'd do something like this? Wash it clean right now. Midway through evening self-study, Xue Linlang and Yang Jisheng sat in the classroom. However, both of them were distracted and had no interest in touching the homework on the table. Under Xue Linlang's coercion and enticement, Yang Jisheng changed back to her original hairstyle, put back on her thick black-rimmed glasses, and let down her super long bangs. She turned back into Cinderella. But she's still grinning foolishly. Because she knew that Xue Linlang had a strong possessive desire for her when she was made up. If I improve my makeup skills in the future, and make myself even prettier, would Xue like me even more? He. I don't think anyone would be happy if the person they like cared about them, right? On the other side, it's different from Yang Jisheng's silly laughter and fantasies. Xue Linlang was seriously planning her next move. Because he has developed feelings for Yang Jisheng, he is now even more serious. After all, she's my wife, how can I not take care of her? I have to help her become stronger. Ding! Host is absolutely amazing. You actually managed to get a wall slam on the super goddess Yang Jisheng. The host's power enhancement has been upgraded from 30% to 50%. Ding! Host, you're being incredibly indecent. Yang Jisheng's favorability towards the host increases by 10%. Congratulations, host. Yang Jisheng's favorability has reached 40%. The host is rewarded with a new martial arts divine skill, Mobile Great Wall. This skill allows the host to deploy a protective barrier of true energy based on their own strength. It's even more effective when used in conjunction with defensive magic weapons. The host is rewarded with 300 points and 200 credits in the Dao Companion section. The reward was really generous. I've accumulated 410 points in the Taoist couple section, and 260 points in the general point system. It's time to spend some money. Chapter 36. She misunderstood me. Points are used to add points to Yang Jisheng's physical attributes. Although it can also add points to the skills she has mastered. Adding points to the skill can speed up her learning. Maxing it out will be like a sudden enlightenment, allowing her to learn it instantly. But she has only mastered 3 techniques so far. Earth-level Qi refining technique cannot be upgraded beyond proficiency, and has no room for improvement. Basic martial arts exercises, points can be added. Basic boxing techniques, points can be added. Hiss. Adding these 2 would just be a waste of points, wouldn't it? Are we going to make her a Valkyrie through basic martial arts techniques? Can I become a god just by laying a solid foundation? Forget it, let's focus on improving her physical fitness first. After all, physical fitness is her weakness. The reason why Lin Zhan, the guardian deity of China, is invincible is that his physical qualities are beyond those of ordinary people. The physical abilities of the other martial gods were not even 1/10 as strong as his. After a long battle and everyone's true energy was exhausted, Lin Zhan's explosive physical abilities were enough to overwhelm them. After all, martial arts level simply refers to the level of internal energy cultivation. First-rank martial artists possess Ming Jin manifest strength, second-rank martial artists possess In Jin hidden strength, third-rank martial artists possess Hua Jin transformation strength, and fourth-rank martial artists have opened their Qi Si and possess internal energy. Physical fitness is a separate system, since ordinary people also cultivate their physical fitness. Actually, it wouldn't matter if Yang Jisheng didn't train his physical fitness. But since the system says that Yang Jishang is for the strongest martial god, the pinnacle of the world, and the answer to life, then his physical attributes should also be enhanced. Yang Jishang. Physical fitness level, 4.4. Single attribute enhancement, strength 0%, agility 0%, endurance 0%, chi 0%, intelligence 0%. I've saved up 410 points now, let's see how much it can improve my score. Shui Linlang then clicked to add points to her physical attributes. Spend 100 points to upgrade physical attributes by 0.1 levels? Ha! 100 points only add 0.1 levels? So, I saved up all that and only gained 0.4 levels? Heartless. Unscrupulous merchants. I feel like I've been ripped off. What about strengthening specific skills here? Shui Linlang clicked on the agility column. Do you want to spend 300 points for a 10% single stat boost? Your balance is insufficient. So expensive. Based on the few points we have left, don't even think about giving her an epiphany and teaching her the technique. It would definitely be more expensive. Let's give her a 10% agility boost and raise her physical attributes to level 4.5 to make her look better. Ding! Host's purchase successful. Shui Linlang immediately turned to look at Yang Jishang, who was still grinning foolishly. Doesn't she feel anything? Has the money not been credited to my account yet? At this moment, Shui Linlang suddenly noticed a notification in the lower left corner of the system interface. Yang Jishang has a level 0.1 physical attribute enhancement and a 10% agility enhancement pending activation. Pending activation? How do I activate it then? Host is so stupid. Of course, you should pass the reward to Yang Jishang through physical contact. However, Yang Jishang is an unparalleled beauty, so the host definitely won't be able to get close to her. Please do your best, host. So it turns out I was going to over-reward Yang Jishang. That makes sense, since the system is on him, not on Yang Jishang. Ding ding ding. Soon it was break time for evening self-study. The once quiet teaching building suddenly became noisy. Many people went to the toilet, many started discussing the magazines they had just read, and many more went to the balcony to get some fresh air. Yang Jishang, are you free now? Do you need to go to the restroom? Shui Linlang asked directly. Yang Jishang snapped out of her daze and shook her head shyly. I just came from home, so I don't need to go to the bathroom. Alright, Shui Linlang felt that there were too many people talking in the classroom, so she suggested, come out with me now. Okay, Yang Jishang suddenly became nervous. After all that just happened, and now Shui is asking me to go out again, what does she want to do? Could it be that I didn't remove my makeup properly and made Shui angry? As Yang Jishang followed Shui Linlang out of the classroom, she touched and examined her face. Shui Linlang looked left and right furtively, then led Yang Jishang to the banyan tree on the side of the teaching building. Because the ground is covered with dead leaves, which rot and smell bad, few people come here at night. Upon arriving here, Shui Linlang turned to face Yang Jishang. Shui, is something urgent? Yang Jishang asked, looking down, her little fingers touching each other nervously. Suddenly, Shui Linlang didn't say anything, but directly raised her big hand and grabbed Yang Jishang's head. Ah! Yang Jishang shrank back in fright, but Shui Linlang still managed to grab her with one hand. This made Yang Jishang even more nervous, and she blushed deeply with embarrassment. Shui Kuan, what are you doing? She suddenly remembered the time earlier that day when Shui Linlang grabbed Pan Ziming's face with one hand and threw him to the ground like trash. Ah! Is Yuki going to practice her ultimate move on herself? Ugh! Although I'm a little afraid of pain, I can bear it as long as it helps Shui. Yang Jishang closed her eyes tightly in fear. Result. What she received was not Shui Linlong's ultimate move, but a warm current flowing down from Shui Linlong's hand. Moreover, after the warm current flowed into her whole body, she was surprised to find that her physical fitness had improved, from level 4.4 to level 4.5. Not only that, she also felt that her agility had increased by 10%, and that she felt more flexible. I don't know how Shui managed to do that. But it turns out he wasn't using himself to practice his ultimate technique. Yang Jishang felt extremely embarrassed by her previous thoughts, and her whole body turned red with shame. What's wrong? Shui Linlang asked, seeing her like this after she removed her hand. Hiss. Are the side effects of sudden enlightenment really that significant? It's just that I forcibly increased her physical fitness by 0.1, is it really necessary for her to blush like this? If we just promote her one level from now on, wouldn't she become the Red Dust Woman? I. Yang Jixiang was even more embarrassed. She wasn't good at lying and didn't know what to say for a moment. In desperation, she finally cried out, "I knew Shui wouldn't hurt me." Then she felt embarrassed, closed her eyes tightly, and lowered her head. This actually made Shui Linlang feel very awkward. He scratched his head, unsure of what to say. Did she just think I was going to use her as a practice subject? Wait, could she also be scared by how I easily defeated Pan Ziming this afternoon? Damn. I'll have to be gentler when fighting in front of her from now on. If my wife is afraid of my strength, I'll be at a huge loss. Immediately afterward, Shui Linlang chuckled and said, "What are you talking about? Even if the world ends, I won't hurt you. Damn it, if you dare doubt me, I'll strangle you." Shui Linlang was still a little angry and couldn't help but pinch Yang Jixiang's cheek. "I believe blood slippers," Yang Jixiang answered as her face was being pulled. Ding. Host, you're practically a reincarnation of Panin. You actually pinched the face of a super goddess. Aren't you afraid of being killed by a swarm of suitors? Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed your first daily task of pinching Yang Jixiang's cheek. The host is rewarded with the mental cultivation technique Tranquility Mantra. Chapter 37. You've been enhanced, hurry up and deliver yourself. What exactly is this mind-calming technique? Shui Linlang looked at the system interface. After practicing, it can avoid the effects of mental interference, and also defend against attacks of demonic sound. It seems to be a technique for protecting the mind and brain. It seems okay, but where do you get mental attacks in the early stages of martial arts? To transcend mere physical combat and rise to the level of supernatural attacks, that's an extraordinary feat. Let's practice for now. You can never have too many martial arts techniques. Break time is almost over, let's go back first, Shui Linlang said with a smile. Yang Jixiang really wanted to know how Shui Linlang had done it. But after thinking about it, I decided against it. Just like Shui Linlang took out rare pills and cultivation techniques, he must have some even more special cultivation techniques. All I need to know is how good he is to me. Then, I tried my best to respond to his care and not hold him back. Evening self-study continues. Shui Linlang continued studying the Taoist couple section. I just used points, now I need to use points. Points are used to redeem cultivation techniques. Moreover, these techniques can only be used by Yang Jixiang. This is also why Shui Linlang did not give the martial arts skills that the system gave her to Yang Jixiang. She has her own cultivation system and cannot allow her martial arts skills to interfere with it. Let's see what we can exchange our 260 points for. Ding. Detected that the host has selected Light Cannon Swordsman as Yang Jixiang's development template. Based on the development template, we are now providing the host with recommendations on cultivation methods. Martial artist stages from 1st to 3rd rank. Sword technique, only word technique, one of the unique ones, 500 points. Body technique, only word technique, 1 consciousness only, 250 points. Sword technique, the breaking sword style of the 9 swords of Dugu, 1000 points. Forehead. I'm so poor. Putting aside the fact that I deliberately looked for cheap options, among the ones recommended by the system, the cheapest one is this body technique called consciousness only. What is this? After practice, the practitioner will possess agile movements, able to detect the opponent's attacks and nimbly dodge them. It's a defensive martial art. Compared to hard-hitting defenses like the Golden Bell Shield, this kind of evasive defense is more suitable for girls. Since I can't afford anything else, I'll buy her a life-saving martial arts skill first. Congratulations, host, you have spent 250 points to exchange for the profound rank cultivation technique, only word technique, only consciousness. Soon, this cultivation technique appeared in the system space where rewards were placed. Moreover, it was locked, so Shui Linlang couldn't peek at it. MD. He reached into the desk drawer and took out the cultivation manual. Then he handed it directly to Yang Jixiang next door. Yang Jixiang looked at the scroll of cultivation technique and was immediately dumbfounded. She quickly put it away. Then, with a slight frown, she turned back to look at Shui Linlang. She wanted to say something, but was afraid of being overheard by those around her, so she took out her phone and started typing. Xiang, Shui, is this some kind of cultivation technique? Xiang, how could you just throw this to me like that? It would be dangerous if others found out you had so many martial arts techniques. Shui Linlang nonchalantly took out a bag of Oreos from her school bag and slowly began to eat them. Then I casually glanced at the message Yang Jixiang had sent. LOL. Even if someone else sees something that I, the system's owner, can't see, so what? Moreover, let's not even talk about whether other people can see it or not, and even if they can, so what? Are you coming to rob me? Excuse me, but we live in a society governed by the rule of law. Firearms and ammunition remain the primary productive force. Or are you going to shamelessly come and ask? Sorry, I'm too thick-skinned to give it to you. Snow Wolf me, it's a cultivation technique, very cheap, no one will covet it, don't worry. Snow Wolf me, you'll be practicing this from now on. Xiang, okay? Thank you, Shui. I'll learn it as soon as possible and I promise I won't hold you back anymore. Snow Wolf me, good luck. After they finished chatting, Shui Linlang handed the remaining half-pack of Oreos to Yang Jixiang. Yang Jixiang was so frightened that she hurriedly shook her head. But Shui Linlang was so domineering that she couldn't refuse and could only finish eating under Shui Linlong's urging. Hey. How can my wife not have snacks? Shui Linlang continued looking at the system interface. The points and credits are too few. The third assigned task, to cultivate a set of combined martial arts techniques with Yang Jixiang, is still pending. For now, let's focus on training tasks that accumulate points and credits. We need to establish Yang Jixiang's physical fitness and martial arts system as soon as possible. The next day. Lunchtime. Shui Linlang did not go to the canteen for lunch, but instead took Yang Jixiang to the vegetable market outside the school. He wanted Yang Jixiang to complete her training here. Let Yang Jixiang go to the market for the first time and bargain with the old lady. Why choose this task? Because it offers the highest rewards in the beginner-level missions. There are a total of 30 points and 20 credits. The other tasks are all around 10 points, this one is this much. The two of them strolled around the vegetable market. Because it was noon, it wasn't as lively as it was in the morning. This is quite favorable for Yang Jixiang. However, she was still hiding behind Shui Linlang, as if the two of them were entering a haunted house. Soon, Shui Linlang saw an elderly woman buying groceries. She looked to be about 80 years old, as her eyes were squinting. It should be easy to communicate. He said to Yang Jixiang, who was so nervous that he was in a daze, go. Ah. I can't do it. I grow my own vegetables at home. I don't know how. I'm scared. Yang Jixiang trembled with fear. No, you have to go today, or you can forget about going back to class this afternoon. Shui Linlang threatened. Ah. Yang Jixiang's eyes were brimming with tears. She took 2 steps toward the old lady, then immediately turned around and shook her head frantically at Shui Linlang. TSK. Is it that difficult? No wonder the rewards are the most. Shui Linlang thought for a moment, and decided that she shouldn't use threats. How about she encourage her instead? Snap. He patted Yang Jixiang on the back and said, I have already transferred my power to you. You've been enhanced. Go deliver, go buy groceries. Remember to lower the prices. Have I been enhanced? Yang Jixiang felt the slap on her back and became even more flustered. She was pushed out by Shui Linlang, and then hurriedly walked towards the old lady. I've been enhanced. I've been enhanced. I'm incredibly strong right now. Finally, she reached the old lady. Little girl, what vegetables do you want to buy? The old lady asked kindly. Seeing how kind and approachable the old lady was, Yang Jixiang relaxed a lot, and then she mustered up her courage and said, Grandma. Because she misspoke, she felt so embarrassed she wanted to die. I was completely petrified. Wa'ada. With teary eyes, she turned back to look at Shui Linlang, who was hiding in the distance. Shui Linlang couldn't help but laugh when she saw her like this. Good heavens, is it really that difficult? Chapter 38, inviting her to barbecue for the first time. It seems that she can't complete the task by fighting alone. Let's go help her. Shui Linlang then went out to help Yang Jixiang. But he stopped halfway there. Because Yang Jixiang has already spoken up. Excuse me, ma'am, how much are your cabbages? Oh dear, little girl, you've been standing there for so long, I thought you were too afraid to speak, the old lady said with a kind smile. Yang Jixiang's face flushed red with embarrassment. I really didn't dare to speak up, but I really didn't want to hold Shui back anymore. If I don't even dare to bargain when buying groceries, how am I supposed to help Shui with her college entrance exams? In that case, I wouldn't even respect myself. Shui must have known this, which is why she uses these small things to train herself. He could have spent more time cultivating, but because of me. I was just choosing what vegetables to buy, so I looked around for a while. Yang Jishan said nervously, holding her breath. She was terrified that she would slip up again, and she was also terrified that she would stutter. "Ha, what a lovely little girl," the old lady laughed. Seeing this, Shui Linlang retreated back to her hiding place. Oops. You're worrying unnecessarily. She is stronger than she imagined. Wait, what's with this feeling? Why do I feel like an old father watching his daughter grow up? Wa'ada. The nurturing system is definitely the best. Yang Jishan tiptoed and picked up 2 large cabbages, then handed them to the old lady to put away. Grandma, how much is this cabbage? Yang Jishan asked. She suddenly realized that buying things wasn't actually that difficult. If Shui hadn't pushed me, I might have continued to be timid and hesitant. 7 cents a pound, huh? The old lady said with a smile. She deftly waited and said, "It's 3 yuan and 1 mao in total." Upon hearing this, Yang Jishan immediately became nervous. As instructed by Shui Linlang, she not only had to buy vegetables, but also had to negotiate prices. But negotiating prices is much harder than asking to buy groceries. After all, I'm really afraid of upsetting the other person. But, Grandma, could you make it cheaper? How about 3 yuan, and round it down? As soon as she finished speaking, Yang Jishan closed her eyes tightly, filled with fear. She was particularly afraid that the old lady would disagree. Okay, then let's round down the change. I'm too lazy to look for change anyway, the old lady said with a smile. At that moment, Yang Jishan's eyes instantly became bright and captivating. Thank you, Grandma. Thank you so much. She was so happy she almost cried. This was the first time she had successfully negotiated a price while buying groceries. This sense of accomplishment is incredibly exhilarating. Moreover, she successfully broke through her own limits, and that feeling was truly unique and wonderful. After receiving the cabbage, she thanked the old lady repeatedly, then jogged towards Shui Linlang. "Shui, I did it! I did it," she shouted happily. Shui Linlang walked up to her and encouraged her. "That's great. You need to believe in yourself more and stop being afraid, okay?" This is all because Shui Kuan strengthened me. I definitely couldn't have done this before. Yang Jishan said shyly, looking down. Strengthen. Good heavens, she still remembers this. I had just forgotten that I had done something like that. Well, as long as she completes the task, that's fine. And the system rewards have also been credited to my account. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the training mission of let Yang Jishan go to the market for the first time and bargain with the old lady. You'll receive 30 points and 20 credits in the companion section. Well, it's probably too late to go back to school for lunch now, so let's just eat out. Shui Linlang suggested happily. It's too expensive outside. Yang Jishan hurriedly waved her hands. It's not that expensive. Shops near the school are cheaper than elsewhere, otherwise students wouldn't be able to afford them, Shui Linlang said with a smile. And do you rarely eat out? I have never eaten out before, Yang Jishan said, looking down. You won't find a restaurant outside that sells cabbage and rice for $1 or $2. Then give it a try. If you complete the task I gave you, I'll reward you with a meal. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Okay, Yang Jishan didn't dare to refuse Shui Linlang. After all, Shui Linlang was almost always the one who kept her word. Moreover, this is a reward for her successful challenge to herself, something so meaningful that she has no reason to refuse. So Shui Linlang took Yang Jishan to a barbecue restaurant. Although having barbecue for lunch isn't ideal, Shui Linlang felt she could do some daily tasks with Yang Jishan. After all, Yang Jishan had definitely never eaten barbecue before. He first carried the cabbage he had just bought to the shop assistant and said, "Handsome, could you grill this cabbage for me first? I'll be ordering some meat later, so you don't need to charge me for the grilling, right?" Okay, the shop assistant agreed. So Shui Linlang went to the shop window to get some meat. Yang Jishan, who was standing to the side, couldn't help but sigh. That's amazing. They actually settled such a difficult matter in just a few words. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't dare. Shui, you're really amazing. And so it was. Shui Linlang ordered about 70 yuan worth of roasted lamb and roasted beef. This is more than enough for 2 people. He originally intended to order around 50 yuan worth of food, but since he had already given them free grilled cabbage, he decided to order more. Then he took a large bottle of Coke and returned to the table where Yang Jixiang was sitting. "Come on, eat to your heart's content," Shui Linlang said with a smile. A whole 3 pounds of roasted cabbage, Han Bangzi could never eat that in his entire life. Not to mention all this meat, ha ha, this is the life of a chaebol. Ha ha ha. Yang Jixiang also laughed. Before long, the staff brought out all the dishes. Under Shui Linlang's constant urging, Yang Jixiang picked up a piece of roasted cabbage and began to taste it. The moment you put it in your mouth, the irresistible aroma fills your entire mouth. The grilling is exceptionally good, and it's topped with garlic and other seasonings, making it a truly rare delicacy. Yang Jixiang usually eats cabbage every day, but she never expected that cabbage could taste so different when prepared in a different way. So delicious. Yang Jixiang said with a smile, her eyes narrowed. A blush of happiness spread across her face. Ding! Host, you're absolutely awful. How could you invite such a cute girl to eat that wicked barbecue? Congratulations, host, on completing the first time treating Yang Jixiang to barbecue. The reward for the host is a doubling of the size of their chi si. Chapter 39. Li Siji has become a second-rank martial artist? LOL. Why would I double the size of my chi si if I haven't even used it yet? What's the use of storing so much energy in the body? The difference between a third-rank martial artist and a fourth-rank martial artist is actually a watershed moment. Because fourth-rank martial artists possess a chi si, they can generate their own chi, which is called internal force. Martial artists of ranks 1 to 3 can only rely on the internal energy they absorb and store in their bodies during regular training to fight, so their endurance is predictably poor. Generally speaking, a fourth-rank martial artist is not necessarily stronger than a third-rank martial artist in combat. However, the advantage of a fourth-rank martial artist is that they have endurance. They can wear down a third-rank martial artist to death. Who would want to fight them head-on? Shui Linlang activated her chi si ahead of time, and it has now expanded to twice its original size. LOL. All I can say is that we now have extended battery life ahead of schedule. When I encounter stronger first-rank martial artists, or even second or third-rank martial artists, can I use my endurance to wear them down? That's the theory, but I haven't yet learned the techniques for using the internal energy in my dantian for combat. The chi in the chi si is currently flowing out of the body naturally, which is not considered maximizing its utilization. Since I'm only a first-grade martial artist, the school definitely won't provide me with these cultivation techniques. The martial arts techniques of a fourth-rank martial artist would probably cost several million on the market. Then I can only wait for the system reward. No, I can only rely on increasing my wife's affection level. Ha 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 ha. Thinking of this, Shui Linlang happily picked up a lamb skewer and started eating. Then she smiled at Yang Jixiang and said, "You've never had this before, have you? Eat more." Yang Jixiang laughed as well. This is absolutely delicious. Ding. Yang Jixiang's favorability increased by 1%. After we finish eating the barbecue, the two then leisurely returned to school. The following week, Shui Linlang also quickened her pace in her cultivation. Previously, the system had gifted me the Yi Jin Jing, a divine body refining skill. Shui Linlang then intensified her practice of the Yi Jin Jing while also using the pills that Nan Yan in the system had given her that she had not yet fully digested. Over the course of a full week, he maximized the absorption of the elixir's effects using the Yi Jin Jing muscle tendon changing classic. As a result, his physical fitness level suddenly increased to a terrifying 7.2. He felt that he had no rivals in the class. Now that everyone is a first-grade martial artist, the power of Ming Jin is not very strong, so physical fitness is the primary combat strength at present. Moreover, although he became an A-level talent through the system's rewards, it still cannot compare with Yang Jixiang's S-level talent. Therefore, if he wants to match Yang Jixiang's combat ability in the later stages, he must emulate the martial god Lin Zhan and focus on improving his physical attributes. Although doing so will slow down his leveling speed. However, this accumulation of knowledge and experience is all for the sake of long-term development. We should not abandon the careful refinement of our fundamentals because of temporary differences in levels. However, during this week, another A-level genius in the martial arts class, whose name I've forgotten, has already been promoted to a second-grade martial artist. This infuriated Luo Guanyao, who was also an A-level genius. Unconvinced, Luo Guanyo began to make a full-fledged attempt to become a second-grade martial artist. But Shui Linlang was not anxious. She would never do something like this, which would damage her foundation for the sake of vanity. His goal now is to surpass the martial god Lin Zhan. He wants to exceed level 12 in physical fitness at the first-grade martial artist stage before attempting to break through to the second-grade martial artist stage. In the past, if Shui Linlang had thought this way, she would have definitely felt that she was indulging in wishful thinking. But things are different now. He has a system, and he has already surpassed level 7 in physical fitness after only 2 weeks of school. Shui Linlang believes that this goal is worth trying. Of course, in addition to honing her physical fitness, Shui Linlang also practiced the new skills Divine Speed Technique, Unparalleled Strike with Divine Spear, and Tranquility Technique that the system had previously given her. I have a general grasp of it now. These techniques are actually not complicated, you can master them with a little time. Then, on the other hand, Shui Linlang devoted most of her remaining time to urging Yang Jixiang to complete various training tasks. For example, to prompt Yang Jixiang to distribute the flyers for the first time. Have Yang Jixiang take the initiative to report his learning progress to the class leader, Wei Jiang. Arrange for Yang Jixiang to call a ride-hailing service herself for the first time. Shui Linlang had Yang Jixiang do as many as 15 of these training tasks within a week. I earned a total of 170 points and 75 credits. Overall, the quantity is a bit small, but little by little, it adds up. We can accumulate it gradually. However, compared to the initial score, these training tasks are more important for tempering Yang Jixiang's character and abilities. Now, a week has passed, and she has changed a lot compared to the introverted girl who used to be timid and nervous no matter what she did. At least I no longer feel so nervous and uneasy when talking to myself. After spending so many days together, communicating with herself has become very natural. Although I'm still a bit reserved when facing strangers, it's only a matter of time before I get used to it. But another weekend has passed. It's Monday again. An incident occurred that caused Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang, who had always gotten along well, to become worried. Li Siji has returned after her leave of absence from school. She didn't just come back in a simple way. Instead, he returned as a second-rank martial artist. This shocked the entire school. Isn't she only a B+ level talent? That's right. Even Luo Guanyao, who has an A-level talent, isn't even a second-rank martial artist yet. How did she suddenly become a second-rank martial artist after taking a break from school for so long? Her family is rich. They must have spent a lot of money hiring high-level martial artists and consuming a lot of resources in the past 2 weeks. Yes, but Shui Linlang might not be feeling well. Yeah, after all, he really offended Li Siji. Now this is going to be interesting. Faced with this situation, Shui Linlang didn't care at all. Li Siji, a mere B+ level martial artist, became a second-grade martial artist in a short time. No matter how you look at it, he must have used resources to get there. Her physical fitness must not have been properly honed. Only a dog would be afraid of such a superficial hierarchy. I have a Qi energy center, I can wear her down to death. But Yang Jixiang, standing to the side, became nervous. She said anxiously to Shui Linlang, "Shui, what should we do now?" "Whatever, we're in school now, and it's a society governed by law. What else can Li Siji do besides bullying us like before?" "Don't worry, I'll protect you." Shui Linlang laughed. Yes. Yang Jixiang nodded, she believed Shui Linlang's words. However, Monday has passed all day. Even after school ended that evening, Li Siji, whom everyone was expecting, did not show up to cause trouble. Li Siji spent the whole day chatting and laughing with her friends, seemingly having completely forgotten what happened 2 weeks ago. As a result, the rumors and gossip within the school quickly dissipated. However, this only made Shui Linlang more wary. How could someone with Li Siji's personality possibly tolerate it? She's definitely holding back a lot. As expected, Shui Linlang's guess was correct. The next morning, the school announced, a sea-level void realm has appeared in northern Guangdong. It's very safe, and we will organize all martial arts students to go there for training next month. Chapter 40 Void Realm. A sea-level void realm has appeared in northern Guangdong. It's very safe, and we will organize all martial arts students to go there for training next month. All martial arts students, please prepare yourselves. The training will proceed in the form of senior high school martial arts students leading the way, followed by junior high school martial arts students. During the morning reading session the next day, the homeroom teacher announced this to everyone from the podium. As a result, the classroom suddenly became noisy. Wow, it's a void realm. I heard it's full of treasures. Heh, you'll have to be alive to take it, it's very dangerous inside. What's there to be afraid of? Aren't we second-year students going to train in places already explored by the third-year students? What danger could there be? You think it's just our school going? I bet there are countless martial arts students from all over Lingnan, including the Jingnan region, who want to go. That's right, the most terrifying thing is human nature. We need to stick together and defend ourselves. Hearing these people's comments, Shui Linlang nodded. That's right. The most terrifying thing is the human heart. Take Li Siji for example. Upon returning from his leave of absence, he didn't cause any trouble, as if all past grievances had been forgotten. But does her personality even need to be questioned? She guessed that this secret realm was waiting for her. She knew she wouldn't get any advantage at school, so she decided to find fault with herself in the void realm. At least he has some brains. However, given her superficial level achieved through pills, she certainly wouldn't pose any danger to herself, and she must know that herself. But in the void realm, there are no school rules or social order constraints, so she can completely disregard martial ethics and call on high-level martial artists for help. Although she didn't have the guts to commit murder or arson, she had been beaten up in the secret realm, and without any evidence, she couldn't seek justice. But the reverse seems to be true too, doesn't it? I estimate that she will be very quiet in the month leading up to her departure for the void realm. The purpose is to lower one's guard. But only a fool would let his guard down. The calm before the storm is the most terrifying. Both I and Yang Jixiang need to work harder in our cultivation this month. After the morning reading session ended, the homeroom teacher also left. Li Siji, on the other side of the classroom, suddenly gave Shui Linlang a sly smile. Sensing this, Shui Linlang returned a gentle smile that concealed a hidden dagger. It's still uncertain who will emerge victorious. Shui, I didn't expect we'd be going to the void realm for training so soon. Yang Jixiang said, though a little scared, she was still excited. Exploring the void realm is a shortcut for martial arts students to level up rapidly. According to past records, any martial artist who goes in at the first rank will come out as at least a second-rank martial artist. Some even went so far as to upgrade directly to the fourth-rank martial artist. Although Yang Jixiang was introverted, he was still excited about it as a martial arts student. Yes, there are many resources and treasures inside, and the spiritual energy inside is incomparable to that outside. We'll have to upgrade properly when we go in, Shui Linlang said, taking out her college entrance exam handbook and reading aloud. I'm really looking forward to it. Yang Jixiang clenched her fists in front of her face to cheer herself up. She abruptly changed the subject and asked, by the way, Shui, do you know where these void realms come from? They seem to have appeared out of thin air. Shui Linlang was taken aback by her question. Hiss. Good question. He hadn't thought about it at all before. Because it involves time travel, the main theme is, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. If the setting of this world is different from the previous one, then the reason must be that it is different, so what other reason is there? But think about it carefully. It seems I really don't know where this so-called void realm comes from. Moreover, it seems that one or two void beasts occasionally escape from the void realm to wreak havoc on the city, and the Martial Arts Integration Bureau often has to send people to clean them up. People in this world seem to have gotten used to the existence of this kind of thing. No one would find it strange. But these things give the impression, as if they are the harbinger of some major crisis. Forget it, this isn't something a nobody like me needs to worry about. If the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. All I need to do is chase girls. There's still a month before we can go to this void realm. Besides preventing Li Siji's attack, the most important task is to obtain the core treasure inside. Since we have the map, why not take this core treasure? To increase the success rate, I need to practice diligently for the next month. However, we don't have enough resources right now. I've finished the pills the system gave me, and I've also learned the Kung Fu. And Yang Jixiang's Taoist partner section is loading very slowly. If you want more of that, it's time to fleece the Knights of the Round Table again. Night. Shui Linlang returned home. He quickly finished his dinner and went back to his room, eager to use his existing skills for the meeting. Why is this kid eating so fast? Shui's mother complained. He seems to be very busy lately. He often comes home very late, and his phone is constantly being used to contact other people. Upon hearing this, Shui Weiyan's little brain trembled slightly. His pupils trembled. Maybe it's because he's been practicing martial arts too diligently. It's a bit like when I was learning to paint. My mind was always full of practicing and asking questions, said Shui's father. Really? I don't quite understand. What exactly is martial arts? In Jin Yong's novels, people were always very powerful just because they found a peerless martial art. Why did he have to work so hard? Old Mrs. Shui complained. Well, you have to understand, even if someone with exceptional talent ascends to the celestial realm through their own efforts and becomes a member of the immortal realm, they are just one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals who get beaten up by Sun Wukong. Old man Shui also complained. Even if Wolf can become a heavenly soldier or general, that would be exceptionally talented, wouldn't it? You still expect him to be Sun Wukong? What kind of analogy is that? Wouldn't it be better to be a heavenly soldier or general? You'd have a formal position. Old Mrs. Shui retorted. The two of them started chatting away like that. However, Shui Weiyang, standing to the side, had a completely different mindset. My brother's behavior, it's just like my girlfriends who are in relationships. She seems busy all the time, and she's always on her phone chatting with people. Hiss. My brother. Could it be that she's dating someone too? No. I can't let any vile woman ruin my brother. My brother prioritizes his studies. He has a younger sister, so he doesn't need a sister-in-law. Shui Weiyang was so angry that she almost bit the bowl to pieces. Shui Linlang returned to her room. First, he locked the door from the inside to prevent his family from suddenly walking in and discovering that he was missing. Inherent domain roundtable discussion. Start up. Swish. After a whirlwind of spiritual energy, Shui Linlang returned to that space after a long absence. Although it's Tuesday now, 2 days later than before. But it's still a meeting once a week. Summon apprentice knights of the Round Table? Yes. A short while later, Nan Yen and Wilton then arrived at the Round Table meeting. They sat in the same spot as last time. The two looked at each other, then stood up together and bowed to Shui Linlang. My lady, it's been a long time. Chapter 41 made them even more competitive. Shui Linlang kept her expression calm and said in a low voice, please sit down. So Nan Yen and Wilton sat down. This time, their clothing and appearance were all normal. It wasn't as bizarre as the previous 2 times. It seems that the two of them were in a perfectly normal state just now, and then Shui Linlang pulled them over like this. But then there was silence. Shui Linlang felt a little embarrassed, so she directly asked Nan Yen, your information is very accurate. The Void Secret Realm in northern Guangdong is really going to be open to students. I will also send someone there to check the accuracy of your map. Nan Yen was a little flattered and nodded happily, saying, it's good that I can help you, sir. Then, another 20 seconds of silence followed. Shui Linlang stared at the two of them. He was waiting for the two of them to bring him the treasure. The two of them waited anxiously for Shui Linlong's next instructions. TSK. Oops. Isn't it too low class to directly ask for offerings? We need to find a new topic quickly. Oh, right. Why not just ask them if they know where the Void Realm comes from? Do you know the origin of this Void Realm? Shui Linlang asked in a low voice. Upon hearing this question, Nan Yen and Wilton were both taken aback. Is this a test? Then they lowered their heads and thought about it seriously. They discovered that they weren't entirely sure themselves. Although they are all martial saints, my understanding of martial arts is already quite extensive and in-depth. But upon closer reflection, they had entered and exited the Void Realm countless times, reaping numerous benefits from it. But I never really thought about it. Where did this thing come from? This question made them feel utterly ashamed. He can't even answer a simple question. What other value do they have? As Nan Yen and Wei Erdong sat there, they began to break out in a cold sweat. No. I have to say something. Otherwise, the adults will abandon them. My plan to latch onto the God of War's coattails has fallen through. Verdon's eyes darted around. After all, he was a member of the British Martial Arts Association, so he had access to a lot of confidential documents. He frantically searched his mind for clues. My lord, according to the research of the British Martial Arts Association, we do not know exactly where the Void Realms come from, but we are certain that these Void Realms are closely related to the birth of high-level martial arts. According to research, it was after the first Void Realm appeared 30 years ago that high-level martial arts slowly rose to prominence with the revival of spiritual energy in the world. Moreover, the Void Realm is very strange. It gives birth to a lot of martial arts resources, and even naturally produces a lot of techniques and magic treasures. These seem to be man-made, but they also seem to be naturally born. In general, we do not know the specific reasons for the creation of the Void Realm. However, in the past 30 years, the Void Realm has appeared more and more frequently. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Oh. According to Wilton, this feels a bit like a spiritual revival. High martial arts were revived with the emergence of the Void Realm. Could this Void Realm be the immortal realm, or a fragment of a small world belonging to powerful beings in the past? That's quite interesting. Shui Linlang couldn't help but nod. Upon seeing this, Nan Yan became furious. After all, she was just a reclusive pharmacist, detached from the system, and didn't know as much information as Wilton. Therefore, this is her disadvantage. She was very unhappy with Verdon's behavior, but there was nothing she could do. Very good, although not comprehensive, it's still quite good. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Thank you for the compliment, sir. Wilton said with a provocative smile to Nan Yan while offering a compliment to Shui Linlang. Then please move your seat forward a bit. Shui Linlang said, waving her hand. Whoosh! Wilton's position suddenly moved to the top right 4. He was now face to face with Nan Yan. This infuriated Nan Yan. The two started arguing again. But the room fell silent for another 20 seconds. Shui Linlang looked at the two of them, extremely anxious. He really wanted to ask for resources, but he was afraid it would be too unrefined. What should we do? Nan Yan and Wilton stared blankly at Shui Linlang. I don't know if they didn't understand Shui Linlang's meaning, or if they did it on purpose. This greatly annoyed Shui Linlang. Impossible. They're not children, they must understand social etiquette. These two are starting to show signs of rebellion. I'm so angry. If you don't offer resources the moment you meet us, what use are you? Ding. Your intention has been detected. Do you wish to resume the search for trainee Knights of the Round Table? Oh right, I forgot about this. New talent selection refreshed weekly. Let's begin. These two guys are too lax now. We need to put some pressure on them. Ding. New Knights of the Round Table being searched. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh. Suddenly, a new pillar of light shone again at the original position of 5 on the left, which was where Nan Yan and Wei Erdong originally stood. This startled Nan Yan and Wilton. He can even summon new people. Because the same people met with her 3 times in a row, Nan Yan and Wei Erdong had the illusion that the so-called roundtable meeting was just the two of them. That's why they became complacent and weren't as nervous about Shui Linlang as they had been at the beginning. But things are different now. If newer and more outstanding people come in, they are almost replaceable. To the astonishment of Nan Yan and Wei Erdong, the pillar of light slowly disappeared. Instead, it was a man and a woman. The woman had silver hair, exquisite features, and radiant, snow-white skin. She wore a traditional European corset dress, and looked as delicate as an elf. The boy, on the other hand, was dressed in a Japanese school uniform and wore glasses. He was a very young and inexperienced teenager. Just like Nan Yan and Wei Erdong initially, the two of them froze in shock. Hello, this is the Round Table Conference. I'm here to select suitable Knights of the Round Table. Shui Linlang said with a smile. The pretty Scandinavian girl was startled and quickly nodded politely, saying, hello. But the Japanese boy looked arrogant and seemed unhappy about being dragged into this. Ha, who are you? What gives you the right to sit there so high and mighty? His words terrified Nan Yan, Wilton, and the Nordic girl. The Nordic girl looks like the daughter of a wealthy family, and is relatively well informed. The moment she entered, she recognized that this might be the inherent territory described in the book. Therefore, she immediately became respectful. But this Japanese boy is different. He is clearly trapped in his country's information cocoon and doesn't understand anything. After all, their key intelligence is controlled by the Zaibatsu, and because of class solidification, they at the bottom know nothing. It's just like a frog in a well. No wonder you drink radioactive water. Sorry, we're not meant to be. Shui Linlang smiled. Roll. Shui Linlang waved her hand. A beam of light enveloped the Japanese boy. Aowa. The next second, the Japanese boy let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Then he disappeared. Nan Yen and Wilton immediately showed expressions of horror. How so? Why did they scream when they were being deported? They did withdraw before, didn't they? What's going on? The Nordic girl also turned pale. Of course, Shui Linlang didn't know that he had just chosen to make this person fail the test. I have no idea why this person screamed so loudly just now. Ding! Friendly reminder, to prevent the secrets of the round table from being exposed, those who are disqualified will have their memories forcibly erased. We cannot guarantee that this will have any irreversible effects. Oh, no wonder. So that's why he screamed his brain cells had just been cleared. Please relax, everyone. To ensure the confidentiality of our roundtable meeting, anyone who fails the assessment will have their memory forcibly erased. He was young just now, so he might have been a little overwhelmed. Shui Linlang explained with a smile. Nan Yen, Wilton, and the Nordic girl's pupils suddenly contracted. Look. Is this human language? That kid is probably in a vegetative state now, right? This also shocked Nan Yen and Wilton once again with Shui Linlang's methods. Even a martial god has never heard of someone being able to erase another person's memories from a distance. Could this person be above the god of war? Seeing their terrified expressions, Shui Linlang smiled with satisfaction. Miss, we have a test every week. Shui Linlang said deliberately in a slow voice. Although it was said to the newcomers, it was actually a warning to the older generation. Nan Yen and Wilton were immediately terrified and broke out in a cold sweat. Sir, I forgot something and would like to go back. Chapter 42 The newly arrived noble girl. My lord, we forgot something and would like to go back. Nan Yen said with a charming smile. That's a really clever idea. This cleverly avoided the awkwardness of not immediately making offerings, while also fully expressing the strong desire to make offerings now. In comparison, Wilden was much less eloquent. He was far inferior to Nan Yen in terms of verbal expression. Upon hearing Nan Yen speak like that, he immediately nodded vigorously and said in a gruff voice, Me too. Shui Linlang smiled with satisfaction, then waved her hand, signaling them to go back for the time being. With a whoosh, Nan Yen and Wei Erdong vanished without a trace. The Nordic girl saw that the two of them had returned so smoothly, without making any pitiful cries like the Japanese fool, which was enough to prove that as long as she did not disobey Shui Linlang, she was safe. Therefore, she gradually relaxed. Because she was born into an aristocratic family and had been trained from a young age to participate in various large-scale social events and meet many important figures, she did not show the impetuousness that is typical of her age, but rather appeared very calm and elegant. After careful consideration, she asked, Young sir, what kind of investigation did you just mention? Oh, that's because the secret organization I'm developing is called the Round Table Conference, so I need to assess the members to see if you're qualified. Shui Linlang said, deliberately lowering her voice. There's no need to be overly cautious when talking to this girl, since her cultivation level seems quite low. You don't need to be as careful as you would be when dealing with Nan Yen and Wei Erdong. Moreover, what just happened was enough to stun her. Joining such a powerful organization? This made the young girl's heart flutter. As if she had made up her mind, she bit her pink lips. I am willing to accept the adult's test. I need power. I am unwilling to let my life be controlled and arranged, especially my marriage. I need the adult's strong support. Even if it means sacrificing myself. The girl said resolutely. It seems that although she lives in a life of luxury, she is not entirely satisfied, and may even be forced by her elders to do things she doesn't like. For example, marrying a man 40 years older than oneself for the sake of family interests. Oh, so what's the difference between the sacrifice you're talking about, and the kind of life you're living in rebellion? Shui Linlang asked rhetorically. It's different. At least, this is my own choice. I've never made my own choices before, not even deciding what I wear every day. Even just once, I want to decide my own destiny. The girl's attitude was very firm. There is no absolute freedom in this world. What I want is the freedom to choose, just like everyone else. Wow, this is interesting. Very good. I will be conducting a long-term assessment of you. What is your name? I need your detailed information, you know what I mean, Shui Linlang said with a smile. The girl nodded and said, Kueir Hilda, the eldest daughter of the Hilda family, the leader of the Norse Rival Alliance, is currently 17 years old, a third-grade martial artist, and has an A+ level talent. A+ level talent? This seems to be the highest level of talent that the detector can detect right now, right? It seems like there's only been one like that in the school in the last 10 years, and he's currently a senior in high school. I didn't expect her to be one too. That's a very promising future. Winning her over would be quite valuable. Suddenly, the girl blushed deeply, as if she were speaking to the master to whom she had sworn to dedicate herself. My lord, how should I address you? After all, Shui Linlang is young, handsome, and powerful. Which girl wouldn't be confused by him? Moreover, he had not denied the girl's words about dedication, so the girl's heart was filled with excitement. She longed to know her master's name. However, this question made Shui Linlang wary. Oh right. I've never told them my name. Nan Yan and Wilton never asked. Presumably because they are adults, they act cautiously and would not ask others' names as directly as Kuaer. Since that's the case. So how should I resolve this issue? Should I just tell them my name? Impossible. What if I encountered this in real life? Wouldn't I be exposed? We need to think of a way to cover it up. I'll tell you my name later, but right now your task is to do the same as them, express your sincerity, understand? Shui Linlang said. I understand. As someone from high society, Kuaer naturally understood the ways of the world. Social etiquette is prevalent all over the world, it's just that the ways of saying things are different. Then go prepare your offerings first. Your value is determined by your performance. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Kuaer was stunned for a moment. That's true. She originally thought that she could win over Cheryl Lang simply by offering herself to him, by relying on her beauty and body that everyone in Northern Europe coveted. But that's not the case now. For a powerful figure like him, what kind of woman wouldn't he have? I probably don't even rank in his eyes. One's value cannot be limited to a mere young and beautiful body. I understand. I will do my best to demonstrate my value. I will show you that I have a value that is no less than that of the two seniors. Kuaer said resolutely. Very good, go ahead. Shui Linlang waved his hand, and then told Kuaer to go home first. Then Shui Linlang took the opportunity to cancel the roundtable meeting. When Kuaer asked him his name just now, he had a sudden inspiration and came up with a brilliant idea. He rushed downstairs and called out to Shui Weiyang, who was washing dishes, little sister, do we have any playing cards at home? Playing cards? We don't have any of those at home, Shui Weiyang replied, puzzled. Are you going to buy it? Shui Linlang asked while helping Shui Weiyang wash the dishes. Shui Weiyang, who was standing to the side, was overjoyed. My brother is still the same brother, he still loves me so much, he even offered to help me wash the dishes. Then, suddenly, Shui Linlang said with a grin, I'll wash this bowl. Now hurry up and go out and buy me a deck of cards. Shui Weiyang froze instantly. She quickly pushed Shui Linlang aside. You brat, go out and buy it yourself. This bowl is mine. I told Mom I wanted to be independent and become a good wife, and I don't want you stealing my opportunity to do so. I've already washed half a bowl, you can't kick me out. 20 minutes later. Shui Weiyang handed the newly bought playing cards to Shui Linlang with a deadpan expression. Here you go. Thanks, little sister. Shui Linlang picked up the playing cards and flew up to the second floor. Shui Weiyang glared at him angrily as he went upstairs. Why does that brat want playing cards? Oh no, could it be that he's gone astray and wants to play cards? No, I have to stop it, stop my ass. Is he playing against himself all by himself in his room? But what does he need the playing cards for? Shui Weiyang touched her little head. I don't understand. So she gave up thinking and tiptoed to Shui Linlang's room, intending to open the door and ambush Shui Linlang to see what she was doing. Result. The door was locked. Ugh, you stinky older brother. Chapter 43 The Name of Playing Cards. Back in the room, Shui Linlang immediately restarted the roundtable meeting and then quickly summoned the three of them. Soon, Nan Yan, Wei Erdong, and Kuaer reappeared here. Have you taken everything you said you forgot? Shui Linlang asked tactfully. The three nodded in agreement. Then Nan Yan proudly took out a box of pills and said, My lord, these are pills to strengthen your meridians. If you take them regularly, your meridians will become stronger and stronger. Then, even if you exert a lot of power, your meridians will be able to withstand it. Great stuff! Knowing a pharmacist is such a wonderful thing. Shui Linlang couldn't help but praise. Seeing this, Nan Yen was overjoyed and proudly turned to look at the other two. Not to be outdone, Wilden produced a chainmail and excitedly said, "Sir, this is a Shen-grade chainmail, which can greatly increase defense and can withstand the full force of a 6th-grade martial artist. This is good stuff too. You always manage to surprise people when it comes to equipment," Shui Linlang praised, nodding in satisfaction. Wilton also looked proudly at Nan Yen. The two were locked in a tense standoff for a moment. Then, they both gave Kuei a disdainful look. What good things could a young man possibly have? This is just self-deception. Despite their disdain, Kuei remained remarkably calm. The next second, she then took out something that gleamed with gold. "My lord, this is a low-rank cultivation technique, the calming and reviving technique." At that moment, Nan Yen and Wilton both stared in shock. "This girl, she gave me a low-level cultivation technique on my first offering? That's way too obsequious." "Ha ha ha." Shui Linlang laughed heartily. "Why don't you move forward a little?" The next second, Kuei arrived at the 4th position to the left of Nan Yen. Kuei smiled calmly and said, "Thank you for your kindness, sir." This immediately made Nan Yen and Wilton feel a strong sense of crisis. This little girl is so good at flattering and being cute. Their positions are probably in jeopardy. Sure enough, they did not receive a promotion. Based on the previous two instances, Shui Linlang would promote them in rank each time after they made offerings. But not now. This instantly gave them a deep sense of frustration. Compared to this little girl, their gifts are clearly much worse. This gentleman is clearly unhappy. This immediately instilled a strong sense of crisis and competition in Nan Yen and Wei Erdong. If they continue to be as undisciplined as they are today, they will soon be overtaken by Kuei, who has come from behind. Shui Linlang couldn't help but laugh when she saw their expressions. "That's right, that's the effect. Roll them all up." "Humph, why do you two seniors look at me like that?" "I simply have more respect for you, sir." Kuei was still young, and with the pride of a young lady, she naturally couldn't stand other people's sarcastic remarks, so she spoke up directly. But this angered Nan Yen and Wilton. "What a brat with no manners!" Nan Yen complained. "What a child! He's blinded by a momentary victory and doesn't even realize it." Verdun scolded. "Humph." Kuei was also unconvinced. When the conflict between the three of them escalated to an irreconcilable point, Shui Linlang then spoke like a leader, breaking their confrontation. "Ahem, stop arguing, everyone be quiet," Shui Linlang said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, the three of them seemed to compete to see who was the most obedient and quickly quieted down, showing respect to Shui Linlang. "Ha, that's awesome. You can talk to me if you have any questions. But you all need to be harmonious," Shui Linlang said with a smile. Upon seeing this, Verdun immediately called out, "Sir, this girl, what's her name again? As our junior, shouldn't she introduce herself first? Let us get to know her?" After all, they had introduced themselves to each other before, and Nan Yen and Wei Erdong knew each other well. But this little girl is so arrogant, and she doesn't even introduce herself. It's too much. However, Shui Linlang did not intend to let Kuei expose her own secrets. He needs to have exclusive access to information about the knights. So, Shui Linlang changed the subject, saying, "You don't know my name, do you?" Then, amidst everyone's anticipation, he took out a deck of cards. "From now on, call me Joker. You're J." He handed a playing card to Verdun. "You are Q." Shui Linlang gave Nan Yen another Q. "You're an A." Shui Linlang gave Kuei an A in the end. Everyone was shocked when they received the playing cards. This means that they will now address each other using the numbers on these playing cards. In other words, Nan Yen and Wilton will never know what Kuei's real name is. Moreover, from now on, everyone who comes here will no longer know each other's real names, or even their real information. This is for them. It's a huge disadvantage. After all, they have no idea what kind of people their competitors are. Judging solely by appearance means you don't understand the other person's strengths. Just like their situation. Since Wilton knew that Nan Yen was a pharmacist, he could naturally assess her financial resources and influence. This at least gave Verdun some assurance. But things are different now. They didn't even know which country Kuei was from, let alone the resources she controlled. They had no idea what kind of skill this girl had that allowed her to produce a level 1 martial arts technique right off the bat. It's even more impossible to predict what she might come up with next. This means the two of them could no longer keep secrets. After all, they were martial saints, and what they had taken out before was not actually their best. But now I have to compete with an unknown person. If they don't cut their losses, they'll be eliminated. Nan Yen and Wilton's expressions grew increasingly serious. Same. The same applies to Kuwair. She had absolutely no idea about the situation of these two seniors. In order to please Shui Linlang as much as possible, she had to do her best to make offerings every time. Shui Linlang is very satisfied with the current situation. What do you call this move? The art of imperial rule? Never mind, I'm getting better and better at managing people and organizations. Shui Linlang concluded, do you understand? From now on, call me Joker. Yes, Lord Joker, the three of them stood up and shouted in unison. With today's meeting over, I look forward to the final roundtable, which will be yours. Shui Linlang said with a smile. We will try our best. With the three bowing, Shui Linlang cancelled the roundtable meeting. He then returned to his room. He immediately ate one of the pills given to him by Nan Yen. At that moment, he felt his meridians being slowly tempered. This can also be considered a way to improve physical fitness. He felt increasingly hopeful of breaking through his goal of achieving a physical fitness level of 12. Weldon's chainmail is nothing special, we can give it to Yang Jishan later. Now let's see what kind of low-level cultivation technique Kuwair gave us. The great method of calming the mind and resuscitating. As the name suggests, it means that by calming down and maintaining a peaceful mind, one can accelerate the recovery of physical injuries. Because it's impossible to remain calm and collected during combat, this is a miraculous skill for rapidly recovering from injuries outside of combat. That's pretty strong. This skill seems to be the passive skill of the golden armored tank in the game I played in my past life. Does it allow for rapid recovery after disengaging from combat? Awesome! What a fruitful night! Indeed, this roundtable meeting needs to be carefully managed. Chapter 44. She's about to break through to the second rank of martial artist. Hello? I'd like 2 bubble teas, less ice, to go. Thank you. Yang Jishan stood timidly in front of the milk tea shop. This was her first time buying milk tea. Although she hasn't quite mastered it yet, being able to speak directly now is a significant improvement compared to her previous self. After all, buying milk tea is quite a challenge. This stuff is very popular with girls. The small milk tea shop is often packed with fashionable and gossipy young women. Among them are flamboyantly dressed hot girls, sexy and dignified working women, and many self-indulgent online bloggers. Yang Jixiang, dressed in a rustic and unfashionable manner, looked completely out of place in the queue. Fortunately, after more than half a month of training from Shui Linlang, she no longer appears so flustered. If it were the old her, she would have frozen in place and run away long ago. Although she felt out of place among the pretty girls around her, she persevered, having become much stronger inside. Fortunately, the girls around her were not uncivilized and did not directly criticize Yang Jixiang for being unsophisticated. Everyone lined up in an orderly fashion. Finally, after queuing for a long 20 minutes, Yang Jixiang managed to buy 2 cups of bubble tea. After paying, she hurriedly ran away as soon as she received her milk tea. This is so nerve-wracking. Shui Linlang was sitting at an outdoor table and chairs outside a coffee shop not far away, waiting. Yang Jixiang ran over clumsily like a little duck. Well done, here's a reward of a pill. Shui Linlang smiled and tossed a pill for tempering meridians to Yang Jixiang. This was the 10th time he had given Yang Jixiang this kind of elixir. After taking the pill, Yang Jixiang placed the milk tea on the table and then sat down, panting. How terrifying. I'm surrounded by such beautiful girls. Yang Jixiang said, clutching her chest. I feel like I came from a stinky ditch, huh? Shui Linlang gave a wry smile and said, you're very pretty too. Yang Jixiang blushed slightly, then shrugged, looked away, and pouted, saying, not pretty at all. Shui has a problem with her taste. Put. Shui Linlang couldn't help but laugh. She's actually started making fun of me like this. But this is a good thing too. Her personality has changed a lot. Of course, this only applies to Shui Linlang. The first step for an introvert to gradually become an extrovert is definitely to become a bully at home and a chatterbox in front of familiar people, saying whatever comes to mind. But when she's in front of strangers, she becomes timid and hesitant. Yang Jixiang is also starting to show this tendency. This proves that she has begun to regard Shui Linlang as a close friend, someone she can relax and chat with freely. This is excellent for Shui Linlang's progress in her conquest. In this way, even if she can't truly become an independent person in the future, she can still be a cute little girl who can act coquettishly in front of Shui Linlang. Yang Jixiang held the bubble tea in both hands and slowly sipped it. 15 yuan, that's so expensive, what's so good about it? Yang Jixiang complained. I think so too. A Coke only costs 7 yuan, enough to buy a 2L bottle. But since you girls all like it, I thought I'd let you try it too, Shui Linlang said with a wry smile. What a waste of money, Yang Jixiang complained. This made Shui Linlang smile wryly. This milk tea is a complete rip-off, it's so sugary. It's a good thing that Yang Jixiang didn't fall in love with it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully guided Yang Jixiang to buy milk tea from a chain milk tea shop for the first time. You have earned 15 points and 8 credits. Another one done. Half a month has passed since the school announced the trip to the secret realm. During this period, Shui Linlang had Yang Jixiang complete a total of 40 training tasks. As Yang Jixiang grew bolder, she began to complete tasks more frequently, no longer dawdling over them as she had before. Therefore, the speed of completing tasks is much faster than before. In the past 2 weeks, including what she had accumulated before, Shui Linlang has accumulated 764 points and 560 credits. It seems like buying the only word technique, the only one, sword technique, which costs 1000 points, is still a long way off. Although it's not necessary to exchange for this, Yang Jixiang has already learned one of the only techniques. As someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder, I definitely have to help her collect all the only techniques. At the current rate, it might take several days before we can gather enough to go to the secret realm. Time is a bit tight. I might not have time to practice. Suddenly, the system beeped. Ding! Host, you've had incredible luck. So many people around the world want to invite the super goddess Yang Jixiang for milk tea and get rejected, but you actually managed to get her. Did you use up all the good fortune you accumulated in your past life? Congratulations, host, you have successfully completed your first daily task of treating Yang Jixiang to milk tea. The host has been rewarded with 2 top-tier chi gathering pills. The host is rewarded with 400 points and 300 credits. What the hell? This system is a real lifesaver. I was just wondering if I could finish accumulating points, and now they've given me a whole bunch. In that case, I should be able to collect 1000 points in the next few days, right? Yang Jixiang will have plenty of time to practice his newly acquired swordsmanship, that's fantastic. As for this top-tier chi gathering pill, if I remember correctly, it seems to be a pill that has a special effect on breaking through to the second rank of martial artist. It is a kind of pill that can make the internal strength formed by a second-grade martial artist more solid. Shui Linlang glanced sideways at Yang Jixiang, who was still scooping out pearls with a spoon. Her S-level talent is too outstanding. I almost broke through to the second-grade martial artist level a couple of days ago. But her physical fitness level is only 5.8. It would be a huge waste to break through to the second-grade martial artist level like this. Will she only be able to play a fragile mage role like in the game from now on? Therefore, Shui Linlang instructed her to deliberately suppress her breakthrough. But I feel like I'm finding it increasingly difficult to control. What should we do? Since it can't be suppressed. Now that we have over 1000 points, should we use them all to upgrade Yang Jixiang's physical attributes and make her as fragile as possible? Then, use this chi gathering pill to make her internal energy more profound when she breaks through to the second-grade martial artist level. It seems feasible. Since she already possesses extraordinary talent in internal energy, the path of suppressing her cultivation level and deliberately improving her physical attributes, just like me, was inherently impossible. Why not just let her start from the second rank of martial artist to hone her basics? There's no need to push yourself to the same extreme as I have in terms of physical fitness. Moreover, the template I chose for her was originally a swordsman with a focus on light cannon attacks, and it was also part of the plan to emphasize the cultivation of chi. Anyway, martial arts isn't a one-person affair. I can be the tank in front, and she can unleash her ultimate moves from behind. Then, let her use this chi-gathering pill to break through to the second-grade martial artist level tonight. Anyway, she often takes the meridian-strengthening pills I give her, making her meridians incredibly strong. Eventually, she'll be able to become a mobile nuclear bomb that can fire light cannons at will. Ha! Yang Jixiang, you will break through to the second-grade martial artist tonight. Yang Jixiang was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, her expression suddenly became complicated. Chapter 45 Combination Martial Arts are coming. That night, Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang arrived at the botanical garden as usual. It was Wednesday evening study time. You see, Thursday nights are for studying in the classroom, so this is the last night they can spend alone together this week. If we want to see Yang Jixiang break through, we can only do it tonight. Shui Linlang first placed everything steadily on the flower bed, and then carefully took out the qi-gathering pill. Take this pill first, and then try to break through using the methods taught at school, Shui Linlang said, handing the pill to Yang Jixiang. But Yang Jixiang, however, seemed completely unwilling to accept the elixir. She clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, and behind her thick glasses, her expression was clearly one of extreme grievance. "What's wrong with you?" Shui Linlang asked, her face full of confusion. "I can't accept it," Yang Jixiang suddenly said in a low voice, with obvious frustration. "Huh?" Shui Linlang's eyes widened in surprise, looking completely bewildered. "What's going on? Weren't things quite fun during the day?" At this moment, tears began to well up in Yang Jixiang's eyes. She said with great frustration, "Why is it that Shui's talent is clearly superior to mine, yet I broke through to the second-grade martial artist level before her?" "Ha! You're more talented than me." Wrong. She didn't believe she was talented. After all, there's the school's test report. Is it because of me? As Yang Jixiang said this, her eyes welled up with tears, and she burst into tears. Is it because I used up all of Shui's resources, and Shui hasn't had any resources left, that's why she can't level up? If that's the case, then, what right do I have to continue monopolizing Shui's resources? I'm the one who ruined you. Wah! As she spoke, Yang Jixiang cried even more bitterly, tears streaming down her face. Forehead. I see. No wonder she suddenly acted so strangely. It turns out she thought she had taken resources that belonged to me, causing my level to lag behind, and she felt deeply guilty about it. This is a huge misunderstanding. But it's also my fault. I didn't communicate my plans to her. You've misunderstood, Shui Linlang quickly tried to explain. I didn't misunderstand. I don't want to listen to Shui's nonsense anymore. You're definitely going to lie to me and say this is your plan. But what kind of plan is it if your cultivation level is lagging behind? Yang Jixiang sobbed. Grass. This girl has blocked what I wanted to say, so how am I supposed to explain myself now? This is indeed my plan, ha ha ha. Shui Linlang said with a helpless bitter smile. Shui, you're just too kind. What's so great about someone like me with such low talent? Why do you have to give me all the resources? It's not worth it. Yang Jixiang said, feeling wronged. Snap. Shui Linlang got a little angry, her face instantly darkened, and she gave her a chop to the forehead. Don't tell me what you think, tell me what I think. Shui Linlang shouted, raising her voice. Yang Jixiang was a little frightened by this sudden outburst of anger, and her body trembled slightly. This was the first time she had ever seen Shui Linlang speak to her so angrily. I already said this is my plan, so it is my plan. Shui Linlang shouted. I want to raise my physical fitness to level 12 or higher during my time as a first-grade martial artist. Is there any problem with that? What's wrong with me deliberately not upgrading in order to achieve this goal? This. Yang Jixiang suddenly realized, Shui, are you trying to imitate the martial god Lin Zhan? Yes. Shui Linlang looked up, her face full of pride. At this moment, Yang Jixiang finally understood Shui Linlang, but she suddenly felt even more guilty. I never imagined Shui had such lofty ambitions. With my talent, only a second-grade martial artist could help you, Shui, but I didn't understand you, didn't believe you, and even threw a tantrum. Yang Jixiang couldn't help but cry again, her sobs filled with self-blame. Shui Linlang couldn't help but scratch her head, looking helpless. I realized I had underestimated the situation. How can a person's personality be changed by a few simple training tasks? She was still so insecure and lacked confidence. Well, we can only take it slowly. So, should we still try to break through tonight? Shui Linlang asked directly in a rhetorical question. I don't want to hold you back anymore, Shui and I have different talents. I can't push my physical limits like Lin Zhan did. The only way I can help Shui is to reach a higher level of martial arts as soon as possible. Yang Jixiang stopped crying and became determined and serious. She took the pill, sat steadily on the flower bed, adjusted her breathing, and prepared to break through. Before long, she exuded an astonishing aura. Originally, Ming-Jin martial artists relied on the flow of qi through the meridians to retain internal qi for combat. Second-rank martial artists upgrade their visible strength to hidden strength. This goes beyond simply circulating qi in the meridians, it extends qi to every part of the body, especially the internal organs, nerves, and bones, thereby enhancing the body's overall combat capabilities. An expert in internal strength can directly enhance physical functions using internal strength. Therefore, at this stage, people often neglect to train their physical fitness because there are more convenient things to use. Moreover, at this stage, the interference of internal energy makes it impossible to simply improve physical fitness. This is also why Xue Linlang insisted on relentlessly pursuing the first grade stage. During Yang Jishan's breakthrough, Xue Linlang first used 1100 points to directly raise Yang Jishan's physical attributes to level 6.9. That way, the crust won't be too crispy in the future. All that remains is to wait for Yang Jishan to break through. The upgraded phenomena of hidden strength are more subdued than those of manifest strength. It is more about the internal sinking of energy rather than its outward expression. Therefore, during the breakthrough, Yang Jishan's whole body turned red, and the energy was sinking down to every part of her body. Because of the effects of the qi-gathering pill, this energy can sink to the deepest parts of the body, including the bone marrow and nerves. In this way, she can even enhance her 5 senses using her internal energy. About half an hour later, Yang Jishan has achieved a breakthrough. She also became one of the first people in her class to break through to the second rank of martial artist. I succeeded, Yang Jishan said weakly, covered in sweat. Xue Linlang smiled back at her. Xue Linlang immediately checked her numerical template. Yang Jishan, second grade warrior. Hidden power penetration rate 98.4%. That's impressive. Generally speaking, the average penetration rate of internal energy among high school students is around 60%. Despite the aid of elixirs, Yang Jishan was still able to achieve a success rate of 98.4%. It seems that her talent has begun to truly emerge since she reached the second rank of martial artist. The next day, they lived in peace. For the past 2 weeks, Li Siji has continued to be a popular class leader and the leader of the girls from afar. It really seems like she doesn't care about what happened before at all. She even greets Xue Linlang when she bumps into her on her way to the toilet. This made the whole class think that she and Xue Linlang had made up. They've completely made up. Yeah, I thought a fight would break out too. Is this what they call no fight, no friendship? Even Yang Jishan thought so. Li Siji doesn't seem to look down on me like she used to. Let's leave it at that. Only Xue Linlang remained unconvinced and kept a watchful eye. Better safe than sorry. The Void Realm is a lawless place, and Xue Linlang didn't want to be careless. Because today is Thursday. In the afternoon, everyone came to the martial arts hall for a martial arts class. But this time it's different. Lu Fian brought many secret techniques to people. Then she shouted with a serious expression, "Martial arts is not about individual heroism. That's why you're divided into groups. These are the combination martial arts techniques for each group. Originally, I was going to teach them to you in 2 months. But because of the secret realm, I'm teaching them to you ahead of schedule." Chapter 46 Lu Fian's Meeting. Combination martial arts? Is it finally coming? The last of the 3 tasks specified by the system. The reason the dead system never rewards combination martial arts skills is so that I have to find them myself or wait for the school to teach me. We've kept you waiting. Xue Linlang couldn't wait to go up and get it. Now, according to the group number, have the group leaders line up and choose their combination martial arts techniques. Lu Fian crossed her arms over her chest, displaying her large breasts to the world. Our school has arranged as many as 20 different combination martial arts techniques. Please choose freely according to the number of people and personnel configuration in your team. To give an example, the most typical one is the 5-person combination martial arts technique of True Three Kingdoms. The 5 members of the team are assigned roles such as main damage dealer, solo attacker, front-line tank, initiator controller, and support. This is the combination with the highest win rate in our advanced weapon system. Our combined martial arts techniques also involve each of the 5 members learning related yet distinct skills, which allows for optimal teamwork. Of course, this also depends on the situation of your team members. After all, we can't force a tank to be a healer, right? Martial arts also emphasize attributes. I know that some of your teams are purely attribute-based, since all 4 of you have fire attribute physiques and the skills you learn are all fire attribute. Our combination martial arts techniques also include solutions for this situation. Therefore, you don't need to worry about incompatibility between combination martial arts techniques. After Lu Fian finished explaining, she asked everyone to discuss it and then line up to receive the combination martial arts skills that suited them. Because Xue Linlong's group number was quite late, he could only wait behind and watch what type of combination martial arts others chose. Luo Guanyo was part of a 4-person group, consisting of himself, Xianghua, Chen Xianma who came to apologize, and a girl who had taken a leave of absence from school. Because of his personality, he was determined to be the main DPS, so he directly chose a 3 support 1 carry combination skill. Let the 3 girls take turns controlling and assisting. Li Siji's group consisted of 5 people, 3 rebellious girls and 2 sycophants. They were very confident in themselves, so they directly chose the best 5-person combination martial arts technique that Lu Fian had just mentioned. Huang Lilong and his 4 buddies, who were all unlucky with women, formed a group and chose a set of combined martial arts techniques that focused on defense. On the other side, there was another person with a level talent in the class, a very quiet guy, whose name Xue Linlang had forgotten. He was extremely withdrawn and was paired with another girl. As for what martial arts techniques they chose, Xue Linlang did not observe. Then, after waiting for a long time, it was finally almost Xue Linlong's group's turn to make their selection. I'm so nervous. Xue, have you decided which combination of martial arts techniques to choose? Yang Jishang asked, curled up behind him. I didn't know my martial arts attributes. The school didn't test them back then. Don't worry, you're suited to any martial art, Xue Linlang said calmly. Because the system shows that Yang Jixiang's martial arts attribute has always been the 5 elements. In other words, it is suitable for any martial art. After all, this world is composed of the 5 elements. Name, Yang Jixiang. Appearance rating, SSS. Martial arts aptitude, S. Height, 162 centimeters. Measurements, 88D 5684 centimeters. Martial arts attribute, 5 elements. Current martial arts rank, rank 2 dark force penetration 98%. Currently mastered martial arts techniques, only word technique, only consciousness, basic fist techniques, basic martial arts exercises, low-level chi cultivation techniques. Currently held items, none. Host affinity, 42%. Comment, a kind, gentle, and approachable young woman, a true gem. Yang Jishan's problem isn't really a problem, the problem is what combination of martial arts techniques he needs. After all, in the martial arts attribute test at the end of last semester, I think my main attribute was metal, with some wood. People with the metal element are normally unable to learn auxiliary skills, but because they have some wood element in their body, they can learn them with some difficulty. Soon. It was Xue Linlong's group's turn to make a choice. Xue Linlang, as the group leader, stepped forward. As soon as he got on, he greedily stared at the big screen. The screen displays the complete names and descriptions of the combined martial arts techniques. But just as Xue Linlang was about to browse, Lu Fian suddenly walked over and said softly, Xue Linlang, come with me for a moment. I have something I want to say to you alone. Lu Fian was very beautiful. She got so close to Xue Linlang when she spoke to her that Xue Linlang could smell her pleasant body fragrance. And when she confronted such a shocking statement in front of a high school student, she directly immobilized Xue Linlang for 3 seconds. Xue Linlang hurriedly shook her head and saw Lu Fian heading towards the office on the first floor of the martial arts hall. Then he gave up on choosing a combination of martial arts techniques and followed her to see what she had to say. Immediately afterwards, they went into the martial arts hall's office. There are only 3 tables here, which looks like the office shared by the 3 martial arts instructors in the school. Lu Fian leaned against the desk, crossed her arms, and turned to look at Xue Linlang with a charming posture. Teacher, is there something urgent? Xue Linlang was a little anxious about the combination of martial arts techniques. It's nothing important, but I just wanted to ask you, given your previous cultivation speed, why are you still only a first-grade martial artist? Lu Fian tilted her head and asked curiously. There are now nearly 10 people in the class who have reached the 2nd rank of martial artist. As one of the first in the class to achieve the first-grade martial artist level, there's no reason for you to fall behind others, is there? Xue Linlang scratched her head and laughed. I don't want to break through to the 2nd-grade martial artist level so quickly. Upon hearing Xue Linlong's words, Lu Fian was taken aback. Then, as if she had thought of something, she immediately approached Xue Linlang, grabbed Xue Linlong's arm with her slender hand, and began to use her true energy to test it. Impressive. Your physical abilities seem to be even higher than I imagined. I estimate you're close to level 7, right? Lu Fian exclaimed, drawing on her own experience. It's actually already level 8. Then Lu Fian left Shui Linlang, leaned back on the desk, and said with a sly smile, "You don't mean you want to imitate the martial god Lin Zhan and improve your physical fitness as much as possible at the first grade martial artist stage, do you?" Yes, Shui Linlang said with a simple smile. You've got ideas. No wonder you're leveling up so slowly, so you're ambitious. Lu Fian revealed an even more alluring expression. However, my personal suggestion is to stop here. After all, Lin Zhan's example cannot be replicated. Everyone knows what he does, but why can't anyone imitate it? Because it's too difficult. You might think that you've made rapid progress to level 7 physical fitness in just over a month since school started, and that getting close to level 12 is easy, but that's not actually the case. Physical fitness is a completely different level after level 10. At that time, every 0.01 level up will be harder than the previous level up. Besides, your level 7 physical talent is more than enough. Your teacher only reached level 6 when he broke through to become a second-grade martial artist. Shui Linlang was taken aback for a moment and asked, "So, teacher, what is your current martial arts level?" Lu Fian said proudly, "You'll be shocked if I told you. 7th rank. Chapter 47. She's going to break us up." Looking at Lu Fian's proud expression, Shui Linlang silently recited the order of martial arts levels in her mind. The highest is Martial God, the next level down is Martial Saint, and then Grandmaster. Below Grandmaster is Level 7. Shui Linlang was a little confused. You're not even a Grandmaster, yet you're advising others that it's enough? Asking you a question like that. I'd rather go back to the roundtable meeting and ask Nan Yan and the others. So, if you want to reach the teacher's level, then you should listen to the teacher's advice. Lu Fian said with a proud look. Yes. Shui Linlang wiped non-existent beads of sweat from her forehead and replied perfunctorily. After learning about Shui Linlang's cultivation progress, Lu Fian's expression suddenly turned serious. Now let's get to the important stuff. Didn't you just say you didn't have any? Shui Linlang asked, bewildered. Cough, is it not okay to suddenly have one now? Lu Fian said awkwardly, a little annoyed. Okay, Shui Linlang said with a simple smile. Lu Fian composed herself, her expression turning serious as she said, "The important thing I need to talk about now is your grouping problem." Is there a problem with my group assignment? Shui Linlang asked in return. Lu Fian didn't pretend and said directly, "With your talent, your current team members will only hold you back. As one of the most talented students in the class, there is absolutely no need for you to be grouped with an F-grade student, the worst student in the school's history. If you were a group of many people, it would be fine if she were just one of them, but you two are a duo. Her presence will only hinder your future development. You might not think much of it now, but what about 2 years from now? When it comes to the college entrance exam, you'll find that she can't keep up with you at all. The martial arts group accounts for a large proportion of the college entrance exam score. With her dragging you down, you won't even be able to get into a regular university." Shui Linlang grew a little impatient and asked directly, "So what are you trying to say?" Lu Fian smiled slightly, seemingly very confident in her micromanagement skills. "Teacher, I want to help you regroup. For example, Nan Huai, who has a level talent, is also in a group of 2. I plan to arrange for you to join. Nan Hua number 1. Oh, I remember now, so besides Luo Guangyao, the second level was called this. They're usually so low-key, I never even remember them." Shui Linlang gave a wry smile, then continued, "What about young Jixiang? What are her plans?" Her? I plan to put her in Lu Xiang's group. All 3 girls in that group have D-level talent. They're all girls, and they're all underachievers sticking together, so I doubt they'll reject young Jixiang. Lu Fian said nonchalantly. He. Shui Linlang sneered and said, "Teacher, I only have a B-level talent, there's no need for you to care about me, is there?" That's not true. Lu Fian laughed. In the end, martial arts are all about fists. Although you have a B-level talent, it doesn't mean your future achievements will be poor. With your ruthlessness, your reflexes, and your clear combat thinking, you'll definitely be able to get into a top university. Therefore, your teacher has been paying attention to you for a long time. Your achievements will certainly not be much lower than Luo Guangyao and Nan Huai. You and Situ Yolian are both students that your teacher values most. Who is Situ Yolian? Oh, I remember now, it was the girl from the next class who was the first to be promoted to a first-rank martial artist, whom Huang Lilong mentioned before. Because she came from a musical family, she rarely came to school. I know absolutely nothing about her. If you're paired with Nanhua number 1, our school's college entrance exam results will definitely be outstanding throughout the province. Lu Fian nodded in satisfaction with her arrangement. How? Not good. Xue Linlang refused without even thinking. Lu Fian was taken aback for a moment, then seemed to realize something and said with a smile, "Are you worried that Yang Jixiang will be sad? Don't worry, leave this to the teacher. The teacher will personally arrange a meeting with her and explain the pros and cons in detail. She'll definitely agree. I'm leaving." Xue Linlang turned and left before she could finish speaking. I really couldn't be bothered to waste my breath arguing with her. What right does a mediocre 7th rank official have to criticize and interfere in my affairs? If it's simply about martial arts instruction, I would undoubtedly listen to her. After all, although the instructor's rank is lower, her knowledge is not necessarily shallow. But she's clearly trying to break up any possibility of him and his wife being together. Destroying someone else's future marriage is no different from murder to silence a witness, and is utterly devoid of conscience. And what's this about taking the initiative to find Yang Jixiang? She's such a self-conscious girl. After what you said, she'll definitely be determined to leave you and not want to be a burden to you. Just thinking about this kind of thing makes me want to vomit. Do you think you are Fahai, the old lady of the Zhu family, or the Queen Mother of the West? Seeing Xue Linlang about to leave, Lu Fian became anxious and shouted, "Xue Linlang! What do you mean by this? Your teacher is thinking about your future. Is it because of Yang Jixiang that you?" Xue Linlang turned around angrily and said, "I don't need to trouble you with my group assignments. And please don't bring it up again. And another thing. If the teacher goes to discuss this matter with Yang Jixiang without permission, I'll never forgive you." Snap. Xue Linlang knocked on the door and left. They went outside. Xue Linlang was seething with anger. Damn, is this just meant to disgust people? This woman completely ruined my wonderful mood for the entire day. Xue Linlang quickly composed herself and returned to the large screen to start selecting combination martial arts techniques again. By this time, everyone in the class had made their choices and had already started practicing. Yang Jixiang walked up to Xue Linlang and asked with a question in her eyes, "Xue, what does the teacher want to talk to you about?" "It's nothing, she just praised us as two unparalleled talents." Xue Linlang replied casually. Ah. Yang Jixiang's face turned completely red. Did the teacher really say that? I actually received praise from my teacher. I'm so happy. Yang Jixiang became so moved that she was completely absorbed in the moment. Xue Linlang was speechless for a moment. You're too easily satisfied. Never mind, after all, it's girls like this who deserve to be cherished and cared for. He then continued looking at the screen and began selecting combination martial arts techniques. Since this is a two-person team, we only need to select martial arts techniques for the two of us. He quickly took a liking to one of them, called the Yin-Yang Twin Array. This is a two-person formation that requires a man and a woman to cooperate with each other. Its main form involves each side protecting the other's back, with the man as the main attacker and the woman as the main defender. They then frequently switch directions to deal with the enemy, making it a combination martial art that excels at fighting against a larger force with a smaller one. There are no restrictions on weapons or attributes. The only restriction is that it must be a man and a woman to achieve a yin-yang balance. Chapter 48 Lu Fian's Advantages. Let's choose this one. Although it's only a yellow rank martial skill, it's better to have it than nothing. The most important thing is that it can complete the system mission, which is the most important thing. Then Xue Linlang ran to the small basket on the side and carefully selected the cultivation method she had just chosen. After making his selections, he carefully filled out the registration form next to him. Once you register, you can take this combination of martial arts techniques with you. After finishing all this, he would be eager to practice with Yang Jixiang. He first handed the martial arts manual he had obtained to Yang Jixiang to look at. As soon as Yang Jixiang saw the name and the description, her face turned red instantly. The twin array of yin and yang, that sounds so ambiguous. Isn't it just the meaning of the Tai Chi Bagua diagram? Why does it seem a bit ambiguous? Xue Linlang asked, puzzled. No. It's just, I don't know. Yang Jixiang became hesitant again. A man and a woman working together, back to back, in a combined martial arts technique. I feel like there will be many opportunities for me to interact with Shui. The thought of possibly having physical contact with Shui Linlang made Yang Jixiang blush. This is often the case for young girls in this age group. Shui Linlang, who was standing to the side, did not share her thoughts. It wasn't that he was more mature than Yang Jixiang, but rather that he was only interested in having physical contact with Yang Jixiang. With such a clear objective, why would they hesitate or stray from the path? So he took Yang Jixiang to a corner of the martial arts hall to practice combination martial arts techniques. Lu Fian was still a little dazed in the office. She was actually rejected by a male student. Although she has been working as a martial arts instructor at this school for 2 years. This is the first time I've been rejected by a male student. I am, after all, a renowned gold medal mentor throughout the province. Whether it's her professional skills or her beauty and figure, there's no way a little boy could reject her. Whether she's in university or now, Lu Fian is a goddess. With her long, beautiful legs, large breasts, and alluring eyes, she is the most dazzling presence in any group. She leveraged her strengths, making her virtually invincible both within the martial arts community and in teaching students. My plan for today was clearly the best. Why did that brat refuse? Isn't striving for the college entrance exam the most important thing? He helped him operate the system and teamed him up with an A-level genius. Shouldn't he be grateful to him? Why did he make such a fierce expression, as if he had killed his wife? Hateful. The reason why Lu Fian was able to become a gold medal mentor in just 2 years is because of her excellent micromanagement skills. She taught senior high school students for the past 2 years and achieved excellent results in the college entrance examination for 2 consecutive years. The key is to group the best and most suitable students together and let them strive for the college entrance examination. Therefore, they achieved amazing results for 2 consecutive years. However, everyone knows that putting the best students together will result in good results, but why did Lu Fian do the best? Because she has 2 advantages. One is her keen eye. She understood better than any other martial arts instructor that martial arts is about fists, not some simple game of talent. After all, the college entrance exam is only 2 years away. Where do you think the differences between these A, B, and C levels lie? The biggest difference is in college. Because some people remain rank 5 or 6 martial artists their entire lives, while others can reach the level of grandmaster. But that's a lifelong matter, not just something that happens in the 2 years leading up to the college entrance exam. Even for wealthy people with a level talent, the highest record in the history of the college entrance examination is only level 7. But the college entrance examination is not a solo battle, and a mere 7th grader can't make a dent. Therefore, those ruthless individuals at the B and C levels often play a more significant role. For example, in her eyes, Shui Linlang, even if she only reached the 5th rank after 2 years, with Shui Linlang's combat ability and experience, how much would she lose to the rare 7th rank genius in the records? He won't lose by much. In fact, in team battles, he can even help the other geniuses on the team rack up a lot of points. This is Lu Fian's clearest mind. She doesn't care about her students' future achievements, she only cares about how well they can help her achieve good results within 2 years. She also knew very well what level the students would reach within 2 years and how to utilize that knowledge. This is her first outstanding quality. As for the second one, that's because of her beauty, of course. With her beauty, even when faced with rejection during micro-operations, she can subtly win over these inexperienced youngsters. Her beauty is enough to turn any girl into a lesbian. In any case, she made the most of these 2 advantages of herself in the past 2 years. Therefore, he became the youngest gold medal mentor in the province. So the school reassigned her again, bringing her to the 2nd year of high school so she could teach a class of students from beginning to end for 2 years. The martial arts instructor for the 2nd year of high school will also be teaching the 3rd year. Meanwhile, another mentor from the senior year will come down. Because the mentor who accompanies the team determines the development of a group of students over 2 years, they are more important than the mentor who stays in the senior year. Just 2 years ago, all I had to do was use my charm a little, and those students, both male and female, would fawn over me. Why, doesn't he fall for that? If Yang Jixiang was a famous beauty, his refusal would seem reasonable to him. After all, men are creatures who think with their lower bodies. But isn't Yang Jixiang a notoriously ugly woman? Lacking in talent and ugly, she's the complete opposite of me. Lu Fian couldn't help but bite her thumb. She had just shown him the big thunder, and then touched his shoulder with her delicate hand. She had given him enough benefits, so why didn't he listen to her? Could he be the legendary Sigma man? Or is he actually an even worse player than me, using rejection to gain more benefits from me, or even trying to devour me? He. Neither is possible. Even if he is a Sigma man, why should he refuse the temptation of college entrance exam scores? He couldn't possibly be a playboy, he's just a typical 16-year-old student who has seen countless people and couldn't possibly be wrong. Then there is one possibility. He is mentally ill. He just happened to like that short-legged girl with a face full of freckles. The thought that she couldn't even compare to an ugly woman made Luffy grit her teeth in anger. No. I absolutely cannot let him ruin my college entrance exam results. If you can't teach students who can get into 211 universities for 3 consecutive years, it will be difficult for you to be promoted to a higher level of mentor. Humph. Since he's so old-fashioned, then I guess I'll just have to talk to that ugly woman. He even warned me that you might not even know how that girl leaves you. Chapter 49 assigned to the masses. On the other side. In a secluded corner of the martial arts hall, Xue Linlang and Yang Jixiang were fully immersed in practicing the combination martial arts techniques they had just acquired. The two stood back to back, clinging tightly to each other, intently mimicking every movement. Their bodies swayed slightly with the changes in their movements, somewhat like two people dancing a ballroom dance. Xue Linlang frowned slightly, her gaze firm. She slowly raised her hands, assuming a forward attack stance, while whispering a reminder to Yang Jixiang, "I'm done attacking. It's your turn to defend on my side. Pay attention to the timing of the switch, don't rush." Okay. Yang Jixiang nodded slightly, her pretty face full of seriousness. She moved her feet lightly and adjusted her position. During the switch, Xue Linlang leaned back slightly, her back gently touching Yang Jixiang's. This made Yang Jixiang a little shy, but she remained calm and cooperated with Xue Linlang's movements. After switching positions, Yang Jixiang then swung her fists forward. Although it was an attacking move, her opponents usually wanted to take advantage of the gap when Xue Linlang finished her attack. Yang Jixiang's sudden attack from the new position would disrupt their offensive. In terms of its function, it is essentially defensive. Their movements were sometimes slow, sometimes rapid, and every turn and step was filled with caution and focus. Xue Linlang's breathing was steady and strong. He kept a close eye on Yang Jixiang's movements, ready to provide support and cooperation at any time. His physical fitness was now at level 8, and his steps were very agile, so he could take care of the slow-moving Yang Jixiang at any time. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Yang Jixiang's forehead, but she remained focused and followed Xue Linlang's rhythm closely. It's important to understand that combining martial arts techniques is never an easy or simple task. At this moment, they are practicing the first move of the combined martial arts technique. This move seems to be the simplest, just familiarizing themselves with the positions and switching between offense and defense. However, the actual situation is not so simple. This so-called simplicity actually contains a profound and subtle application of body movements and footwork, which requires close cooperation and coordination between two people. Its complexity far exceeds that of a person practicing footwork and body movements alone. This requires not only precise mastery of body movements and footwork, but also perfect synchronization with the opponent's rhythm, achieving a state of tacit understanding. Only after they have completely mastered these key elements are they qualified to learn subsequent attack and defense techniques that utilize internal energy. Each combination of martial arts techniques contains unique methods of applying luck. Because it is a mysterious yin-yang twin array, this wondrous array inevitably involves the mutual transmission of qi between men and women. This ingenious method of passing information effectively ensures the two characters' survivability during combat. If they progress to the advanced stage of 4th-rank martial artists, both of them will have the powerful ability to generate their own internal energy, and the effect of this mutual relay will be greatly reduced and become much less effective. This is precisely the core reason why it was rated as the lowest level of yellow rank cultivation technique. But right now, Xue Linlang already possesses a Qi Si, an extraordinary and immense Qi Si. At this moment, he was like an inexhaustible spring, continuously providing Yang Jixiang, who was not yet able to generate his own internal energy, as if he were Yang Jixiang's solid and reliable mobile power bank. To put it bluntly, under the current circumstances, Xue Linlang is actually able to maximize the effectiveness of this combination of martial arts techniques. At this moment, Luo Guanyu swaggered over with 3 beautiful girls in tow. His face was full of smugness as he laughed arrogantly. "Ha, it's actually the yin-yang twin formation. It's such a pity. It would be much more interesting if you were back-to-back with a stunningly beautiful woman here. But you're dancing here with a short, flat-chested, and ugly guy. It's absolutely hilarious." Shui Linlang completely ignored him, only casually remarking, "If you don't want your hand to hurt, then get the hell out of here." These words instantly reminded Luo Guanyo of what had happened in the canteen, and he immediately became furious and enraged. But he's not as foolish as before. He prefers mental damage to physical retaliation. Then, with a defiant look on his face, he said, "Ha ha ha, can the situation be the same now as before? You deliberately concealed the fact that you were a first-grade martial artist, which caused me to underestimate you. And what about you now? I'm almost at the level of a third-grade martial artist, while you're still just a worthless first-grade trash." Ha 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 ha. The girls behind him started laughing one after another. Chen Xianmo, in particular, had previously tried to seek refuge with Shui Linlang but was ruthlessly rejected, and still harbors resentment towards her. "Shui Linlang, I really misjudged you before. I've already reached the level of a second-grade martial artist, and you're still only a first-grade martial artist. It's laughable." Chen Xianmo shouted with a face full of resentment. She glanced at Yang Jixiang again and continued to mock, "This ugly woman you've been so eager to protect doesn't seem to have even reached the level of a first-grade martial artist. Ha ha. These two pieces of trash are really just huddling together for warmth." Their loud laughter caused a stir among those around them. That's true. Shui Linlang, who was once a sensation, has now faded into obscurity. That's right, my C-level talent has already reached the first rank. Maybe it's because the team members are dragging us down. Hearing the surrounding people talking, Luo Guanyo felt that he had won back a point. Chen Xianmo also felt relieved. So the four of them left laughing and joking. Yang Jixiang couldn't contain herself any longer. She turned her head and asked, "Student Shui, should I tell them my true cultivation level?" "No need, don't talk, just concentrate on practicing," Shui Linlang said seriously. "Ah. I'm sorry." Yang Jixiang hurriedly continued practicing. Shui Linlang had no interest in anything else. He was in a very troubled mood. Besides being annoyed by Lu Fian, he is now even more troubled by why the system's reward has not yet arrived. Do you have to completely master your own combination of martial arts techniques to obtain it? No way. He had no choice but to patiently practice slowly. We are currently in the third-floor corridor. Xingzilian and Yifan, both seniors in high school, are watching once again. Starlove, isn't he only a first-grade martial artist? Did I misjudge him? Why is he so bad? Yifan said with a puzzled look. Xingzilian stroked her cheek with one hand and sucked on her pinky finger, looking at Shui Linlang with a look of ecstasy. No. You're right, you have a great eye, he's really amazing. The reason he's still only a first-grade martial artist is probably because he wants to imitate the martial god Lin Zhan and try to reach level 12 in physical attributes. Yifan was stunned for a moment, and said, he only has B-level talent, and he wants to imitate Lin Zhan? Even if his physical attributes are raised to level 12, he still can't become a martial god. You don't think it'll work? Starlove asked. Yifan shook his head and said, it's a pity. With his down-to-earth cultivation and ruthlessness, he might have been able to break through to the Grandmaster level. Xingzilian stroked her face with both hands. He's so ambitious. He'd be perfect as my little puppy. I can't wait to meet him. Then Xingzilian's expression suddenly turned gloomy. However, the premise is that he can successfully imitate Lin Zhan. He doesn't need to be level 12. I'll consider him qualified at level 10. Yifan looked at Starlove beside him, looking at her manic smile. To be honest, he didn't want to get involved with this woman. We're only together now because we're in the same group. This woman grew up in a large corporation and was spoiled. Moreover, she enjoys being flattered by men and often collects men she likes to be her dogs. They also enjoy abusing their partners. Because she's a super beautiful girl, those simps will do anything to please her. But she's someone who gets bored easily, and once she's bored, she'll throw people away. Only those sycophants get hurt. Since high school, she has already ruined several men. Yifan stared at Shui Linlang below. Now another one is coming. At this moment, Xingzilian's eyes suddenly turned sinister. That parasite's so close to the puppy's back, it looks disgusting. It's so dirty, can you please stay away from my little puppy? Chapter 50, forcing Yang Jixiang to sing. Normally, it takes several days or even a week to fully master a simple yellow rank martial skill. Moreover, it's a combination martial arts technique that requires cooperation between people. So, after a whole afternoon of martial arts practice, Shui Linlang still hadn't received any news about the system reward. It seems that one must completely master this set of martial arts techniques in order to receive the reward. Left with no other choice, we can only patiently endure it for now. After school this afternoon, let's continue with those courage-building challenges outside of school, Shui Linlang said to Yang Jixiang behind her after the practice session. Yang Jixiang was wiping the sweat off his body when he heard Shui Linlang say this, and he quickly nodded repeatedly. Shui Linlang glanced at the Taoist couple section in the current system. Now, adding the 250 points spent last time, the total points have reached 1,000, thus unlocking the intermediate training task. Although only a few new intermediate training tasks have been added, these intermediate training tasks are much more difficult and rewarding than the beginner training tasks. Take the first intermediate training task that pops up as an example. Have Yang Jixiang sing a complete song in a karaoke room. There must be at least 4 people in the audience. Complete this exercise to receive 80 points and 50 credits. Look at this. Not only is Yang Jixiang, who is introverted and has low self-esteem, forced to sing, but there must also be 4 or more audience members. What a cruel punishment. As for these 4 listeners, Shui Linlang first walked up to Huang Lilong, who was playing Honor of Kings with his group members not far away. Long, I'm inviting you to karaoke later. Do you want to go? Shui Linlang said with a smile. Huang Lilong looked up at him for a full 3 seconds, then suddenly shouted, "Of course I'm willing to go. You're like my older brother, no, you're my godfather." Okay, one got away with. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang sent a message to the chubby boy, Oida. Snow Wolf me, I'm inviting you to karaoke later, are you coming? Zhang Fei, Aren't we having evening self-study tonight? Snow Wolf me, just sing for 2 hours, then come back. Even if you're late, you can just come into the school with us martial arts students. Zhang Fei, in that case. Godfather, you're truly generous. I can sing my way through the entire karaoke room in 2 hours. Snow Wolf me, you have such a loud voice, you could make the river at Changban slope flow backwards, right? Zhang Fei, nonsense. I'm not Fat Tiger. Okay, another one successfully solved. We're just one last listener missing. Whom do I get along with well? Shui Linlang glanced sideways at Pan Ziming, who had just walked past. Pan Ziming was so frightened that he quickly ran away. Forget it, I feel like arresting such a stupid person would only ruin the atmosphere. Only. In a small private room at a KTV near the school. I want to fly higher. The great river flows eastward, and the stars in the sky point to the Big Dipper. How lonely it is to be invincible. GNI is so beautiful. Oida, the karaoke enthusiast, was holding the microphone and belting out his lines. Meanwhile, Huan Lilong was holding another microphone and frantically requesting songs on the screen. Shui Linlang sat in the middle of the sofa, eating snacks while her mind was full of thoughts about how to coax Yang Jixiang onto the stage to sing. Yang Jixiang, who should have been the main character, was now huddled in a corner, covering her head with both hands and using her long sleeves to cover her face, seemingly terrified of the scene. Clap clap clap. Shui Weiyang, who had been dragged along by Shui Linlang to make up the numbers, kept clapping along to the beat. Brother, why are you suddenly so enthusiastic about inviting your little sister to karaoke? Do you want to hear your little sister sing? Shui Weiyang said with a grin, clinging tightly to Shui Linlang. Ha? You can actually sing? Shui Linlang was completely stunned. Shui Weiyang was instantly petrified. He became extremely depressed. You stinky brother. She muttered to herself as if cursing. At this moment, she also noticed Yang Jixiang, who was huddled in the corner. Ha? It looks like a girl, doesn't it? It's small and thin, and has a fragrant smell. Even though she was covering her face, with that figure, she's undeniably a beauty. I'm so envious, her legs are so thin, and she seems really flexible, I bet she can do the splits. Wrong. How come my brother has female friends? How could a guy like my brother, who can't attract any women except his sister, possibly have any female friends? Could this be the person I've always suspected my brother is dating? Ah. Is this the legendary sister-in-law? No. You can't come into my house. My brother is me. My brother wouldn't date so early. I must stop all of this. But she seems to be taller than me. No, I'm not fully developed yet, I'll definitely be taller than her in the future. I won't lose. Compared to Shui Weiyang, who was wildly imagining things on the sidelines. Shui Linlang looked at her phone. An hour has passed since we came in to sing. It's time for Yang Jixiang to go up and sing a song. So, under Shui Weiyang's shocked gaze, Shui Linlang moved her bottom and moved next to Yang Jixiang. It's your turn to sing. What songs can you sing? Shui Linlang asked directly. I can't sing, I'm not good at it. Yang Jixiang said, bowing her head. She looked up slightly and saw the flashing lights in the private room, and she became frightened again. How embarrassing. Shui Linlang thought for a moment. This can't go on. So he stood up, snatched the microphone from Oida, and said, "What's the point of you singing all the time? Let's take turns singing." "But I still have 20 songs to sing," Oida said with a simple smile. "Get out." Shui Linlang cursed. "Now everyone should sing once. We've all come to the karaoke bar, how can we not sing? I'll go first, then Huang Lilong, then my sister, then Yang Jixiang, and you, last." "No way!" Oida roared, clutching his head. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang selected a song on the screen. Monkey King, you're amazing." Shui Linlang finished singing very quickly. He rarely sings, and he practically yelled the whole thing. Immediately afterwards, he handed the microphone to Huang Lilong. Huang Lilong is a bit vain, so he pretended to be sentimental and chose the song This Is Love. However, his voice cracked when he sang a high note, and he awkwardly hid behind the wall. Next up was Shui Weiyang. Shui Weiyang often sings with her classmates, and being a young person, she chose popular songs from short videos. Back then, travel was slow, and a lifetime was only enough to love one person. After she finished singing, Shui Linlang handed the microphone to Yang Jixiang with a mischievous grin. "Yang Jixiang, everyone else has sung, you have no reason to refuse, right?" Chapter 51 Lufian secretly meets with Yang Jixiang. I can't do it." Yang Jixiang blushed with embarrassment. "And I can't sing, not a single song. You know Two Tigers, right? Go up there and sing Two Tigers for me." Shui Linlang said with a sly smile. Two Tigers, lyrics. Yang Jixiang was speechless. After all, Shui Linlang was too assertive, and she had no idea how to refuse. Moreover, Shui Linlang had set a trap to get everyone to sing, and she couldn't resist at all. Moreover, this was a training assignment she and Shui Linlang had agreed upon. If we back down now, that would be letting Shui down. Not to mention. Moreover, deep down, Yang Jixiang also wanted to perform while she had actually impressed Shui Linlang with her beautiful singing voice. But this is too shameful, so many people are watching. I can't accept this. It's already difficult enough for her to just stand in front of people, let alone sing. But unfortunately, when Yang Jixiang came to her senses, she was already standing in front of the stage, holding a microphone. At that moment, 3 men and 1 woman on the sofa were staring intently at her. Shui Weiyang, in particular, looked at her with an almost dissecting gaze. Who I am? Where am I? What am I supposed to do? Yang Jixiang was completely bewildered. Oh, right, request a song. So, Yang Jixiang turned her back to everyone and used the opportunity of requesting a song to temporarily ease the awkwardness. Looking at her current appearance, Shui Linlang couldn't help but chuckle. At this moment, Shui Weiyang suddenly leaned closer and asked, "Brother, how come a guy like you can be friends with such a pretty girl? Did you threaten them? She's beautiful?" Shui Linlang was taken aback. He never expected that Shui Weiyang would call Yang Jixiang, who was widely regarded as an ugly woman, a beautiful girl. She's very pretty. Apart from a few freckles on her face shape, features, and even figure are top-notch. It's just that her hairstyle, styling, and clothes are a bit off. I feel that with a little makeup, she would definitely be the class beauty. Shui Weiyang stroked her chin and said like Sherlock Holmes. This surprised Shui Linlang. He never expected his sister to have such a discerning eye. He was able to see through Yang Jixiang's many attempts to conceal her, and even saw her most intimate advantage. My younger sister is no simple character either. Brother, what exactly is your relationship with her? Shui Weiyang continued to press. She is a member of the martial arts group. I'm in the same group as her, Shui Linlang said with a smile. But he didn't say it was a duo. Oh. Martial arts group. Although Shui Weiyang was still a junior high school student, she had some knowledge of advanced martial arts. She glanced at the people around her. A group of 4. He. That brother still has no luck with women. Don't worry, you have a younger sister. Shui Weiyang's mood improved 100-fold, and she started sitting there grinning like an idiot. Immediately afterwards, Yang Jixiang finally chose a song. Running away isn't the solution, she has to face it. So she chose a song she often listened to and hummed, Divination. She glanced at Shui Linlang, cheered herself up, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to sing slowly. The wind blows the sand, the butterfly adores the flower, a timeless tale, like the moon reflected in the water, captivated by the flower in the mirror. I must say, her voice is really beautiful. She usually speaks timidly, and I've never heard her normal voice before. I never expected it to be so beautiful, comparable to those famous singers. Moreover, she was clearly very familiar with the song, and she sang it smoothly and fluently, with excellent rhythm control. The screen also showed a high score of 98. As soon as Yang Jixiang finished singing, she hurriedly threw the microphone to Oida, then ran back to the corner like a duck, blushing and shrinking back. Considering Shui Weiyang's evaluation of her and the impact of her singing, Shui Linlang thought she was getting prettier and prettier the more she looked at her, and she was becoming more and more fascinated by her. Wow, I'm getting more and more excited about married life. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed Yang Jixiang's training mission. Make Yang Jixiang sing in a karaoke bar for the first time. The host is rewarded with 80 points and 50 credits in the Dao Companion section. Host, you're absolutely insane. So many people dream of hearing Yang Jixiang sing but never get the chance, and you, host, can actually hear him. You're practically the reincarnation of Su Gong from the north of the city. Congratulations, host, you have completed the daily task of hearing Yang Jixiang sing for the first time. The host is rewarded with 3% of the shares in Shunwei Pharmaceutical Group. The host will be rewarded with 400,000 yuan. The host is rewarded with a Xian rank cultivation technique, Iron Shirt. The host is rewarded with 50 points and 150 credits in the Dao Companion section. Holy crap! This is such a pleasant surprise. I never expected that just by completing my workout tasks, I would unintentionally complete a hidden daily task. This is just too awesome. Moreover, there are less than 50 points left to redeem the only word technique unique when you reach 1000 points. You can get it by simply completing a simple intermediate training task. This is amazing. Yang Jixiang will make one more during evening self-study, and it will be finished. For the rest of the time, Oida, the karaoke enthusiast, sang all by himself. Then everyone went back to school for evening self-study. Shui Weiyang is a junior high school student and does not have evening self-study sessions, so she went straight home. However, before she left, she and Yang Jixiang exchanged contact information. On the way back to school, Yang Jixiang lowered her head and said shyly, Shui's little sister is so cute. Yeah, she's super cute, Shui Linlang remarked. Why would she ask for your contact information out of the blue? I don't know. Sister Shui seemed to have said something about monitoring me or something. Yang Jixiang said, puzzled. Goodness. This silly little sister, is she really going to follow mom's rule against early relationships? Damn it, why are there so many obstacles when I just want to pick up a girl? It seems I'll have to be more careful from now on. I went back to school. They were already late, but since they were martial arts students, they were allowed to go back to shower on Thursday, so the uncle at the gate let them in. Oida also mingled in. Then, upon arriving at the teaching building, Oida left alone because he was in a different class. Shui Linlang and Huang Lilong went to the toilet first because they had drunk too much cola. Yang Jixiang went back to the classroom alone first. At this time, many people in the classroom have not yet returned, so she will not feel embarrassed to go in at this time. But she had just reached the classroom door. A seductive figure appeared from the shadows nearby. It was Lu Fi, and her figure was simply extraordinary at school. Teacher Lu. Shoo. Lu Fi pressed a slender finger to her lips, signaling Yang Jixiang to be quiet. Then she twisted her neck, gesturing for Yang Jixiang to follow her. They entered the shadows. Lu Fi cut to the chase. Yang Jixiang, are you aware of your current situation? Yang Jixiang paused for a moment, then nodded. No, you don't know. As the worst F-level talent in the school's history, you have no chance of continuing on the path of martial arts, Lu Fi said impatiently. She didn't want to spend too much time on a poor student like Yang Jixiang. Yang Jixiang was stunned. You know best how he helped you, right? Lu Fi continued. Yang Jixiang nodded. Indeed, Shui has helped me so much. It's even starting to affect his cultivation. I know it's easy to be led by a strong person, but you can't be too selfish. If you keep wasting Shui Linlang's time, she won't even be able to get into college. Lu Fian laughed. Why can't you let him wholeheartedly and single-mindedly cultivate martial arts? You're a kind and understanding girl. For Shui Linlang's future, you know what to do, right? Lu Fian's words made Yang Jishan fall into deep thought, and her eyes gradually reddened. Chapter 52 The Damned Queen Mother of the West. After using the restroom, Shui Linlang slowly returned to the classroom. As soon as he sat down, he noticed that Yang Jishan, who was sitting in the next seat, was not there. Where did she go? Did you go to the restroom too? The men's and women's restrooms are in the same location, so why didn't you go together just now? No, it's impossible that I went to the toilet. Did you go get hot water? The school has installed hot water tanks on every floor so students can take their kettles to get water. However, given Yang Jishan's rigid and obedient nature, even if she is late now, she will deliberately wait until the break between classes to get hot water. So, where did she go? The students in the classroom haven't all returned yet. As the school term progresses, students become more familiar with the rules and more daring, going from being only 5 minutes late as a group to some being more than half an hour late. I need to ask someone. So, Shui Linlang walked directly up to Chen Xianma and asked, Class monitor, have you seen Yang Jishan? Chen Xianma paused for a moment when she saw Shui Linlang approaching, then heard the question and immediately became angry. Why are you asking me? My sweat stinks. Stay away from me. You're the class monitor, the most meticulous person in the class, so asking you is definitely the right thing to do. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Chen Xianma softened a little at the compliment, and her attitude softened as she murmured, How would I know where that ugly woman went? Shui Linlang scratched her head, deciding to try a different approach. Then, which door did she just leave through? Chen Xianma was stunned for a moment. She was seated 2 seats behind Yang Jishan, so she must have been very aware of Yang Jishan's movements. Yang Jishan hasn't returned to the classroom yet, has she? Chen Xianma thought about it carefully. Shui Linlang was immediately shocked. Didn't go back to the classroom? Impossible. When she first entered the teaching building, she was heading towards the classrooms. But now, he hasn't returned to the classroom? What's going on? When Chen Xianma saw Shui Linlang's shocked expression, she felt a little excited. Ever since Shui Linlang rejected her from joining the team, she had been holding a grudge against Yang Jishan, feeling very unhappy that she had lost to an ugly girl. So she shrugged, shook her head, and complained, maybe she's gone astray. Who knows where she's off gallivanting off to? You say the teachers are looking for her, but with her talent, even if the teachers were to talk to her, they'd probably just advise her to drop out. What was said unintentionally may have been taken to heart by the listener. Although Chen Xianma was just venting her dissatisfaction and complaining about Yang Jishan, it was interpreted as information by Shui Linlang. That's right. Lu Fian. Although I warned her, who knows what kind of personality Lu Fian has. Maybe he's the kind of person who's self-righteous and acts arbitrarily? She might ignore my warnings and just follow her own ideas, because some women care more about their own pleasure than about real gains or losses. These women would rather kill others than let themselves feel good. There are countless examples of this online. Does anyone know if Lu Fian was like that? Perhaps because she had warned her, she would be even more determined to break her up with Yang Jishan. Damn it! Thinking of this, Shui Linlang said to Chen Xianma, Thank you. Then he hurriedly ran out of the classroom. This is so strange. Chen Xianma was bewildered by his sudden thanks. Shui Linlang walked out of the classroom through the back door. Based on the usual walking direction, Yang Jishan would definitely come in through the back door. If Lu Fian stopped her before she entered the classroom, it must have been on this stretch of road. But where would Lu Fian take her to chat nearby? Shui Linlang walked along this road for a while and suddenly noticed a stairwell behind the classroom next door. Because this is the first floor, the wall here has been removed, creating a walkway leading to the back courtyard. If Lu Fian were to prioritize convenience, it's very likely that they led Yang Jishan through this passageway to the woods next to them to have a conversation. So Shui Linlang hurriedly rushed across the corridor. As expected. Under the large banyan tree ahead, there were 2 slender figures, one tall and one short. There must be 2 women. Shui Linlang rushed over and stopped them from talking. Yang Jishan, one should not be too selfish. Seeing that Yang Jixiang had started to cry, Lufian continued her attack. I know you're very happy right now, to have the help of a strong person, and one who's also a well-known handsome guy in the class. But, do you think this is fair to Shui Linlang? That's not fair at all. Everyone else is focused on practicing martial arts, but he still has to take care of you, the bottom of the class. He could have had better grades and a brighter future, but you seem to be an obstacle for him. Tears were already welling up in Yang Jixiang's eyes. Indeed. Professor Lu is right. I have terrible talent, a terrible personality, and I'm poor. It's been almost 2 months since school started, and I've been receiving help from Shui. It wasn't just martial arts assistance. Shui even improved my diet, and to boost my confidence, she spent a lot of time every day taking me to do various training exercises. If it weren't for me, he would have been the most outstanding person in the class long ago, having devoted himself wholeheartedly to martial arts training. What about geniuses like Luo Guangyao, Nan Hui, Situ Yolian, and Li Siji? How could they possibly be better than Shui? But, because of me. Shui has also been subjected to all sorts of slander. Because of me, Shui offended so many people. I'm just a burden. Yang Jixiang could no longer hold back. She took off her glasses, covered her eyes, and began to cry. Lufian smiled knowingly as she watched her weep. It was a success. She has a good understanding of people's hearts and now knows that she is just one step away from success. Yang, what do you think? Lufian said in a drawn-out voice. I plan to put Shui Linlang in Nan Huai's group. Just think about it, with his combat power, what kind of chemical reaction will he create when paired with the number 1 genius, Nan Huai? You know what to do for Shui Linlang's sake, right? Yang Jixiang wiped away her tears, looked at Lufian with her reddened eyes, and asked in return. Do you want to separate me from Shui Kuan? Lufian smiled and said, smart. Of course, don't tell him I told you. You should leave him quietly on your own, so that it will be easier for the teacher to teach him harmoniously in the future. Shui Linlang happened to rush nearby at that moment and had already heard the conversation between the two. Go to hell. That damned woman really thinks she's the Queen Mother of the West? How dare you break up my marriage? I'll kill you. I understand, but I don't want to leave Shui. Yang Jixiang suddenly said. Shui Linlang quickly braked and hid in the bushes nearby. What's going on? Chapter 53 Her Thoughts. Lufian was just as shocked as Shui Linlang. Faced with Yang Jixiang's rejection, she showed a face full of disbelief. Yang Jixiang, are you crazy? Why are you being so selfish? Lufian scolded him, using moral blackmail. Yang Jixiang burst into tears again, covering her eyes with one hand. I am a selfish person. Lufian was speechless. Even Shui Linlang, hiding in the bushes, couldn't help but want to praise her. That's awesome. That was a good rebuttal. If I were in that situation, I would have responded in the same way. It's true what they say, one is influenced by one's surroundings. Sha, it's all thanks to my good parenting, she's grown up so much now. Teacher, you're absolutely right. I lack talent, I'm poor, and I need Shui's help in every aspect. Now that I've left him, I can't make any progress in the path of martial arts. Yang Jixiang cried. Shui Linlang shook her head. No, it's me who can't move an inch without you. Without the system, I'm just an ordinary person. To take care of me, Shui improved my meals every day and made me eat a lot of snacks and milk tea. Even if I didn't want to eat, he would scare me into eating. I feel unworthy of such kindness from Shui. No, all this money is given by the system, it's all your money. I only spend a little bit on you normally, I still have a lot saved up that I haven't given you yet. I'm the one who should feel guilty. Not only that, Shui also did this to change my inferiority complex, to make me more confident, and to make me more capable. They also waste a lot of time every day taking me to do all sorts of exercise tasks, just to make me more confident. All that time was simply a waste of the time Shui should have spent cultivating. No way, these training tasks will give me rewards. It's not a waste at all. Because of my existence, Shui is constantly the subject of rumors among her classmates. They say she's blind, that she's a violent maniac, and that she's a failure like Zhang Yong. I don't care at all. All I care about is your favorability. Shui Linlang couldn't stand it any longer. He wanted to go out and stop Yang Jixiang from crying. But I still don't want to leave Shui. Yang Jixiang shouted. Shui Linlang shrank back again. Lu Fian gave a cold laugh and mocked, since you know how useless you are, and know that you are dragging him down, then why do you still say you don't want to leave him? Aren't you being incredibly selfish? This is so unfair to Shui Linlang. Don't you think you're being a jerk right now? Yang Jishan wiped away her tears, and her eyes instantly became firm. I am indeed a selfish person, because I want to monopolize Shui's good points. Yang Jishan's voice was much louder than usual. When Chen Xianma asked Shui to join the team before, I was initially resistant. I didn't want to share the time I spent with Shui with others. I am a selfish person, and I still am now. I don't want to give up on Shui's kindness to me. Lu Fian was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but say, Are you sick in the head? I'm not sick, you're the ones who are sick, Yang Jishang said, tears streaming down her face. I have received so much care and help from Shui, and Shui always laughs heartily because of my progress. If I were to leave him without permission, I would be the most selfish person. Why should I unilaterally betray Shui's expectations of me? Although I lack talent, Shui doesn't think I'm bad. Although I'm poor, Shui doesn't think I'm shameful for being poor. Although I have low self-esteem and a bad personality, Shui is seriously trying to help me improve. This is all Shui's kindness and gentleness. How can I unilaterally reject his kindness? Moreover, Shui told me that he was taking such good care of me because he wanted to get good results in the college entrance examination. He didn't give up on the exam. He has such high expectations of me. How long will he be heartbroken if I leave him? If I did what you said and secretly left Shui, then I would be the real bastard. The one who would be the real idiot. What I need to do now is not to leave him. It's to work even harder. It's to give it my all, to desperately meet his expectations of me. This is fair to Shui. Well said. This is the woman I'm looking forward to marrying. Shui Linlang was excited by Yang Jishan's words. This is so exciting. Is there anything in the world more joyful than a couple being of one mind? No. Finding someone who understands you is something that everyone has wanted to pursue throughout history. Shui Linlang couldn't help but giggle foolishly. Looking at Yang Jishan's grief-stricken and indignant appearance, Lu Fian felt offended. Like Shui Linlang, all of you are sick. Why do you keep rejecting my plans? Why go through all that hardship when there are simpler ways to get good grades in the college entrance exam? You people don't think that working hard is more honorable, do you? What's the point of wasting effort if there are no results? You're hopeless. Not only are you incompetent, you're also a lunatic. Lu Fian said angrily, biting her thumb. You are the most disgusting student I've ever taught. Instructor Lu. Yang Jishan suddenly called out. You came to see me because Shui rejected you, right? Lu Fian, feeling guilty, paused for a moment and hurriedly said, No, I didn't. But Yang Jishan had already noticed her reaction. Since Shui has already rejected you, wouldn't it hurt her feelings if I agreed? Yang Jishan said. I may be terrible, but I'm still a human being and I don't want to do such a beastly thing. If Shui ever tells me to leave, I will leave without hesitation. But if Shui wants to be in my group, then I can stand with her without hesitation. Lu Fian was furious. You mean I'm an animal? Asshole. Lu Fian couldn't take it anymore. She was about to unleash a torrent of curses. The thing she hated most was being looked down upon by other women. In her eyes, Yang Jishan's resolute expression was nothing but contempt for her. You bitch. Hey, I warned you, didn't I? Lu Fian. Do you believe I'll go find Laohua? Shui Linlang felt it was time to come out, since Yang Jishan had solved the problem himself, and they couldn't let the situation continue to worsen. So he quickly ran out and interrupted Lu Fian's cursing. Seeing this, Lu Fian could only suppress her anger and turn away. She really didn't dare to mess with Shui Linlang, who had connections. Are you all right? Shui Linlang quickly ran over to ask Yang Jishan. Yang Jishan gently shook her head, a slight smile appearing on her face. It's nothing. Don't pay any attention to that gossip. Let's go back. Shui Linlang said with a smile. On the way back. Yang Jishan suddenly spoke up. Shui, I'll get a new hairstyle starting tomorrow. I don't want them to say you're blind anymore. Is that okay? Shui Linlang was taken aback for a moment, but seeing Yang Jishan's serious expression, he couldn't help but laugh. Okay. Chapter 54. She went to get a haircut. The next day, Shelby sat comfortably at an outdoor table in the food stall. His gaze was fixed on Yang Jixiang as she walked alone towards the barbershop across the street, preparing to get a haircut. However, walking into a barbershop and saying you want a haircut is indeed a very challenging thing to do. Besides the fear that comes with entering such a fashionable place, the more difficult challenge is actually when the hairdresser asks what hairstyle she wants. I bet Yang Jixiang's brain went blank for a few dozen seconds at that moment. During the time Shui Linlang was sitting there, Yang Jixiang walked past the barbershop 5 or 6 times, but each time she chose to pass by without going in. Then she hid in the alley next door and squatted there to adjust her mindset. Judging from this, she'll probably have to dawdle a few more times before she dares to actually walk into the hair salon. However, it's nothing. After all, it's Friday today, and there's no evening self-study session, so it's practically the start of the weekend. For students, the happiest moment of the week is Friday after school. Anyway, there's plenty of time, so it doesn't matter if she dawdles until late at night. Moreover, letting her go in to get a haircut alone allows her to complete the intermediate training task: let Yang Jixiang get a haircut at a fashion salon for the first time. Although this task only yields 50 points and 40 credits, it's more than enough to accumulate 1,000 credits. When people have plenty of time, they tend to be quite careless when faced with the last task. Shui Linlang is no exception now. He waited leisurely for Yang Jixiang to complete the task. Shui, wake up. Hearing Yang Jixiang's call, Shui Linlang suddenly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he saw the dim sky and the bright lights on the street. Is it evening? When did I fall asleep? Hiss. Shui, it's autumn now. You'll catch a cold if you sleep here. Why didn't you come into the salon with me just now? Yang Jixiang murmured, her little fingers touching. Shui Linlang immediately turned her head and looked at Yang Jixiang beside her. She had already had her hair cut. It was a very neat, ear-length short haircut. Although this is a common hairstyle among students, because it was done in an expensive fashion salon, the so-called hairdresser made some minor adjustments to her hairstyle. For example, the hair around the head was cut slightly messy, not as rigidly neat as a student's mushroom haircut. Moreover, a few strands of hair on the top of the head are slightly sticking up, which makes this ear-length bob look particularly youthful and energetic. Her bangs, which were originally long enough to cover her nose, were also trimmed to look very neat. I must say, this barber is really skilled. Her bangs were particularly thin compared to the surrounding hair, giving the impression that they were on different layers. Compared to her original 2 braids and super long bangs, her current hair is absolutely gorgeous. Although she was wearing glasses, Yang Jixiang's delicate features and beautiful face shape were fully revealed under her refreshing hairstyle. Apart from a few small freckles on her face and a mole on the corner of her mouth, her appearance is almost perfect. Moreover, it is precisely because of these minor flaws that her beauty becomes even more captivating. After all, people often overlook things that are too perfect, while only beauty with a little imperfection can truly move people. Is it that bad? I didn't know how to tell him, so I just let him cut it however he wanted. Yang Jixiang said with great remorse. It doesn't look bad at all, it suits you very well. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Shui keeps praising me. I just looked in the mirror and I don't look good at all. My face is so ugly. Yang Jixiang complained, covering her face. Shui Linlang scratched her head, sensing that she was starting to become a little harder to appease. So Shui Linlang reached out and grabbed the thick black-rimmed glasses on her face. Then they took it all. Shui, why are you grabbing my glasses? Without her glasses, Yang Jixiang suddenly felt like she was running naked, and became so nervous and shy that her cheeks flushed and her eyes kept darting around. Take this opportunity. Shui Linlang took a closer look at her face hidden behind the glasses. Hiss. Aside from having some freckles on her face, he looks almost exactly like the photo the system gave him 2 years later. Shui Linlang was a little stunned. She is really beautiful. Simply taking off the glasses has this effect. Imagine how amazing it would be with a little makeup or after the freckles are gone. Shui classmate. Yang Jixiang felt increasingly awkward under his gaze. Shui Linlang snapped out of her daze, immediately grabbed her shoulder, and pushed her towards the glass of the food stall next to them. Because it's a private room with glass, the curtains were drawn inside, so even in the dark glass, people's reflections could be seen. Gradually, Yang Jixiang saw her own face reflected in the glass. Look, you thought you looked bad just now because you were wearing glasses. Now that you've taken them off, you look great. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Yang Jixiang stared at her reflection in the glass. It actually looks quite good. The glass was so dark that the freckles on her face were completely invisible, which made the advantages of her facial features and face shape appear infinitely larger. If you're determined to change yourself, then stop wearing glasses. You look so much better without them, Shui Linlang said with a smile. Besides, with your short, ear-length hair, you're really not suited to wearing glasses if you're shy. Yang Jixiang suddenly realized another concern and hurriedly said, but I'm nearsighted. What temperature? Shui Linlang asked. 200. Put. Hearing that it was only 200 degrees, Shui Linlang couldn't help but laugh. I have 400 degrees of myopia and I don't even wear glasses normally, and you only have 200. Shui's also nearsighted Yang Jixiang was about to ask a question when she suddenly remembered some scenes. Shui Linlang also wears glasses from time to time in the classroom, but only when she is looking at the blackboard. Because he never wears it normally, that's why she couldn't remember. Shui doesn't usually wear glasses, won't that be inconvenient? Yang Jixiang asked doubtfully. What's inconvenient about it? Wearing glasses is to see more clearly. You don't need to see that clearly when you're walking around, Shui Linlang said with a shrug. As for acquaintances, you can recognize them just by their silhouette. You just need to know where the hoop is in basketball, and you can just see the color of the ping pong ball. What's inconvenient about that? Look around now, can't you see the road clearly? Chapter 55 Admiring her face to face. Yang Jixiang looked around. Because I'm used to wearing glasses, my surroundings are inevitably blurry now. It's like stepping from darkness into a bright place your eyes haven't adjusted yet. But after watching it several times, she realized. Aside from the fact that the words on distant billboards are not clearly visible, there is actually nothing inconvenient about it. The world even appears more vibrant in color and more three-dimensional in appearance. This actually makes combat more convenient. My nearsightedness doesn't seem to have much of an impact whether I wear glasses or not. Furthermore, because many things are blurred, many dirty details will not be visible. Shui, do you usually look around like this when you're 400 degrees? Yang Jixiang suddenly asked. Yes, once you get used to it, you'll automatically filter out things that are far away, Shui Linlang said with a smile. Suddenly, Yang Jixiang has taken a step forward. Although I don't know what 400 degrees looks like, did Shui really see what I look like just now? Yang Jixiang asked, blushing. This Shui Linlang was stunned. But Yang Jixiang took another step closer. The two of them were almost touching. I could even smell a faint fragrance. In Shui Linlang's eyes, Yang Jixiang's face now completely filled his entire field of vision. It would be a lie to say that you're not embarrassed in this situation. Even the most shameless person can't help but have their eyes wander now. But the girl was so proactive, so eager to hear her own honest opinion about her appearance. If I were to hesitate or shrink back, she would definitely misunderstand and think that I had lied before. So, Shui Linlang stared intently at Yang Jixiang in front of her. This only made Yang Jixiang more embarrassed. Ugh! What's wrong with me? Why did I suddenly act so impulsively? This was the first time Shui Linlang had seen Yang Jixiang's face up close. To be honest, her eyes are really big. Even wearing glasses every day didn't make her eyes smaller. Although her nose is small, it is still very three-dimensional. Her lips are delicate and full, with a very beautiful shape. The mole in the lower right corner draws attention to her beautiful lips. Although she had some freckles on her cheeks, beneath these imperfections, her skin was almost extremely delicate and white, and it looked very soft and tender. Shui Linlang almost wanted to pinch her cheek. Shui Kuan, it hurts. When Shui Linlang came to her senses, she realized that she had already grabbed Yang Jixiang, who was already begging for mercy. Wow, it's so soft. Cough cough cough, sorry, I was a little embarrassed just now, and I couldn't help but pinch you. Shui Linlang casually made up an excuse. Yang Jixiang blushed deeply, then, after thinking for a moment, she mustered her courage, looked up, and asked, is it clearer than before? What do you think, Shui Tong? This. Do I really have to say it? Hiss. Shui Linlang immediately felt extremely embarrassed. Even if he's usually arrogant, he's still a 16-year-old boy, and in this situation, he's incredibly shy. I was speechless for a moment. Too much praise is definitely not something I can say, but if I say something too ordinary, I'm afraid Yang Jixiang will misunderstand. Hiss. If you really want my opinion, I can only say that you should wear glasses, and it would be best if you also wore a mask. Shui Linlang said, covering her mouth. Why? Yang Jixiang was completely dumbfounded. Her eyes clearly showed sadness. It seemed as if Shui Linlang's words were meant to help her cover up her ugliness. Shui Linlang noticed this and immediately said, "What else could it be? I don't want anyone to see how beautiful you are right now. I want to see it all by myself." Put. Yang Jishan couldn't help but laugh when she heard this. Just like before when I was by the lake, after I had put on makeup. Ding. Yang Jishan's favorability increased by 3%. Kushue, I want everyone to see this. I don't want them to talk about us anymore. Yang Jishan said angrily, her hands clenched into fists. They say I'm fine, but I don't want them to say that Shui is blind. I really want to help you save face, but when it comes to things like looks, I'm genuinely not confident. Her situation is actually the same as many girls who post selfies online. They want to be recognized, but they are also afraid that it will backfire. Upon seeing this, Shui Linlang couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, even if you're not confident, people will never call me blind again. Instead, they'll praise me for my good judgment. Is it really that exaggerated? Yang Jixiang said uncertainly. She kept twirling the ends of her hair with her little fingers. Shui's words are becoming less and less credible. I'm starting to suspect that Shui has a really unique taste, just like they say. Ha ha ha. You'll find out on Monday. Shui Linlang laughed. Yang Jixiang blushed, not caring whether others thought she looked good or not. Anyway, Shui Linlang had been watching and reacting to him the whole time. She was already very happy. Then I won't wear glasses anymore, like Shui, I'll only wear them in class. Yang Jixiang's favorability plus 3%. Then, the two of them started walking home together. When I was in the first year of high school, Shui never seemed to wear glasses when playing basketball, Yang Jixiang suddenly remembered. You played basketball with me in your first year of high school? Shui Linlang asked curiously. Ah, no. I saw it by chance. A blush immediately appeared on Yang Jixiang's face. She had been following Shui Linlang since the beginning of high school. It's too embarrassing to say. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the training task. Let Yang Jixiang go to a fashion salon for her first haircut. Reward, 50 points and 40 credits in the Taoist Companion section. The system reward has been credited to your account. 1,000 points earned. I can finally redeem the ultimate word technique, the only one. Ding. Do you wish to spend 1,000 points to redeem the profound rank sword technique, the unique? Change. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang redeemed the only one and then pretended to take it out of her bag. You will practice this sword technique from now on. Yang Jixiang took the sword manual, then asked in confusion, sword manual? But I don't have a sword. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang pretended to take out the sword that Wilton had given her from her school bag. This is the Xian rank sword Chili. I've heard it has the effect of exorcising evil spirits and slaying demons. Yang Jixiang looked at the meter-long sword, then at Shui Linlang's school bag. Is Shui's school bag really big enough to hold this sword? However, she didn't dare to ask. She looked at the cross-shaped sword. Its design was exquisite, truly deserving of its name, Chili meaning beautiful. Shui, you've given me so many nice things again, I don't know what to say. Yang Jixiang thought for a moment, then suddenly changed her words. I will try my best to learn this sword technique. Ding. Yang Jixiang's favorability increased by 2%. Congratulations, host. You're an even more amazing womanizer than Zeus. Yang Jixiang's favorability rating has reached a terrifying 50%. Chapter 56 Generous Rewards. Because Yang Jixiang's favorability rating has reached 50%. Congratulations, host, you have received 1 million yuan. Host's martial arts talent has been upgraded to A+. The host's physical fitness level will be directly increased by 2 levels. The host's strength enhancement has been increased from 30% to 50%. The remaining individual attributes agility, endurance, and chi each receive a 10% boost, while intelligence is increased from 10% to 20%. The host is rewarded with the yellow rank spiritual skill Gatekeeper's Roar. It allows the user to unleash a taunting ability similar to Zhang Fei, provoking the target into a rage while simultaneously increasing their own durability. The host is rewarded with 2 top-tier marrow cleansing pills. It truly lives up to its reputation as a reward for increasing favorability by 50%. Putting aside mundane things like 1 million yuan, the fact that my martial arts talent has improved to an A+ level that can be detected at this stage is already the best reward. What's more, it directly rewards you with a level 2 physical attribute bonus. My physical abilities have now reached a terrifying level 10. The individual enhancements have all been upgraded across the board, especially intelligence. I feel like I'm getting a new brain. And a top-grade marrow cleansing pill? Previously, the system rewarded me with marrow cleansing liquid. This time, it's marrow cleansing pill. Still, top-notch. Will the effects be different? However, according to common sense, the effect of Dan is at least 10 times that of Yi. I just don't know if the system's top-tier version will be even better. As the name suggests, the marrow cleansing pill is used to cleanse the meridians. In addition to allowing people to better absorb qi, it can also rejuvenate the body and improve physical fitness. This is a good thing no matter what. Marrow cleansing liquid is already in high demand but hard to find on the market, let alone this marrow cleansing pill. Finally, there's this mental cultivation technique. Although he was only at the yellow rank, he had never been exposed to mental cultivation techniques before and knew nothing about them. Because reality is not a game, and you can't just use mental skills to control your opponent. Therefore, Shui Linlang was very curious about this kind of mental technique. What kind of mental attack method was it? Take this door god roar for example. Literally, isn't it just mocking? Will the other party really be provoked and come to attack me? This still needs to be tested. Shui. I turn left ahead to get home. If I remember correctly, you turn right, right? Yang Jixiang pointed to the fork in the road ahead and asked uncertainly. Shui Linlang turned her attention away from the system interface and looked at the fork in the road ahead. Yes. I'm turning right. Then, good night? Goodbye? See you at school on Monday? Yang Jixiang asked shyly. Saying such formal, polite things is still a bit difficult for someone with a sensitive heart to say. Shui Linlang pondered for a moment, just about to give her the top-grade marrow cleansing pill directly. But with her talent, she'd probably become a third-grade martial artist immediately after taking this medicine. That would be too hasty. Just as a first-grade martial artist can better improve their physical fitness, a second-grade martial artist also needs to hone their basic qi and energy before rushing to the third grade. According to the instructions of the system template development, Yang Jixiang is to become a light cannon-type martial artist who can split mountains and cleave seas. Such a vigorous release of true qi places a tremendous burden on the meridians, the Dantian energy center, and the pulse points. One must use internal energy to properly temper one's meridians during the second-grade martial artist's internal energy stage. Otherwise, it will become a piece of junk that could explode at any time. Let's wait for her to practice some more. See you on Monday. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Goodbye. Yang Jixiang walked towards the left turn. She glanced back every now and then, her fingers constantly twirling the ends of her hair. But as soon as a passerby walked by, she was so frightened that she stopped looking back and hid on the side of the road. This made Shui Linlang find it a little funny. How can she possibly show off her new hairstyle to the whole class looking like this? Fortunately, it's almost the weekend, which gives her 2 days to mentally prepare herself. If she has to give a presentation in class tomorrow, I bet this good student will deliberately take sick leave for the first time. The road ahead is long and arduous. I forgot what came after. Shui Linlang gave a wry smile, then turned and went home. Stare. While eating, Shui Weiyang kept staring at Shui Linlang beside her. Brother, you smell like a girl. Shui Weiyang said suspiciously. And it tastes just like Sister Yang's. Aren't you a sheep? Not a dog, so what's with the smell? Shui Linlang retorted. Where did the fragrance come from? I was a little close to Yang Jixiang just now, but there was no physical contact. How could there be any lingering fragrance? Moreover, even if there was physical contact, Yang Jixiang is not an animal, so how could she have such a strong smell and lingering body fragrance? I can smell the fragrance in my spirit. Shui Weiyang said while chewing her food. Get lost. Shui Linlang poked her chubby cheeks with her chopsticks. It looks a bit like a steamed bun, and it's really fun to poke it. A girl? Shui's mother caught the keyword and immediately became alert. You little rascal, you've been getting really close to girls? No, Shui Linlang replied instantly. You brat, tell me the details. Old Mrs. Shui asked like an interrogator. Shui Weiyang, who had just been talking nonsense, suddenly became serious again. No, it's just that there's a girl in my brother's martial arts group. I even added her on WeChat. She's quite pretty, Shui Weiyang said honestly. Oh. Old Mrs. Shui didn't know what the martial arts group was for, but it was probably similar to a study group. She's pretty, so don't you dare make a move on her. You're ruining her studies. Shui Linlang was speechless. Good heavens. It's like I have a history of early romance. I'm not some love saint descended from heaven, how can I just make a move on someone like that? TSK. People like my mom are typical double standards, they strictly forbid early dating when I was young, but then scold me for not knowing how to flirt with girls when I'm older. I'm not going to let her lead me by the nose. I'm going to pursue Yang Jixiang, even if you guys scold me later. Compared to this scolding, the most tragic thing is losing the ability to pick up girls and still being a virgin at 30. I also like studying, and I'm afraid of being attacked. I'm so handsome. Shui Linlang said something else entirely. You're so vain. Shui's mother complained. Brother, don't mind those vile women, they're all bad. Shui Weiyang hurriedly said. Then the mother and daughter looked at each other. How could this girl be so stupid? You actually believe what he said? How can mom be so oblivious to the danger? My brother is so handsome, he'll definitely be snatched away by bad women, and they'll trick him. Then the two of them started eating their meals separately. Chapter 57, The First Official Knight is Born. 1, 2, 3. 10. After dinner, Shui Weiyang entered Shui Linlong's room under the pretext of having her brother tutor her in cultivation. Then do push-ups on the ground. After doing 10 push-ups, she collapsed on the ground, exhausted. Hee, brother, I made 10. Shui Weiyang said proudly. Wow, that's amazing. You can actually make 10 now. You couldn't even make one before, Shui Linlang said with a smile. I'm exceptionally talented. Shui Weiyang said proudly. Then she suddenly asked, Brother, how many can Sister Yang make? Her? There are at least 100. Shui Linlang said casually. So much? Ugh. Shui Weiyang was utterly defeated, her eyes welling up with tears. I want to practice more. Although she was unwilling to accept it, she just couldn't get the 11th one to work. Stop practicing, you'll get injured. Go back to sleep. I'm going to take a shower. Snap. Shui Weiyang was thrown out of the room by Shui Linlang. You stinky brother. Shui Weiyang pounded on the door, then suddenly felt her arm go weak. Ugh, my arms are so sore. I should have known better than to push myself. I didn't realize I was so much worse than that woman. Shui Weiyang rubbed her arm and went back to her room. After taking a shower, Shui Linlang lay on the bed. He thought about what to do next. It feels like it's time to go to the roundtable meeting again. So he immediately convened a roundtable meeting. Soon, he sat on the jade throne and summoned Nan Yen, Wei Er Dong, and Kuei Er. However, Nan Yen was covered in foam, indicating that she had just taken a bath. Cheryl immediately waved her hand, sending Wilton, who had just arrived but hadn't seen anything, back to where he was. Startled, Nan Yen immediately bent over and used the round table to cover her body. But this couldn't hide it at all, since Kuei Er, sitting in the next seat, and Shui Linlang, sitting on the side seat, could both see her sexy and voluptuous figure clearly. Shui Linlang glanced at Nan Yan's body, then looked away for a moment before glancing at her again and continuing to stare. This woman already seemed to have a great figure when she was dressed, but I never expected her to be even more stunning than I imagined. Her body was covered in foam, which made her sexiness appear and disappear, making her even more alluring. It was truly a feast for the eyes. Nan Yan looked at Shui Linlang with a shy expression and tears welling up in her eyes. She felt like she was about to cry. Helpless, Shui Linlang had no choice but to withdraw her gaze and wave her away. Call. I almost got bewitched by this woman. How shameless! Kuei Er shouted angrily. How dare you use this method to seduce Lord Joker? I want one too. Shui Linlang gave a wry smile and then said, Why don't you go back and prepare some offerings too? Kuei Er immediately withdrew her embarrassed and angry expression, nodded and said, Understood. And so, Shui Linlang sent her back. About 15 minutes later. Shui Linlang calculated the time. Surely Nan Yan should be dressed by now? So he summoned the three of them again. What just happened? Why did you send me back as soon as you summoned me? Verdon asked, completely bewildered. Humph. Kuei Er said angrily with a look of disgust. It's as if it's saying, don't mention such shameless things. Nan Yan, blushing deeply, lowered her head. The Joker saw me naked. I don't know if it's good or bad. If the accidental exposure just now could earn me the favor of a powerful person, then it wouldn't be a loss. But if the powerful person thinks I'm shameless, then it's a huge loss. She was in a rush, so she just casually wore a t-shirt and shorts, looking very relaxed. This is the first time she has appeared in public wearing loungewear. Previously, she always wore evening gowns or work clothes, which made her look very capable. This outfit makes her aura much weaker, but it also shows a different kind of charm. Shui Linlang gave a wry smile, then said, "Fellow Knights of the Round Table, it's been a long time." The three people nodded immediately. Immediately afterward, Kuei spoke up, "Lord Joker, this is the Earth-level cultivation technique 1,000-mile eyes. It can increase the distance one can see. Please accept it, my lord." Kuei presented offerings right at the start, which shocked Nan Yen and Wei Erdong. "You're being way too obsequious. Are you already rushing to give gifts before it's even started?" This forced them to send it as well. As soon as Nan Yen got back, she immediately rinsed off the foam, dried herself off, and got dressed. She then waited for Shui Linlang's summons, but Shui Linlang did not summon her immediately. Instead, she went to retrieve the gifts to be offered that day. "Lord Joker, this is my offering for today, the Xian Rank Treasure Spiritual Power Compass." Next, Nan Yen brought out a square dish with a spoon on top. This is the shape of the iconic compass in textbooks. This thing is classified as a Xian Rank treasure because it can detect spiritual energy in the secret realm. It points to wherever there is abundant spiritual energy, Nan Yen explained. However, there is currently no specific means to determine whether the place it points to contains treasure or is a gathering of danger. This also depends on the user's judgment. Nice one. In another half-month, I will be going to the Void Realm. In addition to the map from Nan Yen last time, I now have this compass, which will allow me to explore for treasures more effectively. Not bad, not bad. When Verdun saw that both women had made offerings, he sighed. So he casually took out a piece of paper. He was just summoned here, only to be thrown back in an instant. Although he didn't know why, he knew that Shui Linlang would definitely pull him back again, so he immediately went to get the treasure. But he hesitated for a moment when he took the treasure. Why should I worship this treasure? What did I gain from this roundtable discussion? Although comparing myself to Nan Yen makes me feel a sense of accomplishment, what are the benefits of it? Wilton thought for a long time but still couldn't figure out what the point of him participating in this roundtable discussion was. Oh well, I'll just take the last seat, it doesn't matter, I'll just go through the motions. So he casually wrote down some information on a piece of paper and treated it as a tribute to Shui Linlang. "Lord Joker, this is the list of members of the Martial Arts Exchange Group arranged by our British Martial Arts Association, as well as their current skill levels. They represent the future of British martial arts," Verdun said with a smile. Shui Linlang was stunned for a moment. What use would I have for this list? Although an international martial arts exchange event for high school students is held in China every year. But that's only for exceptionally talented students. It has nothing to do with me right now. Seeing Wilden's casual expression, Shui Linlang instantly realized. This guy wants to just give up. But then again, it seems my deception has come to an end. He's a man, not as emotional as Kuei. Once he calms down, he'll realize he won't benefit from this roundtable meeting, so there's no point in trying. Ugh. Damn it. What should I do? If his emotions spread to other people, he'll be at a huge loss. What to do? Continue summoning new reserve knights? No, it doesn't seem to be working anymore. He's giving up now, and trying to provoke him with negative factors will only backfire. Now, incentives are necessary. But what can a high school student like myself offer as motivation? The system gifted me a top-grade marrow cleansing pill today? Do their martial saints even need this? Etc. That's right. How could I have forgotten? This roundtable discussion of mine is the biggest source of motivation. There's absolutely no need for you to collect any prizes yourself. I've come up with something fun again. Very good. Shui Linlang nodded. Then he turned to look at Nan Yen. "Q, you were among the first batch of prospective knights, and you've been performing very well, especially just now." Cheryl smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, sir." Nan Yen blushed instantly. She didn't know how to describe her current feelings. To be honest, she was 27 and still single, and didn't really know if she would like men, so she wasn't sure if she should give her feelings to Shui Linlang. But she also understood that if she offered herself to the strong, she would achieve twice the results with half the effort. She wasn't stupid, she knew this very well. Therefore, she received praise from Shui Linlang and knew that her accidental exposure had worked well, but she hesitated whether to offer her heart. TSK. In contrast, the young Kuei-er had a clear goal, and therefore she felt disdain for Nan Yan's low-class practices. Now I'll give you a reward, Shui Linlang said with a smile. Brush. Nan Yan instantly moved from position 3 on the left to position 2 on the left. I'm just one seat away from sitting next to Shui Linlang. Thank you, sir. Nan Yan immediately expressed her gratitude. Seeing this, Verdun laughed disdainfully. It's that same old trick again. Even if I sit next to you, what's the point? Verdun became even more certain of his idea of giving up. But the next second, he regretted it. Q, after numerous tests, you have qualified to officially become a Knight of the Round Table. I now announce your official membership in the Round Table, Cheryl Lang said with a smile. His words immediately shocked everyone. They had all forgotten that they were originally just prospective knights. So what will be the effect of becoming a full-time employee now? Bang! As Shui Linlang finished speaking, a golden light enveloped Nan Yan. Aha, so comfortable. Nan Yan blushed instantly. After the golden light ended, Nan Yan suddenly burst into tears. Thank you, sir, thank you so much. I am so grateful to you. Nan Yan covered her face and cried bitterly. Wilton was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why are you, a martial arts master, crying? What happened to make you cry like this? What are the benefits of becoming a permanent employee? Wilton regretted it again. Chapter 58: The Protection of the Round Table. Should Nan Yan be allowed to pass the evaluation and become a formal Knight of the Round Table? Yes. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations on becoming the first official Knight of the Round Table. You will get the following 2 features. 1. Official Knights will receive the blessing of the Lord of the Round Table. They will receive a meteoric rise in power. The Lord of the Round Table's blessing varies from person to person. Your soul is detected to be exceptionally powerful, so the blessing is set as every official knight will have their soul strength increased by 15%. 2. A fully fledged knight will acquire a brand new skill that can be used to support the Round Table Council or the Lord of the Round Table. The system detected Nan Yan's cultivation level, attributes, and training progress. Knight Nan Yan gained the skill Enhance the Master of the Round Table's martial arts skills by 50%. Bang! As both sides put their skills to use, both Nan Yan and Shui Linlang felt an unprecedented strengthening. Especially the Southern Yan. She suddenly felt that the bottleneck she had been stuck in for so long had loosened. This thrilled her. Ding! Congratulations on officially becoming a Knight of the Round Table. You will receive the blessing of the Lord of the Round Table. Congratulations! You have received a 15% soul strength bonus. Ah! After a period of excruciating soul-wrenching pain, Nan Yan discovered that her soul strength had indeed increased. An increase in soul strength isn't something that's particularly concrete. Because the soul is a very mysterious thing, it cannot directly help improve martial arts, but it can indirectly influence martial arts. At this moment, Nan Yan felt that her body had become healthier, her mental strength had increased significantly, her 5 senses had become more acute, and even the Dharma body within her had grown considerably larger. The most amazing thing is that she discovered her talent had improved. Nan Yan was so excited that she burst into tears. Thank you, sir. She reached the martial saint level at the age of 27. Although she can be considered a genius, her martial arts talent is actually only C+. She relied on diligence and intelligence to gradually reach the level of martial saint through continuous exploration of martial arts techniques. However, in recent years she has begun to feel the limitations of her talent. As a fellow martial saint, she only barely reached that level by relying on some unorthodox techniques, which resulted in her actual combat strength being inferior to some late-stage grandmasters. Moreover, she discovered that she had no room for improvement and her cultivation had stagnated for a long time. But how could an ambitious person who reached the martial saint level by relying on such inferior talent as C+ give up so easily? But there's nothing we can do about it. After all, she's not a god, she can't change her own talent. However, due to the increase in her soul strength, her talent has clearly reached grade B. This was something she had always dreamed of. If I could reach the martial saint realm with only a C+ talent, and now that I have a B-level talent, reaching the martial god realm is not out of the question. Moreover, if I perform even better, this lord might grant me even more protection. I'm willing to pay any price as long as it improves my martial arts skills. I'd do anything to make my family, my sister, and the high-ranking members of the Martial Arts Integration Bureau pay the price they deserve. Just because I have C+ talent. No matter how hard I try, no matter how much talent I demonstrate in martial arts. Those old guys simply said, your sister has an A+ level talent, so she can inherit the family's secret techniques, but you can't. It's disgusting. That woman, she doesn't even like martial arts, why should she give her the secret technique? Sister, I don't want to practice martial arts. I'm so tired, I want to be lazy. Then why did you accept the clan's arrangements and learn the secret techniques? Sister, if they want to give it to me, then I'll accept it. But don't you dislike practicing martial arts? But why should I refuse? Only a fool would refuse, right? Ugh, she's always like this, always saying hurtful things without thinking. At first, I thought she was just naturally naive, but after that incident, I realized her true colors. That day, because of the issue of succession, I went to the Grand Elder's room, wanting to complain to the kind Grand Elder. But upon entering the room, they discovered the Grand Elder's corpse. Moreover, there was a dark figure standing on the window, but the figure quickly fled. Just when he was at a loss, his younger sister appeared behind him. She witnessed everything too. But when questioned by her clan, she casually remarked something. I don't know. She touched her lips with one finger, acting silly, like a naive and innocent girl. She could have easily proven her innocence with just one sentence, but instead, she playfully stuck out her tongue at herself. I'm so sorry, sister, I didn't know it would have such a big impact on you. But you can't betray the family because of this, can you, sister? Sister, you're so mean. Actually, she's just a hypocrite who's deliberately putting on an act. She always thinks the world revolves around her. That's disgusting. Originally, the family wanted to abolish his cultivation and imprison him. But how can I just surrender? On that day, I displayed strength beyond my talent for the first time, fought my way out, and escaped from the family. Driven by a desire for revenge, he joined the Martial Arts Unification Bureau. Although he advanced to the Martial Saint level with the help of the Martial Arts Integration Bureau. However, after being promoted to Martial Saint, one will receive a title. This is a consensus in the global martial arts community. After all, martial gods are too rare, and martial saints, who are more numerous, are the most common and strongest combat force. However, they shamefully named themselves Consort Feng. What does this mean? Was she Feng Run, who was jealous of her younger sister? Even without the implication of jealousy towards my sister, how can I, a dignified martial saint, be called Consort Feng when I go out? Neuropathy. And so, for some special reason, he left the Martial Arts Integration Bureau once again. Later, I learned that the reason I was treated differently was because I was my younger sister. At that time, she was preparing to join the Martial Arts Integration Bureau. No, not join, but just have her name registered in the Martial Arts Integration Bureau. Those guys did this on purpose just to lick her. Wa'ada. Nan Yen unleashed all the grievances she had suffered over the years. Thank you so much, sir. I'm so grateful to you. Shui Lin Lang was also very excited. I was wondering what else this roundtable meeting could be about besides chatting. I never expected that collecting knights would actually bring benefits. Increase martial arts skills by 50%? Ugh. I feel like I'm starting to get a brain. This is something more specific than just increasing intelligence, it's about developing the brain. Shui Lin Lang suddenly realized that she had a deeper understanding of her existing martial arts skills. Yes, the two styles, Bajikwan Wurda and Xinxiang Wurda, can be integrated. I feel like I could create my own version of longsword, unrivaled. The principle is the same anyway. Damn it, my brain needs to develop. Keep rolling this chapter, chapter 59. Both sides benefited. On Shui Lin Lang's side, Nan Yan's data panel also appeared on the floating text. Southern Swallow. Martial Arts Cultivation, Martial Saint Early Stage. Appearance and Quality, S. Martial Arts Talent, C+. Martial Arts Attributes, Wood and Fire. Martial Arts Skills Mastered, Drawing Talismans in the Air, Refining Pills with Bare Hands, Divine Sense Detection, Creating Heaven Rank Puppets, Creating Earth Rank Magic Treasures. Height, 166 centimeters. Measurements, 90-60 to 89 centimeters. Oh my god. These are some seriously exaggerated measurements. No wonder she looked so alluring while taking a shower, and no wonder she's still an S-class beauty even though her face isn't particularly stunning. This massive thunderclap alone is enough to drive people mad. There is still a lot of information about Nan Yan, but Xue Linlang can't understand it yet. Take the martial arts techniques she has mastered, for example. What are they? Why can't I understand them? Drawing talismans out of thin air, refining elixirs with bare hands, these are terms from some fantasy novel. She can even create heavenly rank puppets. It turns out she's more than just an alchemist. They had been hiding it before. For example, her sister wrote Nancy. This name sounds so familiar. But I can't quite recall it. I remember it being mentioned often along with martial god Lin Zhan. But I'm not sure if that's the case. Let's ask again later. Q, it seems you're hiding something from me. I'm starting to regret my decision, Xue Linlang said in a low voice. Nan Yan was immediately startled. It seems that once I officially become a knight of the Round Table, the other party will know everything about me. Right. Perhaps I have already sold my soul. Otherwise, the Joker wouldn't be able to strengthen his soul. She was already his, even her soul. Nan Yan blushed slightly, then hurriedly apologized to Xue Linlang, saying, I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to hide anything. I can tell you everything, but when we're alone. Alright, your attitude is very sincere. It wasn't for nothing that I went to so much trouble to help you, Xue Linlang said with a smile. The so-called big trouble is nothing more than moving a finger. But this sentence made Nan Yan's imagination run wild. That makes sense. Strengthening the soul, how could that be something that can be done so easily? He probably put in a lot of effort. Nan Yan's cheeks became even rosier. From childhood to adulthood, she had never felt cared for like this before. Even the kind elder who used to treat me well was just constantly manipulating me. He kept telling me to let go while advocating for my sister to inherit the family business. Now, for the first time, Nan Yan felt someone's care. Thank you, sir. Nan Yan felt a mix of emotions. She hesitated whether to give her feelings to Xue Linlang. She was afraid that if she made an effort, she wouldn't get a response. No, Nan Yan, your vision is too narrow. How can you expect adults to respond to you? How can such possessive behavior, typical of young girls, be applied to a powerful being? As a member of the Round Table, you should do your best to assist the adults. As long as I'm within the circle, I have a safe haven. I won't be ostracized like I am outside. That's right, one should offer one's own feelings without expecting anything in return, as long as it helps the adults. All I need is the opportunity to stay here forever. Still alone. Shameless. Kuwei gritted her teeth in anger upon hearing Nan Yan's words. Young girls just love competition among females. Compared to her mind being filled with romantic thoughts, Verdun was utterly embarrassed. What just happened? You've just been promoted to a permanent position, haven't you? Why are you crying? What benefits could make you cry like this after getting a permanent position? You are a martial saint, a powerful figure in your own right. What have you gained that makes you weep so bitterly? Did this guy resurrect your parents? Damn it. I really want to know. Cheryl noticed Wilton's expression, but he ignored it. Instead, he said to Kuwei, Hey, you always work very hard. Although you can't be promoted immediately because of the number of assessments, please move up a seat. Whoosh. Kuwei quickly appeared in Nan Yan's original spot. Thank you, sir. I will continue to work hard, Kuwei said very politely. Verdun was even more devastated. His current position is still fourth from the right. But Kuwei and Nan Yan are already second and third from the left, respectively. They've all surpassed him. He looked at Xue Linlang, who had a cold and aloof expression. He didn't look at me once from beginning to end. In his eyes, I have lost my meaning. Damn it, what are the benefits of getting a permanent position anyway? What benefits could make a martial saint weep with joy? He looked at Nan Yan, trying to get the answer from her eyes. But Nan Yan was looking at Xue Linlang with deep affection. She had no one else in her eyes. How dare this dignified martial saint worship someone like a little girl? No. I can't just slack off now. I could have been promoted to a permanent position. If this continues, that brat new girl will surpass me and get a permanent position before I do. I absolutely will not allow this to happen. Verdun was so remorseful that he clenched his teeth and broke them. Seeing his expression, Shui Linlang was overjoyed. He's getting better and better at controlling this round table. If there's nothing else, let's conclude today's roundtable meeting here, Shui Linlang said with a smile. I hope everyone can be promoted to a permanent position as soon as possible. Just a heads up, see you next week, I'll be selecting new people to join again. I hope you'll all do what your seniors should do. The three of them stood up together, bowed, and said, understood. Immediately afterwards, the roundtable meeting has ended. Shui Linlang returned to her room. Phew! He couldn't help but wipe away non-existent beads of sweat from his forehead. Every time I attend a roundtable meeting, it's a mental workout. I almost messed up tonight. Fortunately, I was quick-witted, and this roundtable meeting wasn't a complete disaster. I feel that Nan Yen, that woman from Delay, can already be regarded as my confidant. Perhaps I could order her to do things for me in real life. I'm really looking forward to it. The next 2 days. Shui Linlang is currently practicing the cultivation technique she recently acquired. In particular, the Calm Mind Recovery Technique and 1,000-Mile Eyes given to me by Kuaer. These two techniques are different from the martial arts I am currently learning. They all belong to the category of internal strength. You cannot learn by striking poses and punching. It can only be mastered gradually through the incantations of the practice and special breathing techniques. But this thing is really difficult. Fortunately, Shui Linlang now has an A+ level talent. I feel more comfortable and skilled at it than before. Monday arrived quickly again. Shui Linlang slung her school bag over her shoulder and strolled leisurely towards school. As soon as I arrived at the school gate, I saw Yang Jishan hiding behind a big tree, too afraid to enter the school. Chapter 60. First time back at school after a haircut. Shui Linlang slowly walked up behind Yang Jishan. Look what she's doing here. So many people. Yang Jishan leaned against a tree, looking timidly at the school gate. She would occasionally raise her hand to touch her short hair. She usually covers her eyes with thick black-rimmed glasses and long bangs, which gives her a great sense of security. Although this behavior is somewhat self-deceptive, it is a good form of inner protection for introverted people. But now, she no longer wears glasses, and her hair is neatly cut. This feeling made her feel like she was running naked in the street. She would have already gone to school by now. But now they've run into Shui Linlang, who's always on the last minute. It's easy to imagine how difficult her journey to get here was and how much time it took her. But getting into the school is even more difficult. With the deadline fast approaching, there's no way there won't be a lot of people at the school gate, so Yang Jishan simply can't find a chance to get in when there aren't many people around. Shui Linlang stood behind her, and looking at her made her want to laugh. Even though she had 2 days to mentally prepare, she still didn't dare to go into the school. Becoming confident is not something that happens overnight. Yang Jishan, what are you doing here? Shui Linlang asked. Ah. Yang Jishan was startled, and her whole body trembled. She shrank back and turned around, only to find it was Shui Linlang, at which point she breathed a sigh of relief. It was Shui. I was so scared. I thought some other classmates had seen me. Yang Jishan clutched her chest to calm her racing heart. Shui Linlang almost laughed at these words. Isn't that what you wanted to show your classmates? Why are they behaving in a way that completely contradicts their intentions? You can back out now if you want, I happen to have a mask and a baseball cap in my bag, Shui Linlang deliberately provoked. Upon hearing this, Yang Jishan became furious. Shui is really looking down on me. I'm not going to back down, she said, pouting. But when she glanced at the school gate, her brows furrowed again, and all the imposing manner she had shown when speaking to him vanished. Oh dear, she's becoming more and more of a bully at home. This made Shui Linlang laugh. This is great news. A person will only vent their emotions arbitrarily on another person when they are emotionally dependent on that person. This indicates that the person is very close to that person and is more likely to reveal their true self. In the psychology of interpersonal relationships, he had become Yang Jishan's safety valve. Yang Jishan would release her true self and even confide her negative emotions when she was in front of him. Instead of appearing timid and hesitant in front of strangers, or as he used to, keeping his distance from everyone. In other words, he became her safe haven. This shows that she feels very safe and secure in his presence and is emotionally dependent on him. She doesn't feel guilty about showing negative emotions or an inappropriate image in front of herself. They're becoming more and more open. Who knows, one day it might even ride on your head and act all cute. Well, sometimes excessive exercise can backfire. Appropriate help is still necessary. Don't be stubborn, come in with me, Shui Linlang said with a smile. I wasn't trying to be brave, Yang Jixiang muttered. But Shui Linlang didn't continue chatting with her. Instead, she took a few steps ahead, then turned back and smiled. Come on, catch up. If you don't follow, you'll be going into school by yourself later. Yang Jixiang blushed slightly. Although she was shy, she was even more afraid of the lively crowd around her. Immediately afterwards, she lowered her head, closed her eyes, and rushed behind Shui Linlang. And so, the two of them slowly walked toward the campus. Yang Jixiang leaned to the side and huddled next to Shui Linlang. She tried to cover herself with Shui Linlang's body. Although it was a self-deceptive cover-up, she felt safe and secure hiding next to Shui Linlang. However, when she reached the school gate, Shui Linlang suddenly turned around. Just as Yang Jixiang was wondering, Shui Linlang patted her on the back. Stand up straight, be more confident. If you want to change yourself, give yourself some courage. Yang Jixiang blushed instantly, but she straightened her back under Shui Linlang's patting. Because of her straight back, no matter how much she lowered her head, she could still see the flow of people around her. She closed her eyes in embarrassment. Come on, head up, chest out, be brave. Confidence makes you more beautiful, Shui Linlang said with a smile. Yang Jixiang stood in the crowd, her mind blank. How embarrassing. There was nothing in front of me but an open space, absolutely nothing to cover me. My old glasses and my old bangs are gone. Now the whole world can see me. Ah. I want to escape. But Shui was still waiting beside her to stand up straight and proud. Confidence makes you more beautiful. This is something I chose to change myself. I must overcome this hurdle. I want to make Shui look at me in a new light. As Yang Jixiang pondered this, she mustered her courage, held her breath, and slowly raised her head, which had been drooping. She slowly opened her eyes. The bright sunlight shone into her eyes. What came into view was a bustling crowd of students, all rushing into the campus, with no one paying any attention to her. There wasn't the terrifying scene of being surrounded and watched that I had imagined. I am just one of them. Yang Jixiang regained her breathing and gasped for air. My hearing has returned, and I can hear the students around me greeting each other and talking early in the morning. She looked incredulously at Shui Linlang standing beside her, gazing at Shui Linlang's handsome face. It's not that scary, is it? Shui Linlang said with a smile. Yang Jixiang nodded excitedly. And so, she followed Shui Linlang into the school with her head held high and chest out, crossed the school path, and soon arrived at their classroom. Along the way, because she held her head high and stood tall, she saw a campus landscape that was quite different from what she had seen before. No, she was too scared to really look at the campus properly before. Huh? Isn't there a sculpture over there? Wow, they're so bold, holding hands. The morning air is so fresh. I hadn't really observed my surroundings properly before. When Yang Jixiang arrived at the classroom door, her heart jumped into her throat again. The real test has begun. She followed Shui Linlang into the classroom, keeping her head up and chest out. She was so nervous that her neck was stiff, and her eyes were fixed on Shui Linlang in front of her, not daring to look around at all. Even beads of sweat appeared on his forehead from nervousness. Huh? Who's that? Yeah, did we have this girl in our class before? She's so pretty, except for some freckles on her face. Wait, the mole on the corner of her mouth. Is she Yang Jixiang? What? She's Yang Jixiang? How is that possible? Yeah, wasn't she ugly? But now, she's just as good as Li Siji. Chapter 61. Amazing everyone. Hearing the whispers of her classmates, Yang Jixiang blushed deeply. She never imagined that one day she would be praised as beautiful by these classmates. Moreover, it was used to compare her to beauties like Li Siji. Just last week she called herself an ugly woman. Yang Jixiang's transformation is not simply a matter of changing her hairstyle and taking off her glasses. She also made significant changes in her clothing. She has transformed from her previous dowdy style of wearing long sleeves, knee-length mini skirts, and black tights to her current minimalist style of short-sleeved light-colored shirts and black shorts. Not only were her slender, fair arms exposed, but her legs were also bare. Her legs were a translucent white, smooth and delicate, with a hint of pink on her skin, and her knees were a pale pink. Because of her slender limbs, paired with this minimalist style of dress, she looks so refreshing and beautiful, exuding the charm of a young girl. This is a stark contrast to her original gloomy and rustic image. Even though her breasts aren't very large now and she has some blemishes on her face, it doesn't affect the stunning beauty she exudes. In addition, she looks very confident now, with her head held high and her chest out. Her temperament is completely different from before. This amazed the entire class. Yang Jishan blushed and followed Shui Linlang to her seat. She quickly sat back in her chair, crouched down, and used the desks in front and behind her to hide herself. Phew! She was so nervous just now. Returning to her seat felt like coming home, allowing her to catch her breath. She placed one hand on her chest to calm her racing heart. Then he turned his head to look at Shui Linlang and found that Shui Linlang was as carefree as usual. That's true, the tense atmosphere just now was merely a scene in my own mind. For Shui, this was no different from going back to the classroom as usual. Li Siji, standing some distance away, was completely dumbfounded. Is that the ugly woman Yang Jixiang? Although the outline of her face is still hers, her overall appearance has changed too much. Did she get plastic surgery? No, why not get rid of freckles if you're getting plastic surgery? She really has become more beautiful. The students around her had already grouped her with Yang Jixiang. They actually grouped me with that ugly woman. How infuriating. But she couldn't think of anything to say right now. Because Yang Jixiang is truly amazing. Putting aside her delicate face revealed by her short hair, her slender yet curvaceous figure, which is not at all bulky, is already stunning. The freckles on her face actually made her seem more approachable, not aloof at all. Li Siji wasn't stupid, she became even angrier. At this moment, Pan Ziming also arrived at the classroom. He was immediately drawn to Yang Jixiang as soon as he entered. He walked directly up to Yang Jixiang and struck up a conversation. Hey beautiful, which class are you in? Yang Jixiang was so frightened that she covered her face with her textbook. This confused him. But as he calmed down, he heard the surrounding chatter and looked at Shui Linlang laughing and joking beside him. He counted the positions of Yang Jixiang. Could she be? Wow, Pan Ziming is going to get a beating from Shui Linlang again. Yang Jixiang has changed a lot, I didn't recognize her at first either. But she wasn't so pretty that Pan Ziming didn't even think about striking up a conversation with her, was she? Hearing the surrounding chatter, Pan Ziming stared blankly at Yang Jixiang. He was stunned for a second. Although Yang Jixiang is not yet considered a super beauty, she's still quite a distance from Xianghua and Chen Qianma, let alone Sita Yulian. However, because of the huge contrast before and after, and the visual impact of this transformation into beauty is extremely shocking. But Pan Ziming was just deeply shocked. She really does get more and more beautiful the more I look at her. He regretted it. I used to laugh at her every day in front of her, saying she was ugly and worthless. He doesn't dare say that anymore. Pan Ziming felt ashamed and hurriedly ran back to his seat. He looked at Yang Jixiang from afar. Shocked by Yang Jixiang's transformation into a beautiful woman, he instead felt deeply inferior. Now I don't even have the right to strike up a conversation with an ugly woman I used to look down on. Watching Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang casually converse, he felt an even stronger sense of frustration. Because a girl changes a lot as she grows up. I simply don't have the eye for people. On the contrary, Shui Linlang always treated Yang Jixiang well despite the rumors and gossip. What are you proving? This proves that Shui Linlang is superior to him in both martial arts and his judgment of people. Pan Ziming laughed self-deprecatingly. He used to boast about his achievements and put others down, but in the end, he was just a clown. Chen Qianma, who was sitting 2 seats behind Yang Jixiang, couldn't help but sigh. That's amazing. She never imagined that Yang Jixiang was actually an ugly duckling who could turn into a swan. At this moment, she finally understood why Shui Linlang had always been so good to her. So you've been investing in stocks with potential all along. That's such great taste. The original Yang Jixiang was insecure and dressed in a dowdy way. Who could have seen that she was a potential star? In this regard, Chen Qianma couldn't help but praise her. Even though Shui Linlang had offended her, she still couldn't help but want to praise her. Huang Lilong walked over with a bewildered look, glanced at Yang Jixiang beside him, and then asked Shui Linlang, "You little brat, did you always know that she could transform herself just by dressing up?" Shui Linlang smiled smugly. Although he didn't want to show off, the feeling of showing off was just too irresistible. Basic stuff, don't be silly. Shui Linlang said smugly. You little brat, you're putting on an act now, aren't you? Huang Lilong was so angry that he immediately grabbed Shui Linlang by the throat. Shui Linlang complained, damn it, I've been called a blind man for so long, and now that I've finally gotten my revenge, can't I just enjoy it? Keep being envious and sour. Their playful antics made young Jixiang, who was standing nearby, burst into laughter. Feeling the reactions and discussions of everyone around me, she blushed deeply with embarrassment and couldn't help but lower her head. Although she was shy, she couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. It worked. They all say Shui has good taste. So happy. I finally managed to help Shui, and I'm no longer a burden. Recalling how she made up her mind to get a haircut, and how she overcame her inner resistance to do so many things, Yang Jixiang suddenly felt a sense of relief after all her hardships. That's great, all my hard work has paid off. She glanced at Shui Linlang, and her cheeks flushed. Shui is right. I shouldn't underestimate myself, I should work harder. So, only then can I better respond to his expectations of me. Chapter 62. The world is bustling, all for the sake of beauty. Class time. Every teacher who walks in is drawn to Yang Jixiang and asks, who is this? Each time they learned it was Yang Jixiang, they all showed an incredulous expression. Especially the homeroom teacher. She never really wanted to pay attention to the underachievers in the class. In particular, Yang Jixiang was often bullied by other girls in the past, and she turned a blind eye to it. Because she believed it was just a normal process of survival of the fittest. However, Yang Jixiang's change somewhat overturned her perception. Is Yang Jixiang now considered one of the teams to be eliminated? Will she hold a grudge against me? It seems that from now on, we will have to treat every student equally. Otherwise, you might not even have time to react when they leap over the dragon gate. She had to adapt to the change in image, from a notoriously ugly woman to a remarkable beauty. Whether it's Yang Jixiang or the other classmates, it will probably take them several days to digest this. After all, in the past, when they chatted with Yang Jixiang, they were always aloof and indifferent. Now they are standing with Yang Jixiang, and because of Yang Jixiang's appearance, they have to adjust their attitude. This made them very uncomfortable, as if they were having a hesitant conversation with a stranger. Yang Jixiang was even more unaccustomed to it. She never expected that simply changing her hairstyle and clothes would cause these classmates, who usually wouldn't even glance at her, to suddenly start showing her respect. This left her, who was not good at speaking and had an introverted personality, somewhat at a loss. Wow, why did you suddenly decide to change your hairstyle? Wow, you have such a beautiful face shape. Why did you hide it before? This. Could it be the power of love? Shui Linlang transformed you? Aha. During every break between classes, Yang Jixiang would be approached by many classmates who would ask her questions, making her blush with embarrassment and feel like her head was about to explode. Shui Linlang, standing to the side, almost laughed at her flustered appearance. It seems that even if the appearance changes, the inner self remains the same. Her clumsy appearance is actually quite cute. During lunchtime, Shui Linlang took Yang Jixiang to the canteen for a meal. Yang Jixiang was then able to escape the crisis of being surrounded by her classmates. Phew. I've never spoken to them before. Why are they all so enthusiastic today? Yang Jixiang said, relaxing. You'll get used to it, Shui Linlang said casually, her hands behind her head. You have to get used to it. According to the photos and information provided by the system, not only will you become more beautiful, but your legs will also become longer, and your breasts will even develop ahead of schedule. At that point, it won't be as simple as people crowding around and asking, you've changed so much. Instead, they pounced on them like bees and butterflies. Men become sycophants, women become best friends who leech off others, and there are even fandom fans who call their older sister and stick to her. This wouldn't normally be a problem, but what's disgusting is, just a moment ago they were looking down on Yang Jixiang. They seem to have forgotten what they did before. These people are just so brainless. They only see what's in front of them and never look at things from a developmental perspective. Otherwise, why would there be so many gold diggers online demanding that their boyfriends be 20 years old, own a house, and a car? In their eyes, the ugly duckling, the potential stock, Fan Jean passing the imperial examination, and changing the status quo are all non-existent. Shui Linlang wasn't very well educated and didn't know how to describe these people, so he could only call them idiots. At this moment, Yang Jixiang's face suddenly puffed up. Snow is really something. She didn't help me at all just now, and she was just grinning like an idiot. Ha 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 ha. Shui Linlang couldn't help but burst into laughter at what she said. This is a chance for you to improve, so you should continue to practice diligently. I'll hit you. Yang Jixiang nudged Shui Linlang with her small fist. Puff. This is so cute. She looks really good right now, and making such cute gestures is absolutely irresistible to men. The two of them jokingly arrived at the canteen. The place was bustling with noise, and the long queue stretched almost to the door. At this moment, Luo Guanyu was at the end of the line for pork offal noodles. Seeing so many people in front of him, he immediately became very irritated. However, this was not the root of his irritability. The biggest reason he was so irritable today was that Nan Hui, who was also an A-level genius, had already reached the peak of the second rank. I'm just one step away from reaching the third rank. Although he was already at the late stage of the second rank, it would still be a long time before he could break through to the third rank. He even felt that he had entered a bottleneck period and was finding it difficult to make progress. The team members behind him were all already at the second rank, especially Chen Xianma, who was already at the mid-second rank. If I don't quickly reach the third rank, where will I put my face as the group leader and as a genius? It's so hot. Why are there so many people? Big-haired Xianghua crossed his arms and used his phone as a fan to cool his neck. Suddenly, she saw Shui Linlang walk into the dining hall and head towards them. Guanya, look! That dinosaur guardian from the next class is here. Xianghua said with a grin. Luo Guanyu turned his head and glanced at Shui Linlang. His mood immediately improved a lot. Although I can't gain face from Nan Hui, it doesn't stop me from getting a sense of accomplishment from Shui Linlang, who is a prodigy who failed to live up to his potential. Just mocking him for only being able to live with an ugly woman is already so satisfying. Soon, Shui Linlang was at the end of the line next to theirs. Because Luo Guanyu was among the first few people, Shui Linlang didn't see them. Luo Guanyu quickly turned around and laughed. Hey, isn't this the handsome guy who's in a group with Pigsy? Another trashy first-grade martial artist, so unlucky with women that even a pig could devour him. You're absolutely gorgeous. In his arrogance, Luo Guanyu reached out and patted Xianghua, Chen Xianma, and the fourth girl on the shoulder. Shui Linlang, are you envious? Luo Guanyu said smugly. He was showing off that he had many female followers, and that they were of high quality. This is tantamount to indirectly showing that she is extremely charming. Shui Linlang also saw Luo Guanyu. Seeing how smug he was, Shui Linlang deliberately stepped aside so that Luo Guanyu could see Yang Jixiang. Did someone call me just now? Shui Linlang asked deliberately. Although the question was directed at Yang Jixiang, everyone present knew that Shui Linlang was making a veiled attack. Luo Guanyu wasn't stupid, but just as he was about to retort, he saw the beautiful woman behind Shui Linlang. He was stunned. That figure, that face. How is this any different from online celebrities? This bastard, when did he start chatting up a beautiful woman? Luo Guanyu asked suspiciously. Hey, Shui Linlang, did you dump that ugly girl? Ha, you protected her so much before, but to her, you still can't stand her ugliness? Chen Xianma didn't want to say anything at this point. Shui Linlang was still pretending. He turned around and asked, I abandoned you? No. No, Yang Jixiang replied naively. Chapter 63. She was even happier for him. Ah. Ha. Ha. Luo Guanyu was completely stunned. He watched as Shui Linlang turned to face a beautiful young girl and said that she was Yang Jixiang. Luo Guanyu immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Is my memory playing tricks on me, and I've remembered that ugly woman's name wrong? Or is Shui Linlang mentally unstable and called the wrong person? Luo Guanyu carefully examined the girl Shui Linlang had admitted her mistake to. Girls like this have slender, long limbs and naturally beautiful figures. Although she has a short, choppy bob that is very demanding on face shape and features, she clearly pulls it off. With this hairstyle, her beautiful face and delicate features looked absolutely stunning. It's just that, she still has some freckles on her face, but although these freckles are imperfections, they are extremely eye-catching, making people unable to help but draw their attention to her beautiful eyes. The mole on her lower right corner perfectly accentuated her beautifully shaped lips. How could such a beautiful girl be? Etc. Although I've forgotten what that ugly woman looked like. But, that ugly girl also seems to have freckles and a mole on the corner of her mouth? Could it be? Luo Guanyu didn't know how to start the conversation. But Xianghua, the stand-in, shouted directly, Shui Linlang, are you an idiot? Don't you think it's very offensive to say that ugly girl's name to such a delicate girl? Although you've been ridiculed a lot and really want to find a beautiful woman to prove yourself, I still prefer the you who's devoted to dinosaurs. Chen Xianma covered her face, unsure of what to say. But to prevent Xianghua from further embarrassment, she began to explain, Xiong, she is that ugly, she's that young Ji Xiang. Xianghua and Luo Guanyao turned around at the same time, looking at Chen Xianma with extremely exaggerated expressions. How is that possible? Did she have plastic surgery? Xianghua suddenly asked. I'm not lying to you, you can ask Huahua. Chen Xianma said, pulling the new team member aside. We're in the same class. I couldn't believe it this morning either. The group member named Huahua kept nodding. This. Luo Guanyao didn't know what to say for a moment. He originally intended to humiliate Shui Linlang to relieve the frustration of being suppressed by Nan Huai. The biggest topic he used to humiliate Shui Linlang was, the woman behind Shui Linlang was too ugly. This will be something he can laugh at for the rest of his life. But now he can't make fun of him like that at all. The woman behind Shui Linlang, Yang Jixiang, is now in no way inferior to Xianghua and Chen Xianma in any aspect. Compared to Xianghua and Chen Xianma, Yang Jixiang has an added touch of docility and the unique charm of a virtuous woman. Such a temperament is a fatal attraction for any strong-willed man. Because all those strong-willed men secretly yearn for a sweet and virtuous wife behind them, rather than a pretty but willful woman. But among all the students in the class, no, I should say among all the students in the school, only Yang Jixiang possesses this kind of temperament. But she was too ugly before. Now that she's become beautiful, Luo Guanyao is also attracted to her, but she has always belonged to Shui Linlang. Luo Guanyao could only watch with envy. Damn it! How did Shui Linlang know that she could transform? No normal person would know she could break free from her cocoon and transform. What was originally meant to be a joke about Shui Linlang only deserving to have an ugly woman has now become a way for Shui Linlang to show off her good taste. Luo Guanyao couldn't help but feel a sense of frustration. He can no longer laugh at Shui Linlang. Although one could mock them based on their cultivation level. But after the incident of him pinching hands in the cafeteria last time, he knew that Shui Linlang was definitely still pretending to be weak while actually being strong. Even if you mock him for his cultivation level, seeing the look on his face as if he were an idiot makes it completely unsatisfying. Yang Jixiang, did you get plastic surgery? Xianghua also felt embarrassed, so he chose to question the other party to save face. Only. Yang Jixiang was getting a little anxious because of her questioning. She wanted to cry and shout that it wasn't true. But then she thought about it again. No. What's the difference between that and before? The criticism Shui has faced is all due to my lack of self-confidence. I can't do that anymore. But what should we do now? If it were Shui, he would probably just retort without thinking twice, right? Yes, we should be like Shui, there's no need to answer their questions, we should just shut them up. Yang Jixiang suddenly raised her head, puffed out her chest, clenched her fist, and shouted, no way. I'm naturally beautiful. I just don't know how to dress up and I lack confidence, that's all. You. This one sentence left Xianghua speechless. The confidence she exuded even made Xianghua feel ashamed of himself. That's impressive. Shui Linlang couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. I never expected Yang Jixiang to say such inspiring words. Since that's the case, I can't fall behind her. I've been mocked by Luo Guanyao for so long because of my ugly appearance. It's time to fight back and finally hold our heads high. Oh my! You don't recognize our Shangxiang, do you? No way, no way? Are you blind? You Luo Guanyao, Xianghua was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But they didn't know how to refute it. But Yang Jixiang smiled, pursing her lips. As she laughed, tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. Very good. Shui was finally no longer being called blind by others. I finally managed to get Shui to shout out, you guys are the blind ones. I'm finally able to help Shui in a little way. Although it was only a small sense of accomplishment, it brought tears of joy to Yang Jixiang, a girl who had been neglected for the past 16 years. However, more than the praise she received, she was genuinely happy that Shui Linlang was able to get her revenge. Luo Guanyao felt utterly ashamed and turned to leave. Guanyao, aren't we going to wait in line? Xianghua hurriedly followed. Chen Xianma shook her head, feeling helpless, and pulled Huahua along to follow. After lunch, Shui Linlang and Yang Jixian walked back to the classroom. As I walked to the front of the teaching building, I bumped into Lu Fian, who was on her way to lunch. Lu Fian immediately noticed a pretty girl following behind Shui Linlang. "Oh, Shui Linlang, I thought you were a devoted person, but I didn't expect you to be so affectionate. If that ugly, if Yang knew, he would definitely be very sad, right?" Lu Fian said with a smile. "Huh? Why should I be sad?" Yang Jixiang asked blankly. "Huh?" Lu Fian froze for 3 seconds. "You're Yang Jixiang? How is that possible?" But the more Lu Fian looked at it, the more it resembled her, and she was so frightened that she ran away in a hurry. "It's a ghost. Why does teacher Lu seem so scared?" Yang Jixiang asked clumsily. Who knows?" Shui Linlang smiled wryly. Chapter 64: The Secret of Physical Fitness Level 10 and Above. There's still over a week until we head to the Void Realm. Everyone in the martial arts class became tense. The atmosphere in both classes was not as relaxed as usual. Some people want to become even stronger before going to the secret realm. Some were afraid they would die in the secret realm. Others are simply eager to see the famous martial arts stars from other schools. Shui Linlang, of course, wanted to become stronger before going to the secret realm. His goal is to reach or even surpass level 12 physical fitness at the first grade martial artist stage. However, the secret realm is rich in spiritual energy and full of treasures, making it an excellent place for breakthroughs. Therefore, Shui Linlang planned to reach level 12 physical fitness before going there, and then break through to the second grade martial artist level in the Void Secret Realm. Perfect plan. But reality is far from what we hoped for. Because Shui Linlang's physical fitness is now at level 10, he can maintain his fitness regardless of whether he takes medicine, trains like crazy, or keeps practicing the chi refining technique. His physical fitness level is so low that it can't even reach level 0.01. This completely drove Shui Linlang to the brink of collapse. Could it really be as Lu Fian said? Once humans reach level 10 in physical fitness, it becomes very difficult to make any further progress. How did Lin Zhan manage to do that back then? Shui Linlang even went to the roundtable meeting to inquire about Nan Yan. As mentioned before, this meeting was to select new talent again, but Shui Linlang wasn't in the mood for it this time. So he summoned Nan Yan alone, avoiding embarrassment by arranging it as the first meeting of formal nights. However, Nan Yan seems to be eating right now. She was just summoned, and her mouth is still full, with rice grains on her face. This made Nan Yan very embarrassed. Since this is a formal internal night meeting, let's relax a bit. Ha ha ha. Cheryl Lang laughed. Nan Yan nodded, feeling less embarrassed. However, it was her first time being alone with Shui Linlang, and she felt very nervous. She didn't know what Shui Linlang would ask for. Moreover, she had previously promised to tell her secrets when she was alone with someone. Let me ask you a question first: why is it difficult for people to improve their physical fitness after reaching level 10? Shui Linlang asked directly. Nan Yan was taken aback. Is this a test that the Joker is putting on himself? I want to assess my own knowledge base and determine my own worth. Then I can't hold back anymore. The reason why it is difficult for humans to improve their physical fitness after level 10 is entirely because level 10 is beyond the physical fitness of ordinary people, which is equivalent to a different category. In this new category, pills, techniques, and training methods below level 10 are no longer effective. That's why you can't even save up 0.01 levels of physical fitness after level 10. I see. Because our physical fitness has reached a new level, we need to use new methods to cope with it, instead of the old ones. In other words, you can't use the problem-solving methods from junior high school to solve high school problems. It seems that Lu Fian is unaware of this matter. Otherwise, why would she say directly that she couldn't do it, instead of suggesting a different approach? Since the method exists, why should a teacher prevent her students from learning it? A low-grade item always has its limitations. Moreover, she is a teacher, and most of her knowledge comes from textbooks. However, no textbooks would guide students to exceed level 10 in physical fitness. That doesn't fall within the scope of general education. In other words, as long as one has a more advanced body refining technique or more exquisite elixirs, one can continue to improve after level 10. Very good. So, do you know how to make body refining pills that can be used after reaching level 10? Shui Linlang continued to ask. Nan Yan became serious. Really? Joker's questions are all purposeful. He asked the common sense question earlier just to lead into this question. This question is where one's value is truly revealed. Although I really wanted to put on a brave face and pretend I knew how. But the Joker is all-knowing and might have already seen through everything. Lying and showing off will only make the Joker dislike him. So Nan Yen honestly shook her head. I'm sorry, Lord Joker, I have never studied this kind of thing. Because nobody usually thinks about breaking through to a physical level of 10 or higher, I myself never thought about it either. Therefore, I never considered this aspect at all. But this isn't the limit of my abilities. I'm still very confident I can figure it out, but it will take time. Hearing what she said, Shui Linlang could only scratch her head helplessly. Alright, go ahead and try to study it, Shui Linlang sighed. Yes. I will do my best. Nan Yen nodded and said. Joker has set himself a mission. Isn't it just about developing a body refining pill that can be used after level 10? I'm still very confident. After all, this is my first mission, and I must complete it perfectly. Then Nan Yen seemed to remember something and asked hesitantly, Lord Joker, we agreed last time that if we were alone, I would tell you everything I've been hiding. Shui Linlang was stunned for a moment. He had completely forgotten about this. But he wasn't really in the mood to listen, so he countered with, So, are you ready? Nan Yen was taken aback. Her expression suddenly turned somewhat sad. Thank you for your understanding, sir, but I'm not ready yet. That's a past I don't want to talk about, but I'll still tell the adults, once I'm ready. Joker-sama is so kind, he didn't force me to say it. Seeing that she was unwilling to talk, Shui Linlang nodded and said, Then I'll wait for you. Thank you. Nan Yen wiped away her tears. After all, not everyone has the courage to face their past. I learned the secrets of level 10 and above through Nan Yen. So Shui Linlang began to speed up the system's tasks. We haven't received the reward for task 3 yet, which is learning a set of combined martial arts techniques with Yang Jixiang. Therefore, in the following days, Shui Linlang intensified her training in combined martial arts techniques. But this thing can't be completed overnight. Shui Linlang had no choice but to patiently practice with Yang Jixiang. However, these two cannot practice together 24 hours a day. Especially after returning home, it becomes even less likely that I will practice. So, during her free time in the evening, Shui Linlang looked at the system's previous rewards to see if she had missed any cultivation techniques. As it turned out, he actually found a reward he had previously overlooked. The Xian level martial art iron shirt. She had only obtained it a few days ago, so Shui Linlang didn't have much time to practice it. Now that I have some time, I might as well practice a bit. According to the introduction, the method for cultivating the iron shirt technique is very simple. It means getting beaten up. That's right, it's a technique that increases the body's defense by circulating the energy while being attacked. So he thought for a moment, then walked to the door of the room and called out to the next room. Shui Weiyang. Come here, I'll give you a chance to hit me. Chapter 65 Rejecting the Beautiful Woman's Request. Day. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from the next room. Then, with a snap, a petite figure emerged from the doorway. Brother, what's wrong? Why did you make me hit you? Shui Weiyang asked, looking down. Nothing much, I just suddenly felt bad for bullying you too much, so I'm giving you a chance to get revenge. Shui Linlang said with a smile. I don't need revenge. My brother has never bullied me. I don't want to hit my brother, Shui Weiyang muttered. That was all out of my brother's love for me, not bullying. As long as my brother pays more attention to Weiyang, what does it matter if he bullies her or not? Hiss. Shui Linlang couldn't understand what Shui Weiyang was thinking at all. Generally speaking, if I always bully her, she should definitely seize the opportunity to beat me up, right? Why does she seem so unwilling now? Holy crap, why is my younger sister getting weirder and weirder now that she's entered puberty? Well, I actually practiced a martial art that makes me stronger by getting beaten up, so I need your cooperation. Shui Linlang said frankly. Day. Shui Weiyang ran out barefoot and walked up to Shui Linlang. She said with a resentful look, Why does brother have to practice this kind of martial art that harms his body? Can't you just not practice it? Shui Linlang was still a little unaccustomed to her sister's sudden tenderness. He scratched his head and complained, No way, I want to get stronger, so I definitely need to practice martial arts. If you don't want to, fine, I'll go find Yang Jixiang tomorrow. I'll help my brother. Shui Weiyang suddenly shouted excitedly. Ha? Shui Linlang was even more confused. Didn't you just say you didn't want to? Shui Weiyang bit her clothes in anger, glaring at Shui Linlang with a jealous look on her face. My brother's body must not be touched by that woman. Even though it would hurt me to hit my brother, I can't let that woman get away with it. My brother's precious body must not be harmed in the slightest. So Shui Weiyang followed Shui Linlang into the house. Come on. Shui Linlang activated the iron shirt technique, waiting for Shui Weiyang to beat her up. Hey! Shui Weiyang gently touched Shui Linlang's abs with her fist. Brother, does it hurt? Shui Weiyang asked with a worried expression. What the hell? If I still feel pain after this, then what's the difference between me and a cripple? Weiyang, you can use a little more force, otherwise it won't be effective. Shui Linlang said with a wry smile. This. Shui Weiyang really didn't want to do it. Then she nudged Shui Linlang a few more times with her fist. Shui Linlang was speechless. How am I supposed to practice now? Suddenly, Grandma Shui passed by, pushed open the door, and came in to take a look. I saw Shui Weiyang constantly touching Shui Linlang's abs. What are you two doing? Shui's mother asked suspiciously. Then, Shui's mother rushed in and slapped Shui Linlang on the head. Don't teach your sister any improper things, okay? Shui's mother said angrily. Snap. The slap struck Shui Weiyang's heart. She quickly grabbed her mother's hand and cried, Mom, don't hit my brother, he'll get hurt. This brat is so tough, what kind of injury did he get? Old Mrs. Shui complained. I don't care, you're not allowed to hit my brother. Shui Weiyang shouted angrily. Hey, you girl, why are you always on his side? I've heard of someone siding with the outsider, but I've never heard of someone siding with the outsider at an angle. I don't care. Shui Weiyang pushed her mother out the door. Brother, go to sleep early, don't practice martial arts that harm your body. Snap. The two of them went out like that. But Shui Linlang didn't hear a word of what they said afterward. The system suddenly made a sound. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your iron shirt cultivation level has reached 1%. Your physical attributes have increased by 0.01 levels. What's going on? Having mastered only 1% of iron shirt, his physical attributes have already increased by 0.01 levels? My physical fitness level, which I couldn't seem to improve no matter what I did, suddenly leveled up after my mom slapped me? Is this iron shirt really that terrifying? Shui Linlang looked at the description of iron shirt in the system. It can strengthen the body's defenses. It also improves physical attributes. After fully mastering iron shirt, physical attributes will definitely increase by 1 level. Goodness. Is this a mandatory promotion? Even after reaching level 10, if it's difficult to make any further progress, is it possible to force yourself to level up once? Is it possible that the upgrade of iron shirt is not affected by changes in the scope of level 10 or above? Ha, what a pleasant surprise. The next day, Shui Linlang then went to find Yang Jixiang to beat her up. But Yang Jixiang, like Shui Weiyang, was unwilling to fight with all her might. Even after Shui Linlang confessed to her that she was practicing iron shirt, Yang Jixiang still couldn't bring herself to do it. Have no choice. Shui Linlang had no choice but to find someone to fight one-on-one. The school allows martial arts students to fight one-on-one, but it's the same as when Shui Linlang and Pan Ziming fought one-on-one before. It requires the teacher to be present to supervise. Therefore, Shui Linlang started constantly challenging people to one-on-one duels, and then deliberately getting beaten up, all in order to practice iron shirt. Because Shui Linlang deliberately lost every battle. All the martial arts students were so excited that they challenged each other to a fight. Some people, in order to vent their frustrations, met with Shui Linlang several times. They were really having a blast at first. But gradually, they began to sense that something was wrong. Why does it hurt more when I hit Shui Linlang's body? Why is Shui Linlang's body getting harder and harder? Even after being hit, Shui Linlang still had a grin on her face and was even urging, hurry up and hit her. This frightened everyone so much that no one dared to accept Shui Linlang's challenge anymore, and they all hid whenever Shui Linlang came to challenge them. However, Shui Linlang currently only controls 52% of the iron shirt skill. This troubled him greatly. However, a week passed quickly. 3 days before the scheduled entry into the Void Realm, the principal came to the martial arts class and personally announced the matter of going to the Void Realm. We'll charter a car and head there tomorrow, stay for a day and a night. After we've rested, we'll enter the secret realm. As a result, the whole class started making noise. We've finally arrived. I've been so excited. I'm so nervous. What if we get lost inside? Don't be afraid, we're just going for exercise. There are senior high school students ahead to help us clear away any dangers. The next day, before boarding the bus, Luffy also specifically sought out Nan Huai and instructed him, your mission this time is to take the opportunity to break through to the third rank of martial artist, understand? Nan Hua, who was usually silent, simply nodded. Li Siji did not come to the bus at all. She asked her homeroom teacher if she could go to northern Guangdong by herself. The homeroom teacher agreed after seeing that a parent had vouched for them. Before leaving, Li Siji gave Shui Linlang, who was boarding the bus, a meaningful smile. Shui Linlang couldn't help but laugh. Not acting with the class, isn't that just so they can easily call on outsiders? There's no escaping this situation. Forget it, we'll deal with whatever comes our way. Shui Linlang remained completely calm. Afterwards, he and Yang Jixiang boarded the bus. Because it's a bus with 3 people per row. So Shui Linlang had Yang Jixiang sit inside by the window, while he sat in the middle, protecting Yang Jixiang inside. You can't let anyone get close to your wife. After making the arrangements, he was just about to go to sleep when a very pleasant female voice rang out. These 2 students, may I sit inside? The aisle smells bad, I don't like it. Shui Linlang opened her eyes and looked. He discovered she was a very pretty girl, but he had absolutely no recollection of her. Ha, you think it smells bad, but do you think others don't? No trade, he refused without saying another word, then closed his eyes and went to sleep. Yang Jixiang looked embarrassed, but she wouldn't go against Shui Linlang's arrangements, so she could only give the girl a wry smile to express her apology. Situ Yolian was stunned. This was the first time she had been rejected so readily by a boy. Chapter 66. She's very narcissistic. After being rejected by Shui Linlang, Situ Yolian stood there stunned for a few seconds. She hadn't quite gotten used to this treatment yet. From childhood to adulthood, I have always received preferential treatment from those around me. Especially since my junior high school puberty, after my appearance and figure have matured. Not only family and friends, but even strangers on the street treat him like a gentleman. Normally, if I just make a simple request to switch seats, everyone will rush to switch with me. But why would this handsome young man be so heartless? The stench in this hallway is unbearable. Situ Yolian looked around. Because she arrives at the bus station relatively late, the bus is almost full. Of course, there were many other people around extending invitations. Situ, the class beauty. Come sit here with me. Goddess Yolian, I have an empty seat here. Wow, how wonderful. I can actually ride in the same car as Situ Yolian. The air smells better when she's in the car. Situ Yolian completely ignored the invitations from those around her. Her eyes were fixed on Shui Linlang, who was fast asleep with her eyes closed, right in front of her. Why is he ignoring me? Everyone on the train was cheering for him to board, so why was he able to sleep peacefully? If he hadn't seen me before, that's one thing, but why did he ignore everyone around him calling out my name? Is there anyone on campus who doesn't know me, this music star? As Situ Yolian pondered, she unconsciously bit her lower lip gently with her pearly white teeth. She stood there without sitting down, even though it was only for a minute. But it made Yang Jixiang, who was at the very back, feel extremely uncomfortable. What is she doing? Why don't you sit down? Shui doesn't want to change seats, so why doesn't she go and ask another classmate to switch? Ah, she's so beautiful. The way she's blocking my way is so intimidating. She's even prettier than Xiong Hua, the prettiest girl in our class. Her classmates called her Situ Yolian? Is she Situ Yolian? That music genius in the next class. Because he was found to have martial arts aptitude, he began to cultivate both martial arts and music. Moreover, her family is a musical family, so she went to perform with her parents from a young age and was a little star from childhood. She spends very little time at school now because she often has to participate in TV shows. This was also the first time Yang Jixiang had seen Situ Yolian, but as a girl, she was still surprised by Situ Yolian's appearance. She really is as beautiful as the female celebrities I see online. At this moment, Situ Yolian was wearing an extremely expensive light-colored dress and a lot of jewelry, making her look incredibly noble. She had a very complicated hairstyle. Although her hair was mostly long and black, she wore many different styles of buns and a lot of jewelry. With this luxurious hairstyle, her delicate, rosy face looked exceptionally exquisite. She has a small, round face, which is the cute type. In addition, her fair skin makes her look like a little fairy in an oil painting. Moreover, she is also very tall, standing at 167 centimeters, which makes her figure appear very tall and beautiful. Situ Yolian stood inside the bus, as if she existed in another dimension. This made Yang Jisheng feel ashamed of himself again. The little bit of confidence she had managed to build up was completely crushed by Situ Yolian's beauty. Moreover, because Situ Yolian was standing in front of them, the attention and public opinion of the entire bus were focused on them, which made Yang Jisheng even more embarrassed. Yang Jisheng shrank back, feeling extremely nervous, her two little fingers touching each other. She kept looking at Shui Linlang, who was still sleeping, seeking Shui Linlang's protection. However, Shui Linlang was lying on his back with his arms crossed, more stable than Mount Tai, and the noise around him did not affect him at all. At this moment, Lu Fian boarded the bus and shouted inside, "We're about to leave, everyone hurry up and sit down." Situ Yolian had no choice but to sit down. Although people around her were still extending invitations, she felt embarrassed to accept them. Because you can only choose one of so many invitations, you end up neglecting the others. For Situ Yolian, who has been famous since childhood and knows how to handle fan relationships, she would never do such a thing. This is also why many celebrities, especially those idols from island nations, appear aloof in their daily lives. So, Situ Yolian sat down directly. Although she hated the aisle seat, she had no choice but to put up with it. Moreover, she was also very curious about the boy who rejected her so quickly. But she had just sat down. Shui Linlang, who was sleeping like a log just a second ago, suddenly moved an inch to the inside. It was as if they disliked Situ Yolian's buttocks and wished they could stay as far away as possible. He's pretending to be asleep. And they're even avoiding me. This left Situ Yolian completely dumbfounded. She wore an expression of disbelief. In the past, while other boys would eagerly sit close to him, he would anxiously try to avoid them. Do you know how fragrant I am? When attending music festivals, even the most elegant masters of classical music reveal their true nature when facing you. But, are you a monk? Only then did Situ Yolian notice Yang Jisheng sitting by the window. Because Shui Linlang moved in an inch, almost touching Yang Jisheng became very shy. Is she his girlfriend? Oh wow, is it because you have a girlfriend that you're deliberately avoiding her? Ha, are there still monogamous men in the world? However, this made Situ Yolian feel a little better, so she sat down with her back against the wall. The bus started moving very quickly. Because Nanxiang City is the provincial capital, it is hundreds of kilometers away from northern Guangdong, and it takes several hours to get there by bus. In other words, Situ Yolian will have to endure this aisle seat for a long time. Half an hour after the bus started driving, Situ Yolian pressed her slender finger against her nostril. She was getting increasingly impatient. So she looked inside again. Shui Linlang was still pretending to be asleep, while Yang Jisheng took out his sketchbook and started drawing. Since this guy is deliberately ignoring her to avoid suspicion, he must be the henpecked type, right? Then, let's go after his girlfriend. Are you drawing, student? Situ Yolian asked with a smile. Yang Jisheng nodded shyly, not daring to look directly at the beautiful Situ Yolian. It's really well drawn. She hadn't actually looked at it. Thank you for the compliment. Yang Jisheng said awkwardly. Seeing that Yang Jisheng was easy to talk to and seemed to have an introverted personality, she was probably the type who couldn't say no to people. So Situ Yolian made an excuse and asked, I need to touch up my makeup, but it's inconvenient for many people to see here. Would it be convenient to find another place? Yang Jisheng hesitated for a moment, then looked at Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang, who had just been sleeping, suddenly opened her eyes and said, If I don't change, who will look at you? You're so narcissistic. Then Yang Jisheng gave a wry smile and said, I'm sorry. Situ Yolian. Chapter 67 Her Possessiveness. He rejected me a second time. Situ Yolian was rejected by a boy the first time, but she didn't expect to be rejected twice in a row. And they even called her narcissistic. This angered Situ Yolian so much that she stopped just lightly biting her lip and started biting so hard she almost left teeth marks. However, she could only hold it in, because she didn't know how to vent her emotions, since it was almost the first time she had encountered something like this. Hit him? Scold him? That's not good. After all, I was the one who was rejected, while they were just protecting their own interests. So, Situ Yolian swallowed her anger, turned her head, closed her eyes, and stopped asking questions. Yang Jixiang felt a little guilty seeing Situ Yolian's discomfiture. But she still understood that Shui Linlang just wanted to protect her inside. Although he felt a little sorry for Situ Yolian, Yang Jixiang was still very happy. She sensed that Shui Linlang's possessiveness towards her was growing stronger, and her face flushed as a result. Over time, the bus has left the jurisdiction of Nanxiang City and arrived in Qingjin City in northern Guangdong. Yang Jixiang also got sleepy halfway through and took a nap. When she woke up, she found herself resting her head on Shui Linlang's shoulder. She was startled. Then she looked up and saw that Shui Linlang was also sleeping. Unlike when she was pretending to be asleep, Shui Linlang's expression was very gentle when she was actually sleeping. Because she usually has a fierce demeanor, Shui Linlang appeared to be full of heroic spirit. But now that her expression has softened, Shui Linlang really looks even more handsome than those quiet, scholarly men. Yang Jixiang couldn't help but blush. Shui Linlang was originally one of the top 3 most handsome men in the class, but in reality, no one was universally recognized as the most handsome. Everyone's standards were different. In Yang Jixiang's eyes, Shui Linlang was the most handsome in the class. Shui Linlang was still sleeping. So Yang Jixiang greedily continued to rest his head on Shui Linlang's shoulder. His shoulders are so strong. I don't know how much time has passed. Shui Linlang woke up and found Yang Jixiang resting her head on his shoulder. This startled him. However, he was mostly excited. It smells so good. Yang Jixiang's body fragrance has a unique and distinctive aroma. It's just like an orchid, its fragrance subtle yet captivating, drawing you in and making you increasingly enchanted. Generally speaking, people reveal their innermost selves when they sleep, and Yang Jixiang unconsciously rested her head on his shoulder. This proves that she is becoming closer to herself. This made Shui Linlang extremely excited. At the same time, he was also surprised. I never expected to get so excited over something so trivial. Am I growing to like Yang Jixiang more and more? Initially, it was because I knew Yang Jixiang would be very beautiful, so my heart was filled with the pure desire to take advantage of the situation in advance. Actually, it's somewhat selfish of me to try and increase Yang Jixiang's favorability. But I never expected to fall for it myself. This feeling, so close to being in love, is truly irresistible. Shui Linlang couldn't help but reach out and touch Yang Jixiang's cheek. Wow, so tender, so soft, so comfortable. He. Yang Jixiang's face grew increasingly red. Aw. Shui, why are you secretly touching my face? How could they dare to open their eyes like that? I don't know how much time has passed. The scenery outside the car window had changed to mountains and dense forests. They have arrived in the mountainous area of northern Guangdong. Yang Jixiang found a suitable opportunity to pretend to have just woken up, thus avoiding the embarrassment of being touched on the face by Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang also took out a bunch of snacks and drinks from her school bag and let Yang Jixiang eat them. Yang Jixiang didn't know how to refuse Shui Linlang, so she could only wolf down the snacks. Shui Linlang couldn't help but laugh when she saw that her mouth was covered in cookie crumbs. This is probably why some men like to feed their girlfriends like pigs. Seeing her so happy being fed by me gives me a real sense of accomplishment. By this time, Situ Yolian had gotten used to the stench inside the bus and had fallen asleep. Yang Jixiang took a bite of an Oreo, peeked over to admire Situ Yolian's beautiful sleeping face, and then asked, Shui, she's really beautiful, just like she stepped out of a TV show. She's just pretty on the outside, she relies on makeup and dressing up to look good. She'll look ugly when she gets old. Someone with your bone structure will still be beautiful when she gets old. Shui Linlang complained. But she has such a beautiful aura, no wonder she studied music. You're just putting on airs. Even if you do, you're still unattainable. Her fashion sense is amazing, she looks so beautiful. She'll look terrible if she takes her clothes off. Her figure must be awful. Yang Jixiang. Shui Linlang, oomph. Yang Jixiang puffed out her cheeks and complained, Shui, all you ever say is that I'm pretty, but I just can't compare to her. Please don't compare yourself to trash. Shui Linlang said with a wicked smile. Ugh. Yang Jixiang couldn't argue with him, so she could only lower her head angrily. To be honest, every time Shui Linlang praised her, her heart raced. Although I was angry at arguing with Shui Linlang, I was more embarrassed by her praise. Shui, you must be blind. Yang Jixiang muttered. Upon hearing this, Shui Linlang couldn't help but burst into laughter. She's becoming more and more open-minded. Not long after, Situ Yolian woke up and gave an elegant yawn. Then, she looked to the side and saw that Yang Jishang had a pile of snacks on her lap and was eating them with gusto. Student, you can't eat so many snacks. They're high in calories and can easily make you gain weight, Situ Yolian said in a makeup instructor's tone. Yang Jishang paused for a moment, her mouth stuffed full, and she stopped moving. She looked at Xue Linlang with a puzzled expression. Only fat women are afraid of getting fat, don't worry about it. Eat. Xue Linlang said simply and clearly. She was so hungry before, she was practically skin and bones, how could she not eat? What's more, according to the system photos, she'll grow breasts later on. Then eat as much as you can now, so you can grow as big as possible. Oh, and I'll buy her some papayas later. Ha 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 ha. Situ Yolian was so angry that she couldn't speak. He's attacking me again. Situ Yolian has only ever encountered sycophants since she was a child. I have never met anyone like Xue Linlang who was not moved by her beauty. Other boys his age would stutter when they saw him. How could he be so harsh on himself? His girlfriend isn't exactly that pretty, is she? Is it really necessary to be so devoted? She thought about it and felt very dissatisfied. So he deliberately moved a little closer to Xue Linlang and leaned forward, trying to seduce her with his barely visible collar. You're really interesting, classmate. I'm very interested. To be honest, her posture, her expression, and her superb voice from practicing music this kind of offensive is absolutely fatal to guys. Yang Jixiang, who was facing directly at the scene, was utterly shocked. So beautiful. I have never seen such breathtaking beauty. No wonder guys often say they can't resist beautiful women. It turns out that there really is such a thing as irresistible beauty in the world. Even I, a girl, am captivated. Snow classmate. You must be very tempted too. He must have been stunned by her beauty too. Don't want. Yang Jishang turned to Xue Linlang with a wronged expression, wanting to see his expression. But she was really scared. She was terrified that Xue Linlang would fall for another girl. Only now did she realize how strong her possessiveness towards Xue Linlang was. But the moment she saw Xue Linlang's face, she then realized that she had been overthinking things. Xue Linlang didn't even mention being moved. Her expression was one of utter disgust. Can you get away from me? Your perfume smells so strong, it stinks. Situ Yolian froze instantly. Chapter 68. A generous reward will surely bring forth brave men. About half an hour later, the bus slowly came to a stop, finally arriving at its destination. They arrived at a small town nestled in the mountains of Shaohua City in northern Guangdong. This town is one of the few towns closest to the Void Realm. The bus drove directly to a guest house, which was the accommodation arranged for them by the school. Situ Yolian was still not fully recovered even after getting off the car. She sat blankly in her seat, her eyes filled with confusion, feeling that the world was unreal. Why? Why was I rejected the first time I tried to flatter someone? Before, I didn't need to flatter anyone. Countless people would smile at me. Could it be that Is it really narcissism? Those people were kind to me, but it was just general goodwill, not a sign of special favor. Situ Yolian fell into deep thought. Her confidence, built up over 17 years, was completely shattered by Xue Linlang. Hey, don't block the way if you're not getting out of the car. Move aside. Xue Linlang urged. In his eyes, the beautiful woman sitting by the aisle was nothing more than an obstacle in his way. Situ Yolian looked aggrieved and stubbornly refused to move aside. This angered Xue Linlang so much that she simply stepped over her legs. Situ Yolian was completely dumbfounded. Is he even a man? Although Yang Jixian looked apologetic, she still used her slender figure to get past Situ Yolian's obstacle. Situ Yolian was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Asshole. 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 She stared intently at Xue Linlang's back, so angry that she bit her thumb. What exactly are you? Unbeknownst to her, she continued to follow Xue Linlang even after getting off the car. We followed Xue Linlang across the small flat area in front of the guest house for more than 200 meters. Xue Linlang suddenly turned around and scolded, "What are you doing following us?" Yang Jixian was also puzzled. She looked at Situ Yolian with a puzzled expression, completely unable to understand what Situ Yolian was going to do. Situ Yolian then came to her senses and realized that her behavior of following others had already attracted the attention and discussion of those around her. She was immediately embarrassed and angrily shouted, "Who's following you?" Who isn't coming this way? Come on, my foot. The guest house your class is going to stay at is over there. Shui Linlang said angrily, pointing to a building next to the wall. Situ Yolian stared blankly at the building next to her, only to find that her classmates were already on the second floor watching the spectacle unfold. She felt utterly ashamed. After a long silence, she finally managed to utter, I won't let you get away with this. She was incredibly embarrassed and ran away, her face flushed with shame. Damn it, what kind of lunatics are these spoiled princesses? I just can't understand them. Shui Linlang complained. Yang Jixian could only manage a wry smile. Shui was too cruel to her. I even feel sorry for her. Pitiful? When she arrogantly demanded that others switch seats, how come she wasn't pitiful? Shui Linlang retorted. I'm telling you, you deserve it. Yang Jixian also chuckled. Anyway, Situ Yolian's matter was just something to mention to her. Her mind was now filled with the memory of Shui Linlang touching her face in the car. She couldn't help but touch her own cheek as well. Above. It seems like I can still feel Shui's lingering touch. Her face flushed red with embarrassment. Soon, they checked into their new home under Qin Qinma's arrangement. The school has rented 4 courtyards of guest houses here, each courtyard consisting of 2 low-rise buildings. Then, the students from different classes in the senior and junior years, as well as the boys and girls, were separated into different dormitories. The guest house is surrounded by many rural farmlands and threshing grounds paved with cement. These places look very simple and rustic, full of rural charm. The farmland was planted with various crops, a lush green expanse full of life. The threshing ground was flat and wide, and the sunlight shining on it made people feel especially warm. These are all good places to practice martial arts. The school arrived 3 days early not only to allow the students to rest properly and avoid overexertion, but also to let them adapt to the food and environment here in advance. To avoid acclimatization issues that could affect your performance in the secret realm. After all, the idea of high school students going on adventures in secret realms is something that happens in collaboration with many other schools. This can be considered a competition between schools. After all, how much cultivation level did the students break through inside? Which student killed a high-level alien beast, or which student obtained a core treasure that had not yet been found? These are things that the school can openly boast about. This is also a way for the school to boast about the quality of its martial arts education. Therefore, the school attaches great importance to every exploration of the Void Realm. Shui Linlang was assigned to share a room with Huang Lilong. I guess we'll be chatting late into the night again. After the students put down their luggage, Lu Fian organized a group meeting. The students from the 2 martial arts classes gathered neatly in the open space in front of the guest house, listening to the speeches of Lu Fian and class leader Gui Jiang. Because you are only in your 2nd year of high school, and this is your first time entering the Void Realm, your task is to ensure your own safety while adapting to this realm as much as possible, so that you can shine in future explorations. Gui Jiang gave his speech in a very official manner. Then came Lu Fian. She crossed her arms and said with an arrogant air, You are all martial arts students, the future of Chinese martial arts. Therefore, my requirements are very simple. Each of you must kill at least 1 alien beast. Of course, if it was a team effort that killed one, then I'll count it as each of you completing the task. Her words immediately caused a huge uproar. The students started discussing it. No way, he's going to kill the enemy on the very first try? I've heard that the strange beasts are all very ferocious. Oh no, I don't really want to go in. Upon hearing this, Wei Jiang leaned closer and chuckled, Professor Lu, isn't this a bit too strict? Strict? They're all taking the college entrance exam in 2 years. That will affect your and my teaching evaluations. If we relax now, when will we be able to be strict with them later? Lu Fian retorted. Don't worry, I didn't specify the level of the beast. Killing a rabbit counts. Gui Jiang gave a wry smile. After all, she was the instructor of the martial arts class, and he didn't have much right to interfere. Immediately afterwards, Lu Fian suddenly shouted, Of course, there are rewards for slaying exotic beasts. Regardless of their level, as long as you successfully slay one, I will give each of you a spirit gathering pill. If the beasts you slay are of a high level, for example, a rank 5 beast or higher, I will apply to the school to reward you with a Xin rank treasure. Her words instantly ignited the entire audience. As the saying goes, a generous reward will surely bring forth brave men. The students, who had been timid just moments before, suddenly became excited. Spirit gathering pill? Ever since I reached the 2nd rank, the school has only been distributing spirit gathering powder. I've never taken a spirit gathering pill before. Yeah, suddenly I feel like even getting hurt would be worth it. In that case, we're not weak, let's challenge a higher level beast. Okay. Chapter 69, The Foodie's Tendency. Huang Lilong also became excited. Because he has a B-level talent, his usual resources are a few bottles of spirit gathering powder, so he has never taken spirit gathering pills. The spirit gathering pill is a great medicine for a second-grade martial artist. We must get one, Huang Lilong said to his team members behind him. His group was a monk group consisting of 4 boys. 2 B-grade talents and 2 C-grade talents. Their combat effectiveness is at a mid to high level within the class. Although they had little experience fighting monsters, they relied on the descriptions of monsters in their textbooks. They felt they could challenge a 3rd-grade exotic beast. I've heard that exotic beasts themselves contain a lot of rare and precious materials, Huang Lilong said with a smile. One of his team members, and another B-level member in the team, Chen Hong, nodded. It seems that the hides of some exotic beasts can be used to make yellow-tier protective gear. That's right, some exotic beasts have spirit cores inside their bodies. These things can not only be consumed, but also used to refine weapons. In any case, they are very valuable just to sell, Huang Lilong said excitedly. Spirit cores? I've heard that only high-level exotic beasts have them. I wonder if 3rd-grade exotic beasts have them? Chen Hong said with a smile. After chatting with Chen Hong, Huang Lilong asked Shui Linlang in front of him, your group only has 2 people, how do you plan to kill the alien beast? I can manage by myself, Shui Linlang said with a smile. Yang Jixiang and I will go on a rampage, she'll be in charge of the Gaga sound effect for killing, and I'll be in charge of the rampage. That's how it is at this stage. But it will be changed later. Given Yang Jixiang's talent, she is estimated to break through to at least the 3rd rank of martial artist within this secret realm. I just don't know if I can get to the 4th rank. Huang Lilong was immediately dumbfounded. What are you doing, a mere 1st-rank martial artist, randomly killing ghosts? Although Shui Linlang was stronger than him, a 2nd-rank martial artist. After joking with Huang Lilong, Shui Linlang turned around and yawned. To be honest, Lu Fian's reward held absolutely no appeal for him. Forget about chi gathering pills and spirit gathering pills with the system's rewards, his own purchases, and Nanyan's gifts, he practically ate pills like they were food. What's so appealing about a few pills? He was only concerned with the core treasure within the secret realm. Based on the intelligence provided by Nanyan earlier, this secret realm was initially classified as a low-level C-grade secret realm. Therefore, it was arranged from beginning to end for high school martial arts students to train and use. In other words, the rare and precious materials and exotic beasts inside were almost completely undamaged by those powerful beings. This secret realm is a golden opportunity for high school martial arts students to make a fortune. In any case, Shui Linlang was determined to obtain that core treasure. After Lu Fian finished her speech, she dismissed the students. Half of the students went back to their rooms to sleep. Shui Linlang then said to Huang Lilong, it's only 7 o'clock now, shall we go and try some of the local food? I have no money, Huang Lilong replied immediately. Please, Godfather. And so, Shui Linlang and Huang Lilong took Yang Jixiang and left the guesthouse, heading towards the town a kilometer away. After all, it was a mountainous area, and the night breeze was gentle, making the air very fresh. When they arrived in the town, they found that it truly lived up to its reputation as a famous tourist town, with a large number of vendors. Not to mention the food stalls and chain stores, there are already countless small stalls gathered on the road. Generally speaking, in such places, you can taste the most authentic local cuisine. So, Shui Linlang casually found a food stall and sat down. Huang Lilong is quite skilled when it comes to food. He picked up the menu and started ordering. Since Shui Linlang was paying for the meal, he didn't hold back at all. So he ordered a lot of local specialties, such as braised snails with pickled bamboo shoots, Yao Mountain smoked pork, copper spoon pancakes, and so on. Hee, now that we're in Shaohua City, of course we have to try the most famous local delicacies, Huang Lilong said excitedly. He spoke with such conviction that even Yang Jixiang was infected by his enthusiasm and stared at the menu with curiosity. Compared to his excitement about the food, Shui Linlang was more concerned about whether offering Yang Jixiang these things would trigger a reward. However, he was clearly overthinking it. The system's reward was not triggered. So he contentedly picked up some food and started eating. It's so delicious. Yang Jisheng couldn't help but praise the food. Upon seeing this, Shui Linlang couldn't help but smile. She's quite naive, she's praising the food so innocently. Shui, do you think it's delicious? Yang Jisheng asked happily. Good. People like Shui Linlang, who are all pretentious, will always give a not bad rating, regardless of whether the food is good or not. Moreover, ever since she started being supported by Shui Linlang, as she has eaten more and more, her taste buds, which had been sealed in her early years, have gradually been opened up, and she now has a tendency to become a foodie. These bamboo shoots are so crisp. Yang Jisheng exclaimed. Huang Lilong was also incredibly arrogant, he didn't even say it's alright, and simply kept his head down, frantically picking at his food and eating. Shui Linlang, how about, we get some beer? Huang Lilong suddenly asked, intrigued. Shui Linlang actually wanted to drink beer too, but he looked at Yang Jisheng beside him and said, next time. Noticing Shui Linlong's gaze, Huang Lilong could only shrug and give up. After all, it's not a good idea to drink in front of a girl. Moreover, she is a pure-hearted little girl like Yang Jisheng. At this moment, the food stall owner came over, sat down at a table, and asked Shui Linlang and the others, a lot of students have been coming here lately? Is it because of that cave on the mountain? Uncle, if you're talking about the Void Realm, then this is it. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Oh dear, is it about martial arts again? The shopkeeper took a drag of his cigarette. To be honest, you'll miss out on a lot of fun things if you come here just to learn martial arts. For example, hardly any of you go to soak in the hot springs here. There are hot springs here? Shui Linlang immediately became interested. If you take Yang Jisheng to the hot springs, you're sure to get the quest rewards. And, going to a hot spring with her. He. Where is the hot spring? Shui Linlang asked hurriedly. It's in the hot spring town not far away. You can get there by motorcycle. It's very cheap, and the hot springs are all real, which are very good for your health, the owner replied casually. Thank you. Shui Linlang said. Let's go to the hot springs tomorrow. So he looked at Yang Jisheng, who was wolfing down her food, with a sly smile. Yang Jisheng was suspicious for a moment, not knowing what Shui Linlang was thinking. After having a late-night snack, the three of them strolled around the town for a while before heading back. After returning home, they each took a shower. Shui Linlang and Huang Lilong then lay on the bed and rested comfortably. However, since they were best friends and Shui Linlang was a day student, this was probably the first time they had shared a room overnight. They'll definitely start talking non-stop. So Huang Lilong went straight to the point and unleashed a decisive blow. Hey, Shui Linlang, do you actually like Yang Jisheng? Chapter 70 My Past Self, A Desire to Survive. Why are you suddenly asking this? Shui Linlang asked, bewildered. The reason why Huang Lilong's decisive move was so devastating is, of course, because it's a difficult topic to discuss. I'm just curious. Huang Lilong said with a grin. If it were before, I would have thought you were just being overly compassionate, protecting a weakling for no reason. But after your transformation, she's turned into a stunning beauty. I'm going to have to change my mind. Although you have a good eye for people and know she will transform into a beauty, I don't believe you have ulterior motives. Shui Linlang put her hands behind her head and sighed. There's no need to hide this. I have absolutely ulterior motives towards Yang Jisheng. At first, he coveted her future body and the system's rewards. Now, he's become so greedy that he wants her heart. I like it, Shui Linlang said directly. Don't tell my sister. I knew it. Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. Huang Lilong said with a grin. Huang Lilong became excited, his gossip instincts flaring up. So how does she treat you? Have you held hands? Has she said yes? Is she still a virgin? You're overthinking it. Don't you know what kind of personality she has? Let's take it slow. That is true, it's not easy to find an introverted girl like that, but it's not easy either. Huang Lilong suddenly transformed into a relationship expert and began to analyze. Those female players may have high standards, but as long as you meet their expectations, they'll be with you the very next day. Introverted girls like Yang Jisheng may seem to have few requirements, but it is still very difficult to get into their hearts. After all, due to the psychological factors they developed from childhood, their inner self-protection mechanisms are very strong. When you're with them, you'll be very careful, afraid they might misunderstand something. However, if it succeeds, then this relationship will be very long-lasting, even eternal, which is completely the opposite of those female players who break up with any excuse. To be honest, I'm really envious of you. As they were talking, Huang Lilong fell asleep. Awesome. Huang Lilong sparked the conversation, which made me quite excited. He was asleep, but Shui Linlang couldn't sleep. Helpless, Shui Linlang could only turn her head to look at the towering mountain scenery outside the window. Under the moonlight, the Danxia landforms in northern Guangdong appear so magnificent. When people see such scenery, they are often moved by the sight. Shui Linlang couldn't help but recall her feelings over the past few days. After all, he was a transmigrator who came to a world of high martial arts, and his talent was only average, but he was unwilling to become just another ordinary person. Therefore, the path of survival is the best choice for him. Therefore, I appear rather aloof and eccentric in class, entirely because I chose the path of self-cultivation. I don't want to offend anyone, nor do I want to be too flashy. If you don't stand out, you won't show your face. That's how I got through my first year of high school. If the system hadn't appeared, I probably would have just helped Yang Jishang pick up her college entrance exam handbook and secretly told the teacher about it in the cafeteria, because I was only concerned with my own interests. Instead of doing things that outsiders would see as an excessive display of compassion, she is now doing things that appear to be done by a saint. Although it may seem selfish, it is understandable. How can someone without a system dare to meddle in other people's business? But that would mean missing out on Yang Jixiang, such a wonderful girl. Thankfully, the system provided a reminder. By the way, where did this system come from? Why would he instruct himself to pursue Yang Jixiang? Who will be the ultimate beneficiary? That's all. Perhaps it's a perk for time travelers. Well, in the end, fate played a cruel trick on me. I went against my original intentions, entered Yang Jixiang's world, and did so many seemingly impulsive things. But I'm actually quite happy with the choice I made. Compared to those who live their whole lives only to regret missing out on a wonderful girl when they were young, and are criticized for trying to make up for a wasted dream, this is a different story. He, on the other hand, truly met a treasure girl in his lifetime. How lucky! This can be considered a kind of divine selection. The feeling of having someone you like and cherishing them is truly irresistible. As for how deep my feelings for her are, no one can say for sure about something like this, right? Only she looks so fragile, as if she could be hurt at any moment. I can never bear to leave her behind. I don't want to see her hurt. Is this considered protectiveness? I recall the way she leaned close to me after her haircut, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at me. As the saying goes, the eyes are the windows to the soul. At that moment, I really wanted to run into her heart. The following morning, led by Lu Fian, everyone was doing martial arts exercises together on the threshing ground. Since it's November now and there's not much rice to dry, these threshing grounds have become ideal venues for group sports. If the children in town have the opportunity, they can play rollerblading here. Today's martial arts exercise is over. Dismissed. Each group will continue practicing their own combination techniques. Lu Fian shouted. Combined combat skills allow team members to exert power greater than the number of people, which will be your invincible weapon to overcome all obstacles in the secret realm. Clear. After everyone answered, they dispersed. Shui Linlang then led Yang Jixiang to a well not far away, where they chose to continue practicing their combined martial arts techniques. This time, Shui Linlang used the contradiction sword, while Yang Jixiang used the beautiful cross sword. Because in future actual combat, we'll be using weapons more often than other methods. But this was different from the previous situation where they were unarmed. After using weapons, they almost had to find their rhythm again. The rewards from the dog system haven't arrived yet. Do I have to master all the weapons in this combination skill myself? Hateful. They didn't finish their cultivation until noon. Yang Jixiang stood with her legs together beside the well, picked up the water jug placed on the well pit, and drank with great poise. Watching the boiled water flow down her slender, fair throat, and observing the contraction and relaxation of her throat, Shui Linlang even felt a certain sensuality in it. Why are you watching me drink water, Shui? Yang Jixiang said shyly. Ever since I changed my hairstyle and clothes, Shui has been looking at me more and more often. Is it really that good looking? I've looked in the mirror so many times and I still think it looks bad. Could Shui really be a blind person with unique tastes? I didn't see it. Shui Linlang didn't bother to explain at all. Do you need a reason to see your wife? It's not necessary, but I wouldn't say it looks very good either. That's just too awkward to say. By the way, let's go to the hot springs this afternoon. Shui Linlang suggested. I had already thought it through last night. Upon hearing this, Yang Jishang paused for a moment, then asked, how do you brew it? I checked last night. It seems that the hot spring town is like a water park. We can go in together. We can just wear our swimsuits. Shui Linlong's lips had turned up to an indescribable angle. Swimsuit? Together? Yang Jishang was so frightened that she immediately ran back to her room. Shui, you pervert. Hey! Aren't you going? Shui Linlang called out a few times, but Yang Jishang didn't turn around. He kept his head down and ran like a duck. Damn it, what's wrong with you wearing a swimsuit? What's there to be shy about? There are even more embarrassing things to do in the future. Chapter 71 Deafening Demonic Sound. After lunch, Yang Jishang stayed hidden inside the girls' building and refused to come out. Shui Linlang wandered around there for a while, but couldn't trick her into going to the hot spring. Damn, I just want to soak in a hot spring and complete a mission. What's wrong with that? It's like I'm about to devour her. Have no choice. Shui Linlang had no choice but to back down for now. Perhaps we acted too hastily. Yang Jishang was not yet mentally prepared to be completely honest with herself. Yes, it's definitely because the favorability rating isn't high enough. She's only 50% affectionate with me now. I don't believe that she won't agree to go to the hot springs with me 60% or 80% of the time. It doesn't have to be 100%, does it? Since Yang Jishang refused to come out in the afternoon, Shui Linlang had nothing to do. He went to find Huang Lilong, only to discover that Huang Lilong had already gone out with other boys. Hiss. Nothing to do, huh? So Shui Linlang began to wander around the town. Suddenly, he saw a group of high school students wandering on the other side of town. He hurriedly ran over to greet them. Hey, which school are you from? I'm from Nanxiang No. 2 Middle School. Shui Linlang called out. We are from Jingnan No. 17 Middle School, a boy replied. It's from Jingnan. Just as the intelligence indicated, people will be coming from most parts of the south. Shui Linlang suddenly thought of something. I used to practice iron shirt, which made everyone unwilling to accept my challenge. Since they don't know the situation, wouldn't that mean they could? So Shui Linlang followed them to the vicinity of the guesthouse complex where they were staying. Then he found a lone boy and asked him directly, Hey bro, I'm from Nanxiang No. 2 Middle School. Want to have a little spar? Sparring? We're almost at the secret realm, I don't want to get hurt, the boy said. No, my sparring is different. I won't move, you can just hit me one-sidedly. If I can't take it within 10 punches, then I lose. Shui Linlang hurriedly said. If I lose, I'll give you a spirit-gathering pill. Shui Linlang then took out a spirit-gathering pill from her system space. Upon hearing this, the boy thought, you're going to beat me up unilaterally? And there's even a reward? Only a fool would refuse such a good deal that's practically giving away money. Okay, the boy agreed. So Shui Linlang assumed the iron shirt stance and shouted at him, Come on, hit me anywhere as long as you don't hit my face. The boy was eager to try. He glanced at her and punched Shui Linlang in the stomach. The next second, he let out a pig-like scream. It's so hard. His hands were swollen. Besides indirectly improving physical fitness through being hit, the main function of this iron shirt technique is to circulate internal energy, enveloping the entire body's surface and hardening it. However, his defense is only effective against fists and feet. It becomes quite useless against guns, ammunition, and swords. After all, it only hardens the body, not creates a defensive shield. Ding! Iron shirt training progress, 53%. Physical attributes increased by 0.01. Oh wow! Awesome! Brother, let's go again. Shui Linlang said with a grin. The boy touched his hand, and then he started to get serious. He didn't know Shui Linlang's background, so he used a normal fist. Now he is preparing to use his martial arts skills to attack Shui Linlang. Blood Wolf Paw. A burst of red energy condensed in his hand, indicating that he had already reached the third rank of transformation energy, and the energy within his body could now manifest externally. Bang! Shui Linlang immediately felt her internal organs tremble. Fortunately, his physical fitness is now close to level 11. Even though he is a first-grade martial artist and there is a gap in his chi, he still managed to withstand the attack of the transformation realm. Clearly, although the opponent was a third-rank martial artist, his physical attributes and the quality of his internal energy were not high, so he did not cause Xue Linlang much harm. Ding! Iron Shirt training progress, 58%. Physical attributes increased by 0.05. Good heavens, as expected of a third-grade martial artist's attack, it actually increased my cultivation progress by 5%. Brother, excellent palm technique. Continue. Xue Linlang shouted. What? The man seemed to be enraged. He never expected his attack to be so weak and ineffective. He went berserk and delivered 5 consecutive slaps to Xue Linlang's abdomen. Xue Linlang felt as if she was being shaken to the heavens. Ding! Iron Shirt training progress is 63%. Ding! Iron Shirt training progress is 68%. Ding! Iron Shirt training progress is 80%. But as he unleashed his 5th palm strike, Xue Linlang suddenly felt less uncomfortable than before. Because Iron Shirt has become even stronger. Ah! After the 5th strike, the man screamed in agony. It's so hard. Xue Linlang's hardness had exceeded the tolerance of his palm. Brother, for more punches, let's go. Come on, you son of a bitch, he cursed, and left, muttering insults. This left Xue Linlang somewhat bewildered. So Xue Linlang continued to look for other students who were alone. It's so hard. Ding! Iron Shirt training progress is 98%. Physical attributes have increased by 0.98. Puff. On the 2nd floor of the guest house, boys from Jingnan No. 17 Middle School collectively splashed water downstairs. Damn it! Don't come back here again. You damn turtle shell. Damn, how come he's so hard? He must practice hard qigong. Get out. Xue Linlang quickly dodged their splashing water and walked onto the road. Cut. If you're going to leave, then leave. Why splash water on me? If you can't handle it, don't play. But now I'm almost done with Iron Shirt training, and I just need to find 1 or 2 more people to complete it. That's awesome. Xue Linlang excitedly ran back with her hands in her pockets. However, just as he reached a stall selling flutes, he was stopped by a beautiful voice. Xue Linlang? Xue Linlang turned around abruptly and found that it was Situ Yolian. She was wearing a long red dress today, which made her look very mature. She was admiring the local handmade flutes at the flute stall. Oh, it's you. Who are you? Xue Linlang couldn't remember her name. I am Situ Yolian. Situ Yolian said through gritted teeth. Why is he always so annoying? Oh right, she's the hidden beauty of the class next door. I remember now. Xue Linlang said with a grin. Humph. What were you doing with the students from Jingnan just now? Situ Yolian asked suspiciously. Me? I'm practicing hard qigong over there. They're all terrified by my hardness, and they're all feeling inferior. Xue Linlang said with a grin. Situ Yolian was taken aback, feeling that something was off about his words, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. So she continued, did they kick you out just now because your hard qigong angered them? Yes. Situ Yolian thought for a moment, then suddenly laughed, then do you dare let me hit you too? Hey! Just when I was thinking I needed 1 or 2 more people to fully master Iron Shirt technique, someone delivered themselves to my doorstep. This is truly a timely help. So Xue Linlang mounted her horse and said, come on. Unleash your full power. All right. Situ Yolian smiled slightly. Immediately afterwards, she picked up the bamboo flute she had just bought and began to play it softly. Wah-ah! As the flute music began. Suddenly, Xue Linlang sensed that something was wrong. At that moment, Xue Linlang felt as if demonic sounds were piercing his mind, and he felt as if his brain was about to be torn apart. Asshole! This is psychological attack. Chapter 72. She felt like she was in love. At that moment, the demonic sound pierced the ears. Xue Linlang felt as if she had been ripped apart by an invisible sound wave. This feeling is like a hangover, or like the dizziness you feel when you suddenly lie in bed after staying up for 3 nights. Xue Linlang felt as if she was about to close her eyes and collapse to the ground. Hateful. That vile woman has no sense of martial ethics. A sneak attack. I told her to attack me with all her might, but she played dirty tricks. Woo woo woo. Situ Yolian continued to play the flute elegantly. Even the old man running the stall nodded in agreement, completely absorbed in the moment. Villagers passing by, or students in the distance, all stopped to admire it. Only Shui Linlang was targeted by her demonic voice. Under such intense public scrutiny, if Shui Linlang couldn't hold on, she would immediately kneel down and die. No, we can't let her get away with it. Ugh, my head hurts so much. I'm so dizzy. Etc. Will the meditation techniques I learned before have any protective effect against this? Thinking of this, Shui Linlang had no choice but to try anything, even if it seemed hopeless. Despite a severe headache that felt like a concussion, he forced himself to recite the calming mantra. Ice has been cold for millennia, yet all things remain still. The mind should be calm and the spirit tranquil. Gaze upon my solitary spirit. When mind and spirit are in harmony, the breath should follow suit. With alternating patterns and remaining undisturbed, one remains calm amidst all changes. Without ignorance, without anger, without desire, without wants. No abandonment, no forsaking, no action, no self. As Shui Linlang chanted the calming mantra, she circulated the energy within her body. A miraculous scene unfolded. He suddenly felt a cool vortex sweep over his head. Immediately afterwards, the excruciating pain that had been worse than death gradually disappeared, and my mind suddenly became clear again. Wow, this calming technique is really useful. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang, whose expression had just been contorted in pain, suddenly reverted to her original Dragon King-like smile. Situ Yolian's voice, which had just been like a chilling, demonic melody, had now transformed into a pleasant, ordinary flute tune. Not bad at all. As expected of a musical genius, your flute-playing skills are truly proficient, it's irresistible. Shui Linlang deliberately provoked. Situ Yolian was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Wasn't that bastard looking like he was about to die just now? How did it suddenly recover? Could his hard qigong withstand his own sonic qigong? How is that possible? Everyone here is currently at the first or second rank level. They have mastered mental cultivation techniques, but it was only because of their unique talents that their families spent a fortune to buy them and to hire teachers that they were able to master them. At this stage, they are unlikely to have encountered psychological attacks, let alone have any means to defend against them. Even though I am only a second-grade martial artist, I should be invincible at this stage. Why was he able to resist his own sonic attacks? On what grounds? Situ Yolian was furious and increased her sonic attack output. Shui Linlang also increased the output of the tranquility mantra. To provoke Situ Yolian, he even started dancing. This made Situ Yolian so angry that her face turned green. Wah-ah! Suddenly, Situ Yolian fainted due to overexertion. Because she didn't want to hurt passers-by, she used a targeted sonic attack aimed at Shui Linlang personally. This consumes much more energy than usual. Mental cultivation techniques inherently consume one's own mental energy to perform. Situ Yolian was so enraged by Shui Linlang that her mental energy consumption increased, to the point that she suddenly exceeded her capacity and fainted. Logically speaking, as a gentleman, Shui Linlang should have rushed forward and embraced Situ Yolian. However, he didn't consider himself a gentleman, so he just watched as Situ Yolian fell to the ground. Trouble. But we can't just ignore it. Helpless, Shui Linlang had no choice but to use 2 fingers to lift Situ Yolian's skirt and drag her to the flower bed on the side. The perfume she was wearing was too strong, and Shui Linlang was a little disgusted, so she picked her up by the waist with one hand and put her on the stone base. Then Shui Linlang immediately went to the water tap next to the flowers to wash her hands. Situ Yolian slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw herself sitting on the stone base of the flower bed next to her. Shui Linlang was standing next to him washing her hands. Then she looked around. I found myself lying on the stone base of a flower bed. Did I just faint? Did he bring me here to rest? And he took care of me until I woke up on my own? So gentle. Situ Yolian blushed instantly. She started to have wild thoughts. How did he deliver himself to me? Is it a Princess Carrie? Aw. I'm so shy. Although she noticed that her red dress was covered in dust, she subconsciously assumed that it was from when she fell to the ground. After all, men and women are different, and Shui Linlang couldn't possibly clean herself with her hands. This actually made Shui Linlang appear even more gentlemanly. Thank you. Situ Yulian said, her face flushed as she propped herself up on her arms. Shui Linlang was immediately filled with questions. What's going on? Why is she thanking me as soon as she wakes up? Situ Yulian gently patted the dust off her body, then lowered her head, her face flushed with embarrassment. Feeling a little embarrassed, she tried to start a conversation by asking, why were you able to resist my sonic attacks? Ha! Shui Linlang gave a cold laugh. It's time to show off again. Of course, it's because it's a cultivation technique, not some kind of hard qigong. What I practice is absolute defense. Absolute defense? Situ Yulian was fooled by this title. She considers herself to have a fairly broad range of knowledge. After all, her family was wealthy and had hired many famous teachers, so the knowledge she gained was no less than that of mentors like Lu Fian. But she still hadn't heard of any martial arts technique that could resist both physical and mental attacks simultaneously. And it's called something as arrogant as absolute defense. But she wasn't sure if this thing didn't exist. After all, Shui Linlang had genuinely withstood the consequences of her sonic attacks. In other words, even though he was invincible at this stage, he now has Shui Linlang as his nemesis. How annoying. Why was it he who restrained himself? No, judging from his recent actions in defending himself, he is not a bad person at heart. I was the one who viewed him with prejudice. And he's also a man who's devoted to his girlfriend. As Situ Yulian pondered, her cheeks grew increasingly flushed. What's going on? What's wrong with me? Why does my heart pound when I look at him? Looking closely, he's actually quite sunny and handsome. Practice makes perfect. After showing off, Shui Linlang quickly left. He didn't want to get too involved with this woman. He had no interest in catering to such pampered princesses. You. Situ Yulian hesitated, feeling her thoughts were in turmoil. She sat on the stone base, lost in thought. Immediately afterwards, she looked at the spot where she had fallen in front of the flute stall, and then at the spot where she was lying. It's a full 10 meters long. He hugged himself for a full 10 meters. She instinctively hugged herself tightly. Her facial expression became increasingly flushed. Then she took out her phone and started searching. How to break up a gentle, devoted, and strong-willed guy with his girlfriend. Chapter 73 The Strongest Student Present. That evening, Shui Linlang went to the girls' dormitory again, trying to drag Yang Jixiang to the hot springs. But Yang Jixiang had the foresight to stay hidden and not go out. Unfortunately, Shui Linlang had no choice but to abandon the idea. The next day. The secret realm has opened. All the students in the martial arts class gathered again at the threshing ground. They awaited Lu Fian's order to proceed. Shui Linlang stood in the crowd with her hands on her hips. He felt a little irritated. Because plans can't keep up with changes. His current physical fitness level is barely at level 11. I'm still a long way from my goal of reaching level 12 and breaking through to the secret realm. Furthermore, the rewards for practicing combined martial arts techniques with Yang Jixiang have been delayed. He wasn't in a state of complete readiness to enter the void realm. He felt as if he were entering an exam hall without all his stationery. Yang Jixiang, standing to the side, observed his expression. She thought it was because she hadn't agreed to go to the hot springs. She rubbed her stomach with both hands, feeling extremely guilty. At this moment, Lu Fian stood with her arms crossed, anxiously awaiting the notification from above. The order and location of each school entering the secret realm are uniformly arranged by the southern branch of the Martial Arts Integration Bureau. If you are assigned to go in last, you will get far fewer resources. Therefore, Lu Fian was very anxious. Just as anxious as she was were the other two teachers in charge of the senior year at the school. One of them is Sun Yan, a veteran mentor who was over 50 years old, and the other is Zheng Feiyu, a giant who was 198 centimeters tall. Just as Lu Fian was stomping her high heels, a young man dressed as a member of the Martial Arts Bureau rushed over. Nanxiang Number 2 Middle School, depart immediately. Head to location number 3 in the southeast of the Void Rift. Great! Lu Fian exclaimed excitedly. Teacher Su, Teacher Zhang, let's go right away. Sun Yan and Zhang Feiyu nodded. Therefore, he ordered the 4 martial arts classes from the 2nd and 3rd years of high school to advance in an orderly manner. Wow, I'm so nervous. We're finally going to enter the Void Realm. I can see a lot of people from other schools around here. Hey! There's someone flying in the sky. Everyone looked up and saw a middle-aged man wearing slippers, a t-shirt, and shorts gliding quickly through the air. they flew towards the rift in the void realm. That's Lu Fencheng, the deputy director of the southern branch of the Martial Arts Integration Bureau. His title is Jade Pot Flying Sword, and he's known in the martial arts world as Uncle Picking His Feet, a martial saint. Someone in the senior class knew him, so they introduced him. As he introduced himself, the whole school erupted in noise. That's the martial saint? I didn't expect the martial saint to be able to fly. I never imagined I would see a martial saint in person. Shui Linlang couldn't help but glance at the martial saint. This was the first time he had seen the martial saint outside of the roundtable meeting. I wonder who's stronger, this middle-aged man with his feet scratching, Nan Yen, or Wei Erdong. Hey, Shui Linlang, do you think we can reach that level? Huang Lilong asked excitedly. Can we? No, we absolutely have to, okay? Shui Linlang said confidently. Even without a system, I must at least reach the level of martial saint, otherwise how can I stand out from the crowd? Now that we have the system, we must aim for the god of war. Moreover, with Yang Jixiang's talent, she was destined to become a martial god. Now that I have my own help, I definitely need to pursue the realm of martial god. After all, the system said before that becoming a martial god is not the end of the martial arts path. Student Shui wants to become a martial saint? Yang Jixiang was taken aback. Then she pouted and murmured, I absolutely can't hold anyone back. Huang Lilong scratched his head and said, You're too confident. Luo Guanyo heard their conversation from afar. He gave a cold laugh. I'm the only one in the class qualified to become a martial saint. You're all dreaming. Soon. The group arrived at the front of the void realm. They were still 3 kilometers away from the entrance, but they could already see the enormous void rift. The entire void rift exuded a purple aura, as if it had torn through space and was suspended in the air, giving the impression that it did not exist in this world. Moreover, the entire crack emitted a terrifying vibration. Everyone in the martial arts class felt an invisible pressure. The people who had been making a ruckus just moments before fell silent, all staring solemnly at the eerie presence. Before long, led by the young man from the Martial Arts Integration Bureau, they arrived at the southeast number 3 position. However, there was another school in front of them, and they were slowly walking into the void realm. Meanwhile, hundreds of schools of all sizes were queuing up around them, creating a spectacular scene. There must be tens of thousands of people here. Does that mean we'll have to compete with them once we get in? Some schools even have uniforms that look so professional. Seeing this, Lu Fian shouted, Shut up, all of you. Don't dampen our own spirits and boost the enemy's morale. At this moment, at the head of the senior high school group, a beautiful woman with princess cut bangs smiled slightly and said, Teacher Lu is too nervous. The other schools are all just trash. Star Love, it's good that you have confidence. Our school's honor this time depends on you, Sun Yan said with a smile. However, their conversation was overheard by the school queuing up next door. Hey, Nanxiang number 2 middle school, who are you calling trash? The student in charge shouted. I'm talking about you guys. Star Love retorted without hesitation. She stepped out of the line and walked directly to the school next door. Only then did Shui Linlang get a clear look at her appearance and clothing. She has long, straight black hair with princess cut bangs, making her look very pure and beautiful, and her features are also very striking. What's even more striking is her clothing. She was wearing the uniform of the Martial Arts Bureau. Everyone who saw her outfit knew why she dared to be so arrogant. That's a privilege only for students admitted through the guaranteed admission program. Starlove, tall and slender, stood with her arms crossed in front of the neighboring school, tilting her chin up and laughing. What right does a mere insect have to interrupt? Believe it or not, I might accidentally cause a few accidents inside. You. Hundreds of students from the neighboring school were intimidated by her imposing presence and dared not utter a word in response. Although on the surface, fighting, malicious competition, and intentional harm to others are prohibited between schools. But with all the communication devices inside failing, who can guarantee that an accident won't happen? Therefore, Starlove is a threat. And her strength gives her the capital to pose a threat. Because she was the only one among the tens of thousands of students present who was at the end of the 5th rank. No one is stronger than her. However, this also made Shui Linlang wary. Li Siji hasn't come to join the class yet. I really don't know where she is, or what she's planning to do to me. Star Lover. What are you doing? Get back here right now. A deep voice rang out. Everyone looked over at the sound. It turned out to be Lu Fengqing, the foot-picking uncle who was standing on a distant hillside directing the entire event. Yes, uncle is so long-winded. Starlove returned to the group with a smile. But this incident only made everyone more frightened. It's unbelievable that Xingzilian is so familiar with a martial arts saint. Then came a long silence. Then it was finally Nanxiang No. 2 Middle School's turn to go in. As everyone stepped into the void rift, everyone felt a sense of oppression, and they couldn't see anything, or even open their eyes. But after fully entering the void realm, what came into view was a vast, desolate wasteland. Just moments ago we were in the mountains of the south, but here it has turned into an endless wasteland, as if we had entered another world. This shocked everyone. Chapter 70 for the first genius in school history. As Xue Linlang traversed the void rift, his exceptionally powerful physique meant that he felt no pressure whatsoever. In fact, he found it quite easy. He looked around at the students with a bewildered expression. They all had their eyes closed, and some were even covering their heads. The entire procession moved very slowly. This meant that Xue Linlang had to stop and wait for them from time to time. At this moment, Xue Linlang truly understood for the first time the benefits of deliberately slowing down his cultivation of realms and focusing on enhancing his physical fitness. Because the highest level of physical fitness in the entire team is less than level 7. Xue Linlang, at level 11, stood out from the crowd. Xue Linlong's lips curled up to an indescribable angle. At this moment, his sleeve was suddenly tugged. Xue Linlang suddenly turned around to look. They found Yang Jixiang with her head down and eyes closed, seemingly suffering greatly in this spacetime rift. She instinctively reached out and grabbed Xue Linlong's sleeve. Upon seeing this, Xue Linlang smiled slightly. He grabbed Yang Jixiang's small hand and led her forward slowly. Even though Yang Jixiang had practiced swordsmanship, her small hands were still so soft and delicate. Ding! Host, you're absolutely amazing. Even the Casanova can't compare to you. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily task holding Yang Jixiang's hand for the first time while taking a walk. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, the Profound Rank Aura Type Cultivation Technique Military Strategy. It can increase the overall strength of teammates within range by 20%. Yang Jixiang's physical abilities were not particularly high, and although she managed to approach level 7 with Xue Linlong's help, she was still not very strong. But she still couldn't hold on amidst the turbulent currents of this void rift. She could only lower her head, close her eyes, and struggle forward. In order not to lose sight of Xue Linlang ahead, she would occasionally open her eyes to check Xue Linlong's heels. However, because Xue Linlang is not affected by the turbulence, she sometimes walks very fast, which makes it difficult for Yang Jixiang to see her heels from time to time. It's not a big deal if you can't see it once, but if you can't see it several times, Yang Jixiang gets anxious. No. I can't lose Xue. If I can't even keep up with Xue's pace here, I'll fall even further behind. In her haste, she reached out to grab Xue Linlang. She panicked when she failed to catch him the first time. She was getting frustrated when she failed to catch him the second time. The third time, she still couldn't catch it, and she almost burst into tears. But on the fourth try, she finally caught it. Although it was just Xue Linlong's sleeve, she was still overjoyed. I finally caught up. But the next second, she was stunned. Because Xue Linlang actually grabbed her hand, pried open her fingers, and then held her 5 fingers together. Although Yang Jixiang couldn't open his eyes, he couldn't see Xue Linlong's actions clearly. But she still knew. Ah, Xue held my hand. Why? Has he noticed his predicament? Xue is so gentle. Because Xue Linlang was holding her hand, Yang Jixiang was no longer flustered, and she no longer had to be afraid of going the wrong way when she closed her eyes. She didn't need to spend any effort finding her way, since Xue Linlang was guiding her. I feel so relieved. She couldn't help but open her eyes for a second with difficulty, straining to look ahead. Ah! Xue's hands are so big, so warm. Yang Jixiang looked at Xue Linlang holding her hand. Feeling the warmth above, her face gradually turned red with embarrassment. Not long after, Xue Linlang then took Yang Jixiang's small hand and walked out of the void rift. Although there is no sun here, the light is just as good. The air was filled with a dense and eerie spiritual energy, giving one the feeling that breathing here could enhance one's cultivation. Yang Jixiang, having stepped out of the void rift, no longer felt pain due to the oppressive force. Therefore, her attention was completely focused on the hand that Xue Linlang was holding. Her face turned even redder than before. Even his little head was practically steaming. Not only that, she also noticed the classmate next to her, who was laughing and joking at her. Ah! This made young Jishyun even more shy. Shui. Shui classmate. She called out softly, embarrassed. Shui Linlang looked back at her current appearance and couldn't help but think for a moment. You want me to let go? Dream on. Shui Linlang squeezed even tighter. He continued to pull young Jishyun forward. At this time, ahead lay an endless wasteland. Dozens of school teams that had entered earlier were already heading deeper into the wasteland ahead. The scene was quite spectacular. Everyone follow me, we're going to the right. Yi Fan, the president of the Senior Student Council, waved and shouted. So, all 4 classes in the school followed Yi Fan and headed towards the wasteland. Although this place is a wasteland, the spiritual energy here is already very rich. Everyone was eager to get started and wanted to cultivate properly here. About half an hour later, they walked several kilometers into the secret realm. Everyone, take a break. Yi Fan shouted. As per the school's arrangements, we senior students will go ahead first, and you junior students will follow us to the places we've already explored, to ensure your safety while exploring the secret realm. Do you understand? Understood, the 2 classes of second-year high school students shouted. But just then, suddenly, the ground shook violently where they were. What's going on? Is the secret realm about to collapse? Calm down, the secret realm can't be like this. Look to the right, a bunch of things are coming from the right. Everyone looked to the right in horror. A herd of strange beasts suddenly appeared and charged towards them. This was the first time the high school sophomores had ever seen a real mythical beast. Each of them was 3 meters long, completely black, and looked extremely bizarre and terrifying. If this is the entrance to a secret realm, there are many experts from the Martial Arts Integration Bureau there who will help. But this place is far removed from that place. Now all students have to handle it themselves. Most of the second-year high school students panicked. Wow, there must be over 100 strange beasts there. No way, why are we encountering a beast type on our first visit to the secret realm? I don't want to die here. Yi Fan hurriedly shouted to everyone, don't panic. The 2 class monitors from the second year of high school, please maintain order. Although Yi Fan shouted, Shen Xianmo was not a genius after all. Her face turned pale and she panicked, failing to maintain any order. Yang Jishan wanted to panic when she saw so many strange beasts, but she couldn't. She was being led by the hand by Shui Linlang, who was calm and composed. Seeing Shui Linlang's calm demeanor, she felt reassured. Shui Linlang looked at the strange beast galloping towards them in the distance and stroked his chin. Could I take them down one by one with a single shot? Just as the scene was in a state of chaos, a melodious voice rang out. Don't panic, juniors. The monsters aren't as scary as you think. As soon as she finished speaking, Zillian leaped up from the crowd of senior high school students. She used her powerful slingshot to fly towards the horde of beasts, giving the impression that she could take flight. Everyone was stunned. Immediately afterwards, Star Love jumped into the horde of strange beasts. The next second, the entire horde of monsters erupted in a violent explosion. No one could clearly see what kind of martial art Star Love had used to generate such power. And Star Love slowly walked back here amidst the explosion. She stood with her legs together, head held high, chest out, and waved her right hand horizontally. These are just strange beasts, they only look scary. Don't underestimate yourselves. Star Love said with a haughty smile. She was wearing the uniform of the Martial Arts Bureau and a cloak for warmth. In addition, her tall and slender figure was accentuated by the smart uniform and the cloak fluttering in the wind. He looked incredibly dashing and heroic. Everyone present, including other schools that happened to be passing by in the distance, was stunned. Shui Linlang couldn't help but feel excited. This senior is pretty impressive. Could she be the only super genius with an A+ talent in the school's history, as rumored within the school? This aroused Shui Linlang's competitive spirit. I must be even better than this in the future. At this moment, Zillian, who was giving a speech in front of the crowd, suddenly looked at Shui Linlang, and the two locked eyes. Why is she looking at me for no reason? Not only that, Zillian also revealed a meaningful smile. Wow, Senior Zillian is looking at me. Pan Zimming next door shouted excitedly. Chapter 75. The visitor is not friendly. Pan Ziming reached out and waved his hand at Xingzilian. But Xingzilian turned and left. Wow! Senior Xingzilian noticed me. That's awesome. I must shine brightly in the secret realm this time and get more of her attention. Pan Ziming said smugly, hands on his hips. The whole class started to jeer at this. Wow, I'm so envious of you. It looks like my senior actually watched Pan Ziming just now. My senior is so amazing and cool. I want her to look at me too. Compared to their chaotic jeering, Huang Lilong, who was to Shui Linlong's left, leaned over and whispered, "Was Xing Jilian really looking at Pan Ziming just now? I felt like she was looking at you." Shui Linlang was stunned for a moment. You've got a pretty sharp eye, kid. Why is senior sister looking at a first-rank martial artist like me? She must be looking at the genius Pan Ziming, Shui Linlang said with a smile. Why is that arrogant woman staring at me for no reason? Shui Linlang had absolutely no clue. Yang Jixiang, standing behind him, also seemed a little uneasy. Was that you looking at Shui just now, senior? She asked Huang Lilong. I feel like it is. Huang Lilong scratched his head. Go away, what nonsense are you spouting? I already said I'm here to see Pan Ziming. What right do I have to let my senior look at me? Shui Linlang hurriedly pushed Huang Lilong away. He turned to look at Yang Jixiang and said, don't listen to his nonsense. Maybe senior sister wasn't looking at anyone just now, she was just looking at all of us out of focus. Yang Jixiang nodded. Immediately afterwards, the entire senior high school student mobilized, scattering in all directions, eager to hunt high-level exotic beasts and obtain huge profits. About half an hour later, all the senior high school students had disappeared. Chen Qianma then shouted, everyone, start moving around. Be careful not to go beyond the seniors' activity area. If you accidentally run into students from other schools, try to avoid conflicts. Then Shui Linlang pulled Yang Jixiang and headed into the woods nearby. Why go into the woods? Because Shui Linlang was planning to take the opportunity to slip away and search for the core treasure. It would be inconvenient in a very open area. Shui, you can let go now. Yang Jixiang said shyly. It's not convenient to draw the sword right now. Shui Linlang then let go of her little hand and said with a grin, hee, I got so used to holding her hand that I forgot. Yang Jixiang nodded, her face flushed with embarrassment. She raised her hand to look at her rosy little hand, where the marks of Shui Linlong's tight grip remained. As she looked at it, her cheeks became even rosier. She unconsciously sniffed her hands. Because they hadn't gone very far, a group of classmates were following them. Just then, a first-grade exotic beast ran up from the side. The 5-person team then surrounded the beast and began attacking it. Although this strange beast was only at the first rank, it could already release spiritual power, and it started breathing fire at the 5-person group. Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang watched from a distance. I want to see the performance of the alien beast in advance. These strange beasts are so amazing. Why can they breathe fire? Yang Jixiang asked curiously. Where did they all come from? Oh, have you ever read the classic of Mountains and Seas? Maybe our ancestors recorded these things too? Shui Linlang said with a smile. While they were talking, the 5-person team had already killed the first-grade alien beast. Yay! We got the spirit-gathering pill. This beast hide must be very valuable. I wonder if this meat is edible. Watching them finish, Yang Jixiang drew her beautiful cross-shaped sword. Shui, let's go challenge some alien beasts too. Let's go. A mere first-grade item isn't very interesting. Let's go a little further in and see if we can challenge a third-grade item. Shui Linlang extracted the contradiction from the system space. Yang Jixiang was stunned for a moment, because in her eyes, this contradiction was like Sun Wukong's Rui Jingu Bang, which was getting bigger. Shui's martial arts technique is so profound. Although Shui Linlang nominally went into the interior of the forest, but he was actually following the map given to him by Nan Yen, secretly heading towards the locations marked on it where several core treasures were most likely to appear. Because of the abundant spiritual energy within the Void Realm, the trees here are all very tall. It resembles an ancient primeval forest. As they walked, a second-grade exotic beast finally appeared ahead. Shui. It's a second-grade exotic beast. What should we do? Yang Jixiang said in a panic. The 5 of them just took down a first-grade beast. Will the 2 of us be struggling against a second-grade one? She had just finished speaking. Shui Linlang then picked up the spear and threw it at the second-grade beast. Bang! The enormous beast was nailed to the tree and died. Yang Jixiang. I used too much force. I didn't expect the second-grade beast to be so weak. Shui Linlang went over to try and break up the conflict, only to find that it was already firmly embedded in the tree trunk. He was completely unaware of his current power. Level 11 physical fitness, plus 50% muscle strength enhancement. He doesn't need to use his full internal energy to throw the spear to unleash a full force attack equivalent to that of a typical third-rank martial artist after channeling their internal energy. Shui is amazing. Yang Jixiang exclaimed excitedly. You're the same. Now that you know the level of these beasts, you'll deal with the next one by yourself. Shui Linlang said with a wicked smile. Well. Soon, as they ventured deeper into the area, they encountered another second-grade exotic beast. But this one is clearly bigger than the previous one. According to the plan, Yang Jixiang was to deal with it alone. She gripped her sword, trembling before the strange beast. Shui. I can't do it. Yang Jixiang cried out. Don't underestimate yourself. Keep going. Shui Linlang watched from a large rock nearby. Roar, 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 the strange beast roared at Yang Jixiang. Ah! Yang Jixiang was so frightened that she hurriedly ran away. The beast and the human chased each other around the large rock where Shui Linlang was sitting. Fight back. Use the unique sword technique. Don't run away. Shui Linlang scratched her head and smiled wryly. Bang! Suddenly, a sword aura struck. Shui Linlang hurriedly jumped off the big rock and hugged Yang Jixiang. Bang! The large rock was instantly shattered by the sword energy. The beasts then seized the opportunity to attack the two of them. Shui Linlang kicked the strange beast away, and it flew out and died instantly. Who? Why are you attacking me? Shui Linlang roared angrily at the incoming sword energy. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, a clapping sound came from inside the woods. Shui Linlang, you're quite skilled. Immediately afterwards, a familiar figure emerged from the dense forest. It's Li Siji. And there were 5 adults standing behind her. It's been so hard to find you. Li Siji said with a sinister smile. I haven't forgotten the humiliation you caused me. Because of you, I lost my position as a class monitor. My friends even mocked me for being a bully. Luo Guangyou and the others stopped hanging out with me. I became a pariah at school. I was originally one of the school's top contenders. I'll hang you all. Li Siji's face was contorted with resentment. Chapter 76. All you need to do is look at me. This Li Siji, just look at her roaring like that. It's as if they really are victims, having suffered a tremendous injustice. But wasn't what she said about being punished for her evil deeds? These self-righteous women completely disregard the facts and only care about their own feelings. It's absolutely disgusting. Laughable. If you didn't bully others, how could you possibly be punished by the school and gossiped about by your classmates? Shui Linlang mocked. You deserve it. Shui Linlang's nonchalant mockery further broke Li Siji's defenses. I don't care. Putting aside whether I bullied Yang Jixiang first, you deliberately went against me and even used your connections at school to punish me. Don't you think you're at fault? Absurd. Shui Linlang couldn't help but laugh. Li Siji's illogical ramblings had already completely lost Shui Linlang's interest. To put it bluntly, she refuses to admit her mistakes since her interests have been harmed. She expects others to take responsibility. Selfish and eccentric. So Shui Linlang ignored her nonsense and turned her attention to the group of people Li Siji had brought. There were 5 people in total, 4 men and 1 woman. They all look like adults in their early 20s. Moreover, judging from Shui Linlang's observations of the qi energy in others. Among them, there is 1 4th-rank martial artist, and the other 4 are 3rd-rank martial artists. With this kind of setup, Li Siji's family must have spent a lot of money. Li Siji, you're really something. You've got connections everywhere. You actually managed to sneak these guys in right in front of the Martial Arts Integration Bureau. Shui Linlang laughed. Humph. Of course a poor wretch like me can't imagine it. Li Siji said smugly. At this moment, Yang Jixiang, who was in Shui Linlang's arms, felt extremely shy because Shui Linlang had suddenly hugged her. Then I was blown away by the sight of Shui Linlang kicking the beast away. Her face flushed even more. Shui is so amazing. Girls often admire those who are strong, and Yang Jixiang is no exception. She felt nestled in Xue Linlong's arms, protected by Xue Linlang, and she really felt a little happy. However, her happiness was soon interrupted by the appearance of Li Siji. No wonder Xue suddenly stopped letting herself fight the monsters one-on-one. It turns out there was other danger. Li, we've been getting along well for over a month, haven't we? Why would you do something like this? Shut up. Li Siji interrupted Yang Jixiang. It's all because of you. Don't think that just because you've hooked up with some scumbag, you're worthy of my attention. I wasn't even going to bother with you at first, but who told you to become so beautiful? Those were my eyes, and you stole them all. You deserve to die. Can't you just stay ugly forever? I'm going to slash your face so you'll be ugly for the rest of your life. Yang Jixiang looked at Li Siji's face, which was filled with utter hatred for her, and her face turned deathly pale. She never imagined that she would be hated so much when she had done nothing wrong. Moreover, she made changes to become prettier, simply to protect Xue Linlang from gossip, so why did it become a reason for others to hate her? Yang Jixiang's thinking was still quite simple, but the wickedness of this world today was beyond her imagination. She used to be bullied because she was ugly or weak. But now, even though I've worked hard to become stronger and changed myself to be less ugly, why am I still hated by others? So what should I do? What are you thinking about? Xue Linlang noticed Yang Jixiang's aggrieved face and called out from inside. She's a crazy woman. She curses at anyone who doesn't do what she wants. Don't take her as the standard for the world, okay? Yang Jixiang wiped away the tears that had just flowed, not knowing what to say. Xue Linlang sighed, then his face flushed slightly. He stammered, first of all, you don't need to listen to her. Secondly, as long as I'm good to you in this world, you don't need to care about anyone else's opinion. Xue Linlang felt a little embarrassed, and he quickly turned his head back. This is practically the same as a declaration of love. Upon hearing this, Yang Jixiang's eyes widened involuntarily. The influence of Li Siji on her had completely dissipated, and now her mind was completely occupied by Xue Linlong's words. This sentence can be completely rephrased. In this world, you only need to care about me. That's true. Apart from Xue and Grandpa, the other people weren't very friendly to me. I don't need to care about their opinions at all, and I certainly don't need to try to please them. All I need to do is respond to Xue. Xue classmate, thank you. Yang Jixiang blushed. Ahem, don't overthink it, we're about to fight now, Xue Linlang said somewhat awkwardly. Li Siji watched as the two of them actually got along better because of her. And they were even distributing dog food there. Bastard! Li Siji was even more enraged. You lot, get him. Cripple the man and slash the woman's face. I'll have my brother give you extra money afterwards. Behind her, apart from the fourth-rank martial artist, the other four third-rank martial artists rushed towards Xue Linlang like madmen. He's just a mere first-rank martial artist, he's mine. Get out of my way. He's mine. You guys are stealing the guy's kills, so I'll take out this girl. To be honest, she's really pretty. Soon, the three men and one woman arrived in front of Xue Linlang. Yang Jixiang was so frightened that she dared not move. She was so afraid when she faced the strange beast just now, and now she is even more afraid of the four menacing third-rank martial artists. Immediately afterwards, the fastest but shortest man was the first to approach Xue Linlang. He brandished his short knife and slashed towards Xue Linlong's abdomen. I've taken this guy in. But in that critical moment, Xue Linlang, who had been motionless just moments before, suddenly flicked her hand lightly with her inner conflict. Clang! The short man's dagger was instantly knocked away, and the shockwave from the weapon collision made him cry out in pain. Then Xue Linlang took the opportunity to sweep the conflict back to its source. Snap! The spear struck the short man squarely on the head, causing him to bleed profusely. He was then sent flying several meters away, crashing into the large rock that had just been chopped up. This scene shocked everyone. Is this still a first-rank martial artist? Why is his hand speed faster than that of a third-grade agility martial artist? And what's the deal with his power? Meanwhile, Xue Linlang. He has only one thought right now. That guy was so slow. Chapter 77. You have no chi, you have already lost. Xue Linlong's physical fitness level is now 11. Moreover, once a person's physical fitness exceeds level 10, that becomes a completely different matter. In his eyes now, that guy's movements were incredibly slow. Xue Linlang already possesses a physical attribute of level 11, and also has a 10% agility enhancement. His casual counterattacks were faster than this little guy's. Moreover, this short man is clearly 30 years old, and he has almost no talent whatsoever. A third-rank martial artist who reached that level simply by virtue of the years they have practiced martial arts. Not only is his physical fitness poor, but his chi vital energy level is also extremely bad. Xue Linlong's single-handed sweeping shot hit his head, instantly causing him to bleed profusely and crash straight into the pile of rocks. It is estimated that they have lost their fighting capacity. The other three third-rank martial artists stopped abruptly and looked at each other in bewilderment. He's definitely more than a first-grade martial artist, we can't be reckless. Yes. Let's all go together. Let's take him down first. Damn it, you're just playing dumb. You can only fool the first person. The two men and one woman attacked Xue Linlang from three directions. Xue Linlang did not underestimate her opponents, after all, each of them was stronger than the short guy from before. He gripped the contradiction with both hands and unleashed the Six Harmonies spear at the three of them. An inch longer, an inch stronger. As a battlefield weapon, the spear is inherently suitable for fighting one against many, not to mention Xue Linlong's explosive physical abilities, coupled with the Six Harmonies spear martial arts technique that specializes in fighting one against many. He quickly became entangled with the three of them. Although the three of them were all quite old and of average talent, they were still third-rank martial artists, and thus had an advantage in the quality of their internal energy. The first-rank martial artist is at the Ming Jin stage, which means they can simply allow the flow of qi within their body, thus enabling them to initially use qi. Second-rank martial artists possess hidden strength, which allows their internal energy to sink into their bodies, thereby enhancing their physical attributes and enabling them to exert greater combat power. A third-rank martial artist is considered to have mastered the transformation realm. Simply put, it means making the sinking energy more concentrated, and during the process of circulating the energy can be manifested in form. For example, someone who uses fire attribute techniques can set their entire body on fire at the third-rank martial artist stage. Those who use ice attribute techniques can make their palms extremely cold. The three martial artists that Xue Linlang was facing were one who used fire, one who used wood, and another whose attribute was unclear but who was emitting a blue aura. Although they also use weapons, they might use their palms to attack Xue Linlang, using their internal energy to cause greater damage. The third-rank martial artist who used fire unleashed the technique Explosive Fire, radiating an aura as fierce as flames. Under this momentum, his strength and speed became even greater. He leaped up and, wielding his broadsword, delivered a heavy blow to Xue Linlang. "You brat, this is a Xian grade greatsword. Watch me cut your Huang grade iron rod in half with one strike." Bang! Xue Linlang was still entangled with the other two and didn't have time to dodge, so she raised her hands and confronted him head-on. The fireman cleaved straight into the contradiction's long pole with his sword. Bang! Because Xue Linlang was so powerful, he remained as steady as a mountain in the face of the heavy blow, and did not feel anything at all. His hands did not even tremble. But his only concern was the quality of the contradiction. If this person cleaved it in two, he would be in danger. However, his worries were unnecessary. Not only was the conflict resolved, but the fireman's greatsword was knocked away by the impact. His tiger's mouth was torn. Ah! He let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. "Why is your yellow tier iron rod so hard?" Xue Linlang ignored his shouts and kicked him away, almost hitting Li Siji. Ah! Li Siji was so frightened that she jumped back in a hurry, and even kicked the fireman in anger. Because Xue Linlang had just fought off the fireman's heavy blow, the woman emanating wood element took the opportunity to get behind her. Sunflower soul-severing palm. She concentrated all her energy in her palm and struck Xue Linlang on the back. Snap! Her weak forearm bone fractured instantly. Ah! His body is so hard, the woman cried out. Ding! Congratulations, host! Your Iron Shirt cultivation progress has reached 100%, and your physical fitness level has been maxed out at level 1. Xue Linlong's physical attributes were just at level 10.98. Now it's officially level 11. Xue Linlang turned around and swung the contradiction, sending the woman flying. Thank you for the slap. The third man was immediately terrified and dared not move forward any further. Without saying a word, Xue Linlang struck him with a Bajiquan unparalleled strike, instantly crippling him. Hey, Li Siji, your greeting skills are terrible. Xue Linlang deliberately provoked. Damn it! Xue Linlang, why are you so strong? You're only a first-grade martial artist. Li Siji roared in frustration. I deliberately pretended to be fine for a month and a half to lower your guard. How come you were still able to cultivate so diligently and become so strong? Heh, who can't see through your little trick? I deliberately made you lower your guard because of me. Shui Linlang mocked. Yang Jixiang blushed and said awkwardly, I see. Then. I noticed it too. Damn it. Li Siji's face turned pale with anger. At this moment, the fourth-rank martial artist who had not yet made a move gave a cold smile. Miss Li, don't worry, I'm here for you. The difference between a third-grade and a fourth-grade martial artist is a watershed moment. I am stronger than all four of them by myself. Kid, if I'm not mistaken, you may only be a first-grade martial artist, but your physical abilities are quite impressive. Oh? You figured it out? Shui Linlang said with a grin. This fourth-rank martial artist had long hair and looked to be only 27 or 28 years old. The talent is decent. But your smugness has reached its limit. I'll show you the strength of a fourth-grade martial artist, the long-haired man said arrogantly. At this moment, Yang Jixiang reminded her, Student Shui, fourth-grade martial artists have a Qi Si, and their endurance is very strong. You have just experienced a great battle, and your internal energy has been greatly depleted. You are in danger. Ha ha ha. Li Siji burst into laughter. Shui Linlang, you can see you don't have much internal energy left, right? Don't push yourself. The long-haired man sneered and continued, scared? Kneel down now and apologize to Miss Li, and I promise I won't defile that pretty girl. Shui Linlang didn't speak, he didn't know what to say. He just scratched his head a little awkwardly. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have completely forgotten that I've always had a Qi Si. Moreover, it's twice the size of a Dantian. No wonder I didn't lose any energy during the fight. Chapter 78 Control-Type Techniques. Kid, you're at your last gasp, aren't you? I've seen through your disguise, so you're scared now, aren't you? The long-haired man laughed with a smug expression. Shui Linlang did not answer him, but instead turned the contradiction around with one hand and then circulated her energy. Hey! Hurry up and make your move. Li Siji urged. Miss, he's just trying to make a last-ditch effort, using his last bit of energy to fight back, the long-haired man sneered. I've killed more people than he's eaten salt, I can tell what he's thinking at a glance. If Shui Linlang were close to him, he might even ask her, right? Shui Linlang shrugged, not wanting to pay him any attention. Such people always think they can see through the world and always proudly express their judgments. In everyday life, he would definitely say to his friend with an air of self-importance, you were thinking of doing this, weren't you? They have extremely low emotional intelligence and completely lack the understanding of the art of seeing through things without saying anything. Shui Linlang couldn't be bothered to talk to such a talker. He charged up and roared, divine shot unmatched. Bang! Shui Linlang stomped on the ground, and the earth was crushed and cracked. He charged toward the long-haired man. She intended to stab the long-haired man to death with a single shot. His gunshot was swift and powerful, startling the long-haired man. So fast. Li Siji was also shocked. Impossible. How did he do that? Go, Shui! Yang Jixiang shouted. Shui Linlang's unique spear technique, like the unique Bajiquan technique, aims for a single, fatal strike. The first principle of a fatal blow is speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. He used his unsharpened contradiction to pierce the long-haired man's heart. The long-haired man had no time to dodge and could only raise his hand to defend himself. He raised his two swords and crossed them to defend against Shui Linlang's thrust. Bang! The spear suddenly appeared behind the twin swords. The long-haired man was thrown several meters by the immense force. Even though he was a fourth-rank martial artist, his physical attributes were only level 6.5. Even with the enhancement of his internal energy, he couldn't withstand Shui Linlang's terrifying power. However, he was a fourth-rank martial artist after all, and he did not suffer any fatal injuries. Ha ha ha! Is this all you can do in your last desperate attack? You've completely exhausted your energy. Divine Sharpshooter, unmatched. Divine Sharpshooter, unmatched. Divine Sharpshooter, unmatched. Before the long-haired man could even finish his act, Shui Linlang unleashed her Divine Shot unparalleled attack several more times. Puff puff puff. Although the long-haired man was highly skilled and was not killed by Shui Linlang in one blow, he was stabbed by her several times. The long-haired man was terrified because of his injury. He dared not underestimate his opponent now. Even as a first-rank martial artist, Xue Linlang is still a terrifying presence. Damn it! You're clearly a first-grade martial artist, so why don't you have enough internal energy? The long-haired man questioned. Laughing my head off, is it wrong for me to save up a lot? Xue Linlang laughed. Divine sharpshooter, unmatched in skill. The long-haired man was completely unable to resist Xue Linlang's repeated thrusts. Due to the difference in weapon length and Xue Linlang's immense strength and speed, he was constantly on the defensive and had no opportunity to counterattack. But simply defending was impossible. He would be stabbed by Xue Linlang every now and then. This can't go on. So the long-haired man got serious. He first desperately used his sword to defend against Xue Linlang's gunshot. Although this risked injury, it allowed him to free his hands to gather and circulate his internal energy. The long-haired man almost spat out blood after taking a stab to his left thigh from Xue Linlang. He used all his life skills with all his might. Secret technique, Sand Tornado. He chanted complex incantations, which then circulated to his lower limbs and seeped out from his feet. His energy formed a special magic circle on the ground in front of him, and then, for some unknown reason, the ground suddenly became muddy. Xue Linlang was also sucked into the suddenly softened soil, making it difficult for her to move. I can no longer use the divine shot unparalleled. Ha ha ha. Now you know how terrifying a fourth-grade martial artist is, right? The long-haired man laughed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Xue Linlang was stunned for a moment. What kind of martial art is this? Why can it still make the earth muddy? The ability to achieve harmony between humanity and nature, and to resonate with the natural world, isn't this a power only attainable at the martial saint stage? At the same time, Yang Jixiang, who was not far behind Xue Linlang, was also stunned. What exactly is the principle behind this? But Yang Jixiang was, after all, a top student with a wealth of theoretical knowledge, coupled with her innate insight. Student Xue. He didn't change nature. He just set up a temporary formation in front of himself. The change in the land is just a facade, an illusion. Yang Jixiang concluded after thinking. You're just being restricted by his control-type techniques. Xue Linlang suddenly realized. I see. So this guy is a control-type support. No wonder their combat strength is so weak. Immediately afterwards, Yang Jixiang drew his sword and charged over. Xue, when he activates this control-type technique, he can't move on his own. He has to keep circulating his internal energy. I'm coming to help you right now. Xue is trapped. Now is the time when Xue needs help. I must help him. Seeing this, Li Siji glanced at the long-haired man. They discovered that the long-haired man was indeed maintaining his technique the whole time and had no ability to free his hand to stab Xue Linlang with his sword. Xue Linlang is so powerful, it would be bad if Yang Jixiang broke the current stalemate. Don't even think about it. Li Siji drew his sword and charged at Yang Jixiang, stopping Yang Jixiang from advancing. Meteor Sword. Li Siji unleashed his martial arts skills and slashed at Yang Jixiang from the side. Despite it being a sneak attack, Yang Jixiang suddenly dodged Li Siji's attack with a quick movement. She already possessed excellent insight, and with the added benefit of the consciousness-only evasion technique, she easily dodged Li Siji's sneak attack. Get out of the way. Don't stop me from helping Xue. But what was unexpected was that Yang Jixiang, who had just been very timid in the face of strange beasts and high-level martial artists, suddenly raised his sword and slashed at Li Siji. Because she was so concerned about Xue Linlang, she temporarily forgot her fear. This startled Li Siji upon hearing it. She never imagined that Yang Jixiang, who used to be so timid and submissive, would show such a fierce expression. Bang! Li Siji was so frightened that he blocked Yang Jixiang's sword with one hand. She was equipped with expensive Xian-grade wrist guards, so Yang Jixiang's sword could not harm her at all. But Yang Jixiang, eager to help Xue Linlang, relentlessly swung his sword at Li Siji without thinking. Get out of the way. Yang Jixiang, you crazy woman. Li Siji shouted angrily. Li, you big idiot. In his anger, Yang Jixiang said something he would never normally say. The two women then became entangled in a struggle. However, the difference in their abilities became apparent at this moment. Yang Jixiang could easily dodge all of Li Siji's sword techniques. Every sword strike from Yang Jixiang landed on Li Siji. If Li Siji hadn't been armed to the teeth with expensive protective gear, he probably would have fallen long ago. At this time, On a hill 200 meters away, an elderly man in a tailcoat looked down at the situation in the valley below. Mrs. Condition is not good. Chapter 79 Crisis is coming. This old man was clearly the butler sent by Lee Siji's family to protect her. Moreover, the fact that he was able to successfully infiltrate the secret realm without being discovered by the Martial Arts Integration Bureau shows how profound his strength is. He observed the standoff between Xue Linlang and the long-haired man. This kid, whose cultivation is only at the first-grade martial artist level, is not simple. Their physical fitness level is probably at least level 9. They were able to recognize the importance of physical fitness at the first-grade martial artist level and endure the stagnation in their cultivation to put this theory into practice. This child is extraordinary in both talent and temperament. Moreover, he didn't know how he did it, but the amount of internal energy in his body was even greater than that of this fourth-rank mercenary. If this drags on, our own people will be the first to be worn down. Once that guy is exhausted and the binding spell is broken, that will be the day he and the young lady die. The old man looked again at the battle between Li Siji and Yang Jixiang. It seems like the young lady is at a disadvantage from any angle. Mrs. Talent is B+ level. Although she is not a top genius, she is still above average. But why is it that no matter how you look at it, that short-haired girl is far superior to the young lady in terms of her mindset during battle, her insight, and even the sophistication of her martial arts skills? The reason why the young lady is still able to maintain a stalemate is entirely due to the protection of her entire body by her noble phantasm. After all, the protective mirrors we wear now are all of the Earth grade. It can be said that even the super genius Xing Jilian could not kill Miss. No. Originally, the young lady only said she wanted to get revenge on those two classmates. I never expected it to develop like this. But now it seems that if these two people are not eliminated, Miss will definitely be overshadowed by them in the future. This will seriously affect the young lady's resolve on her path of martial arts. These two people must die here. But if I kill them myself, the Martial Arts Integration Bureau will definitely find out. Must. The backup plan has been used. The old man had already prepared a plan for how to destroy the evidence if Li Siji killed Xue Linlang and Yang Jixiang. Therefore, when Li Siji ambushed Xue Linlang, he had already planted explosives at the river above this valley. If Li Siji killed Xue Linlang and Yang Jixiang out of excessive anger, he could detonate the explosives here and then wash their bodies away with the river. But now, this preparatory plan to destroy evidence is being used as a direct means of murder. So he took a remote control out of his pocket and pressed the button. Bang 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 bang. Xue Linlang was waiting for the long-haired man in front of her to run out of energy so she could launch a counterattack. Although he has a Qi Si that allows him to generate his own Qi, how could the Qi he generates possibly keep up with the energy consumed in battle? The long-haired man is now at his last gasp. He was covered in sweat and felt like he was about to collapse. Hey, you're at your last gasp now. Ha 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 ha. Xue Linlang mocked, mimicking the long-haired man's lines. Although the long-haired man was embarrassed by the slap in the face, he was powerless to refute it. He desperately maintained the control spell, because if he let go, that brat's brute strength would turn him into a meat pie. Just then. Bang 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 bang. Suddenly. The long-haired man was standing far behind him, at the edge of this dense forest. A huge explosion occurred, producing a tremendous sound. Moreover, the earth shook violently, as if the entire secret realm was about to collapse. What's going on? Xue Linlang was completely bewildered. Suddenly, a dark figure darted out from the dense forest. The old man rushed to Li Siji at an extremely fast speed and hugged her tightly. Then he struck Yang Jixiang with a palm. Although Yang Jixiang predicted this palm strike with the help of the consciousness-only theory. However, due to the vast difference in strength, she was still unable to completely dodge the attack and was sent flying by a single palm strike. Yang Jixiang fell to the ground and coughed up blood. Although he was injured, it was not fatal. A 7th-grade martial artist? Xue Linlang stared blankly at the old man who carried Li Siji away. Li Siji actually brought such a master. Moreover, judging from the old man's skills, he was clearly an assassin. If he launches a surprise attack, I might not even know how I died. However, the 7th-rank elder did not kill Yang Jixiang, but only repelled him. He simply carried Li Siji and left in a hurry. It was as if he only wanted to rescue Li Siji. Xue Linlang had no idea what was going on. He couldn't understand the old man's motives. If he was also an assassin hired by Li Siji, then why didn't he just kill himself and Yang Jixiang? Before leaving, the old man secretly looked back at Shui Linlang. The two locked eyes. Shui Linlang saw a hint of pity in his eyes. Have mercy on Nima coins. Just as Shui Linlang felt humiliated. Suddenly, a wave of water several meters high surged up from the direction of the earthquake's origin. It's a flood. The explosion just now was caused by the old man blowing up the embankment of the river on the mountain in front. So the river water is flowing towards this lower area. I see. No wonder the old man didn't make a move. Because if he were to take action, the Martial Arts Integration Bureau would definitely find out. But if he blows up the river embankment and causes a flood, he and Yang Jishan will still be doomed, but there will be no way to prove it, because everyone will think it was a natural disaster. Ahead. The long-haired man didn't care about anything else and hurriedly ran away in fright. He couldn't care less about Shui Linlang now. Shui Linlang was thus freed from her restraints. He was about to turn around and pick up Yang Jishan from the ground. Puff 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 puff. The great flood was already upon us. They gave Shui Linlang no chance to react at all. Puff. That's all. Shui Linlang and Yang Jishan were swept away by the great flood. Hateful. As Shui Linlang was swept away by the flood, she opened her eyes and looked at the murky river water. If I were to survive on my own, you, Li Siji, and that old man, none of you will live. I don't know how much time has passed. Shui Linlang suddenly opened her eyes. He got up and immediately observed the surrounding situation. I don't know him. He had been swept by the river into a narrow passage, with extremely high cliffs on both sides. Only a small gap above his head allowed sunlight to enter, and he had no idea where he was. Yang Jixiang. He called out several times, but received no response from Yang Jixiang. Only his own shouts echoed in the valley. Hateful. I don't know if she was injured. If anything happens to her, I will make sure that Li Siji's whole family pays the price. After calming down, he began to observe his current position. He took out a map to see if there were any markings about the narrow passage. Sure enough, it was on the map. Moreover, based on his previous location, he had already been swept away by the river for at least 4 kilometers. Wait a minute, the narrow passage above the first line of sky is actually one of the possible locations where those core treasures might appear. How do I get up there? Just as Shui Linlang was studying the location, a person crawled up from behind him. He gripped a sharp weapon and stabbed Shui Linlang in the back. Chapter 80 First Murder. Click. Taking advantage of Shui Linlang's inattention, the man suddenly stabbed her in the back. Ha ha ha. I got it. That million from the Li family is mine now. Although he laughed and shouted happily. But Shui Linlang slowly turned around. What are you doing? Shui Linlang asked in a sinister tone. He turned around and realized that the one who had betrayed him was the short guy. The shorter man was also startled. Why did this happen? Why did you? Only then did he realize that his knife had not pierced Shui Linlang's back at all. It seemed to be blocked by something soft yet resilient. That was the chainmail given to him by Verdun. Shui Linlang always wore it. Because she knew Yang Jishan had a protective talisman that she had given her, Shui Linlang did not give her the chainmail. Iron shirt cannot defend against sharp weapons, while chainmail can counter them, which is equivalent to complementing each other's strengths and weaknesses. The short man was so frightened that he quickly took 3 steps back, his face filled with terror. 1 million? Shui Linlang noticed some keywords. You mean, Li Siji offered $1 million as a bounty for my life? None of your business, the short man refused to answer. Then, knowing he couldn't beat Shui Linlang, he immediately turned tail and ran. But Shui Linlang was very curious and wanted to get him to open his mouth. Bang! Shui Linlang threw a spear, pinning it to the cliff in front of him and blocking his path. This frightened the little guy, who ran in the opposite direction. But Shui Linlang had already used her speed-moving technique to rush in front of him and grabbed his neck directly. He was lifted up with one hand and then slammed to the ground. Bang! The short figure was directly embedded in the ground by Shui Linlang. He immediately coughed up blood. Speak! Shui Linlang roared. The short man was powerless to resist, so he could only meekly reply, "The Li family ordered us to kill the 2 of you, and we'll get $1 million. Li Siji is only a few years old, how can he be so ruthless? Is it because he failed to bully her that he had to kill her?" Shui Linlang continued to press. According to his original assumption, even if Lee Siji wanted to retaliate, she would only beat him up. She had no reason to kill him. Miss Lee? No, it wasn't Miss Lee who ordered it, it was the eldest young master of the Lee family who secretly instructed us, the short man cried. He's terrified right now. What? It's the eldest young master of the Lee family? Xue Linlang was immediately shocked. Could it be Lee Siji's brother? Why? Was it simply to avenge his sister? No, if that's the case, how did he grow up with that kind of intelligence? Has he gone mad? Xue Linlang questioned. Why would a quarrel between students lead to murder, and even $1 million reward? I don't know either. The short man shook his head frantically. But I heard from a few other people that it seems young Master Lee and Miss Lee don't get along very well. They don't get along very well? Could it be that Lee Siji's brother hired someone to frame his sister? What is young Master Lee's cultivation level? Xue Linlang asked to confirm. Young Master Lee is disabled, how could he have any cultivation? The short man replied. That makes sense. There's nothing pure about the relationship between siblings of wealthy people. So it turns out that young Master Lee, despite lacking cultivation, still wanted to seize the family's inheritance rights, and that's why he tried to kill his genius sister. He. Xue Linlang gave a cold smile. He had already made up his mind. Whatever your reasons, whether it's due to internal strife or not. The moment you wanted to kill me. Your Lee family and I are now sworn enemies. Once I get out, I'm going to wipe out Lee Siji's entire family. Xue Linlang muttered to herself. What did you say? The short man asked, not quite hearing clearly. Immediately afterwards, Xue Linlang stomped hard on the short man's chest, causing him to bleed profusely from his mouth. He sneered, the moment you accepted the Lee family's bounty, the moment you first harbored murderous intent towards me, you no longer had any reason to live. Click. He punched the shorter man in the head. The short man was killed instantly by a headshot. Xue Linlang is not a saint, so she has no intention of forgiving the person who wanted to kill her. Moreover, this was also for practicing killing. After all, once he gets out, he might have to kill even more people. Looking at the corpse on the ground, Xue Linlang's face remained expressionless. Isn't it said that killing someone for the first time is terrifying? It's nothing special. Anyway, he sneaked in illegally. Even if the Martial Arts Integration Bureau finds his body and finds out that he did it himself, it won't affect him. I was just defending myself. However, this also made Xue Linlang even more worried about Yang Jixiang. Because Yang Jixiang had a protective talisman, Xue Linlang didn't need to worry about her being harmed by the flood. But Xue Linlang was worried that Yang Jixiang would let the assassins go because he was soft-hearted. Never mind, I'll give her more instructions when I meet up with her. Let's find that core treasure first. Only by obtaining the core treasure can one become stronger. When the time comes, I can easily crush the Lee family and the Zhang family. So he pulled the contradiction out of the cliff. Then he suddenly jumped up, thrusting his spear into the cliff face. He then braced his legs against the wall, quickly pulled out the spear, and used his powerful waist and abdominal strength to push it upwards again and insert it into the cliff. And so, Xue Linlang used this barbaric method to climb up this narrow strip of sky little by little. After climbing up to the top of the narrow gorge, which is about 100 meters high, Xue Linlang collapsed to the ground, exhausted. He was breathing heavily. Damn it! Climbing a 100-meter cliff this way, especially when you feel tired in the middle, there's a sense of despair that makes you feel like you can't go up or down. Fortunately, I made it through. Even with a physical fitness level of 11, it's still a bit of a challenge when it comes to extreme sports. At this moment, Xue Linlang suddenly felt a warm current flowing through her entire body. The warmth quickly restored his fatigue and the injuries caused by the bumps and bruises during the climb. Ah, that feels so good. This must be the effect of the earth rank cultivation technique, calming and reviving technique, that Kuei-er gave me. He was swept away by the flood, but woke up unharmed, which must have been due to the effect of this technique. Just 5 minutes later, Xue Linlang was back to her peak condition. This technique is truly amazing, no wonder it's classified as an earth rank technique. The game I played in my past life, I think it was Garen or Arthur, was disgusting because it used this ability to quickly recover health after disengaging from combat. After resting, Xue Linlang, struggling with her inner conflict, began searching for the possible location of the core treasure marked near the first line of sky, according to the map. However, he stopped after passing through a row of small trees. Because about a kilometer ahead, there was a magnificent palace. Hiss. This place looks like it's hiding a core treasure, doesn't it? Do we still need to mark one of the possible locations? Chapter 81: The actions of the two after they separated. Shui Linlang used her speed traveling technique to quickly arrive near the palace. But he did not continue. Because at this time, the entire palace was surrounded by martial arts students. To be more precise, they were all elite senior high school students. Judging from the uniforms and the nature of the fight, there are at least a dozen high school students involved in this brawl. Rules prohibiting private fights are meaningless in the face of absolute self-interest. According to information from Nan Yen, it is likely that there is only a low-level treasure inside. This means nothing to those high achievers, but for high school students, it's an absolute trump card to take the college entrance exam a step further. For impoverished families, even the most rare and precious treasures are beyond their reach in their lifetime, so they will strive even harder to obtain them. This is a chance to defy fate and change one's destiny. Shui Linlang, a second-year high school student and a first-rank martial artist, was secretly observing the fight among the third-year students from near the palace. However, none of them are from their own school. Based on the direction the school team had traveled, they should be at their original destination. Shui Linlang observed the palace, which was currently protected by a golden shield. Almost no one can get in. This is a protection mechanism for important locations within the secret realm. It will activate automatically, but the activation time hasn't arrived yet. Based on past experience, this thing will take another 2 days to open. Let's take advantage of these next 2 days and drive all the other schools away. We're going to keep this core treasure for ourselves. Kill them. They just broke my leg. Shui Linlang hid to the side, quietly gathering intelligence. The palace will not open automatically for another 2 days. There's absolutely no need for me to hide here. Why not go to the nearby area and hunt some exotic beasts to pass the time? And so, Shui Linlang temporarily left the palace and returned to the forest. Bang! Shui Linlang managed to kill a 5th-rank beast with great difficulty. He sat on the ground, panting heavily. The Calm Mind recovery technique was activated shortly afterward, repairing his injuries. It seems that this is the limit for me as a first-grade martial artist. I fought that beast for over 100 rounds before I finally won. Although I wasn't seriously injured, to put it another way, I'm fighting a 6th-grade beast to the death right now, so I should be able to take it both of us down, right? Shui Linlang analyzed her own combat strength. Immediately after resting and recovering, he began to skin and dismember the 5th-grade beast. A 5th-grade exotic beast is a treasure trove. We have our own systematic storage space, so we can't waste it. After opening the monster's head, he discovered a green crystal inside. Is this the crystal that Huang Lilong was talking about? Shui Linlang dug out the crystal and examined it closely. It is about 3 centimeters in diameter and wide. Should we take it back and sell it? Or should we have someone embed it into the contradiction, allowing the contradiction to escalate? As she pondered this, Shui Linlang suddenly wondered what the crystal tasted like. He put the crystal in his mouth, quickly chewed it, and swallowed it. Vomit. It tastes awful. It tastes just like pufferfish bile. Not only that, the moment it went down her throat, Shui Linlang felt as if she had swallowed a piece of coal. Her throat was burning and incredibly painful. Shui Linlang almost threw up. However, the system message made him cover his mouth. Host name, Shui Linlang. Host's physical fitness level, 11.05. What the heck? Eating the crystals of this strange beast can actually improve physical fitness? No wonder. Shui Linlang finally understood how the martial god Lin Zhan had raised his physical attributes to level 12, a feat unprecedented and unparalleled. He might have advanced by consuming alien beast crystals in the secret realm. Ha ha ha. There's always a way out. Handsome guy, I get it. So, Shui Linlang went on a manhunt for strange beasts everywhere. However, not every 5th-grade beast has crystals. Some do, but they are very small. This is similar to a lottery. Sometimes, after working yourself to the bone to kill a 5th-grade exotic beast, you get nothing in return. Shui Linlang didn't dare to hunt down 6th-grade exotic beasts, so she could only slowly open blind boxes. Anyway, there's still plenty of time. You must do everything you can to improve your physical fitness. On the other side, Yang Jixiang woke up from her deep sleep. She noticed that the amulet around her waist was constantly emitting light. It seems that it protected itself from the flood. Shui protected herself once again. She held the amulet in both hands, feeling a warm feeling in her heart. Oh, right. Where is Shui? Yang Jixiang hurriedly got up and found that she had been swept into a hilly area where the floodwaters had split into hundreds of streams. There were also many students loitering around in the vicinity. Because the amulet formed a shield, Yang Jixiang followed the flood like a boat all the way to the end. It was more than 10 kilometers away from where it had been. Shui is so physically strong, she should be fine, right? He should be more worried about his own situation, right? To avoid worrying Shui Linlang, Yang Jixiang took action and went to find people from her school to ensure her safety. Soon, as night fell, she found her classmates on a leeward slope where hundreds of people had gathered to spend the night. There were more than a dozen classmates. The reason they gathered together was entirely because they wanted to curry favor with Nan Huai, the top genius in their class. They lit 3 campfires here. Nan Hua and his female teammate had a campfire all to themselves. Yang Jixiang was rather naive and didn't know anything about social etiquette. She was afraid when she saw how crowded the other 2 campfires were and how many people were there. So she went to sit down by the campfire in front of Nan Hua. Hello? Yang Jixiang greeted them shyly. Her actions immediately drew everyone's attention. Zhao Shuang, a female teammate of Nan Hua, immediately showed an impatient expression and asked Yang Jixiang, "Are you stupid?" "Huh?" Yang Jixiang didn't understand why Zhao Shuang was scolding her at all, and she looked confused. At this point, the students behind also started discussing it. Is Yang Jixiang stupid, or does she think she's very charming? Who knows? Anyone with eyes can see that Nan Hua doesn't like others sharing a campfire with him. This is going to be interesting. I wonder if a fight will break out. Yang Jixiang also heard her classmates' discussion, and she immediately felt wronged. I clearly didn't mean to, so why are you scolding me? She lowered her head, preparing to apologize and leave. But then she suddenly noticed the amulet that Shui Linlang had given her at her waist. If I continue like this, Shui will definitely worry. And if Shui finds out about this, he'll definitely break off all ties with Nanhua to get revenge for him. No, I can't cause Shui any more trouble. Yang Jixiang composed herself, then suddenly stood up, her face contorted with anger. Zhao. Even if you don't like me sitting here, just tell me. I'll leave. But you're going a bit too far by calling me an idiot. Chapter 82 Or Chi Si was actually hourglass shaped? Too much? Zhao Shuang also stood up, her face full of disdain. In nature, would a rabbit scold a tiger for eating meat? Is that really so wrong? Her meaning was simple: the strong prey on the weak, the rules are set by the strong, and the weak should obediently follow them. You're right, Yang Jixiang said, clenching her fists. Although she is very courageous now, she is still not used to the current situation, so she appears both assertive and somewhat timid. But we're not rabbits and tigers, we're classmates. Is it so hard for you to say it politely? Or are you just making excuses for your rudeness? You. Zhao Shuang gritted her teeth in anger. Since teaming up with Nan Hua, no one has dared to speak to him so arrogantly. Everyone behind them was also shocked. Wasn't Yang Jixiang always so timid and submissive? Yes, but I've become more and more confident since teaming up with Shui Linlang. What a big change. She would have definitely cried before. Even with Shui Linlang backing her up, she's being way too arrogant now. That's Zhao Shuang, after all. Yang Jixiang only has F-level talent, how could she possibly defeat Zhao Shuang? Zhao Shuang, used to being domineering, pulled out a whip and angrily lashed out at Yang Jixiang. Yang Jixiang didn't hesitate. She immediately drew her beautiful cross sword and slashed at Zhao Shuang's whip. Snap! Zhao Shuang never expected that Yang Jixiang would so easily neutralize an attack that was currently at the mid-stage of the second rank. Enraged, she channeled her inner energy and unleashed a martial arts technique at Yang Jixiang. Autumn wind sweeps away fallen leaves. The whip whirled in her hand like a tornado, as if it wanted to swallow Yang Jixiang halfway. Yang Jixiang placed the cross-shaped sword in front of his chest and activated the sword technique, the only one. The greatest truths are the simplest, and all things ultimately return to one. All martial arts can unleash their greatest power using the most basic moves. And one is the foundation of swordsmanship. First, the form of a sword. First, defeat the enemy with a single sword strike. No complicated methods are needed. First, the objective is singular. Once the objective is determined, all efforts should be focused on defeating one person. First, the absolute law. The unique sword technique that Shui Linlang helped Yang Jixiang choose was just a move that contained the power of laws and the law of cause and effect. At the moment when Yang Jixiang launched the only one, the laws of heaven and earth have long established cause and effect, with effect preceding cause. The fact remains that Yang Jixiang struck Zhao Shuang with his sword, but the process is uncertain. But no matter what moves Yang Jixiang makes or how much time she wastes, it is inevitable that Zhao Shuang will be hit by her in the end. Unless Yang Jixiang cancelled the sword technique before that. However, although this sword technique sounds impressive, it doesn't increase the user's combat power in any way, and even if it hits someone, it's just a minor scratch. That's why it's only a Xian-level sword skill. Yang Jixiang unleashed her full power, disrupting Zhao Shuang's whip with her energy wave. How could Yang Jixiang use the Yogacara method to dodge Zhao Shuang's chaotic whips while simultaneously thrusting at Zhao Shuang? Click. The entire process took less than 2 meters, and Yang Jixiang's sword was pointed at Zhao Shuang. As the distance closed, the whip lost its effectiveness, and Zhao Shuang had already lost. However, Yang Jixiang cancelled the sword technique just as the sword was about to pierce Zhao Shuang. Zhao Shuang was not injured. In an instant, the entire audience erupted in uproar. Wow! When did Yang Jixiang reach the peak of the second rank? Nan Huai is only at the peak of the second rank, right? How did she do that? Isn't she an F-rank talent? Did Shui Linlang secretly give her drugs? Zhao Shuang was even more shocked. She cursed, Yang Jixiang, you actually pretended to be weak to take advantage of others. You have no martial ethics. No way. Yang Jixiang didn't want to answer. It's clearly because you guys don't pay any attention to me. I didn't deliberately hide anything. At this moment, Nan Hua, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Zhao Shuang, stop it. It's nothing, let her sit down, Nan Hua said softly. Humph. Zhao Shuang retreated, dodging Yang Jixiang's sword tip, and sat down with a dissatisfied expression. Nan Hua then said to Yang Jixiang, we're classmates, sit down. Actually, I don't object to sitting with others, but I feel shy, so I usually prefer to be alone. Ha! You're a lot like me back then. I never thought that the genius Nan Huai was such an introverted person. Yang Jixiang said politely as he sat down. Nan Hua smiled slightly, his gaze towards Yang Jixiang was somewhat evasive, and his cheeks flushed slightly. At night. To ensure his safety, Yang Jixiang fell asleep while sitting with his sword in his arms. With Shui Linlong's protective charm, she is actually quite safe now. However, during her sleep, due to the abundant spiritual energy within the Void Secret Realm, she felt her cultivation level begin to weaken again. Her consciousness entered her own body for the first time, following the flow of spiritual energy. This was also her first time observing her inner energy center. To her surprise, she discovered that, although an inner sea had not yet formed where her chi sea was located, there was an hourglass-shaped object filtering her chi. What is that? Why is my body structured like this? Just as she was about to investigate further, her consciousness became hazy, and she fell into a deep sleep. Shoo shoo shoo. Perhaps due to overwork, she had a dream she had before. She had this dream every day until she was 3 years old. In my dream, it was a snowy night, and everything around me was white, so I couldn't see anything. The violent blizzard made it even harder to open my eyes. She could only see a light in the depths of the darkness ahead. The light looked familiar and felt warm. What exactly is it? It seems to be the influence of the Void Realm. This time, Yang Jixiang seemed to see a scene in that light. Before the giant void rift that covered the sky stood a man covered in wounds. Although it was fleeting, it left a deep impression on Yang Jixiang. Who is that? What is he doing? For some reason, Yang Jixiang, who was fast asleep, couldn't help but shed 2 lines of tears. The next day, the dozen or so students acted together. Although it's not a collaboration, they are still banding together in a group-like manner. Because Yang Jixiang didn't have a group, she chose to help out everywhere in order to fit into this large group. A 3-person team is hunting down a second-grade alien beast. Excuse me, do you need any help? Yang Jixiang ran over and asked. Come on, we can't hold on any longer. Alright. Yang Jixiang then joined their battle. As she helped more and more people, she became more and more familiar with them. Yang Jixiang, come help me. Yang Jixiang, I need some help too. Yang Jixiang, why won't you help me? Faced with these people's requests, Yang Jixiang exclaimed, yes. At that moment, she felt that the help she provided made her very popular among the crowd. She was starting to enjoy it. Is there anyone else who needs help? Yang Jixiang asked excitedly. 2 days later, Shui Linlang took stock of her gains. He ate a total of 10 crystals of different sizes, and his physical fitness level rose to 11.74. Wow, I feel like if I stay in this secret realm any longer, I'll be able to surpass Lin Zhan very soon. Bang bang bang. With a loud bang, the shield outside the palace slowly disappeared. The palace has opened. Shui Linlang hurriedly brought up the conflict and rushed towards the palace. Chapter 83. Following the big shots to pick up bargains. Shui Linlang quickly arrived at the hillside near the palace to observe the situation below. Now only the 5 strongest schools remain in front of the palace. 3 are groups of 5, 1 is a group of 4, and 1 is a group of 3. But it seems they can't do anything to each other right now. Even though the palace was open, they were blocking the entrance and couldn't get in. Just then, someone suddenly suggested, "Let's not waste time here. Let's go inside together and see who's faster." Good. I agree. That's fine. The call was met with immediate and overwhelming support. No one wanted to waste any more time and readily agreed. If we continue to linger here, and the palace suddenly closes, we'll suffer a huge loss. So the 5 groups stopped fighting and rushed into the palace together. Hee. It's finally my turn to go in. As soon as Shui Linlang jumped down, another person followed him. The two looked at each other, their eyes meeting. Shui Linlang looked at this person. He was wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and flip-flops, with a martial arts bureau jacket draped over his shoulders. A middle-aged man picking his toes? Are you from Nanshan No. 2 Middle School? Shui Linlang was stunned. He had long thought that there might be other lone wolves lurking nearby like him, but he never expected that the one lurking with him would be Lu Sankai, a martial saint-level old man with a sloppy foot. And how did he know that he was from Nanshan No. 2 Middle School? Martial Saint Lu Sankai? SHHHH. Keep it down. Lu Sankai quickly covered Shui Linlang's mouth. Shui Linlang was strong and slapped Lu Sankai's hand away, asking, "Why don't you, a martial saint, just charge in directly? Why are you sneaking around like this?" Lu Sankai scratched his head and chuckled. "This secret realm has been designated by the Martial Arts Integration Bureau for students to train in, and teachers and other people are prohibited from entering. But I'm free. Even if it's a core treasure of a sea-level secret realm, it's not something students can just take casually, is it? Then I might as well have it. Oh ho! So you broke the rules and sneaked in." Shui Linlang suddenly realized. "Shoo! Don't tell anyone. As long as you don't tell anyone, I'll share some of the stuff inside with you later." Lu Sankai tempted. This seems feasible. I was just wondering what I would do if I encountered a senior high school student inside. Now that Lu Sankai is leading the way, why should I be afraid of those guys? He. Deal. Shui Linlang shook hands with Lu Sankai. That's all. The old man and the young boy tiptoed inside like thieves. Ha! 1,000 arrows came flying, but Lu Sanfai used his martial arts skills to knock them away with a single palm strike. The palace has a complex layout and is full of traps and mechanisms. Lu Sankai accidentally stepped on this mechanism, and then thousands of arrows shot out from all around the room. Phew! A mere sea-level void secret realm, and this is all the traps? Ha! Coming here is like a dimensional reduction attack for me. Lu Sankai didn't look like a 40-year-old man at all, and laughed smugly. Shui Linlang, who was following behind him, was speechless. What's there to brag about? Is fishing games fun? However, despite his thoughts, he was actually quite happy. With Lu Sankai leading the way, he easily killed any traps or strange beasts. This also includes a 7th grade exotic beast. I didn't expect there would be a 7th grade beast in a sea-level secret realm. Lu Sankai said, stepping on the corpse of a 7th grade beast. Logically speaking, a 7th grade beast is too strong. Even Star Love from your school couldn't possibly defeat it. How did you know I'm from Nanshan No. 2 Middle School? Shui Linlang asked suspiciously. Oh, why do I remember you? I forgot. Oh. Because when you entered the Void Rift, you kept your head up, so I remembered it, Lu Sankai said with a grin. Ha! Shui Linlang was completely dumbfounded. So he could see what was happening inside the Void Rift even from the outside? Did anyone else see it? Speaking of which, why are you unaffected by the pressure of the Void Rift? Let me guess. You must have a very strong physique. Lu Sankai guessed. Shui Linlang. Aha, I guessed it. Actually, I guessed it when you slapped my hand away. Lu Sankai laughed. Otherwise, how could a normal first-rank martial artist possibly pry my hand off? You're trying to imitate the cultivation path of martial god Lin Zhan, aren't you? Shui Linlang nodded. Since he already knew, there was no need to hide it anymore. You're ambitious, but Lin Zhan has an A+ level talent. If you don't have that talent, you won't be able to surpass him even if you try to learn from him. Lu Sankai's professional instincts kicked in, and he switched to mentor mode, starting to nag. As far as I know, in your school, and in the entire Lingnan region, Xing Jilian is the only one with an A+ talent. I suggest you stop immediately. Shui Linlang ignored his rambling. Since he had already upgraded to a plus level talent with the help of the system, Lu Sankai's words were already nonsense. Shui Linlang used the contrast technique to crack open the head of the 7th grade beast, intending to devour its crystal. If it were a crystal from a 7th grade exotic beast, it would surely allow one to dramatically improve their physical abilities. Soon, he unearthed a purple crystal the size of a fist. Wow! This crystal looks very toxic, it's even purple. And with a fist that big, how can anyone swallow it? Helpless, he had no choice but to place the crystal on the ground and then use a parabola to break it open. You want to use a yellow rank weapon to break open a 7th rank crystal? What are you thinking? If you don't want your weapon to be ruined. Lu Sankai hadn't finished speaking. Shui Linlang used the contradiction to chisel open the crystal, which then split into 4 pieces of different sizes. He squatted down to eat, and asked in a questioning tone, "What did you just say? How is that possible?" Lu Sankai walked over, took the contradiction away, and examined it carefully. This is good stuff. Although it's a yellow rank weapon, it's as hard as an earth rank weapon. But it's a blunt weapon and doesn't have any offensive spiritual power. The design is too extreme, isn't it? Is the hardness of a contradiction as hard as that of a low-tier weapon? No wonder that assassin used a Xian rank weapon to fight the conflict head-on, but it was his Xian rank weapon that was deflected. Lu Sankai shifted the blame back to Shui Linlang, then laughed. Did you just eat a crystal? I advise you not to. The crystals of a 7th grade beast are different from those of a 6th grade beast, they're directly infused with deadly poison. Before he could finish speaking, he saw that the crystal on the ground had disappeared. Shui Linlang swallowed her saliva. Highly poisonous? Shui Linlang was taken aback. The next second, he felt a sharp abdominal pain. Lu Sankai hurriedly channeled his inner energy into him, saying, I already told you, someone once ate a 7th grade crystal and immediately died, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Since then, no one has dared to eat this stuff. Shui Linlang lay on the ground, covered in cold sweat. Although he was in excruciating pain, he clearly sensed that what was inside his body was not a deadly poison. That's the same kind of eerie pressure as the Void Rift. Chapter 84. This secret realm is too dangerous. Wrong. Shui Linlang suddenly felt that the toxin in her body was very strange. When it first entered my stomach, it felt very similar to the eerie pressure I felt when I had just passed through the Void Realm. After getting through this uncomfortable period and digesting a lot of the crystal, he felt that this toxin was very similar to the super dense spiritual energy that permeated the secret realm. It feels like oxygen. Normally it is a necessity for martial artists, but if the concentration is too high, it can become highly poisonous. Shui Linlang had a pretty good idea of the secret behind the revival of high martial arts and the appearance of the Void Realm 30 years ago. These two are essentially the same. Not only that, Shui Linlang also felt her spirit beginning to be eroded by this toxin. What's going on? Why can this strange spiritual energy also erode the spirit? My head is spinning. I feel like I'm going to lose my mind. I want to kill. I want to grind Li Siji to dust. I want to destroy the Li family. Shui Linlang hurriedly began chanting a calming mantra. Without ignorance, without anger, without desire, without wants. No abandonment, no forsaking, no action, no self. Gradually, he suppressed this mental erosion. Lu Sankai squatted to the side watching, and couldn't help but ask in astonishment, you actually have a technique to protect your spirit? Is your family that rich? Shui Linlang was too weak to argue with him, he was already sweating profusely from the discomfort. Despite her exceptional physical abilities, Shui Linlang always felt that she couldn't resist the toxin. If this toxin invades the brain and damages one's mental state through physical means, there's nothing one can do about it. But for some reason, the toxin didn't go to the brain instead, it started to invade the body's detoxification organs. Instead, it was slowly cleared away by Shui Linlong's detoxification organs. Phew! Gradually, Shui Linlang returned to normal. His physical fitness improved dramatically as a result of this incident. It became level 11.99. I just haven't broken through level 12. Damn it! I almost died, and you're just trying to piss me off, huh? Shui Linlang stood up weakly. You're incredibly lucky, kid. You're still alive? Lu Sankai clapped his hands in congratulations. Luck? Shui Linlang looked into her pocket and saw the peace knot that young Jisheng had given her. This peace knot can increase your luck by 100%. Was I able to get through this because of the goddess's blessing? Hee hee. Lu Sankai suddenly put his arm around Shui Linlong's shoulder and laughed. By the way, you're not dead. Has your body changed at all? According to the records, no first-grade martial artist has ever survived a 7th-grade crystal. Tell me quickly, what are the benefits? Don't you know what the crystals do when you eat them? Shui Linlang asked back. Lu Sankai thought for a moment and muttered, how would I know? I've never eaten it, and no one's that stupid, right? I only know that crystals are very effective in medicine, but I've never heard of eating crystals raw. But even a typical first-grade martial artist's body couldn't handle it, could it? Shui Linlang was stunned for a moment. It seems I was one of the pioneers. No, Lin Zhan was definitely one of the pioneers too. Although I know that eating raw crystals can improve physical fitness, it's only because my physical fitness is strong enough to withstand it. Probably not many people have tried this. I just feel like I'm about to die. Shui Linlang still chose to keep the secret. After all, Lin Zhan didn't make it public, so why should I increase the number of people who surpass me later? Feeling bored, Lu Sankai scratched his head and continued walking. You shouldn't eat random things next time. As he walked, Shui Linlong's calming and rejuvenating technique began to activate, and his body slowly regained its strength. Lu Sankai stared in disbelief. You even have this kind of martial arts technique? Are you the son of some tycoon? Shui Linlang ignored him and continued walking. They continued deeper into the palace. Along the way, they encountered many treasures, such as yellow rank daggers and yellow rank cultivation techniques. Lu Sankai thought most of them were too inferior and didn't need them, so he gave them to Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang didn't mind the quality after all, she could sell what she didn't need. Moreover, there are several new combination martial arts techniques in it, which I can practice with Yang Jisheng. If only I could find some dual cultivation techniques. Along the way, they encountered another 7th-grade exotic beast. He was also easily killed by Lu Sankai. Strange, how can there be so many rank 7 beasts in a rank C secret realm? Did the people who investigated before make a mistake in their analysis? Lu Sankai muttered. But Shui Linlang ignored him and went to dig for crystals instead. You little brat, didn't you die enough last time? You want more? Lu Sankai complained. Can't I sell it? Shui Linlang said. That makes sense. Give this to me. Get out. I dug this out with all my hard work. Mean. Although Shui Linlang no longer dared to eat this stuff, it was never a bad thing to keep it, since it was the only way to improve her physical fitness. And so, the two continued their exploration. Soon they arrived at the main hall, which resembled the core of a palace. The two appeared in the corridor on the 2nd floor of the main hall. On the 1st floor below, inside the main hall, a group of senior high school students were already fighting. However, each of them was afraid of being held accountable later, so none of them went all out, they only wanted to beat the other person half to death. The main hall is very spacious, twice the size of the Hall of Supreme Harmony in the Forbidden City. At the far end of the hall, there was also a magnificent golden throne, upon which rested a glowing bamboo scroll. Hee hee, it looks like that's the core treasure of this secret realm, Lu Sankai said excitedly. Shui Linlang squatted on the balcony and watched quietly. With Lu Sankai around, I can't compete with him. Finally, a senior high school student broke through the obstacles of others and became the first to reach the throne. He simply reached out and snatched the bamboo slips away. Suddenly, another person rushed up and kicked him away. The man crashed headfirst into the throne. Amazingly, the throne moved back 2 meters, as if this mechanism had been set in advance. Thump thump thump. As the throne moved, the entire palace shook. No, it wasn't just the palace that shook, the entire secret realm began to tremble. The violent tremor made everyone lose their footing, and even Lu Sankai fell down. Shui Linlang was strong and managed to hold onto the railing tightly to avoid falling. Soon, the palace was evenly distributed. What happened? The palace hasn't changed at all? Just as everyone was confused, a student ran in from the corridor, shouting, "Ah! Something terrible has happened. There are so many high-level beasts in the inner hall. It's a beast tide." The next second, 3 7th-grade exotic beasts rushed in. This scared everyone so much that they ran away as fast as they could. The student with the bamboo slip was about to run away when Lu Sankai snatched it away in an instant, saying, "This is mine now, you run." When the student saw that it was Lu Sankai, he couldn't blame his treasure and hurriedly fled for his life. Lu Sankai immediately flew back to the corridor where Shui Linlang was, squatted down, and began to examine the bamboo slip. What kind of good thing is this? The strange beast below couldn't climb up, so it chased after the other students. Lu Sankai slowly looked at the contents of the bamboo slips, and his expression suddenly froze. "What's wrong? Are you not satisfied with this treasure?" Shui Linlang asked curiously. "No, this isn't some treasure, it's the key to the array that seals this secret realm," Lu Sankai said, his face filled with terror. The bamboo slips move, the throne shifts. When heaven and earth are in chaos, all beasts rise up. As he recited the words, he recalled the many 7th-grade exotic beasts present. Lu Sankai was so frightened that he immediately got up and left. "Run! This secret realm isn't a sea-level secret realm at all. This is a suppressed rank B secret realm. All the students outside are in danger." Chapter 85, the students faced the end of the world. Shui Linlang was completely dumbfounded. Is this a suppressed B-level secret realm? In other words, the suppression was lifted when the bamboo slips were moved. The secret realm has also been restored from a C-level secret realm to a B-level secret realm. However, only martial artists of level 4 or above are allowed to enter the B-level secret realm, which is a disaster for high school students who are generally only at the 1st to 3rd rank. And since the secret realm has just been activated, a beast tide will definitely be launched. It's dangerous outside. After Lu Sankai jumped down, he prepared to leave. "Wait for me," Shui Linlang called out. "No! Don't follow me. You continue searching for the core treasure here," Lu Sankai shouted. "What's the point of treasures if you're already dead?" Shui Linlang retorted. "No, the core treasure is the main driver of the secret realm. If you take the core treasure, the spiritual energy of the entire secret realm will decrease. Its danger level will return to C+. In that case, the beast tide will also be weakened." Lu Sankai shouted anxiously. "You're going to find the core treasure, which is also saving the people outside. There's no time. I need to go and notify the Martial Arts Integration Bureau to come and rescue us. You go find them right away." Immediately afterwards, Lu Sankai left. What? So this is how the secret realm and the core treasure are related. No wonder the Martial Arts Integration Bureau didn't send anyone else to retrieve the core treasure. It turns out that after it's taken away, the C-level secret realm will become a barren D+ level secret realm, which is not suitable for high school students to cultivate in. Shui Linlang stood on the balcony, pondering her next move. How are we supposed to find it now? The feeling of having such a heavy burden on my shoulders is a little nerve-wracking. He took out the compass that Nan Yan had given him, used to detect spiritual energy. But because it was inside the palace, the compass was practically wandering around aimlessly. What should we do? Just as Shui Linlang was looking around, his gaze was drawn to a patch of blackness behind the throne. He hurriedly ran to the throne. This is a staircase entrance leading down. And judging from the dust that has fallen on it, it was just opened. Is it a new channel? It must have been opened along with the palace when it was being renovated. The high school senior who bumped into the throne earlier is gone. He deliberately took the opportunity to go in. There were also footprints on the steps. Just then, the compass, which had been wandering aimlessly, started swaying incessantly in the direction of the passage. It seems, the spiritual energy inside is even more abundant than outside. Most of the core treasures are inside. Without saying a word, Shui Linlang jumped in. It was both to obtain the treasure and to save lives. Rush! Yang Jixiang and his group were slowly hunting strange beasts, gathering herbs and spirit stones, and leveling up at a leisurely pace. Moreover, they ran into Chen Qianma and a dozen or so students. So the 30 people regrouped and continued exploring the secret realm. With Chen Qianma as our leader, the group became more organized. Chen Qianma was somewhat shocked to see Yang Jixiang so actively helping others. Her personality is changing more and more. But she also noticed something was amiss. Yang Jixiang seems to have no idea how to refuse others, and she will help with any small favor. However, she couldn't say anything. So I ignored it. And just now, Nan Huai successfully upgraded to a third-grade martial artist by utilizing the abundant spiritual energy and rare natural treasures here. This is probably the only third-rank martial artist in the whole class. Everyone cheered and applauded for Nan Hua. Congratulations on getting into Nanhua No. 1 High School. You are the future pride of our school, Zhao Shuang said with a smile. But Nan Huai's mind wasn't on her. Instead, he turned to look at Yang Jixiang, who was also clapping next door. Yang Jixiang, I'm already a third-grade martial artist. You seem to be almost a third-grade martial artist too. If you need any guidance, I'd be happy to help, Nan Hua said, her face slightly flushed. He seemed eager to receive praise and special attention from Yang Jixiang. No need, Shui will help me, Yang Jixiang said with a simple smile. Nan Hua was somewhat disappointed. Why isn't Shui Linlang with you? Just as he was about to ask something, the ground suddenly began to shake violently. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't stand up. They all lay face down on the ground. What happened? Another earthquake? Is it another flood? Impossible. This is even more violent than the floods of a few days ago. Just as everyone was puzzled, the earthquake disappeared. But then it turned into a more subtle vibration. This kind of vibration. It's a beast tide. Everyone, run. This is no ordinary beast tide, it's a massive beast tide of tens of thousands of strange beasts. At this moment, the entire secret realm was as if a huge chaos bomb had been dropped on it, plunging it into extreme chaos. The once tranquil and peaceful beasts now seemed to be driven by a mysterious and powerful force, and they all fell into a state of frenzied riot. Thousands upon thousands of strange beasts rampaged through the secret realm like a surging tide. Their eyes gleamed with a frenzied light, and they emitted low growls and sharp hisses from time to time. These high-level beasts come in various shapes and sizes. Some are as large as small mountains, and each step they take on the ground causes a slight tremor. Some were agile and nimble, darting through the dense forest like lightning. They ran wildly, trampling the grass and trees in their wake, turning up the soil and raising clouds of dust. Some smaller creatures followed closely behind the larger one, as if seeking its protection. The large, strange beasts charged forward without any hesitation. Their strength was immense, easily snapping thick trees and even shattering huge rocks. When they discover where humans are, they act like ferocious beasts that have spotted a target, launching an attack without regard for anything else. They are incredibly fast, reaching humans in the blink of an eye. Some of the beasts opened their gaping maws, revealing sharp teeth, as if they were about to swallow humans whole. Others brandished their enormous claws, creating a whooshing sound, as if they were about to smash humans into mincemeat. Their attacks are fierce and violent, terrifying to behold. The atmosphere inside the secret realm was extremely tense, as the Martial Arts Integration Bureau was unaware of the current situation inside and had not yet entered. Currently, the students can only deal with the situation directly within the entire secret realm. This has, of course, caused a large number of casualties. The same applies to Yang Jixiang and his group. They first tried to escape frantically, but how could that compare to the beast's feat? Chen Qianma, who stayed behind to direct the crowd, accidentally fell down in a panic. It looked like the leading 5th-grade beast was about to kill Chen Qianma in one bite. Click! Yang Jixiang drew her sword and rushed backward. Taking advantage of the beast's open mouth, she swiftly pierced the beast's head through its mouth with her sword. Chen Qianma was stunned. Chapter 86 Turning the Tide. Please read on. Dear readers, please. How terrifying. So many strange beasts. So many people died. Shui. Help. Yang Jixiang panicked and fled with the crowd. Don't panic, everyone. Let's evacuate in an orderly manner. Although Chen Qianma was also trembling with fear, she couldn't help but stand still and direct the evacuation when she saw everyone in such a panic. Chen, run. Yang Jixiang shouted as she ran past Chen Qianma. You go first, there are still many students behind us who can't find their way. Chen Xianma hurriedly took a few steps back and called out to the students behind her who were panicking and not knowing where to go. Come this way. Not only that, Chen Xianma also used her control techniques to spread a layer of frost on the ground, thus creating a trap to delay the alien beasts. But the thick smoke from the surging beast tide in the distance was getting closer and closer. Chen Xianma thought she could catch her breath, but to her surprise, the speed of the speed-type beasts in pursuit far exceeded her expectations. Before she could even notice, while she was still setting up the frost trap, the leading speed-type monster was already 50 meters away from her. This terrified her, and she hurriedly ran away. But because of excessive nervousness, she accidentally fell to the ground. The speed-type rank 5 beast arrived in front of her in less than a few seconds. The frost trap she set only delayed the beast for a few seconds. Chen Xianma screamed in terror. Chen Xianma! Yang Jishan shouted as Chen Xianma was about to be killed. What to do? Should we escape? Or should we go rescue them? If it were Yuki, what would he do? Shui wouldn't be so heartless as to stand by and watch someone die. If I were to stand by and watch someone die, Shui would definitely be disappointed in me. Besides, Chen was killed because of everyone with her abilities, she could have run faster than me. Moreover, in this situation, if everyone doesn't help each other, they will all just become food for the monsters one by one. In that case, I'll never see Yuki again. Yang Jishan immediately turned around and ran. She used her internal energy to quickly strengthen all the muscles in her body, especially her slender legs that seemed to have no muscles. Because of the excessive accumulation of energy, the energy in the meridians of her legs emitted a blue light, giving her black stockings a large blue pattern. Seeing Yang Jishan running back, Nanhua hurriedly called out, Yang Jishan, what are you doing? I can't abandon Qin. Yang Jishan rushed back without hesitation. Ignore her. We can't stop her from going to her death. Zhao Shuang shouted. Nanhua was stunned. Yang Jishan's behavior was somewhat contrary to his expectations. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on Yang Jishan's back, unable to look away. After his legs were strengthened by an excessive amount of internal energy, Yang Jishan rushed to Chen Xianma's side at a speed unimaginable to humans. As the beast charged towards Chen Xianma, it launched an attack. Taking advantage of the beast's open maw, she swiftly pierced its head through its mouth with her sword. The amazing thing is, this exquisite cross-shaped sword seemed to be a natural counter to the strange beasts. The beast's flesh and blood were as fragile as paper, easily pierced by Yang Jishan, and even penetrating the top of their heads. After Yang Jishan pierced the monster's head, he immediately drew his sword. Before the giant body of the alien beast collapsed, she quickly dragged Chen Xianma away. Yang Jishan, how did you do that? That was a 5th-grade exotic beast, how could you kill it with a single sword strike? Chen Xianma asked in shock. Yang Jishan didn't know how to explain. But she knew that most of the credit still came from Shui Linlong's gift of the sword. Even a beast's mouth would be difficult to pierce with an ordinary blade. Thank you for saving me. Chen Xianma hugged Yang Jishan excitedly. Chen, you're too kind. This was the first time Yang Jishan had encountered something like this, and she was so embarrassed that her head was about to explode. Just as the two of them were beginning to appreciate each other, a large number of strange beasts have already rushed up. Behind them was a large group of students who hadn't had time to escape. Help! I don't want to die. My legs. Without any hesitation, Yang Jishan used his inner energy to strengthen his legs once more and charged toward the strange beast not far away. At that moment, she suddenly discovered that she could use the internal energy within her body with ease. If she wants to strengthen her legs with her internal energy, she can strengthen her legs. If she wants to strengthen her arms with her internal energy, she can strengthen her arms. The internal energy within her body seemed to possess a spirit, acting entirely according to her will. Even without having learned the relevant techniques and martial arts, she could achieve the desired effect simply by utilizing the flow and gathering of internal energy. At that very moment, she first gathered her energy in her legs, causing them to shimmer with beautiful patterns, and then, as she rushed towards the beast, she instantly channeled that energy into her arms. The veins in his arms burst forth with a dazzling blue light, and Yang Jishan's explosive power reached an astonishing level. Click! With the Chili Cross Sword's restraining effect, Yang Jishan severed the beast's head with a single strike. She immediately shouted to the students on the ground, from who knows which school, run. Immediately afterwards, she rushed to the other side to save another person. This left Chen Xianma, who was standing to the side, completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Yang Jixiang was like an invincible Valkyrie, constantly shuttling through the beast tide and rescuing strangers who were about to lose their lives. After rescuing a large number of people, Yang Jixiang jumped up a nearby hillside and shouted, "Everyone run this way! Don't panic!" At this moment, she, standing on high ground, it appears extremely majestic and imposing. She was wearing a black school skirt and a white turtleneck short-sleeved shirt, showcasing her slender figure. Her straight legs were clad in black tights, paired with running shoes. He held a cross-shaped sword that emitted colorful light in his hand. The wind blew her short, ear-length hair, perfectly revealing her exquisite face, which, despite its freckles, made her even more captivating. Everyone was stunned. At that moment, she was more beautiful than all the girls in the school. Chen Qianmo was completely dumbfounded. Nan Hui, who was usually taciturn, stared wide-eyed at this moment, his heart pounding. On the other side, Shui Linlang held the compass in both hands and slowly moved through the tunnel. The range of the compass's swing is getting smaller and smaller. This proves that the location of the core treasure is not far ahead. After he emerged completely from the tunnel, he was greeted by an incredibly spacious underground palace. There are thousands upon thousands of terracotta warriors here, and in the middle of the terracotta warriors there is only one magnificent passageway leading to the altar directly in front. On the altar, there was a treasure that radiated spiritual light. It was a ball, a Tai Chi ball with two yin-yang fish rotating in the middle. Ha ha ha. Finally, someone's here. A high school senior next to him burst out laughing. He pointed to the stone tablet beside him. The two poles of yin and yang. Life and death are predetermined. Only then can passage be permitted. It's obvious that someone has to die before it can be approved. Chapter 87: The Dark Side of Human Nature Seeking Monthly Tickets. Seeing this, Chen Qianma gritted her teeth and shouted, "Yang Jixiang, I'm here to help you." She is an ice attribute martial arts practitioner. Originally, I was supposed to learn ice-based attack techniques like the Frost Palm and the Ice Soul Sword. However, in order to cooperate with Luo Guanyao's main output group, they specifically learned control-type techniques. Okay. Thank you, Chen. Yang Jixiang said with a smile. Therefore, Chen Qianma drew her willow leaf knife and followed Yang Jixiang, helping her slow down the movements of the strange beasts. Following their call to action, even the highest-ranking Nan Huai here joined the battle. Therefore, many people with some ability also joined the combat team. In this way, they saved over 100 people in half a day. Many senior high school students also joined the team. However, Yang Jixiang was only a peak second-grade martial artist. She did not have a Qi Si, so even though she was exceptionally talented, she was still easily exhausted. She sat on the gravel and rested for a while. At this moment, cries for help came from the nearby woods. "Help! Help me!" A girl with a harsh appearance fled in a panic toward where the group was gathered. Upon seeing this, Yang Jixiang rushed towards the strange beast without saying a word, using the little energy he had left. Click! The beast died on the spot. "Are you all right?" Yang Jixiang asked reassuringly. "Do I look okay? My pants are almost torn. Can't you hurry up and save me?" "Stop dawdling," the girl from another school shouted impatiently. This was the first time Yang Jixiang had encountered such a situation. She clearly helped her, so why is she being blamed? She was so naive that she even genuinely wondered if she hadn't done a good enough job. "I'm sorry. I'll definitely be quick this time," Yang Jixiang said apologetically. "Really? Be more careful next time." The woman turned and went back. Call. Just as Yang Jixiang breathed a sigh of relief, shouts came from the other side. "Hey, you short-haired, freckled girl, come quick and help." Yang Jixiang turned his head and saw several students surrounding a fourth-grade exotic beast. She rushed over and killed the beast with a single, simple sword strike. Running back and forth left her breathless. "Hey, hurry up next time. You're so good, you should help more," the students shouted. Okay, Yang Jixiang nodded hurriedly. Chen Qianma ran over and scolded, "What are you doing? Why did you just climb to the riverbank? Didn't I tell you? The riverbank has the most strange beasts. Why did you still go there?" These people didn't take it seriously and started laughing. "We're thirsty." "Yeah, what's wrong with going to get some water? You guys are so strong, can't you escort us to get some water?" You guys, Chen Qianma was furious, but as the class monitor who had always been a peacemaker, she didn't know what to do in this situation. Being too lenient is not good, but being too harsh seems to be detrimental to harmony as well. The group of people left with smiles on their faces. Chen Xianhua turned around and shouted at Yang Jixiang, they could have handled the beasts themselves. Don't rush out recklessly next time. Ha ha ha. Yang Jixiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and laughed. She was still basking in the sense of accomplishment she felt from rescuing people a few days earlier. Just then, a newlywed couple rushed to the vicinity of their meeting place. 3 strange beasts were chasing them from behind. Someone has already fallen and had their leg bitten by the beast. Without saying a word, Yang Jixiang rushed over to help. At this moment, Nan Huai, who was closest, also rushed over. The two of them killed the group of strange beasts together. Then a girl hugged the boy who had been bitten on the leg and lay on the ground. She cried out, Junjia, are you alright? Does it hurt? I'll go call a healing healer. Chen Xianhua then ran off. At this moment, the girl, her face streaked with tears, suddenly became agitated and yelled at Yang Jixiang, it's all your fault. Couldn't you have saved us faster? It's all your fault. Yang Jixiang was stunned by her shout. She had no idea why she was being scolded, but it was the first time she had encountered something like this, and she had no idea what to do. Nan Hua, who was sexually apathetic, just stared blankly at Yang Jixiang's beautiful face, which was in a difficult position. So pitiful, so cute. Yang Jixiang was so aggrieved that she almost cried. At night, Yang Jixiang was just about to lie down and go to sleep. She had killed dozens of strange beasts all day, and her internal energy was almost depleted. Moreover, I've consumed a whole bunch of the qi replenishing pills that Shui Linlang gave me. She was exhausted, both physically and mentally. She had just found a good spot to lie down and was just taking a nap. I was woken up by that mean-looking girl from today. Hey, you're the strongest here, why aren't you on night watch? How are we weaker people supposed to keep watch? But Yang Jixiang was already so sleepy. But at this moment, a large group of people behind Bo Nu also started shouting. That's right, we'll feel more at ease if you're on night watch. If I were as strong as you, I'd immediately and without hesitation go on night watch. I really want to keep watch, but I'm not good enough. Chen Xianhua wasn't there at the moment. She had gone to discuss the escape route for tomorrow with the senior students. Yang Jixiang, completely unable to refuse others, could only endure her exhaustion and walk to the hillside at the edge of the settlement to begin her night watch. The dozen or so people lay there chatting about gossip, showing no signs of sleeping. Yang Jixiang was tongue-tied, so he could only hold the sword Shui Linlang had given him and fight off sleepiness alone on the hillside. Nan Huai, on the other hand, saw this as an opportunity to be alone with Yang Jixiang. He walked excitedly to Yang Jixiang's side and sat down. Yang Jixiang, I never knew you were so beautiful. Your fighting ability is really strong, I feel it's no less than mine. Ha, I wish you were in our group. Yang Jixiang was extremely sleepy, but out of politeness, she had to respond to him. Good. Thanks. Ha ha. I feel so bad. Click click click. Shui Linlang got into a fight with the senior high school student. Since someone has to die to obtain the core treasure, Shui Linlang is not going to hold back at all. Furthermore, since he didn't know the other party and the other party also wanted to kill him, he had no reason to hesitate. As the game progressed, something felt off about this senior high school student. What's going on? Aren't you just a low-level martial artist? Why do you have so much internal energy? The most common tactic for a 4th-rank martial artist against a lower-rank martial artist is to wear them down. Exhaust the opponent's inability to generate their own energy. But Shui Linlang has double the Qi Si, making her even more powerful than him, so this method is no match for her. Shui Linlang has a physical attribute of 11.99 and a 50% strength enhancement. In addition, she has a wonderful cultivation technique given by the system. This senior high school student is simply unbeatable. The biggest problem is that this senior high school student is also an assassin-type martial artist, which is why he was able to take the bamboo slit first. Just then, another voice came from the tunnel. Hey! Kobayashi, who are you fighting so hard for? Shui Linlang turned her head and looked. He's actually a beginner-level 5th rank expert. Chapter 88 A critical moment. Please read on. Please vote. Ah Dong? What brings you here? Shaolin, a 4th rank assassin, was overjoyed. Ah Dong, a 5th rank junior official, smiled slightly. I saw you didn't escape with us, so I came back to find you. I never expected you'd run into an opponent here. Ah Dong glanced at Shui Linlang. A first-rank martial artist? Oh, his whole body is covered in magical treasures. No wonder he can fight against opponents of higher levels. What's the situation now? Kobayashi pointed to the stone tablet beside him and said, the core treasure is right across from us. Someone has to die. So that's how it is. Kid, you're out of luck today. Ah Dong laughed. I've just been promoted to the 5th rank, and I haven't even shown my power yet. Shui Linlang immediately tensed up. They had been in this secret place for several days. I reckon that apart from myself, who is an oddball who deliberately suppresses my cultivation level, everyone else has probably leveled up at least one level. That super genius, Xing Jilian, is probably already at the 6th rank. We were fine dealing with that 4th rank assassin just now, but I wonder what this 5th rank assassin is like. 1 against 2 is still a bit risky. Ah Dong then gathered his strength and unleashed a Tongbei fist at Shui Linlang. Martial arts levels: 1st rank is Ming Jin Manifest Strength, 2nd rank is In Jin Hidden Strength, 3rd rank is Hua Jin Transformation Strength, 4th rank is Qi Sheng High Vital Energy C, and 5th rank is Xian Jin Yuan Manifested True Essence. Upon reaching the 5th rank martial artist stage, a martial artist's level will be at a higher level. That is, the quality of internal energy is improved, turning into true Qi, from intangible Qi to tangible true Qi. A 5th rank martial artist with true Qi can generally crush 10 4th rank martial artists. When Adong unleashed this Tongbei fist, Shui Linlang could see many rings encircling his arms. This is the unusual phenomenon of true Qi erupting. Shui Linlang immediately used contradictions to resist with all her might. Bang! Even with her exceptional physical abilities, Shui Linlang was still knocked back 10 meters by that punch. He almost fell into the pit of the terracotta army. When he was half suspended above the terracotta warrior pit, all the terracotta warriors turned their heads to look at him. Ha! Do these terracotta warriors move? Cheryl Lang used her powerful core strength to return to the platform. How come this kid's as hard as a tortoise shell? Adong said, shaking his hand. Exactly, I can't hurt him at all. Kobayashi said disdainfully. Then let us go together. I'll hold him off while you attack his vitals. Ah Dong suggested. And so, the two of them went forward together to attack Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang was already struggling to deal with a 5th rank martial artist, and now he also had to deal with assassins who would sneak up on him from time to time. This left him unable to keep up and he was soon injured. 3-stage Dragon Roar Fist. After a dragon head phantom flashed on Adong's arm, he punched Shui Linlang in the abdomen. At that moment, Shui Linlang felt as if her internal organs had shifted. Puff! He immediately vomited blood. The assassin instantly appeared behind him, ready to strike. Shui Linlang was attacked from both sides and coughed up blood. He hurriedly waved the spear haphazardly, forcing the two men to retreat, and then he immediately jumped away to create distance between them. Shui Linlang wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. This can't go on. We need to think of a way. I have no way to deal with these two people. Could we use the terracotta warriors below? But how do we push them down? Shui Linlang had a sudden inspiration. It seemed she could use that thing. Immediately afterwards, he pretended to run away and ran towards the tunnel entrance. Quick, chase him. Don't let him get away. He ran away, so we'll have no more dead bodies to deal with. At this moment, Shui Linlang was on the inside, while the two of them were facing the terracotta army pit. Shui Linlang immediately turned around, lifted the contradiction high, and slammed it into the ground with all her might. Activate the Divine Martial Arts Technique. The Moving Great Wall. Martial Arts Divine Skill, Moving Great Wall activated. Bang! Suddenly, where the spearhead of the contradiction is stuck in the ground, a phantom image of a city wall suddenly expanded, growing to the size of a normal city wall in less than half a second. Because the host used contradictory armor, the effect of the Great Wall has increased by 30%. Immediately afterwards, the city wall increased in size by about 30%. In this narrow space, a huge city wall suddenly appeared, and the two senior high school students were directly blown away by the wall. And just like that, I fell right into the pit of the terracotta army. And these terracotta warriors suddenly came to life, hacking wildly at them. Ah, these two people died inside. Shui Linlang stood at the edge of the pit, watching their deaths. It's funny, I never thought I'd use a defensive skill to kill someone. When the two of them died, the words on the stone tablet changed. Life and death are decided. Yin and yang are complete. We may proceed. The ornate passageway in the middle of the terracotta army pit suddenly became brightly lit. Even the lifeless bronze lamps beside the passageway suddenly lit up on their own. Shui Linlang was still a little worried. He carefully stepped onto the aisle. They found that none of the terracotta warriors around them were moving. Only then did he feel at ease and walk up. Soon, he walked to the altar and took the yin-yang symbol. At that moment, the method of using the yin-yang symbol instantly appeared in his mind. A celestial treasure. Using this yin-yang fish can burn one's soul to temporarily enhance martial arts cultivation. Hiss. So this is the soul burning technique. Although the cost was a bit high, the effect seems pretty good. We can now use this as our trump card. So, Shui Linlang put the yin-yang symbol into the system space and hurriedly left. Yang Jixiang was extremely tired all day because she hadn't slept well the night before. During the day, this group of people moved towards the entrance of the secret realm, encountering many strange beasts along the way. One of them was injured. Yang Jixiang rushed over to check on you. Are you all right? The man clutched his injured arm and angrily yelled at Yang Jixiang, "What's wrong with you? I called you for help when we encountered the beast. Why were you dozing off? You bastard. I'm sorry. Yang Jixiang hurriedly apologized. Exactly. She's clearly the strongest here, can't she be a little more proactive? You won't bully us just because we're weak, will you? We might have to beg her before she'll help us get rid of the monsters." No, that's not true. Yang Jixiang was speechless, she was tongue-tied and had no idea how to refute it. Suddenly, at this moment, the beast tide in the distance has started again. It's a beast tide. Quickly form formation. Everyone stood up and formed the battle formation that they had spontaneously created over the past few days. The seniors are in front, and the weaker students are behind. But this time it was different. The leader of the beast tide was actually an 8th grade exotic beast. The battle formation composed of senior high school students was instantly overwhelmed. It's an 8th grade exotic beast. Aha! The group of people were so frightened that they ran away as fast as they could. Yang Jixiang hurriedly shouted to the people beside him, "Don't be afraid, everyone. We must maintain our formation to defend ourselves." Before she could finish speaking, she was shoved down by that mean-looking guy from yesterday. Get out of my way. If you want to die, then go ahead and die. Don't stop me. Yang Jixiang fell to the ground. At this moment, she was exhausted and sleepy, and she fainted on the ground for a few seconds. When she regained consciousness and looked up, the 8th grade beast was already in front of her. The 8th rank beast raised its claws high, ready to crush Yang Jixiang. Yang Jixiang! No! Chen Xianma screamed from not far away. Yang Jixiang stared blankly at the terrifying 8th grade beast. What to do? Shui. I'm sorry. I can't take the college entrance exam with you. She closed her eyes and began to cry. Bang! The next second, a brass-colored spear suddenly flew from the horizon, pinning the 8th grade beast to a nearby cliff. Chapter 89 Thunderous Methods. This moment, everyone was stunned. The 8th grade beast, which dozens of them couldn't defeat, was actually killed with a single spear thrust. This frightened the group of low-level beasts behind them, causing them to flee in terror. Yang Jixiang was also stunned. But what she saw was a contradiction etched onto the 8th rank beast. She immediately became excited. It's Shui. He came to save me. The girl sat on the ground and burst into tears. It seemed she wanted to vent all the grievances she had accumulated over the past few days. On the other side, Shui Linlang had just left the palace. They ran towards the entrance to the Void Realm. Given the current situation, everyone should be running towards the entrance to get help from the Martial Arts Union. Shui Linlang possessed the Divine Speed technique, and he dashed forward at lightning speed. However, just as he climbed up a hillside, he saw an 8th rank beast cutting grass not far away. That group of students was completely defeated by it. And it was still sprinting, almost reaching a slender young woman. It's Yang Jixiang. Shui Linlang immediately panicked. But this place is a full 300 meters away from where Yang Jixiang is. It's too late now. Shui Linlang suddenly thought of attacking the 8th grade beast with a javelin. But with my current strength, it seems I'm not capable of throwing a spear 300 meters and killing an 8th grade alien beast. Etc. He took out the yin-yang symbol. Are we going to use it right after we get it? There was no time to hesitate. Shui Linlang immediately used the yin-yang symbol. The yin-yang symbol immediately glowed, scorching his soul. Ha! Burning your soul isn't as terrifying as you imagined, is it? 2nd rank martial artist. 3rd rank martial artist. 7th rank martial artist. Martial arts grandmaster. In just 1 second, Shui Linlang raised her cultivation level to the martial arts grandmaster. The most distinctive feature of a martial arts master is their ability to project their inner energy. In other words, he can throw his true energy in this contradiction together to form a true energy missile. So Shui Linlang raised the spear high and hurled it with all her might at the 8th grade beast. Because it was an outward release of true energy, Shui Linlang was able to control the position of the javelin along the way to ensure that it accurately struck the strange beast. Bang! The spear, as it sliced through the air, accurately pierced the head of the 8th rank beast. Even with the strength of a grandmaster, it was still forcefully knocked away and pinned to the cliff face 20 seconds later. Amazing! Chen Qianma screamed. Nan Huai was also dumbfounded. He had just wanted to save Yang Jixiang, but hesitated because he was not strong enough. Yay! A master has come to our rescue. The mean-faced man cheered excitedly. Shui Linlang was lying on the ground at this moment. He felt dizzy immediately after using the yin-yang symbol to burn his soul and boost his cultivation. But I regained consciousness a few seconds later. He checked his body. There was nothing unusual about my body. Logically speaking, burning one's soul should be very uncomfortable, but he didn't feel anything. Ha! Is the price of burning one's soul really that small? Could it be because I am a time traveler that my soul strength is so high? Hee, this proves that I can use this thing often in the future, right? Ha 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 ha. Shui Linlang hurriedly got up and ran towards Yang Jixiang's direction. Because Shui Linlang took the core treasure, the spiritual energy fluctuations in the entire secret realm were significantly weakened. At this moment, Lu Sankai, who was blocked at the entrance of the secret realm by tens of thousands of strange beasts, noticed this. The spiritual energy level has dropped, and the secret realm's level has dropped to C+. In other words, there will no longer be any 8th grade exotic beasts that are only found in B-grade secret realms. Lu Sankai shouted to the people from the Martial Arts Integration Bureau around him. Immediately eliminate the existing high-level alien beasts, and then do everything in our power to rescue the students inside. Teachers from various schools also went in to help the students. Lu Fian and the others joined the battle. If the students were to die here, they would be overwhelmed by the parents, especially since most of the martial arts students come from wealthy families, and they are not to be trifled with. Shui Linlang hurriedly ran to Yang Jixiang's side. Yang Jixiang! Shui-san! Yang Jixiang was overjoyed. She stood up and ran towards Shui Linlang. She couldn't help but throw herself into Shui Linlang's arms. This terrified Shui Linlang. Shui-san! Ding! Host, you truly possess the physique of a succubus. You've actually managed to make a super goddess throw herself into your arms. Congratulations, host, on completing the daily task, your first hug with Yang Jixiang. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 top-tier dragon transformation pills. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a tier 1 protective gear, the Extreme Path Bellyband. Congratulations, host, on acquiring a 5% stake in the Donghuang Refining Group. Ding! Yang Jixiang's favorability has increased by 5%. Hiss. Yakuza-style bellyband? Is this something I can actually use? It seems the only option is to give it to Yang Jixiang. After calming down, Yang Jixiang suddenly realized that her behavior was too embarrassing. With so many people watching, she was so frightened that she quickly let go of Shui Linlang, turned around, lowered her head, and blushed. Shui. I was just too excited. I'm sorry. Shui Linlang scratched her head and smiled wryly. Chen Qianma and the others rushed over. Shui Linlang, was it you who threw the spear just now? When did you become so skilled? Chen Qianma exclaimed in shock. Nan Huai's face was ashen. He had just seen Yang Jixiang hugging Shui Linlang, and he almost bit his teeth to pieces. At this moment, the group of people behind them started making a fuss. Great! Another one this strong. We're safe now. Yeah, that girl is so useless, she makes us get hurt all the time. Exactly. She didn't want to keep watch last night, it was infuriating. The man with the mean face ran over and smiled at Shui Linlang, saying, "You're quite handsome, aren't you? It wouldn't be a loss if you protected me." Shui Linlang smiled slightly. The next second, ahead, the stern-faced man let out a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered. Because Shui Linlang had already broken her left leg. "Shui Linlang, what are you doing?" Chen Qianma asked in a panic. Shui Linlang sneered, "Don't think I didn't see that she was the one who pushed young Jixiang down. A person like her doesn't deserve to live." Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang, with her mean face, threw her over to the strange beasts that were still watching and lingering in the distance, and she was instantly torn to pieces. Everyone was terrified by Shui Linlang's behavior. Shui Linlang continued walking over and said, "From what you were saying just now, it seems like it's only natural for others to protect you? I'm telling you now, only those with value deserve protection. I'll give you 3 seconds to offer your tribute. Let me see if you deserve to live." This drew strong opposition from that group of people. "What gives you the right? Believe it or not, we'll go and report you." "That's right, there are so many of us, are we afraid of just one of you?" Shui Linlang listed out the objections one by one. 1, 2, 3. Chapter 90 Herd Effect. 9, 10, 11? So many? No problem, one at a time. After counting the people who had just objected, Shui Linlang finished. Then he pointed behind him to the nailed 8th rank beast in the distance. He secretly activated the yin-yang fish, raising his cultivation level to the 5th rank of martial artist. A 5th rank martial artist uses his true qi. True qi, on the other hand, is tangible energy that can make simple things like pulling one's weapon back into one's hand. Immediately afterwards, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the spear that had pinned down the 8th rank beast, with its bizarre and contradictory shape, flew straight back into Shui Linlang's hand. Shui Linlang's hand barely moved, and the contradiction simply crashed into his hand. At that moment, everyone held their breath. Could he be a 5th rank martial artist? It should be noted that even among the senior high school students present, the highest rank is only 4th grade. In other words, no one present was his match. Even if everyone combined, they might not be his match. In that instant, those who had just shouted their opposition and insulted Shui Linlang immediately regretted it, their faces turning ashen. Everyone was shocked by Shui Linlang's move. Some people knelt down and begged for mercy, some continued to hurl insults, and others had already turned and run away. "Don't be so quick to back down. I still prefer how unruly you were just now." Bang! Shui Linlang accelerated and crippled those who had just been rude, and none of the ones who tried to escape were spared. These people were all crippled, their meridians were destroyed, and they would never be able to practice martial arts again, thus losing their source of pride. After dealing with these troublemakers, Shui Linlang continued to shout to everyone, "We're at least 10 kilometers from here to the entrance to the Void Realm. We must unite to survive until we get there. These selfish and troublesome people will only get us all killed." Think back to when they charged at the alien beast, what was their first reaction? After Shui Linlang said that, everyone started to recall the past. That's right, they were the first to run away even before the formation was forced. "Yeah, they almost killed us." Exactly, they're always the most enthusiastic when it comes to dividing up the spoils. They all deserve to die. 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 Under Shui Linlang's persuasive speech, everyone began to hate these troublemakers to the core. Some were so enraged that they rushed out and kicked the crippled troublemaker on the ground a few times. Chen Qianmo was completely dumbfounded. She always thought that being a leader meant being a peacemaker, navigating all sides, coordinating everywhere, and standing right in the middle of the scales. This led her to believe that using force internally was wrong, and that one must compromise and smile when dealing with one's own people. She is a typical saintly type of leader, which may work well in prosperous times, but in chaotic times, she is completely ineffective at managing people. This is also why she dared not act when faced with those troublemakers and their aggressive behavior. She was afraid of losing public trust. However, Shui Linlang's actions overturned her preconceived notions. Using force to eliminate those who oppose you can actually create a more united team with a shared goal. Because everyone has a strong and effective leader, everyone has only one guiding principle: follow him. This prevents conflicts from arising over trivial matters. Alright, this world is a dog-eat-dog world. The weak have no right to leave the secret realm alive. Everyone, pay me tribute, or I won't protect you for free. Shui Linlang shouted to the remaining dozens of people. Yang Jixiang stood behind Shui Linlang, looking very worried. Isn't it a bit too arrogant for Shui Linlang to collect protection money from dozens of people all by herself? But she was overthinking it. These dozens of people actually lined up in an orderly fashion, all coming to offer tribute to Shui Linlang. Yang Jixiang and Chen Qianmo were both dumbfounded. Shui, aren't you afraid they'll gang up on you? Yang Jixiang asked timidly. While packing the tributes from others into a sack, Shui Linlang explained, what's there to be afraid of? That's human nature, no, sheep nature. One dog can drive away tens of thousands of sheep. They could come after me together, but who among them would be willing to be the first to act? Hey, those troublemakers on the ground, I've killed them all. Looking at the people on the ground who had been beaten and were too afraid to cry out loud, Yang Jixiang couldn't help but feel a pang of tenderness in her heart. Shui, you crippled them all, isn't that a bit too cruel? Yang Jixiang muttered. Cruel? When they pushed you down and forced you to be their bodyguard, didn't they pity you? Shui Linlang complained. You. That's not how you use kindness. Kindness is selective, it depends on the recipient. Being kind to bad people is being cruel to yourself. If I hadn't arrived in time, you might have. What good would it have done if I had killed their parents too? I'm sorry. Yang Jixiang apologized, bowing her head. Although she was being scolded by Shui Linlang, she felt inexplicably happy. Shui, she cares about me in every way. Shui just killed that mean-spirited guy and beat up so many troublemakers, it was clearly to vent her anger. Shui is doing this for me, so I can't go against her even more. Especially when dealing with these troublesome people. After all, when I was pushed down, I realized that I had been too cowardly. If I hadn't been saved by Yuki and had survived on my own, I would have sought revenge on those people. I'm clearly trying to help them, so why should they tell me what to do? I'm so happy when I help people and they thank me, but why would someone take advantage of that to scheme against me? As expected, apart from Shui, none of the others are very trustworthy. I need to be more careful when dealing with strangers in the future. I'm still too stupid. Shui Linlang immediately received hundreds of offerings, including various kinds of items such as cultivation ammunition, crystals they had collected, and magical artifacts. That's a considerable fortune. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang shouted at them, weren't the strong ones on night watch before? Starting tonight, the weakest ones will be on night watch. The weak ones don't stand guard, and they only drag the team down during the day. What use are you guys? No one dared to utter a word of objection, and they all immediately began to carry out the orders. They traveled another kilometer and found a valley where they spent the night. Those who were considered weak by Chen Qianma and had previously lived a life of luxury inside were all driven out to guard the outside by Shui Linlang. Even though Shui Linlang who had been crippled were not spared, they were all sent to keep watch. And so, Shui Linlang lay in the middle, munching on the chocolate stored in the system space, quite content. Go to sleep. Look at you, you've been staying up all night, your dark circles are so bad. Shui Linlang shouted to Yang Jixiang, who was standing next to her. Shui, you should get some good morning too. Feeling reassured, Yang Jixiang quickly fell asleep. Chapter 91. Yang Jixiang's freckles are gone. The next day. For the first time since entering the secret realm, Yang Jixiang had a good night's sleep. When she woke up, she saw Shui Linlang sitting in a tree, looking at the beast tide in the distance. With the core treasure gone, the danger level of these beast tides has decreased. However, it seems that the previously generated 8th grade beasts have not been completely eliminated yet, and they are now rushing towards the entrance of the secret realm. This blocks both our escape route and the Martial Arts Unification Bureau's rescue route. Shui Linlang observed and then said. Chen Qianma pondered under the tree, while also asking for opinions from 2 or 3 senior high school students next door. Shui Linlang, they all say that in the end, we just waited for rescue in the same spot. Chen Qianma said. It's not impossible. Shui Linlang muttered. But the closer we get to the entrance, the easier it will be for the Martial Arts Integration Bureau to spot us. Let's move slowly towards the entrance. Chen Qianma and the other senior students nodded in agreement. So, after everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, they continued to crawl toward the entrance. Shui Linlang, holding the map, led them along the way with perfect accuracy. Previously, when Chen Qianma led them, they often got lost and encountered dead ends such as cliffs and rivers, because they didn't have a map, which caused them to have to turn back from time to time, making their movement extremely slow. Now that Shui Linlang has a map, even if their plan is to travel slowly, they will still be faster than before. This group of people is becoming increasingly reliant on Shui Linlang. Where did Shui get that map? Zhao Shuang muttered. Although Nan Hui had no expression, he had been sullen ever since Shui Linlang came here and took over the leadership. He became increasingly annoyed, especially when he saw Yang Jisheng following Shui Linlang around like a shadow, just like always. Soon, led by Shui Linlang, they walked 3 kilometers, killed more than a dozen strange beasts, and then ran into a leeward slope to spend the night. At night, Shui Linlang held a meeting around the campfire with Chen Xianma and several other leaders. We're still 5 or 6 kilometers away from the entrance. By then, Marshal St. Lu Sankai will be able to spot us easily, Shui Linlang said. Chen Xianma and several other senior high school students were immediately excited. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, how could things have gone so smoothly? Gao San said with a smile. Yeah, at first I thought you were a tyrant, but I didn't expect you to be more meticulous than anyone else, another senior laughed. Ha ha ha. Chen Xianma said with a wry smile. She suddenly realized that if Shui Linlang had competed with her for the class monitor position from the beginning of high school, she probably wouldn't have been able to win at all. If Shui Linlang had been the class monitor, bullying incidents like Li Siji bullying Yang Jisheng might never have happened in the first place. But in that case, the only conflict in the class would be between the troublemaker and the class monitor. That would be suffocating, wouldn't it? Perhaps Shui Linlang didn't want to take on such responsibility, which is why she remained an outsider. He's so capable and has such great courage, it's a bit of a shame. After the meeting, Shui Linlang returned to the center position. Yang Jisheng is still sitting here in meditation. Are you suppressing your cultivation level? Shui Linlang asked doubtfully. I feel like I can't hold back anymore, but I also feel like it's not the right time to break through, Yang Jisheng said. Shui Linlang thought for a moment and said, if you can't suppress it, then don't. Let's break through tonight. He then reached into his pocket, pretending to take something, and then took out the marrow cleansing pill that the system had previously given him from his system space. He also took out the dragon transformation pill that the system had just given him, which is an effective pill for breaking through to the 3rd rank of martial artist. Yang Jisheng was stunned for a moment. Can Shui's pants pockets hold this many things? However, she didn't ask. Shui Linlang then placed a pile of pills in her hands, eat all of these, and then break through. Yang Jisheng then wolfed down the pills as if they were snacks. Those watching from afar could only stare helplessly. It took Yang Jisheng 15 minutes to finish eating the more than 1 pound of pills. Because the pills she had taken were of a complete variety and all had excellent effects, cold smoke rose from Yang Jisheng's body. Shui, I can't hold back anymore. Yang Jisheng said, sweat beading on her forehead. Then hurry up and start breaking through your luck using the methods taught at school. Shui Linlang said. Good. Yang Jisheng then sat cross-legged and began to circulate the earth-rank qi refining technique. Following the school's breakthrough method, he began to guide the flow of his qi. Upgrading from a 2nd-grade martial artist to a 3rd-grade martial artist involves refining and purifying the sunken internal energy, giving it form and color. When the internal energy becomes concentrated to a certain degree, it will produce color according to the martial artist's own condition. This concentration of transformed energy, which is more substantial than that of hidden energy, is even stronger, laying the foundation for its future refinement into true energy. The energy of transformation is no longer the energy that circulates within the body, but rather becomes a part of the body, like blood. Yang Jisheng was, after all, an S-rank talent, and with Shui Linlang's guidance, she had accumulated enough foundation at the 2nd rank. Now, when she transformed it into the transformation realm, it directly erupted into an extraordinary phenomenon. This phenomenon was even more exaggerated than when she was promoted to a 1st-grade martial artist. Because she had taken the dragon transformation pill, her energy transformed into a dragon that coiled around her. Because it was the solidification and refinement of qi, the qi energy she was cultivating was insufficient. Therefore, she began to frantically absorb the surrounding spiritual energy using the earth-rank qi refining technique. The spiritual energy in the secret realm was already more abundant than the surrounding area, but Yang Jisheng washed it all away. Not long after, she then broke through to the 3rd-grade martial artist stage. At that moment, her body also underwent a qualitative change. The freckles on her face miraculously disappeared as if by magic. At the same time, her nearsightedness unexpectedly improved. With the disappearance of her freckles, her already exquisite features appeared even more beautiful and charming against the backdrop of her flawless face. Her cherry-like lips, her delicate nose, and her large eyes made her even more charming and beautiful against her flawless, snow-white face. Her entire face was like a porcelain doll, so delicate that it resembled a beauty created by AI painting. Her skin was as smooth as silk, without the slightest roughness. Every inch of her skin radiates a soft glow, making you want to gently touch it and feel its dreamlike, delicate texture. This left Shui Linlang stunned. This dog system is such a great matchmaker. Shui, why are you staring at me like that? Yang Jixiang asked, her face flushed. And nothing, ha ha ha. Shui Linlang suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He found himself increasingly hesitant to look Yang Jixiang in the eye. High school students are often shy when they are around someone they like, and Shui Linlang is in that situation right now. Continue meditating to consolidate your strength, Shui Linlang said. Then, he hurriedly ran away. Immediately afterwards, he left the crowd and ran behind a large tree in the distance. He leaned against a big tree and took a deep breath. Thump, thump, thump. He raised his hand to touch his heartbeat, feeling the excitement within him. Damn! I almost got my soul stolen just now. My self-control is a bit weak. I never imagined Yang Jixiang could be that beautiful. Her face was exactly the same as the one the system had given her, but she was unexpected to be so captivating in real life. Call. Just after Shui Linlang calmed down here. Day. He heard footsteps behind him. Shui Linlang, can we talk? Shui Linlang suddenly turned around. Oh, it's the super genius Nan Huai. What do you want to talk about? Shui Linlang smiled. You can fool others, but you can't fool me. You're just a piece of trash. Nan Hua said coldly. And then? Shui Linlang was a little puzzled. He hadn't offended Nan Huai, had he? And then? Yang Jixiang just broke through to the third rank of martial artist. She's a genius, and beautiful too. Nan Hua shook his head. He was stunned for a moment when he saw Yang Jixiang's beauty after her breakthrough. He had previously hesitated about whether to pursue Yang Jixiang, since Yang Jixiang's beauty wasn't much higher than that of Zhao Shuang or Chen Qianma. But just a moment ago, he was completely captivated. After Shui Linlang left, he couldn't help but run over to talk to Yang Jixiang, but Yang Jixiang was still circulating her energy to consolidate her realm and didn't pay any attention to him. No. How could I miss out on such a beautiful girl? And she's such an understanding person. She's just as introverted as I am, she'll definitely understand me better, she's the girl who's best suited for me. Yes, it must be Shui Linlang's problem. Once Shui Linlang is dealt with, Yang Jixiang will be free. That's why he followed Shui Linlang here, wanting to make a decision with her. How could a good girl like her, who is neither arrogant nor humble and is kind, be with a violent maniac like you every day? Nan Hua said with grief and indignation, closing his eyes. Oh wow! Shui Linlang finally understood. During the few days that Yang Jixiang was separated from him, she also managed to charm this guy. Oh dear, it's too early to change my hairstyle. Hey, you mean Yang Jixiang should be with you? Shui Linlang laughed. Nan Hua shook his head with feigned deep affection. I never said that. I feel I'm not good enough for her, but she absolutely cannot be with you. Put. Shui Linlang couldn't help but burst into laughter. Isn't this just a simp mentality? And the kind of deadbeat simp who won't let anyone else pursue him if he can't get her. Just then, having just consolidated his cultivation, Yang Jixiang, led by Chen Qianma and Zhao Shuang, found this place. Seeing that Shui Linlang and Nan Huai were on the verge of exchanging blows, he stopped in his tracks. Yang Jixiang was dumbfounded. What are they doing? After his heartfelt words, Nan Huai suddenly said seriously, answer me. What right do you have to occupy the place next to her? Why does she only smile at you? Nan Hua felt sullen as he thought about how Yang Jixiang had barely paid any attention to him when he tried to talk to her these past few days. Shui Linlang gave a cold laugh. Because. Chapter 92 All love at first sight is lust. After consolidating his cultivation, Yang Jixiang began searching for Shui Linlang, while Zhao Shuang was also looking for Nan Huai. So, led by Chen Qianma, the two of them went to search in the direction where the two people had disappeared. Then I heard what Nan Huai and Shui Linlang were saying. Yang Jixiang was completely dumbfounded. Nan Huai likes me? Zhao Shuang, standing to the side, was even more bewildered, muttering to herself, is a childhood sweetheart not as good as someone who falls from the sky? She turned to look at young Jixiang, gazing at her delicate features and flawless, snow-white face. Even she, a girl, was confused by it, let alone Nan Huai. She couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Because Nan Hua questioned Shui Linlang, what right do you have to occupy the position next to her? As a result, all three women became nervous. I'd like to hear how Shui Linlang answered. Shui Linlang gave a cold laugh and said, because I'm better than you. Nan Hua A. Chen Qianma. Yang Jixiang. Zhao Shuang. Chen Qianma's lips twitched involuntarily. She couldn't quite understand what Shui Linlang was saying. Based on Shui Linlang's past behavior, she had a feeling that Shui Linlang would say because I'm more handsome than you. After all, Nan Hua was indeed not considered handsome. But that's not what Shui Linlang was talking about. Instead, he said in a serious tone, I am better than you. Nan Hua is a recognized A-level genius in the class. Does Shui Linlang's statement really have any destructive power? Zhao Shuang gave a cold laugh. Compared to Nan Hua? Is Shui Linlang's brain some kind of genius? Yang Jixiang murmured to himself, Shui is so amazing. I wish I could say such things with such confidence. He's kind of handsome. Chen Qianma. Zhao Shuang, Yang Jixiang, you don't actually think Shui Linlang is better than Nanhua number 1, do you? Why not compare? Shui's performance these past 2 days, is it inferior to Nanhua number 1 high school? Yang Jixiang shouted anxiously. That's just now. The path of martial arts is so long. He only has a B-level talent. Even if he shows some ruthlessness now, that's just now. With such ordinary talent, can he reach the martial saint level? Can he reach the martial god level? Zhao Shuang said with a smile. And Nan Hua will definitely become a martial god in the future. This remark shut Yang Jixiang up, because these were all deeply ingrained pieces of knowledge. Talent means a brighter future. Not to mention Shui Linlang, even with her F-level talent, she has only become a third-grade martial artist because of the pills Shui Linlang has used to enhance her abilities. It will inevitably have limitations in the future. Shoo! You two keep your voices down, don't let them spot us. Chen Qianma reminded them. So the three women quietly ran behind the uncle. Nan Hua was stunned for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. Shui Linlang, are you crazy? Outstanding? You want to compare outstanding with me? A mere B-grade talent? Ha! Shui Linlang chuckled as well. Excellence, does it simply refer to talent? Upon hearing this, the three women hiding nearby became puzzled. They were all curious about what words Shui Linlang would use to retort to Nan Hua. Especially Yang Jixiang, who was the dumbest. She got the short end of the stick with Zhao Shuang on the same topic, and she really wanted to know how Shui Linlang would respond. Oh? What do you mean by excellent? Nan Hua asked with a smile. Shui Linlang moved away from the big tree she was leaning against and walked to the open space. There are many aspects, but I'll just talk about one. Take my judgment, for example. Vision? Nan Hua was taken aback. The three women were also very confused. Of course I'm referring to your judgment of people. When did you become interested in Yang Jixiang? Shui Linlang asked with a smile. No need to guess, it must be after she changed her hairstyle and her beauty began to show, right? Then, even though we spent 2 days together, why are you only coming to tell me this now? You must have been blinded by lust tonight after seeing her stunning beauty after breaking through to the transformation realm. Absurd! Nan Hua roared in anger, feeling guilty after being caught out. There's no one around, why are you in such a hurry? Shui Linlang said with a smile. Nan Hua calmed down and thought about it. There was no one around, so why should he hide it? So what? Isn't that how humans are? Nan Hua retorted stubbornly. That's where I'm better than you. I knew from the beginning that she was a rising star, that she would definitely grow up to be a great beauty. Shui Linlang said with a smile. And your vision is shallow. Why did you show your affection for her when she was still an ugly duckling? Now that I've painstakingly helped her overcome the shadow of bullying and helped her become confident, you come out and reap the benefits? I don't believe in love at first sight. That's just lust, driven by hormones. You expect me to hand over the girl I cherish every day to you, this lustful beast? I can't do that. Bang! Nanhua Yihong was warmed up, so he drew his bow and shot an arrow at Shui Linlang. However, Shui Linlang remained completely still. This was the first time Shui Linlang had seen Nanhua make a move. So he was actually an archer. But this power isn't enough. He raised his elbow high, and just as the arrow arrived, he pressed down with his elbow, easily knocking the arrowhead down. Bang! The bow and arrow were broken and stuck firmly to the ground. He would then use this hand, thumbs down, to give Nanhua a vegetarian gesture. You got angry because I hit the nail on the head? Shui Linlang said with a grin. Nanhua blushed and scolded, You're the pervert. No. Even so, you don't deserve to be by her side. Where were you these past few days in the secret realm? I was the one protecting her. Not you. Where were you when she was in the most danger? Shui Linlang coldly said, Shut up. When she was bullied by those troublemakers, when she couldn't sleep at night, when she was pushed to the ground in front of an 8th grade beast and was about to die, where were you? Is this your protection? It was Yang Jixiang who protected you, you piece of trash. Yu Nanhua was speechless for a moment. To be honest, who knew Yang Jixiang would become so beautiful? Why should I risk my life to save someone so beautiful? But, now that I've met such a beautiful girl, how could I possibly resist competing with her? Nanhua became even more enraged and drew 3 arrows at once, aiming them at Shui Linlang. Stay standing if you dare. Don't hide. Heh, you dare to covet my training plan? Then you can die here. Shui Linlang laughed. He directly extracted the contradiction from the system space. In everyone's eyes, his movements were just like Sun Wukong taking out his Rui Jingu Bang, which could extend and retract at will. The contradiction grew longer from behind Shui Linlang, and finally Shui Linlang spun it with one hand. Chapter 93: A Cheap Confession. Shui is right. After listening to their conversation, Yang Jixiang. Her little face was very rosy. She reminisced about her time with Shui Linlang. Shui isn't one of those people who only fall in love at first sight and are driven by lust. Back when I was still an ugly duckling, still that country bumpkin who was bullied because of my looks. Shui had already shown her possessiveness towards me. Shui is not kind to me just because of my appearance. She recalled the moment she returned to her classroom right after getting a haircut. Those who used to laugh at me every day have suddenly started praising me and becoming friendly towards me. In that instant, she felt that it wasn't real at all. Now, through Shui Linlong's words, she finally understood the source of this sense of unreality. Because they are all hypocrites who judge people by their appearance. Their interest in themselves, their friendliness towards themselves, their respect for themselves, it's all because they've become more beautiful. If this premise is not present, they will never change their opinion of themselves. But he only ever cared about himself from beginning to end. As she thought about it, Yang Jixiang's face turned bright red, and her little head was practically steaming. She still remembers it clearly to this day. When Li Siji tricked him, throwing his college entrance exam handbook on the ground and accusing him of doing it on purpose, when the whole class was cheering and watching the show, only he helped him. Even when Li Siji was threatening him that he couldn't form a team, he took the initiative to extend an olive branch. At this time, where is Nanhua Yi, who claims to like himself? Like everyone else, they're probably laughing at Shui for being blind. He. This cheap confession. I'm not stupid. If I were to abandon Shui, who has always cared for, protected, promoted, cherished, and nurtured me, just because I have become rich and powerful, then what difference would I have from an animal? I want to stay right behind Shui. Ding! Yang Jixiang's favorability increased by 5%. Puff! As she thought about it, she felt as if she were confessing her love to Shui Linlang in her heart. A 16-year-old girl is so innocent and naive. The thought of such a thing made my ears turn bright red. Ugh! This is so shameless. I wonder what Shui thinks of me. Will they be like me? Could it be that his view of himself is the same as Wei Yang's? For the first time, Yang Jixiang was troubled by this kind of thing. 16-year-old girls are too young to judge emotions. When faced with such situations, they are mostly in a state of guessing, hesitating, and ashamed to confirm. This is also why people have a particularly deep impression of their first love during adolescence. Because it is unforgettable enough. Unlike adult relationships, which are like an assembly line, coming and going in a hurry. I hope that my relationship with Shui won't cause any misunderstandings because of this incident at Nanhua No. 1 High School. Yang Jishang couldn't help but bite her lip. She was actually a little resentful. Shui Linlang was taken aback when she saw the system notification that Yang Jishang's favorability had increased. However, he did not continue to investigate, but instead continued to seriously confront Nan Hui. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Nan Hui drew his bow to its full extent and fired 3 arrows at Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang swept her weapon with a single strike, instantly breaking all 3 arrows. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang sped towards Nanhua No. 1. Nanhua drew his bow and arrow at lightning speed, unleashing a barrage of arrows at Shui Linlang. The 3 women standing nearby watched them fight, feeling extremely nervous. Who do you think will win? Chen Xianma asked curiously. Yang Jishang, it must be Shui. Zhao Shuang, it must be Ae. The 2 girls glared at each other angrily. Shui Linlang is only a first-grade martial artist. How can she compare to Ae, Nanhua? Zhao Shuang said angrily. Student Shui can defeat even an 8th-grade beast in one move, can Nanhua Yi do that? Yang Jishang said sullenly. Chen Xianma was speechless. She should have known better than to ask. Shui Linlang is a beast, he only specializes in attacking beasts. How can a battle between humans be so simple? Nanhua Yi will definitely torment that beast to death. Zhao Shuang said angrily. Shui is not a wild beast. Yang Jishan was tongue-tied and had no idea how to argue. Just you wait and see. Watch how your Shui classmate gets beaten down by Nanhua. Zhao Shuang said smugly. No way. Even if Yang Jishan couldn't win an argument, she couldn't lose in terms of momentum. Just you wait and see. Zhao Shuang said confidently. Chen Xianmo was caught in the middle and didn't know what to say. However, she was also curious. The fastest advancing student in the class was Nanhua Yi, and Shui Linlang consistently displayed power beyond her cultivation level. Who is more powerful? Using her agility, Shui Linlang dodged Nanhua Yi's arrow with a twist of her waist and continued charging towards him. Then, he let go of the contradiction and, following its fall, slid his hand to the end of the contradiction. Then, holding the end of the spear in one hand, he used its length to increase his attack range and launched a massive sweep against Nanhua Yi. Nanhua immediately performed a triple somersault backward, dodging Shui Linlang's giant loop. Bang! Shui Linlang flung her contradiction against a nearby tree. Due to the contradiction's hardness and Shui Linlang's brute force, the tree collapsed with a crash and was instantly split in half. This moment, everyone present was stunned. Shui Linlang's power is now completely beyond the realm of humanity. With a simple combination of internal energy circulation, one can achieve the power of a 4th-rank martial artist's strike. Although he is only a first-grade martial artist, his superior physical attributes and double the size of his Qi make his current combat strength no different from that of a 4th-grade martial artist. Aside from being at a disadvantage against the true energy of a 5th-rank martial artist, he is not afraid of any martial artist from the 1st to the 4th rank at all. Moreover, his current equipment isn't bad either. Even without the yin-yang symbol, he could still defeat Nanhua Yi. Shui Linlang put aside her inner conflict and continued her charge towards Nanhua No. 1. Nanhua fired an arrow, which was knocked away by Shui Linlang. He immediately did a backflip to dodge. As archers, Nanhua always used his agility to quickly move away from close combat and then draw his bow to release an arrow again. However, Shui Linlang has a physical attribute of 11.99, plus a 10% agility enhancement, and the blessing of the divine speed technique. This allowed Shui Linlang to completely overwhelm Nanhua Yi's speed. It's impossible for Nanhua Yi, that archer, to be able to draw the bowstring. Backflip my ass. Shui Linlang accelerated and rushed in front of Nanhua, who was still in the middle of a backflip. Shui Linlang elbowed him in the face. Puff. Nanhua's face was immediately covered in nosebleeds. Then he fell to the ground. Because of Shui Linlang's extraordinary power, Nanhua instantly lost the ability to fight again. How is that possible? Zhao Xuan looked incredulous. Yay! Yang Jishang jumped up excitedly, then looked at Zhao Xuan with a smug look on her face. Zhao Xuan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Shui Linlang really won. Chen Xianmo was a little stunned. Chapter 94. Her favorability rating has reached 60%. Bonus chapter upon release. Shui Linlang pressed her hand against Nanhua Yi's stomach with a contradictory gesture and laughed. I already told you, I'm better than you. What else can you do besides rage impotently? Nan Hua was immediately filled with shame and anger. Why did I lose to this guy when I was clearly the top genius in the class? Even Luo Guanyao, who is also an A level, is no match for him. Why, is he really better than me? Just then, Zhao Shuang, out of excessive worry for Nan Hua, rushed out from the bushes where she had been hiding. Seeing her lunge at her, Shui Linlang twirled the contradiction with one hand and withdrew it. Zhao Shuang threw herself onto Nan Hua, crying, "Are you alright?" Nan Hua's nosebleeds still hadn't stopped. Zhao Shuang suddenly stood up and shouted at Shui Linlang, "I'll fight you to the death." Then Chen Qianma ran over and hugged her tightly. "Don't be impulsive. How could you possibly win? He dares to hit a woman? It's not like he's never fought before." "It seems to be true." Zhao Shuang thought for a moment, then immediately chickened out. So she squatted down and asked Nan Hua with a grin, i.e., "Does it still hurt?" Nan Hua. Yang Jixiang shrank over, rubbing her little fingers together, and said awkwardly, "Shui classmate, he." Not knowing what to say, she could only force a smile and keep looking left and right to cover up her embarrassment. Forehead. Goodness. No wonder the favorability rating suddenly increased. So he'd been eavesdropping the whole time. But on the other hand, is she satisfied with her own explanation and likes herself more now? Which sentence was it because of? It must be the line, "Because I'm better than you. I stole this from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, it must be super cool." Shui Linlang gloated for a moment, then looked back at Yang Jixiang. Look at her, grinning foolishly with her flawless face. Shui Linlang didn't even know how to complain. Now that her freckles have faded, the only blemish on her face, the mole near her lip, has become more prominent. But the mole on the lip, which was originally mixed with freckles and became a blemish on the face, now stands out against the delicate white skin, making it extremely alluring and instantly earning the title of a beauty mark. This will draw people's attention to the beauty mark, and from there, make them linger on her beautifully shaped lips and porcelain-like cheeks. Shui Linlang couldn't help but swallow. Because it was so exquisite, Shui Linlang unconsciously lowered her gaze to avoid embarrassment. But because of this, he stared intently at Yang Jixiang's slender, straight, and long legs, which were tightly bound by black pantyhose. "I've been in this secret realm for several days now, I doubt I changed these pantyhose. It must smell wonderful to be pressed against her skin right now." Shui Linlang quickly shook her head, trying to dismiss her perverse thoughts. Yang Jixiang scratched her head dumbfounded. She couldn't understand what Shui Linlang was trying to express by looking directly at her, looking down at her, and then suddenly shaking her head. However, she did not pursue the matter further. Instead, he turned to face Nan Hua, who had just been helped up by Zhao Shuang. Then she put her legs together, placed her hands in front of her crotch, and suddenly bowed. "I'm sorry, Nan." Then she straightened her posture and continued, "Thank you for your kindness, but what I like is... I can't say that. Shui was right next to me. I was so embarrassed. But how should I put it?" Immediately afterwards, Yang Jixiang closed her eyes, blushed, and stammered out these words. "I just want to study hard and improve myself every day. I don't want to be in a relationship before I go to university. I hope you can understand." Put. Shui Linlang couldn't help but laugh. Goodness. Such a classic way of refusing. It looks incredibly lethal from the sidelines. But after Yang Jixiang finished speaking, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Won't Shui misunderstand what I'm saying? She glanced sideways at Shui Linlang to see her reaction. But Shui Linlang was just covering her mouth and laughing. "Shui, what are you laughing at?" I don't understand. Why can't I see through Shui's heart?" Yang Jixiang's cheeks unconsciously puffed up. But then Nan Hua suddenly laughed and said, "So that means I'll still have a chance after I go to university? Then I'll wait." Then he glared at Shui Linlang with a smug expression. It's as if it's saying, "I'll get into the best university with her, and you piece of trash, definitely won't." Shui Linlang was speechless. How low is your emotional intelligence? Can't you tell that this is a rejection? He's acting like a bootlicker, ugh. Upon hearing Nan Huai's words, Zhao Shuang looked troubled, then helped Nan Hua leave. Chen Qianma hurriedly followed, because she needed to arrange treatment for Nan Hua. After the three of them left, Yang Jixiang immediately turned to Shui Linlang and said, "Classmate Shui." But she suddenly stopped. She originally wanted to say that what she just said was only to reject Nanhui, but Shui could. Ugh. Isn't it too embarrassing to say it so directly? But if I don't tell her, I'm afraid Shui will misunderstand. No, we have to make this clear. Snow MMM. Before she could even speak, Shui Linlang grabbed her face with both hands. Shui Linlang freely played with Yang Jixiang's soft face and then started to complain. Look at you. I already told you not to cut your hair. Couldn't I have just looked at it by myself? Look at you now, even the top genius in the class has been bewitched by you and wants to duel me. TSK TSK TSK. That little face feels so nice to the touch. So tender, so soft, so smooth. Cough cough. Come. Shui Linlang then released her hands. Yang Jixiang immediately touched her face, which had turned red from Shui Linlang's pulling, with both hands. Shui, you're not misunderstanding anything. He's still so possessive of himself. Very good. He. But it's not that pretty, why? Yang Jixiang asked, touching her face in confusion. Because she hadn't looked in a mirror yet, Yang Jixiang was unaware of the changes in her face. She thought she still had freckles. Heh, I'll get used to it gradually. Of course, I also need to get used to it. There will definitely be no shortage of admirers in the future. Shui Linlang put her hands behind her head, kicked her feet, and slowly went back. Yang Jixiang hurriedly followed. The woods were quiet at the moment, and the two walked there in silence for a while. Yang Jixiang couldn't help but glance at Shui Linlang. This grove is too small. I wish I could walk around it a little longer with Shui. Then she focused her gaze and enjoyed the atmosphere. Shui Linlang glanced at her sideways at this moment. I couldn't help but smile. She truly is a treasure of a girl. When faced with the pursuit of others, they will not hesitate to maintain their inner peace and will not be disturbed. A girl who is devoted to one man is just so lovable. Those gold diggers, when pursued by other men, start putting on shows, or even cheating on several men at the same time. How disgusting. Putting aside the fact that she's becoming more and more beautiful, her personality is something that makes people like her more and more. Shui Linlang looked at the system target. Yang Jixiang's favorability had just increased by 5%, so it should have reached 60% by now, right? Ding. Host, you're practically the male version of a nine-tailed fox. You've actually managed to get the super goddess Yang Jixiang into a relationship. Of course, this system is referring to her favorability rating. It's now at 60%. That's terrifying. Congratulations, host. Yang Jixiang's favorability has reached 60%. Therefore, the host is rewarded with a new martial arts divine skill, the ultimate spear that is always in hand. This is a throwing type martial arts technique. Its power varies depending on the host's charging level. Its advantage is that the thrown spear can be automatically retrieved back to the host's hand. Chapter 95, The whole of Britain is no match for him. Bonus chapter for release +2. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the new martial arts divine skill, the ultimate spear that is always in your hands. Congratulations, host, you have received a new reward, 2 returning sea pills. Congratulations, host, on obtaining a new Earth rank martial skill, pupil technique, magistrate's decree. Congratulations, host. Your Taoist partner template has gained 1000 points and 800 credits. Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang returned to the settlement and sat by the campfire. He began to examine the system's recent reward. Needless to say, this martial arts technique is a powerful spear throwing move. I'm very strong now and I love throwing spears, so this ultimate move is practically tailor-made for me. Gui Hai Dan? Based on my knowledge, it should be a pill used to help activate the Qi Si when a 3rd rank martial artist breaks through to the 4th rank. It can be used when Yang Jixiang or when you break through to the 4th rank. As for this new Earth rank martial skill? Eye technique? Does it operate with the eyes? Shui Linlang then opened the cultivation technique in the system interface to take a look. Really? It is a martial art that uses the eyes to launch attacks. First, they use their eyes to emit special light waves, and when the other person looks at them, they are more likely to be hit. For those affected, the prefix order will cause their internal energy to stop flowing for 1 second, and may even cause a portion of the internal energy stored in their body to dissipate. Although it may not sound like much, if you deliver a blow to an opponent who is at their last gasp at the end of a war of attrition, the opponent will essentially lose all their remaining fighting strength. It can also be used to interrupt the opponent's spellcasting. The most important method is to use the eyes to emit light, which is simple, quick, and discreet. To put it bluntly, it makes it very convenient for surprise attacks. Great stuff, really good stuff. During the few days that Yang Jishan was exploring the secret realm alone, the points and credits in the Dao Companion section had already automatically completed several challenging training tasks. Something like single-handedly killing a 5th grade exotic beast. Yang Jishan has no idea how much he has completed. Adding the points she trained before entering the secret realm, plus the system's gifts, she now has over 3,000 points and over 2,100 credits. Shui Linlang looked at the points mall. Because of his obsessive-compulsive disorder, he wanted to redeem all the only word formula for Yang Jixiang. Therefore, the next cheapest only technique is the Earth rank skill only flash, which is a martial art that allows Yang Jixiang to teleport a short distance. But it requires 5,000 points. However, this was not what Shui Linlang was most worried about. The most awkward thing is that this only word technique only flash is actually an assassin-type martial art. This is not on Shui Linlang's list of recommended martial arts skills for the light cannon-type swordsman chosen for Yang Jixiang. Shui Linlang was found in the assassin list after a long search. Although Yang Jixiang hasn't reached the 4th rank yet, he can change it however he wants. Should we change Yang Jixiang into a one-hit kill assassin just to satisfy this obsessive-compulsive disorder? Or is it just about learning another assassin-type martial art, and then following the recommendations? Shui Linlang was troubled. However, he is still far from reaching 5,000 points, so he has plenty of time to consider. Late at night, Shui Linlang suddenly opened her eyes. He looked around and saw that most of the people, except for those on night watch, were asleep. Yang Jixiang was lying beside her, sleeping peacefully. Children from poor families almost always sleep well because their beds are small from a young age, so they don't develop the bad habit of rolling around. Now no one will follow me anymore, right? So he got up and quietly ran back to the grove of trees. Because of the abundant spiritual energy in the secret realm, he was finding it increasingly difficult to suppress his 1st grade cultivation level. However, his physical fitness level was stuck at 11.99. Eating low-level alien beast crystals has lost its effectiveness. However, he dared not eat the 7th grade crystal raw, nor the 8th grade crystal he had dug out from that 8th grade beast today. What if I'm not so lucky this time and die from the poison? The only solution he could think of was go to the roundtable meeting, talk to them, especially Nan Yan, and see if they have any ideas on how to reduce the toxins. Only Shui Linlang has not yet used the roundtable conference within the Void Realm. I don't know if I can elaborate on this here. Inherent territory, roundtable discussion, let's begin. 3, 2, 1. Swish. After a familiar heatwave swept over her, Shui Linlang arrived at the roundtable meeting room. Marvelous. As expected of a product from the system. It can also be carried out within the Void Realm. Shui Linlang sat on the jade throne, eager to summon his knights. Soon. Wearing pajamas and a nightcap, Nan Yan was led to her seat. Kuwair was eating steak with a fork. This must be dinner. Meanwhile, Verdun was brushing his teeth, his mouth full of foam. Upon seeing that it was Shui Linlang, Kuwair and Wei Erdong were so startled that they hurriedly put down what they were holding, stood up and shouted, "Greetings, Lord Joker." Nan Yan was startled and immediately woke up. She hurriedly stood up and exclaimed, "Long time no see, Lord Joker." Ha! The three of them suddenly looked at each other and began to mock each other's incompetence. Is this the first time I've summoned you at this time? Shui Linlang said in a low voice. But we're all located all over the world, so we have to consider each other's time zones. Yes. The three nodded. Then Shui Linlang asked them to sit down. Without wasting words, he directly told Nan Yan, "We'll deal with the tribute later." Q, my only official knight right now, how's the mission I gave you last time going? Nan Yan immediately stood up, first removing her nightcap with one hand, and then said with a troubled expression, "I'm sorry, sir. Although I confidently stated before that I was very confident I could overcome the challenge of body strengthening pills that can be used at level 10 physical fitness. But after so many days of research, I always fail at the last minute. I always feel like I'm missing some crucial information. I'm sorry, sir, I'm not capable enough, I've failed your trust." After hearing Nan Yan's description, both Kuwair and Wilton were stunned. What's the meaning? Did Joker give Q a separate mission? Moreover, judging from what he said, Joker wanted Q to research pills that could be used to further enhance the physical abilities of humans after they reach level 10. This. Whether it's Kuwair or Wilton. They were all unable to find this possibility within their own knowledge. In all these years of the rise of high-level martial arts, I've never heard of any body-tempering pills that can be used after level 10. Otherwise, why would Lin Zhan, the martial god of China, be such a powerful being? God knows how he did it. Although some people have used many strange methods to improve their level slightly after level 10, such as getting beaten up. However, it has never formed a formal system, and others simply cannot replicate it. In particular, Wilton, as a member of the British Martial Arts Association, knew that the British Martial Arts Association had also focused on this project 10 years ago. They gathered the best apothecaries in all of Britain, but they still couldn't break through. Just like Nan Yen said, I have a feeling that some key information is wrong. This feeling is similar to when you're solving a mathematical equation and something seems off about the x. However, this also shocked Kuwair and Wilton. What exactly does Joker want to do? Could it be that his ambition was not simply to establish a secret meeting? Is the key information wrong? Shui Linlang asked doubtfully. Nan Yen nodded. What if I tell you this crucial information? Shui Linlang asked. This moment. Nan Yen, Wei Erdong, and Kuwair were all shocked at the same time. Joker actually knows the secret to improving physical attributes after reaching level 10? How did he know? Could he be Lin Zhan? Impossible. Everyone in the world has seen Lin Zhan's photos, it's not him. So who exactly is he? However, they also had some doubts about Shui Linlang's words. Does he really know? Shui Linlang scratched his head, unsure how to describe it to Nan Yen. I feel that saying directly that eating crystals will improve physical fitness is a very low-level statement. It would be awkward if Nan Yen had known about eating the crystals raw all along. So he took out 2 7th-grade crystals and 1 8th-grade crystal, and then presented them to Nan Yen. Then, somewhat awkwardly, he said, Q, do you understand now? Kuwair and Wilton were taken aback. Isn't that just a monster crystal? What do you understand? What does this have to do with our previous topic? Nan Yen did the same. She picked up the 8th-grade crystal and examined it closely. She remained in that position for over a minute. Q, do you need me to explain it more clearly? Shui Linlang was getting a little anxious when she saw that she hadn't spoken. Or, should we just tell her that this stuff can be eaten raw to improve physical fitness? But the next second. Need not. Nan Yen suddenly shouted, I understand. So that's how it is. No wonder I kept failing before, so that's why. Thank you, sir. You truly are a being with extraordinary abilities and vast knowledge. I've got it. Ha ha ha. Kuwair and Wilton were even more shocked. Does Joker really know this secret that no one else knows? This is terrifying. Nan Yen is a dignified martial arts saint and a proud pharmacist. She has no reason to lie, so the information Joker gave her must be true. How can this not be shocking? Kuwair's heart fluttered instantly, her face flushed, and she stared intently at the young and powerful Shui Linlang. Verdon's expression showed direct awe. The vast British Martial Arts Association is no match for him alone. Chapter 96. The pill to surpass Lin Zhan has been obtained. Shui Linlang felt a little awkward at this moment. What did she see? Are you sure this is what I want? Just to be on the safe side, Shui Linlang still asked, you really figured it out? Yes. I swear on my integrity. Nan Yen said confidently. Oh, tell me about it, Shui Linlang pressed. Nan Yen glanced at Kuwair and Wei Erdong, and asked doubtfully, are you sure you want to say it here directly? This made Kuwair and Wilton feel disappointed. They definitely want to know this secret. Although this knowledge is no longer of any use to them as first-rank martial artists, it doesn't mean they aren't curious. Shui Linlang said directly, it's alright, this is a roundtable meeting, a secret gathering to pursue unity. Although they haven't been officially hired yet, they are still part of this place. Shui Linlang's words immediately excited Kuwair and Wei Erdong. I never expected Lord Joker to be so magnanimous. As expected of a god of war. Shui Linlang didn't really care about this. Anyway, when they lose their chance to become permanent employees, they can't take their memories with them. Moreover, he didn't know whether what Nan Yen said was consistent with what he thought. Yes. Nan Yen nodded. Thanks to Lord Joker's guidance, I finally know what the crucial information I was missing was. That is, I never thought of using the toxins inside the crystal to stimulate the human body, that is, to stimulate the body of people with physical fitness of level 10 or above, in order to increase their physical fitness. Just like ordinary people going to the gym, the process involves excessive exercise to tear muscle cells, allowing them to divide and reorganize, thus achieving muscle growth. And the same applies to physical fitness levels of 10 and above. Previous pharmacists did try using crystals in medicine, but their first thought was to remove the toxicity of the crystals, and even avoid using high-level crystals. Therefore, high-level crystals were only used for refining weapons. When I was examining the grade 8 crystal just now, it suddenly dawned on me. We need to use the toxins inside. Isn't that right, Lord Joker? She is an ordinary person who achieved the Martial Saint title through her C-level talent, but her mind is actually more flexible than anyone else's. Moreover, she has the pure science and engineering mindset. Although she is not very good at interpersonal relationships and scheming, she is more flexible than anyone else when it comes to things that are like deciphering a program. But she said a lot at once, leaving Shui Linlang completely confused. All I heard was the key information, utilizing the toxins within the crystal. Shui Linlang nodded. That's fantastic. Nan Yan exclaimed excitedly, still in her pajamas. Kuaer and Wilton also fell into thought. Using toxins within crystals to improve physical fitness? Such a radical approach. No wonder no one had succeeded before, because even ordinary people would die instantly if they ate a 5th grade crystal, and an 8th grade crystal, even a martial saint couldn't withstand it. But neither of them were pharmacists, so even if they knew the information, they wouldn't know how to proceed. How long will it take you to develop the relevant pills? Shui Linlang asked. Almost there. I'm just one step away from getting the pills out. I can produce them right now. Nan Yan exclaimed excitedly. At this moment, Wilton suddenly interjected, right away? Really? You don't mean to turn the grade 8 crystal into poison right away, do you? Shui Linlang got excited because he had just wanted to ask the same question. But I felt it was too low to ask directly, so luckily Wilton asked for me. Who do you think you are? Do you even know what the toxin in here is? Nan Yan retorted arrogantly. Wilton paused for a moment. Isn't a toxin just a toxin? His understanding of crystals was actually about the same as Lu Sankai's. Do you think I'd be so stupid as to simply use this crystal directly in medicine? I'm going to use the principles behind it to make medicine. Nan Yan laughed. Judging from her words, she knew that the poison in the mind contained within the crystal was the excessively concentrated spiritual energy of the secret realm. I noticed this just now when I was observing the grade 8 crystal. This made Shui Linlang admire Nan Yan's analytical abilities. She truly deserves to be called a martial arts saint by using her high intelligence to analyze the principles of martial arts, dissect martial arts techniques, and use this method to defy fate. Alright, then go back and make the pills now. Then you can skip the tribute this time. Shui Linlang said. Understood. Just give me half an hour. Nan Yan said excitedly. Although she was a martial saint, she lived in poverty after leaving the Martial Arts Unification Bureau. Apart from the pills she often traded, she really didn't have anything of value to offer. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang teleported Nan Yan back. Alright, you two go back and get ready. Shui Linlang said to the other two. Yes. Immediately afterwards, Kuaer and Wilton were also teleported back. Shui Linlang then sat there in a daze for half an hour. Immediately afterwards, he only recalled Nan Yan. When Nan Yan returned, she found herself alone and realized that Shui Linlang did not want the secret of the elixir to be revealed too much. My lord, I have prepared 6 pills. Please accept them. Shui Linlang took the medicine box that she was handed over, opened it, and examined it. There are 4 small ones and 2 large ones inside. Tell me your pharmaceutical ideas, Shui Linlang said. Okay. Nan Yan immediately explained. My lord, after the analysis just now, I am now certain that the so-called toxin in the crystal is the concentrated essence of the strange spiritual energy within the void secret realm. Therefore I used. Nan Yan then talked about chemistry for 10 minutes, including a lot about the combination of molecular structures. What she was trying to say was that she used a lot of other drugs to neutralize the irritation while retaining the efficacy of the crystal drug, and even added other effects. This left Shui Linlang, a second-year high school martial arts student, completely bewildered. Finally, I broke them down in half, so those 3 crystals became 6 pills. I can guarantee that people with a level 10 physical fitness will definitely see an improvement in their physical fitness after consuming this, and there will be no danger. Nan Yan said with a proud look on her face, a confidence that came from her status as a martial saint-level alchemist. Although she hadn't tested it yet, Shui Linlang still believed in Nan Yan. Anyway, I'm about to surpass Lin Zhan. Okay, then I'll find a guinea pig to try it out tomorrow, Shui Linlang said. This made Nan Yan smile wryly. You can continue sitting in the front. The next second, Nan Yan was already sitting down in the seat next to Shui Linlang. Nan Yan was overjoyed and deliberately bowed to Shui Linlang to express her gratitude. When she got back, she changed back into her usual white shirt, with the collar still open. This allowed Shui Linlang to see a patch of snowflakes. Her 90 centimeters bust is absolutely terrifying. Shui Linlang was firmly controlled by her and had no time to react, so she could only watch expressionlessly. Holy crap, this slut, how dare she seduce me? A moment later, Nan Yan straightened her body. Joker is so calm. He's such a gentleman. Compared to him, those guys who can't move when they see him are utterly pathetic. Shui Linlang immediately placed her hands on the table and covered half of her face with her palms to avoid embarrassment. Immediately afterwards, Cheryl then recalled Kuair and Wilton. As soon as they returned, they saw Nan Yan sitting in the seat to the left of Shui Linlang. The two of them were so angry that they gritted their teeth. Chapter 97, Level 13 Physical Fitness Achieved. Nan Yan is way ahead of them. Not only did he get promoted, but he also got to sit next to the Joker. Keep in mind that there are only 12 seats here, and they will be full sooner or later. In that case, the position of front or back would truly indicate a difference in status. Kuair and Wilton were furious. They all regretted that the offerings they brought this time weren't of high enough quality. My lord, my tribute this time is the Earth Rank Cultivation Technique, the Heart Cleansing Mantra. This is different from the Mind Tranquility Mantra. The Mind Tranquility Mantra is for resisting mental attacks, while the Heart Cleansing Mantra is a cultivation technique used to treat those who have been poisoned by mental toxins. Moreover, the Heart Cleansing Mantra can also be used on others to help them regain their senses. Kuair hurriedly presented her tribute, and at the same time, she, a woman, was very envious of the treatment she received in Nan Yan. As expected of an A rank, you're always at least Earth rank. You'll be promoted to a full-fledged rank next time, Shui Linlang said with a smile. Kuair was thrilled to hear this. Shui Linlang moved up to her seat and made her sit in the second seat from the left. After experiencing Nan Yan's promotion, Wilton dared not relax his guard any longer. He used to deal with things at the Shin level, but now he's going to get serious. This was the first time he had taken out a magic weapon of Earth rank. My lord, this is a great Earth magic treasure, the exquisite flying shoes. He took out a pair of very exquisite high heels. Light-colored, curly high heels with a ribbon at the ankle and a heel only 5 centimeters long. Its most distinctive feature is a butterfly ornament that is faintly visible on the back, yet it exudes a spiritual glow. Because he had previously heard Shui Linlang's nonsense about giving those magical treasures to her niece or cousin, he decided to cater to her tastes. These flying shoes, once worn, can make a girl speed insane without causing her leg muscles to overexpand. This is something every martial arts girl in London's high society dreams of. Wilton introduced himself with a proud expression. But Nan Yan and Kuair showed disdain. Why are you giving this to Lord Joker? When Verdun noticed their expressions, he became anxious. I only gave it to Joker's cousin. But Nan Yan and Kuair still wore mocking expressions. Shui Linlang looked at the shoes. Suddenly, I recalled Yang Jixiang's pair of straight and slender beautiful legs. Although Yang Jixiang's legs were slender, her muscle curves became more and more pronounced as she practiced martial arts. Of course, having muscle definition is good, it only makes you look sexier. But this shouldn't be overdone. Take Lu Fian, the instructor with a curvaceous and incredibly sexy figure, for example. Although her legs are still sexy, they have become noticeably thicker due to excessive martial arts training. This somewhat detracts from her aesthetic appeal. This is also why she wears black stockings every day to cover up her flaws. If Yang Jixiang had these shoes, wouldn't this have been avoided? This is good stuff. Okay, then I'll give it to my cousin, Shui Linlang said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Verdun was immediately excited. Then, after a long time, he was promoted to position 3 on the right. Yay! Wilton shouted excitedly. Then, as if remembering something, Shui Linlang continued, as mentioned last time, we will summon new trainee knights again at this meeting. Upon hearing this, everyone tensed up. Especially Kuair and Wei Erdong, who haven't been officially hired yet. If 2 more, even wealthier, or more beautiful women come along, their pressure will be even greater. Should we select new trainee knights? Yes. A moment later. Two beams of light appeared again at positions 5 on the left and 5 on the right. Not long after, a man and a woman appeared. But what's amazing this time is that both the man and the woman are elderly. The woman looked to be over 70 years old. Although his face was covered with wrinkles, he gave people an impression of being full of vitality. That silver hair was as noble as a wolf's. She was dressed fashionably, with her outfit mainly in green and a hat with a lace scarf on her head. If she were younger, she would be absolutely stunning. She looks like a noblewoman from southern Europe. She's about 175 centimeters tall, and even at her age, she still has a sexy figure. The other man, however, was dressed more simply. He was a Russian with a large beard. The two exchanged a glance, then looked at Shui Linlang and the others in horror. The noblewoman spoke first, elegantly covering her mouth with her fan, and asked, "If I'm not mistaken, this is the domain of the god of war, isn't it? May I ask, esteemed sages, what brings you here?" Her dignified demeanor and elegant manners left Kuwei stunned. After all, she was also a member of the aristocratic circle, and she was genuinely envious of the noblewoman's elegance. "I wish I could maintain such poise." The bearded man nodded, indicating that he felt the same way. "This is the Round Table Conference, the place where I select knights. I want to establish a secret gathering that is united and ready to face any hardship together," Shui Linlang said, following her usual routine. "I understand. Such a young martial god, it's truly a testament to the changing times," the noblewoman said with a smile. The bearded man nodded, indicating that he felt the same way. "Although I am quite old, I have always been extremely interested in new things." "I am very interested, what should I do?" the lady said calmly. He truly is a person of great experience. He remained remarkably calm in the face of such a situation. The bearded man nodded, indicating that he felt the same way. "The rules are simple. I will summon you once a week, and you must demonstrate your value so I can consider whether to keep you," Shui Linlang said directly. Simple and direct. That's what the lady said, but she didn't dare to be dismissive. Because, although she couldn't see Shui Linlang's cultivation level, she could see the cultivation levels of others. Two martial saints. Excluding national-level associations, this organization is powerful enough to dominate a region. And with so many empty seats, it's only going to get worse in the future. This is a place worth joining. Immediately afterwards, the lady took out a roll of intelligence from her pocket and said, "This is the report my student just gave me. My student said that their test showed that Mount Fuji in Japan will erupt within a year, and in a form similar to Avoid Secret Realm. There might be a beast tide that directly rushes into this world. The assessment level is S level." These words shocked everyone present. In particular, Verdun, as a member of the British Martial Arts Association, was completely unaware of this intelligence. Just who is this noblewoman? Seeing the noblewoman pull out such valuable information, the bearded man scratched his head, then casually pulled out a small curved knife from his pocket and said, "This is a low-grade weapon I forged last month, is it all right?" "Are you a weapon refiner?" Nan Yan asked in surprise. "Yes." The bearded man nodded. "We can exchange ideas sometime in the future. Right now, I can only train up to the Xian rank weapon at most," Nan Yan said excitedly. The bearded man nodded. After putting away the intelligence and the small scimitar, Shui Linlang prepared to end the meeting. "Welcome to the round table. I wish us all the best in fighting together to the very end," Shui Linlang said with a smile. "I am the Joker, and these three are Q, J, and A." Then he handed 2 playing cards to the 2 newlyweds. "From now on, you will be called 2 and 3. Hidden identity?" "Just what I want," the noblewoman nodded and said. "Me too," the bearded man said. "All right, that concludes today's meeting. See you next time." At this moment, Nan Yen, Wei Erdon, and Kuei stood up. The noblewoman and the bearded man also stood up in imitation. "Goodbye, Lord Joker." Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang sent them back. Soon, Shui Linlang returned to the grove. Although I don't know the details of the 2 newcomers yet, I'll ask them separately next time. Now, though. He took out the elixir made by Nan Yen. Now we need to hurry up and break through to level 12 in physical talent. So he sat down on a tree root and took a small pill. Even if it is still extremely toxic, I can withstand the amount of this 7th grade crystal that has been split in half. As the pill entered his throat, a miraculous thing happened. Although his whole body felt like it was about to explode, he didn't experience the same pain he had before being poisoned, especially since the mental erosion was completely gone. After the drug's effects wore off, his physical attributes immediately jumped to level 12.2. Marvelous! I've won over the handsome guy. I have finally achieved my long-held goal, surpassing level 12 in physical talent. This feels so good. So Shui Linlang ate all the pills. Although the two larger ones were quite irritating, they weren't enough to make Shui Linlang feel fatal. After fully digesting the food, Shui Linlang's physical attributes instantly increased to level 13.5. Ha 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 ha. Not only did he catch up with the martial god Lin Zhan, he surpassed him by a large margin. In his excitement, he grabbed a large tree with one hand. He actually managed to push the big tree down. This power is amazing. Suddenly, he felt that his martial arts realm, which he had been suppressing, was about to break through. Alright, let's break through to the second rank of martial artist while we're at it. Chapter 98. Finally, a second grade martial artist. Taking crystals doesn't always have an effect. It's like trying to digest 5th or 6th grade crystals. Now it's completely ineffective. The role of the 7th and 8th grades will definitely become less and less significant. There's no need to endure it any longer. Moreover, he was already 1.5 levels higher than the martial god back then, and his talent was also a plus level, just like his. With system assistance now, you think you can't become a martial god in the future? In that case, what's the difference between me and a piece of trash? According to the system, becoming a martial god is not the end of the martial path, so I must aim for something beyond that. I can no longer suppress my cultivation level. I need to feel a breakthrough. So Shui Linlang directly consumed the marrow cleansing pill given by the system, as well as the spirit gathering pill, which was essential for breaking through to the second rank, and then consumed a bunch of auxiliary pills. Then Shui Linlang began to practice the earth rank qi refining technique, following the methods taught at school, and began to break through. The stored qi in the body is directed down to the internal organs and into the interior of the body, allowing the qi to nourish every part of the body. Transform the entire body into meridians that allow the flow of vital energy. As the energy slowly descended, Shui Linlang was covered in sweat. This is an extremely painful process. About half an hour later, he finally completed the sinking of his internal energy, and his hidden strength was formed. He broke through to the second grade martial artist level. So he opened the system interface to check his status. Host name, Shui Linlang. Host's cultivation level, second grade martial artist. Dark force penetration rate 91.3%. The penetration rate of this internal energy is still quite low compared to Yang Jishang's. Is this the difference between A+ and S level talents? In other words, the internal energy did not penetrate or temper deeper parts of the body, such as the bone marrow and nerves. If there's such a gap at just the second rank, then if there are gaps at each level, such as the third and fourth rank, then the gap between talents will become increasingly larger. Fortunately, I laid a foundation that surpassed everyone else in the first stage, so even if there is a gap later, I will still maintain my own advantage. This proves once again that my strategy was correct. However, I can ask Nan Yen more questions in the future. After all, she has reached the martial saint level with only a C level talent, so there must be more for me to learn from her. After all, she only knew one method for improving physical fitness at the first level, a method that everyone knew but was difficult to implement. She must know a secret that only she knew. Having this roundtable meeting is like having another great place to gather intelligence. Shui Linlang stood up and aimed at the big tree that he had just pushed down. He placed his palm on the horizontal tree trunk. No second chance. Bang! Under the influence of the hidden force, Shui Linlang's inch force in Bajiquan became even more powerful. Coupled with his explosive physical strength, he simply pressed down on the tree trunk and snapped the thick trunk in two instantly. Hey! My combat power has doubled since then. This feels so good. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the advanced guidance task. Advancing to the second rank of martial artist alongside Yang Jixiang. Congratulations, host, you have received a new reward, the Earth rank martial art delusional heart piercing technique. This fist technique further embodies the concept of unparalleled strike, aiming for a fatal blow at the opponent's heart. This increases the probability of a one-hit kill. There are such tasks? This is the advanced version of the first-grade martial artist that Yang Jixiang and I reached together. In other words, there might be mission rewards for myself and others who reach the third or fourth rank in the future. Awesome! Now I have more and more hope for my future in martial arts. This time, the gift is actually a low-level martial arts technique. After using those Shin-level martial arts techniques for so long, it's finally time to upgrade. Wow, it was really tough. What a fruitful night. Upgrade complete, time to go back to sleep. Shui Linlang then braced herself with her hands on the ground and slowly made her way back to the camp. Yang Jishan was sleeping in the middle of the camp. Because he had already become a third-rank martial artist, she became even more sensitive to the eerie spiritual energy within this void realm. As she breathed in and absorbed this spiritual energy, she dreamed again of the dream she had as a child. In my dream, it was still that same dark and gloomy night of a blizzard. Looking at the pitch-black deep sky and the fierce blizzard, one can't help but feel lost and helpless. Just like the indifference and bullying I've always endured. But in the depths of this darkness, there is always a ray of light shining. Those scattered rays of light were like the only ray of dawn in this snowy wilderness, inspiring perseverance, urging people to keep moving forward, and guiding them not to give up. Yang Jishan habitually struggled forward in the blizzard, heading towards the light and straining her eyes to see it. Ugh, here we go again. The image reappeared as the light flickered. Before the giant void rift that covered the sky stood a man covered in wounds. He had his back to me, so I couldn't see who he was at all. But for some reason, looking at this scene gives me a sense of familiarity. I don't know if it's because I've advanced to the third rank of martial artist, but the scene has changed a bit this time. After a brief flash of snowflakes, the sky turned even crimson, and the enormous void rift became even darker. The man's injuries worsened, and even his hair turned white. The whole scene became even more eerie and terrifying. What does this mean? Why am I seeing these things? Why does this unfamiliar scene feel so familiar to me? That person seems so familiar. But who is he? Why is he standing alone in front of the void rift? What can we do here? The scene vanished in an instant, and her dream returned to that lonely snowy night. And that light still shines in the sky. Yang Jishang didn't know why, but tears welled up in her eyes again without her noticing. That feeling is a sad story. This girl cries even in her sleep? Is she dreaming about her parents? Shui Linlang walked back to Yang Jishang's side and saw her tears, which made her feel a chill run down her spine. She must have been having a nightmare. Thinking about it carefully, I guess I was a bit worried the other day. Shui Linlang reached out and wiped away the tears on her face. Then she touched all of her now beautiful laserbones. After having his fill of touching, he returned to his seat, lay down, and went to sleep. The next day, Shui Linlang continued to follow the map, leading everyone toward the entrance to the secret realm. Along the way, they also encountered many scattered small groups. These small teams all wanted to join them. But Shui Linlang insisted that they pay tribute before she would allow it. Although these people had complaints, they had no choice but to compromise in order to join the safer, larger group. Of course, some troublemakers were unwilling, but Shui Linlang didn't tolerate it. She simply left them behind and forbade them from following her, otherwise she would not be polite. Immediately afterwards, they encountered a bunch of new lone squads. It turned out to be Situ Yolian's team. Their team was an all-girls group of 4, accompanied by 2 boys who were senior high school students. Chen Qianma. There are so many of you. Can I join you? Chen Qianma did not answer, but turned to look at Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang had a big smile on her face. Pay protection money. Or get out. You this infuriated Situ Yolian. How can this person be so ungentlemanly? Can't you take better care of the girls? Chapter 99 Helping Yang Jishan put on her shoes. Wa'ada. I'm so angry. He was definitely teasing me on purpose. Yes, most of the other guys always dote on me, but he's the only one who treats me like this. He must have done that on purpose to get my attention. I don't believe it, that he has absolutely no feelings for me. Situ Yolian gritted her teeth and shouted at Shui Linlang, do you really have to do this? Girls won't like you like this. Yes, I only like gentle guys. Heh, if you don't give it to us, then leave our group. Nobody's forcing you. Shui Linlang said disdainfully. His attitude made sure Situ Yolian even angrier. So she shouted to the group of people behind Shui Linlang, hey, are you just going to let him run wild like this? Let's fight back against him together. But no one spoke. This is the herd mentality. Sticking together may not make you rich overnight, but it will definitely keep you out of danger. Those who stick their neck out rarely end well. They knew Shui Linlang's methods. Only a fool would listen to this woman. Seeing that no one spoke and looking at Shui Linlang with a wicked smile, Situ Yolian was so angry that she gritted her teeth. Damn it, why do all these people listen to him? Normally, if I just smile, the guys will all side with me. At this moment, seeing such a beautiful girl get the short end of the stick, the two senior high school students behind Situ Yolian were not having it. Hey kid, aren't you going too far? This 4th grade high school student walked up to Situ Yolian and stood in front of her like a hero. You can collect protection money, but you should at least show some consideration for the girls, right? Do you really have to make them this angry? After he finished speaking, he gave Situ Yolian a cool wink. This left Situ Yolian somewhat bewildered. Although she appeared angry, she still genuinely liked Shui Linlang. Her anger stemmed more from Shui Linlang's lack of gentleness towards her than from the protection fee itself. Under this mindset, her anger is nothing more than tsundere behavior. Hey, don't ruin my relationship with him, Situ Yolian said worriedly. However, because she was not frank with herself, she said it very softly. As she thought about it, she realized that something was wrong with her. Why should I be afraid of that jerk's annoyingness? I don't care at all, I hate him so much. Because she was so angry and embarrassed by her own imagination, she said this very loudly. This sends the wrong message to that senior high school student. His gentlemanly behavior was correct. If I continue like this, I'm sure I'll win even more favor from this beautiful woman. So he continued shouting at Shui Linlang, hey, be a little more considerate of the girls. You can handle and protect everyone, but you must only accept half the girls. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to point fingers here? Shui Linlang sneered. This made the senior students lose face. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed that there were many other senior students in Shui Linlang's team who were also at the 4th rank. Even if Shui Linlang isn't the leader, those senior students will be, so it's not his place to speak here. But he's so proud, especially in front of such a pretty girl. So he argued, let's not even talk about whether I'm qualified or not. It's perfectly reasonable to treat girls well, isn't it? Aren't you a man? Can't you treat girls a little better? Simp. Shui Linlang's lips curled up slightly as she sneered mercilessly. No wonder you're such a simp. In this situation where you can't even save your own life, you still want to fawn over girls? Can't girls contribute and fight alongside you? Being pretentious is being pretentious. Being a simp is being a simp. If you don't need to join the team, you can get lost. Stop talking nonsense here. Upon hearing this, the senior high school student was immediately on edge. Furthermore, because of Shui Linlang's words, the group of people began to laugh at her. What does this have to do with him? Yeah, if you don't want to cooperate, then don't come in. Didn't Shui Linlang say that he's a simp? He flew into a rage after being mocked by everyone. You brat, I'll give you one chance to take back what you said, or don't blame me for being impolite, he roared. However, Shui Linlang coldly laughed and said, stop babbling. You have to pay double now, or get out. Put. This immediately made the flock of sheep behind him chuckle. These people are always looking for trouble and want to see more drama. Now everyone thinks that this senior high school student deserved it. He could have joined the team right away. They insisted on causing trouble, and now look what's happened, they're asking for double the amount. Serves you right. Listening to the crowd's discussion, the senior high school student became even angrier. Twice your mother's. I'll kill you. He immediately drew his weapon, an iron mace. Shin Xiong Whip. He used a martial arts technique. He brandished the blunt weapon of the yellow rank and struck Shui Linlang's forehead in a fit of rage. Bang. After a loud bang, his smug expression immediately turned into fear. Because Shui Linlang actually caught his iron mace with one hand. Because it was a blunt weapon, Shui Linlang wasn't afraid at all and easily caught his iron mace with her bare hands. This senior high school student couldn't even retract his iron mace. Shui Linlang held it firmly in her hand. In an instant, disbelief and fear flashed across his face. That's it? Shui Linlang sneered. The senior high school student didn't know what to say for a moment. Shui Linlang didn't want to waste words with him, so she kicked him away. Puff. Under Shui Linlang's powerful kick, the senior high school student immediately coughed up blood. This frightened Situ Yolian's group and another senior student so much that they dared not make any rash moves. Serves you right. Ha ha ha. Snowy Linlang has such strong hands. Only a fool would mess with him. The group of people behind him burst into laughter. Hurry up and offer tribute. Otherwise, leave immediately. Shui Linlang emphasized again. Although Situ Yolian was so angry that her face turned red, she still obediently took out the tribute. Others followed suit. At this moment, Shui Linlang's position as a wolf is even more unchallenged. Chen Xianma arranged their positions and tasks. Shui Linlang handed the reins to Chen Xianma. Chen Xianma was used to it and gave a wry smile. She walked over to Situ Yolian and said, "Yolian, do you want to be a night watchman, a pathfinder, or a healer?" So they started discussing it on the spot. Because this was originally where Situ Yolian and the others were hiding, it was relatively safe. So Shui Linlang announced that she would rest here for a while. Upon receiving this order, everyone stopped and rested on the spot. Then, Shui Linlang returned to Yang Jishang's side. The two people sat up facing each other on the ground. Damn it, I ran into that Princess Syndrome guy on the bus again. She's still as sick as ever, Shui Linlang complained. Situ is a celebrity after all, Yang Jishang laughed. The two sat down facing each other without saying a word. Although Yang Jishang had 1,000 words in her heart, she didn't know how to say them at this moment. So she could only sit quietly with a slightly flushed face, enjoying the feeling of sitting next to Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang suddenly remembered the high heels that Wilton had given her last night. So he pretended to pull the pair of exquisite high heels out of the sack. Here, take this. It's a low-grade magic weapon that can make you faster. Yang Jishang panicked when she saw the exquisitely designed high heels. No, I can't accept something so valuable. If you don't want it, am I supposed to wear it myself? Shui Linlang said with a deadpan expression. This. Yang Jishang was immediately embarrassed. Yeah, that's true. If I don't want it, then Shui Kuan can't wear it either. Then Shui can only be given to someone else. No. Cannot be given to others? Then I'll accept it. Yang Jishang said shyly. She didn't realize that her possessiveness towards Shui Linlang had become stronger than she could have imagined. Immediately afterwards, Shui Linlang gave a mischievous smile. He suddenly grabbed Yang Jishang's small feet. Shui, what are you doing? Yang Jishang asked in a panic. Nothing, just helping you put on your shoes. Shui Linlang said with a smile. As he spoke, he had already taken off Yang Jishang's running shoes, revealing her small feet covered by pantyhose. Aha! Yang Jishang blushed instantly. Shui grabbed her feet. This is so embarrassing. My feet, they smell so bad. She was so shy that she covered her face with both hands. Shui Linlang ignored her reaction and instead reached out and grabbed her small foot, which was clad in black stockings. Her feet were indeed very small, so small that they could not be grasped in one hand, making them appear delicate and exquisite. Although her feet were covered by black stockings, Shui Linlang could still clearly see that her toes were round and small, and they were curled up tightly because of shyness, which was really cute. Shui Linlang couldn't resist holding it in her hands and playing with it for a while. This action made Yang Jishang even more embarrassed. Her entire body turned completely red and was still steaming. Then, Shui Linlang used her other hand to slowly put on her high heels and tied the ribbons around her ankles. Perfectly, just right. Her little feet might still be a bit loose, but that's good, as it prevents them from getting squeezed and injured. Yang Jishang's small feet looked even more exquisite and beautiful against the backdrop of these beautiful butterfly high heels. Shui Linlang couldn't help but look at it a few more times and play with it a few more times. She simply loved it. Shui, you pervert, stop touching me, please switch to the other foot. Yang Jishang said shyly, peeking her eyes through her fingers. What's the rush? I haven't even checked if they fit yet. Shui Linlang said with a mischievous smile. Ugh. Yang Jishang lowered his head and started smoking. At this time, not far away. Seeing this scene, Situ Yolian was so angry that she couldn't help but bite her thumb. She was also wearing magical high heels, but they weren't as high grade as those of the earth rank. Why are you so good to her? She couldn't help but rub her feet together a few times, imagining Shui Linlang playing with her feet. This made her expression even more distorted. My heart is filled with jealousy. Chapter 100. Preparing to fight side by side with her. He. Shui Linlang smiled and helped Yang Jishang tie the ribbon on her other foot. Now both high heels are on. Although the process was a bit awkward, I still managed to help Yang Jishang put on those 5 cm high heels. He glanced at young Jixiang, who was blushing and covering her mouth with the back of her hand. Shui Linlang looked at her feet, observing her sitting on the ground. Her legs were together, giving her a budding beauty that combined sexual tension with cuteness, making one want to grab her feet and tease her for not being able to stand up. Cough cough cough. Shui Linlang decided to hold back for now. Let's save this kind of thing for after we're married. Stand up and run a few steps to see how it goes. If it's inconvenient, just switch back, Shui Linlang said with a smile. Good. Yang Jixian felt extremely embarrassed by her current posture and Shui Linlang's position. She quickly stood up and fled the awkward situation. Then I took a deep breath to calm myself down and jumped twice lightly. Although she was wearing black tights, the light-colored high heels were a versatile choice, making her legs appear longer and creating a striking visual impact. Yang Jixian first circulated his qi to his feet, resonating with the spirituality of the Earth rank magic treasure, thereby activating the treasure's function. It usually takes most people a while to learn how to use footwear as a magical artifact, since not everyone can skillfully channel their inner energy to such an obscure place as the feet. But Yang Jixiang is a genius when it comes to circulating his internal energy. She can freely circulate her internal energy to her feet without any practice. These high heels also exude a kind of ethereal beauty. A moment later, Yang Jixiang lightly jumped, hovered in the air for a second, and then gracefully landed on the ground. Amazing! Yang Jixiang exclaimed with innocent excitement. Then, she started running lightly, taking several meters with each light step. Because of the lightness of the shoes, she had to straighten her legs to touch the ground, just like a person trying to touch the bottom of a swimming pool. Because of this straight-legged stride, she looked like she was dancing ballet in the air, moving her beautiful legs in a graceful dance. Once she got used to the feel of the shoes, she channeled more energy into them to make her steps appear faster. And so she danced rapidly in front of Shui Linlang, much like those winged elves. Although her wings were behind her heels. Shui, that's awesome. I feel like I can fly. Yang Jixiang exclaimed excitedly. Yang Jixiang's favorability plus 1%. I'm glad you like it. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Girls still like receiving gifts. This is probably the most direct way for them to feel that others value them. Of course, gold diggers are an exception, they just want something for nothing. After Yang Jixiang returned from her shopping trip, Shui Linlang suddenly approached her furtively, which made Yang Jixiang blush. Shui-san. Take this carefully, don't let anyone see you, and then secretly find a secluded place to change into it. This is a Tier 1 protective gear. Shui Linlang kept looking around cautiously. Yang Jixiang was a little confused. What did Shui give me? Why is she doing it so secretly? Then, she glanced down at her hand. Huh? Is it a red fabric? What did it come from? Yang Jixiang was very naive and couldn't tell what it was. She simply spread her hands out to look. Ah! It's a belly band. Her face instantly turned as red as a little apple. Shui, you. Don't misunderstand, this is Earth rank protective gear. Shui Linlang hurriedly explained, but he had a mischievous smile on his face. Shui, am getting more and more perverted. Yang Jixiang lowered her head, rolled up her bodice, and hid it tightly in her hand. Although she really wanted to refuse, Shui Linlang would definitely use the excuse that she couldn't wear it to prevent her from refusing. So she blushed and accepted it. He. Shui Linlang laughed even more mischievously when she saw her like this. They're so silly, it's so fun to tease them. Isn't this much more fun than scheming against those female playboys? Only a fool would try to play pull and pull with those so-called aloof goddesses. A treasure girl is every man's dream. Shui Linlang couldn't help but reach out and pinch Yang Jixiang's flushed face. So much fun. After a short rest, Shui Linlang then announced a fresh start. He continued walking at the front, map in hand. Before long, they arrived at the edge of a vast wasteland. Ahead lies a vast wasteland with no cover whatsoever, but only after we cross this wasteland can we enter the hilly area ahead. Beyond the hilly area lies the entrance to the secret realm. Shui Linlang said, looking at the map. Chen Qianmo looked at the wasteland in front of her. This wasteland stretched as far as the eye could see, without a single bump or hollow, and was completely covered with strange beasts of all sizes. There were hundreds of them in the field of vision alone. Who knows how many people will gather if they break in and start fighting? What should we do? Force our way in? Chen Qianmo asked doubtfully. Shui Linlang turned to look at the senior students behind her and asked, "What did the upperclassmen say?" A group of people started discussing it. "Let's force our way in. We're out of time." "We can't waste any more time here," said the senior student, whose cultivation level was at the late stage of the 4th rank. "Alright, you guys arrange the formation," Shui Linlang said. "My advice is not to think about protecting the weak, but to think about getting through as quickly as possible. I'll lead a few men to clear the way, and you guys arrange a few men to protect the flanks. Don't leave anyone behind to cover the rear that's just sending them to their deaths. We'll just focus on getting there as fast as we can. If anyone falls behind, well, that's up to fate. Once we reach the hilly area on the other side, we'll choose a hilltop and hold our ground." "Okay." Chen Qianma nodded. "I will arrange for someone to be specifically responsible for transporting the wounded." Once everyone agreed, they began to disperse and mobilize. After they finished their meeting, Yang Jixiang came over and asked, "Shui, I'd like to go with you." Shui Linlang smiled slightly and said, "Okay. Let's both of us clear the way for them later." Yang Jixiang was extremely excited. "I've been teamed up with Shui for so long, but we've never fought side by side before. I'm so excited." At this moment, Situ Yolian suddenly ran over, her face flushed, and said, "I want to be with you too." "Can I?" "No, I want to." Shui Linlang looked disgusted. "Can you please stop ruining other people's time together?" Yang Jixian looked hesitant, glancing repeatedly at Shui Linlang, wanting to see what Shui Linlang would say. "Go away, what's your strength? Don't drag me down." Shui Linlang said disdainfully. "I'm a burden? I'm already a 3rd rank. I'm much better than her." Situ Yolian couldn't maintain her usual elegance when facing Shui Linlang, and shouted in a very despicable manner. "She's also a 3rd rank official," Shui Linlang said with a smile. Yang Jixiang nodded hurriedly. "Ha? Aren't you F rank? How can you be rank 3? Situ Yolian was completely dumbfounded. Chapter 101, their first real-world collaboration. "Who do you think you are?" Shui Linlang retorted. Yang Jixiang nodded hurriedly. She looked at Situ Yolian with a proud expression. I don't know why. Although she had no grudge against Situ Yolian. But when she looked at Situ Yolian, she felt she couldn't like her. "I also want to keep my distance from her." Could it be because Shui dislikes her? Yes, that must be it. What she didn't know was that it was a woman's intuition. Her intuition told her to be wary of Situ Yolian as a threat. However, the naive girl was unaware of this and even felt a little guilty. "It's incredibly rude of me to be hostile towards a pretty girl for no reason." Situ Yolian was speechless. Then, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "I don't care, I'm going to stay with the team. My sonic technique is the most powerful control technique at this stage. I can use music to weaken the combat power and speed of the alien beasts." "Really?" Shui Linlang suddenly became excited. "Really?" Situ Yolian was delighted to see his excitement. Yang Jixian's brows furrowed unconsciously. I don't know why. She didn't really want Shui Linlang to get close to other girls. But she kept turning her head away. This kind of thinking is wrong. I can't be so selfish. Shui is such a good guy, he should be pursued by girls. She kept turning her head. Shui Linlang glanced sideways, puzzled. What was she doing? Situ Yolian was completely oblivious, as she was still caught up in the excitement Shui Linlang had just given her. "So, does that mean I can charge ahead with you?" Situ Yolian asked excitedly. Given the chance to spend time with him directly, especially in a team setting, her beauty and strength would surely impress him. He would then treat her gently and she could then arrogantly boss him around. Although she was having a good idea, Shui Linlang suddenly said, "Don't you think your ability is perfect for strolling around the center of the group, making music, and slowing down the monsters on the left and right from rushing at you? So, you and Chen Qianma go to the middle of the group." "Perfect." "Ha?" Situ Yolian froze instantly. "Alright, the fate of over 100 of us is in your hands. Go!" Shui Linlang said, giving a thumbs up. Yes. Go for it, Situ." Yang Jixiang chimed in. That's all. Before the main group set off, Situ Yolian was placed in the very center. Situ Yolian hadn't come to her senses yet. He rejected me again, showing his disdain. Why have I always been loved by everyone since I was a child? Why does he always treat me like this? Hateful. Yo Lian. I'm counting on you from now on. With you here, we should be able to reach the other side without taking any damage. Chen Xianhua said, patting her shoulder. Ha ha ha. Situ Yolian laughed awkwardly. The team was divided into 4 parts. At the very front were Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang, along with a lead team composed of senior high school students. The left and right sides are flanking protection groups composed of other combat forces from the second year of high school. In the very center were Chen Xianma, Situ Yolian, and others who knew control techniques, a bunch of weaklings, and the weaklings carrying the wounded. Immediately after Shui Linlang's shout, everyone began their charge in formation. Charge! Charge! Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang were at the forefront. The senior high school students followed suit. They didn't need to wait for the rest of the group, their only responsibility was to charge forward and kill all the strange beasts. The faster they kill, the faster the others can keep up, otherwise, they'll have to stop and wait, which is extremely dangerous, as the beasts could attack from all sides at any time, and if they're surrounded, it'll be difficult to survive. Shui Linlang has the ability to travel by magic, and Yang Jixiang has butterfly high heels. The two of them rushed into the wasteland. I'll kill the one on the left, you kill the one on the right. Shui Linlang shouted. Okay. Yang Jixiang replied. Shui Linlang possessed immense strength and thrusted at a 4th grade exotic beast blocking her path. The divine spear struck directly through the beast. To avoid the beast blocking her way, Shui Linlang simply flung it away, sending it flying to a distance. Yang Jixiang's combat power was also astonishing. With the help of the Chili Cross Sword, she had a special attack effect on the alien beasts. With the help of the butterfly high heels, she nimbly flashed to the side of the 5th grade alien beast and pierced the head of the alien beast with one sword. Now at the 3rd rank, her destructive power far surpasses what it was before. 5th rank beasts are utterly powerless against her. But she was too weak to push away the beast's corpse. Shui Linlang ran over and pierced the monster's corpse with a spear, then flung the body away. You need to be faster. Kill the monsters before me, and I'll help you clean up the ones that escaped and the corpses. Shui Linlang said. Understood. Yang Jixiang was immediately excited. Without saying a word, she rushed forward and began a frenzied attack on the dozen or so strange beasts blocking her path. So happy. Shui actually trusts me that much. I finally got Shui's approval. I can finally help Shui. I'm no longer the one who holds me back. Fueled by this inner joy, Yang Jixiang's adrenaline surged, and she killed the strange beasts as easily as killing chickens, 1 beast per sword strike. With the speed boost from her butterfly high heels, she moved like a fighter jet, swiftly weaving through the horde of monsters and relentlessly slaying them. Moreover, when the butterfly high heels are running at high speed, they leave behind long pink light trails due to the ethereal quality of pink. From a distance, Yang Jixiang's movements appeared extremely graceful, like those of a beautiful elf. The group of people behind him cheered. Those who joined later, especially those who had never seen Yang Jixiang's heroic figure before, were all shocked. Especially Situ Yolian, who had just said some unpleasant things to Yang Jixiang. Because she was determined to get close to Shui Linlang, she also asked her group members for information about Yang Jixiang. With an F-level talent, progress in cultivation would likely be extremely difficult. An ugly woman, though she is becoming beautiful, has a limit. Humph. How can someone compete with themselves for this level? Is Shui Linlang very devoted? No, a devoted man just hasn't met someone better yet. If I put my mind to it, Shui Linlang will definitely fall for me. How could a mere girl next door compare to a beautiful child star like herself? Hoo. But now it seems this intelligence is completely wrong. This woman is not only several times prettier than when we met on the bus, but her strength is also amazing. Why was there such intelligence before? Is it slander from other narrow-minded girls? Situ Yolian suddenly felt immense pressure. Because Yang Jixiang is in no way inferior to her. Shui Linlang, how did he see that Yang Jixiang would undergo a transformation? That's incredible high quality. Hateful. Snap. In his excitement, Yang Jixiang charged and killed nearly 30 strange beasts in one go. However, she was still only a 3rd-rank martial artist and did not have a Qi Si, so she lacked the ability to sustain herself. However, she was too excited to notice this. Suddenly, she stopped because she had run out of energy. At this moment, as everyone charged forward, the strange beasts had already begun to gather and surround them. Yang Jishang stopped, and more than a dozen strange beasts rushed up like madmen. Oh no! I used up too much energy at once. I have absolutely no energy left to fight back. This moment. Shui Linlang suddenly grabbed her and pulled her behind her. Oh, this is really worrying, Shui Linlang said with a chuckle. Yang Jishang then stood back to back with Shui Linlang. Take the potion and replenish your energy. I'll take care of this group. Shui Linlang said with a smile, turning the contradiction in one hand. Yang Jishang leaned against his broad back, smiling sheepishly. She blushed and brought the bottle of medicine to her lips. Shui's back, it's so warm. Roar, 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 roar. The strange beasts rushed forward. Shui Linlang unleashed the 6 harmony spear, sweeping away all these beasts. He possessed immense strength, and these low-level beasts were utterly powerless against him. At this moment, an 8th-grade exotic beast roared at them from ahead. Immediately afterwards, hundreds of strange beasts surrounded them. Do you still remember the combination martial arts technique? Shui Linlang reminded her. Yang Jishang nodded after drinking the qi replenishing potion. It's time to put it to the test. Chapter 102, the mission of practicing combined martial arts techniques together has been completed. As we practiced before, I'll be in charge of the attack, and you'll be in charge of protecting my back. Shui Linlang said with a smile. Shui, go ahead and attack. Your back is all. As soon as these words came out, they made people feel a little embarrassed, and Yang Jishang couldn't continue speaking. Pay what? Shui Linlang asked with a hint of amusement. This made Yang Jishang even more embarrassed. She gently nudged Shui Linlang's back and shyly called out, Shui, hurry up and set off. Ha ha ha. Shui Linlang couldn't help but laugh as she was pushed forward. Because they had charged forward quite aggressively, Shen Xianma and her group were still more than 200 meters behind them. Among them were a few slower-moving senior high school students clearing out the alien beasts that were trying to cut in and block the way. Even if they stop now, it won't affect the main force's advance. The 8th-grade beast roared, and hundreds of other beasts around it surrounded Shui Linlang and her companion. Shui Linlang relentlessly wielded her spear, slaying the charging beasts, while Yang Jishang cleared away those attempting to ambush them from behind. The two of them kept rotating around, causing Shui Linlang to change the direction of her attacks. They would also occasionally switch positions to take turns fighting the monsters. This yin-yang twin formation, when performed by the two, was displayed to its fullest extent and with remarkable realism. Even though these low-level beasts were numerous, they couldn't break through their defenses even slightly. Yang Jishang was already close to exhausting his energy. However, the most distinctive feature of the twin formation is that it can generate qi in all directions. In other words, Shui Linlang's double qi can be continuously transferred to Yang Jishang in a back-to-back manner. At this moment, Yang Jishang could be considered a perpetual motion machine, able to use his qi without restraint. She often uses her speed to charge forward and kill a few enemies at a time, then quickly returns, without worrying about consuming her energy. Although Yang Jishang initially felt shy when she clung tightly to Shui Linlang's back, she became incredibly focused once the actual combat began, completely unaffected by the situation. Compared to the shy little girl from before, she was like a completely different person. He's showing signs of becoming a martial god 2 years from now. Shui Linlang felt very comfortable with the current situation. To seamlessly coordinate offense and defense with her. This feeling. It's like an old married couple who understand each other perfectly. This is absolutely amazing. Just then, the system suddenly displayed a notification. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the 3rd designated task, learn a set of combined martial arts techniques with Yang Jishang. What's going on? So, for this system to determine the completion of this task, you need to have yourself and Yang Jishang engage in a combined martial arts sparring session. No wonder I couldn't activate the rewards before. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the Earth rank combination martial art 2 elements mixed formation. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Xian rank dual cultivation technique taking Candophyly. This is a normal cultivation technique for male and female partners, please do not misunderstand. They directly gifted an advanced version of the Earth rank combination martial skill? From twins to unified? Does this mean going a step further? As for this dual cultivation, judging from the name, it's a normal dual cultivation technique, not the kind of improper dual cultivation. However, as time goes by, feelings will grow stronger. The two of them practice together every day, and their feelings will only deepen. As for the improper dual cultivation, that's just a matter of time. Let's focus on grinding monsters for now. In her excitement, Shui Linlang began a frenzied sweep of these strange beasts. At that time, enraged that these low-level beasts were unable to break through, the 8th rank Beast King charged at the two of them. Shui, that 8th grade beast is coming, what should we do? Yang Jixiang asked anxiously. Shui Linlang thought for a moment. With their combined strength, they were no match for this 8th grade beast. Previously, he had used the yin-yang fish to burn his soul and temporarily increase his cultivation level, which enabled him to kill that 8th grade beast in one strike. Do we still need to use it now? He looked back at most of the people behind him and realized that they were almost catching up, about 50 meters away. Because of the roar of this 8th grade beast, all the beasts in the wasteland were about to gather. There's no time to waste here. Use it. Shui Linlang put her hands into her pockets and reached into the system space, grabbing the yin-yang symbol. Raising your skill level to Grandmaster before was an exaggeration. It seems that killing this 8th grade beast doesn't require the level of a Grandmaster. But we can't waste too much time, just raise it to the 7th rank. Bang! At this moment, Shui Linlang raised her cultivation level to the 7th rank of martial artist. Then he raised the spear high and aimed it at the charging 8th grade beast. Yang Jixiang, help me hold off the surrounding beasts, I'm about to unleash a powerful attack. Shui Linlang shouted. Yes. Yang Jixiang immediately brandished her sword and activated her butterfly high-heeled shoes to sweep away and slaughter the low-level alien beasts that kept charging towards her. Shui Linlang closed her eyes and gathered all her energy. He is now a 7th rank martial artist, whose greatest characteristic is that he can use qi. It involves transferring one's true energy to the weapon, achieving unity of man and sword. Therefore, he also transferred his vast true energy to the contradiction. After he had finished charging up his energy, he suddenly opened his eyes and aimed them at the 8th grade beast. Activate the divine martial art. The ultimate spear, forever in my hands. His muscles were taut as he hurled his spear at the 8th rank beast with all his might. The contradictory spear streaked through the air in a crimson beam of light. This was the extraordinary phenomenon of this divine martial art. The beam of light instantly pierced through the 8th rank beast dozens of meters away, and even the low-rank beasts that passed by were all reduced to ashes. They witnessed the 8th rank beast vanish into thin air. Most of the group cheered. Without this thing blocking their way, they could easily cross this wasteland. Yang Jixiang became even more excited, and she screamed, "Shui, you're amazing." When she turned around, she found Shui Linlang lying on the ground, almost unconscious. She rushed back and hugged Shui Linlang, asking worriedly, "Shui, what's wrong?" Shui Linlang barely came to her senses and said with a wry smile, "What? I just exhausted myself from using my ultimate move." Then Yang Jixiang put his arm around her shoulder and carried Shui Linlang towards the hills that were not far ahead. Shui Linlang herself was also a little confused. I just had another bout of dizziness. Is it due to the side effects of using the yin-yang symbol? Or is it simply because he exhausted himself by accumulating power? It's best to use this yin-yang symbol sparingly in the future. Chapter 1031 Man's Great Wall of Steel. After Shui Linlang threw a spear, instantly vaporizing the 8th grade alien beast and all the alien beasts in that straight line. Most people sped up and rushed toward the hilly area. Although a large number of strange beasts continued to rush towards them, Situ Yolian began to play the saxophone, causing her demonic sound to spread within a radius of 50 meters. The surrounding beasts were all affected, slowing down one by one. Some beasts even felt nauseous, and the lowest-ranking 1st and 2nd rank beasts even went berserk and died suddenly. Her strength shocked everyone. Even if she only possesses B-level talent, she is still an extremely special existence. There aren't many people in the world who possess her abilities. In this way, everyone successfully made it to the hilly area. However, the commotion was so great that all the strange beasts in the wasteland rushed towards the side. There were tens of thousands of these strange beasts. What should we do now? Situ Yolian asked in confusion. Chen Qianma observed the terrain and immediately felt at a loss. Just then, Yang Jixiang, who was not far ahead, shouted, "Everyone, run a little further forward." Shui said there's a mountain pass ahead, and we'll use it as a stronghold to defend against the beasts. Okay. Chen Qianma made a quick decision and shouted, "Let's keep running forward." Under Qin Xianma's command, everyone rushed to the mountain pass that Shui Linlang pointed out. This is a mountain pass formed by two hillsides on the left and right. They can not only set up defenses in this narrow mountain pass, but also launch attacks from the high ground on the left and right slopes. Everyone, start setting up defenses immediately. Anyone with ranged attack capabilities, go up the hillside. Chen Qianma shouted loudly. But it was too late. The strange beasts had already rushed to the mountain pass. The tens of thousands of strange beasts surged forward like a raging tide. They opened their blood-red mouths wide, revealing sharp fangs, and their eyes gleamed with a fierce light. Some enormous beasts ran so fast that the earth shook and mountains trembled, as if they could trample everything under their feet. The agile beasts moved with lightning speed, closing in on the group in the blink of an eye. They let out a deafening roar that terrified people. Ah! The timid people screamed, their voices filled with fear and despair. Some people were pale, their legs were weak, and they almost collapsed to the ground. The beasts drew closer, their terrifying pressure making it hard to breathe. The air was filled with the stench emanating from the strange beast, making people want to vomit. Because the mountain pass was extremely narrow, thousands of strange beasts were crammed together, as if the end of the world was about to come, and everyone was plunged into extreme panic. Just when everyone was in despair, Shui Linlang, who had just been lost, suddenly leaped down the hillside as if a god had descended. He landed with a swift and agile movement, making a dull thud. He gripped his spear tightly with both hands and stood before the tide of monstrous beasts. Shui Linlang raised her spear high without hesitation, the spear gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He slammed the spear into the ground, raising a cloud of dust in an instant. Nobody knew what he was up to. Activate the divine martial arts technique. The moving great wall. Shui Linlang shouted loudly. With his shout, a powerful energy burst forth from the spear. The energy spread outwards like a surging tide. Immediately afterwards, a huge, semi-transparent blue city wall slowly rose up. The city wall emitted a mysterious light, as if it were formed from true energy. The city walls continued to rise and expand, becoming taller and more magnificent. Its surface shimmers with a blue light, as beautiful as a dream. The appearance of the city wall was like an indestructible barrier, firmly blocking the mountain pass. Thousands upon thousands of strange beasts crashed into the semi-transparent city wall in an instant, producing a series of dull thuds. The city wall remained unmoved, as if it were an insurmountable mountain. Shui Linlang stood before the city wall, majestic and awe-inspiring, like a war god, protecting the people behind her. Thousands upon thousands of strange beasts crashed into the semi-transparent city wall like a surging tide. With a series of dull thuds, the strange beasts charged toward the city wall like moths to a flame. The first beast to crash into the impact deformed instantly under the immense force, and the sound of its bones breaking was clearly audible. Their heads slammed heavily against the city wall, their brains splattering and blood spraying everywhere. The beasts behind them didn't have time to stop and continued to charge forward frantically, resulting in layers upon layers of beasts piling up together. Some of the strange beasts were crushed beyond recognition, their limbs twisted, their bellies ruptured, and their internal organs spilling out, emitting a pungent, fishy smell. Some of the strange beasts had their eyes burst, with their eyeballs rolling out and hanging on their faces, making them look particularly ferocious and terrifying. Their mouths were wide open, emitting painful howls, but these howls were quickly drowned out by the sounds of other strange beasts crashing and roaring. As more and more strange beasts crowded together, their bodies pressed against each other, their flesh and blood becoming a bloody mess, making it impossible to distinguish head from tail, as if forming a huge, nauseating meat pie. The scene was like a living hell, sending chills down one's spine. Because the city wall was semi-transparent, the people on this side of the wall turned pale as they looked at the horrific, bloody scene. At the same time, they were also extremely shocked by Shui Linlang's powerful methods. What kind of martial art is this? Why is it so powerful? Yang Jixiang stared blankly at the shocking scene before her, her gaze fixed on Shui Linlang blocking the path of the strange beast alone. At that moment, Shui Linlang's figure miraculously overlapped with the silhouette of the lonely man in her dream. This astonishing discovery shocked her immensely. Hey, what are you all standing there like idiots for? Everyone, get your defenses up there. I can't hold out much longer. Anyone with ranged attack capabilities, get up the mountain and start attacking. Shui Linlang roared. Chen Xianma then snapped out of her shock and quickly began to organize a defensive formation. Shui Linlang had only deployed the mobile Great Wall for 5 seconds when half of his internal energy was already depleted. This martial arts technique consumes far too much energy. Only after Chen Qianma finished organizing did he immediately release the moving Great Wall. Because Xue Linlang had already blocked the most intense wave of the beast tide, and there were also beast corpses acting as obstacles. So, the hundreds of them relied on the narrow mountain pass and these obstacles to fight the strange beasts. Chapter 10 for the powerful extreme gun. Before her energy was completely depleted, Xue Linlang quickly retreated. Chen Qianma and the others charged up in the formation they had become familiar with over the past few days, blocking the mountain pass. Because the mountain pass was blocked by a large number of strange beast corpses, it was not completely without obstacles. They can use this to wage a good defensive war. Xue Linlang was panting heavily. He looked at his own body. Although my energy was completely depleted, I didn't feel dizzy at all. It seems that the dizziness after each use of the yin-yang fish is a side effect of burning the soul. But after each bout of dizziness lasting only a second or two, I felt that my body was not seriously injured. The yin-yang fish wasn't a treasure given by the system, so he had no idea how much of his soul he burned each time. Using it long-term feels like using a time bomb. This thing is ultimately just a trump card. I should focus on improving my cultivation level from now on. Xue, don't stand here, go and rest in the back. Yang Jishang pulled him and urged him to go to the back to rest. Xue Linlang stopped thinking about it and followed her to the back to rest. At this time, the defensive battle was in full swing. Woo woo woo. Situ Yolian continued to play the saxophone. The long, melodious, demonic sound spread out, greatly slowing down the frenzied attack of the monsters. It should be understood that, having lost the high-level alien beasts, the biggest advantage of these low and mid-level alien beasts lies in the powerful impact brought about by their sheer numbers. However, Situ Yolian's sonic abilities perfectly countered this advantage. Under the intense impact of that demonic sound, even the charging formation of these strange beasts became chaotic. Some of the strange beasts would involuntarily stop after running 2 steps, shaking their heads repeatedly, as if they were in a state of confusion. Some even ran back, only to collide violently with the beasts behind them. This made the defense of Yamaguchi much easier. Amazing! Chen Qianma couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Qianma can be considered a control-type martial artist, but her ice-type interference is practically trash compared to Situ Yolian's sonic skills. Situ Yolian will definitely become the school's #1 support in the future. Xue Linlang sat in the back, drinking a potion to replenish her energy, watching their battle. These guys are pretty good. It was able to completely block the beast tide. Yang Jishang squatted down beside her, worriedly asking, Xue, you just fainted once, and then you used such a powerful martial art. Are you alright? I'm fine. Apart from feeling a little weak, I feel perfectly alright, Xue Linlang said with a smile. Okay, Yang Jishang looked worried. I just saw the scene of Xue Linlang standing alone against the beast tide. And in the dream, behind that beam of light, the person facing the enormous void rift alone. They really look alike. But could it be the same person? But Yang Jishang didn't know how to put it. That was just a dream, after all. Although that feeling was very real. Etc. Could it be that I dreamt of Xue's handsome back because I think about him every day? Ugh. I'm so shameless. Yang Jishang immediately turned her back, her face flushed with embarrassment. What's wrong with you? Xue Linlang asked, noticing her startled expression. Nothing. Yang Jishang was so frightened that she stood up and ran a few steps forward. Xue Linlang was completely dumbfounded. TSK. What the heck? Is it because you're easily startled? Go help them up there when you have time. I'll be there later too. Xue Linlang said. Okay. Yang Jishang rushed over to help. Standing on the right-hand hillside, Nanhua took full advantage of the terrain and kept shooting arrows at the surging beasts below. Under his powerful bow, many 6th-grade beasts were killed or wounded before they even reached the mountain pass. His role as an archer is particularly prominent in such large-scale battles. Just then, he suddenly noticed that Xue Linlang had walked up the hillside on the left. Xue Linlang had rested enough by this time. So he went up the hillside, ready to participate in the operation to eliminate the strange beasts. But at that very moment, Nan Hui from the neighboring hillside suddenly called out to him. Xue Linlang, how about we have a contest to see who kills the most strange beasts? Nan Hua said with a smile. He knew that Xue Linlang had the ability to kill from a distance. Whether it was rescuing Yang Jishang or just clearing the way, Xue Linlang demonstrated her powerful javelin skills. But while his javelin was violent, it was a one-time use weapon. He only had one spear in his hand, so he only had one chance to throw it. How can you compare this to yourself? He glanced at the quiver behind him. There were at least 100 arrows inside. He had so many opportunities before, but he never had the chance to show off his good looks. I am now the one and only marksman here. I am the ADC. I am Hoi. Now. Yang Jixiang should look at himself with new respect now, right? Shui Linlang, of course, saw through his little scheme. So Shui Linlang raised the contradiction with one hand. Martial arts divine skill. The ultimate spear, forever in my hands. He hurled a javelin at the horde of beasts crowding the mountain pass. Bang! His javelin exploded like a missile at the mountain pass, turning the horde of monsters into ashes. This power is far greater than the arrows that Nan Huayi fired one by one. People at the foot of the hill gasped in surprise. That's amazing. Wow, his martial arts skills are amazing. Now we can relax. When Nan Huayi shot the arrow, none of these people cheered, which was a slap in the face to Nan Huayi. Shui Linlang looked at Nan Huayi next door with a smug expression. See, that's the difference. Nan Hua was so angry that he gritted his teeth. But he was stubborn and gestured, saying, "Go ahead and do it again if you dare." Since Shui Linlang has no spears left, he can't possibly do it a second time. But the next second, Shui Linlang raised her empty hand. Nan Hua scoffed immediately, "What's wrong with you? Can you conjure a spear out of thin air?" Then, amidst Nan Huayi's mockery, the contradiction that had just been thrown out transformed into a golden light and flew straight back into Shui Linlang's hand. Throughout this process, Shui Linlang didn't move her hand at all. Nan Hua was stunned for a moment, and he could no longer laugh. Then, Shui Linlang sneered and threw her spear at the beast below again. Because this martial arts technique has a built-in spear retrieval function, Shui Linlang threw the spear 3 or 4 times in a row. The strange beasts were blown to bits. This missile is far more effective than Nanawa's bullets. Ugh, I'm so tired. Shui Linlang deliberately stopped and picked up the medicine to drink. Old Nan, the rest is up to you. Nan Hua's face turned black. There weren't many of the strange beasts left. It was clearly asking him to help clean up the mess. This is absolutely humiliating. But he had no choice but to accept his fate. At this time, on the highest hill in the central part of the hilly area, a group of senior high school students are gathered here. Starlove stood here, gazing at Shui Linlang's performance in the distance. Wow! It really looks like a puppy. I like it more and more. Xingzilian exclaimed, covering her face in delight. Yifan asked cautiously, "Didn't you say you'd only accept him if his physical fitness reached level 10? Has he reached that level now? Looks like it's working. Awesome." Xingzilian's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she couldn't help but lick her lips. It's time to go and have a chat with him. Chapter 105 Starlove, Strange Hobbies. Because the mountain pass is narrow, no matter how many strange beasts there are, they cannot make full use of their strength, so they can only be sent into the mountain pass little by little. A defensive battle lasting half an hour ensued. The beasts' offensive finally weakened. These strange beasts realized that this was not an easy place to gnaw on. Instead of charging around as before, they gathered on the wasteland, preparing for a general offensive. 2 7th-rank exotic beasts were also gathered there. Then, they gathered a total of about 200 strange beasts. Roar, 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 roar. Led by the 2 7th-grade beasts, the group of beasts launched their final all-out attack. Unlike before, their formation has changed to a straight line. To put it simply, we need to squeeze through this narrow mountain pass, instead of a large group blocking the mountain pass as before. Moreover, this elongated formation will reduce the kill range of Shui Linlang's extreme spear. Hold on, everyone. This is the last wave. Chen Qianma shouted from below. After such a long and fierce battle, although no one has died, most of the people have been injured. This time, we might not be able to withstand the impact. Shui Linlang stood on the hillside, looking around, unsure of what to do. Are we going to use the yin-yang symbol again? 7th-grade beasts are no longer something that people of the 2nd to 4th grades can handle. But to use the yin-yang symbol so frequently, to burn one's own soul so often, this is definitely inappropriate. But there's no other way right now. Just as Shui Linlang was hesitating, a beautiful figure appeared in his field of vision. Bang! Suddenly, Starlove, dressed in a black uniform and draped in a white cloak, leaped up and crashed into the beast horde like a nuclear bomb. Bang bang bang. Following a violent explosion, the two 7th grade exotic beasts instantly turned to ashes. And Starlove once again gracefully emerged from the heat wave of the explosion. Then, she turned back and glanced contemptuously at the remaining low-level beasts, which fled in terror. Oh! In an instant, everyone screamed with excitement. We're saved! We're saved! It's Starlove from Nanxiang No. 2 Middle School. Wow, that's amazing! She took down those two monsters all by herself. 6th rank. She's already advanced to the 6th rank. No wonder she's a genius. She's just as strong as that Shui Linlang. No wonder he was recruited into the Martial Arts Integration Bureau ahead of schedule. He's incredibly strong. Although there seems to be a strange remark in the middle, everyone is now overjoyed at their escape from death and cheering for the heroic debut of Starlove. At this moment, Yi Fan and his senior class also ran out from behind to begin treating them. Don't be afraid, everyone, we're here for you, Yi Fan said with a smile. Students from Nanxiang No. 2 Middle School can come and join us. Of the more than 100 students in Shui Linlang, only about 30 were from Nanxiang No. 2 Middle School, the rest were from other schools. Yi Fan's words were tantamount to announcing that all the students of Nanxiang No. 2 Middle School had returned to the organization. They were thrilled. Yang Jixiang ran up excitedly and smiled at Shui Linlang. Shui, we're safe. Shui Linlang sat down on the ground, exhausted. Now I can finally relax. Just as Shui Linlang sat down, a long, slender leg in black stockings came into Shui Linlang's view. Starlove fell down in front of him. She was wearing the black uniform of the Martial Arts Bureau, but she was wearing shorts and black stockings on her lower body. She was wearing high-heeled knee-high boots. This outfit made her look extremely capable, as well as slim and sexy. She was already 165 centimeters tall, and now, with these 6 centimeters high-heeled boots, she looked incredibly tall and slender. This caused the students at the foot of the hill to look up and admire it. At this moment, Zillian gave Shui Linlang a smile that seemed gentle, but was strange. You must be Shui Linlang, right? You're amazing. I've been watching your performance the whole time, and you're really cool, Zillian said with a smile. Oh, thank you for the compliment. Shui Linlang found Jilian's attitude strange, so she responded in a very formal manner. Considering the time when I was stared at by Starlover when I entered the secret realm, and Starlover's current attitude, Shui Linlang always felt that Jilian had feelings for her. But I had absolutely no connection with her before. Is it because I've been spending more time with Yang Jixiang and she's been praising me so much that I'm becoming more and more narcissistic? Have I become the kind of person who thinks a pretty girl likes me just because she greets me? Surely not. At this moment, Zillian's expression became even stranger. She covered her face with one hand, panting heavily, and her eyes were filled with adoration. Awesome! A perfect body. I'm growing to love you more and more, you little puppy. I can't take it. Starlove exclaimed excitedly. Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang were both stunned. What's going on? Suddenly, Zillian grabbed Zuelinlang's hand and pulled him towards a small grove of trees. Ha? Senior? What are you going to do? Shui Linlang asked, bewildered. It's nothing, I just wanted to have a good chat with you, Starlove said with a smile. Yang Jixiang panicked immediately and hurriedly followed. Once inside the grove, after avoiding everyone's gaze, Zillian casually found a rock and sat down. Senior, what do you want to talk about? Shui Linlang was a little confused and had no idea what Zillian wanted to do. Yang Jixiang ran over like a duck and stared blankly at Zillian. I wonder what this school's #1 genius has to say to Shui. Suddenly, what happened next shocked the two of them. Zillian took off her high-heeled boots and then, in front of Shui Linlang, took off her stockings. She revealed her long, slender, and fair legs, gently placing them on top of her other leg, then raised her jade-like feet, painted with pink nail polish, high, aiming them at Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang couldn't help but swallow hard when she saw her exquisitely carved, crystal clear, and incredibly soft and white jade feet. Immediately afterward, Zillian stuck out her tongue, licked her lips, and smiled dreamily, little puppy. Give me a kiss. I've been waiting for this for so long. Ha? Shui Linlang was immediately dumbfounded. Although he is a foot fetishist, he's not so perverted as to lick other people's feet. Besides, if anyone's going to lick someone, it should be Yang Jixiang's. Aha! Yang Jixiang covered her face with both hands. She couldn't believe that the perfect and powerful Starlove was actually so perverted. Compared to that, Shui touching her own feet is nothing. Shui, will he lick it? Yang Jixiang's face immediately turned bright red. No! Chapter 106 The Enchanting Madwoman. Shui Linlang stared, then paused, momentarily stunned. Her face was flushed and dazed. It was as if she was waiting for Shui Linlang, this little puppy, to kiss her. Moreover, judging from her crazed expression, this must be her most fundamental desire, rather than some kind of conspiracy. Although Xingzilian's flawless, fair legs and exquisite hooves are very captivating and eye-catching. But looking at her disheveled appearance, this is completely inconsistent with her usual arrogant and domineering queen image. This shocked Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang to some extent. After all, who would have thought that a woman admired by everyone would be a crazy woman with such a peculiar hobby? But faced with the facts, Shui Linlang had no choice but to accept that Xing Jilian was such a person. But why choose yourself? Was it because I was right next to her when she went crazy that I was randomly rewarded? Could it be that she planned this all alone? Just want to reward yourself? But why? I had no prior connection with her. She had so many suitors, so why did she reward me, a complete stranger? Could it be? I'm so handsome I can't even imagine it myself? Hiss. Shui Linlang fell into deep thought, completely baffled by Xing Jilian's current motivations. Little puppy, hurry up. I can't wait. Starlove said dreamily. She even stretched out her long legs to grab Shui Linlang's clothes. Starlove now rests her hands on the rocks, her body leaning slightly backward, her black and white legs crossed like scissors, a pose that is utterly captivating. But she uses her long, straight black hair and princess-cut face, which gives her a slightly innocent look, to strike such a charming pose. The contrast is hilarious. She is so beautiful and sexy that she naturally exudes charm even without using any seductive arts. She gives the impression of being a notebook when she stands there and a cup when she sits down. Anyone else would definitely have fallen for it. However, at this moment, Shui Linlang began chanting a calming mantra. When mind and spirit are in harmony, and breath flows smoothly, with perfect balance, one remains calm amidst all changes. Wrong. It's not working. That's right, the tranquility technique is a defensive technique to resist mental attacks. Now, because of Xing Jilian's posture and beauty, I must have been poisoned. I must use the tranquility technique to eliminate the aphrodisiac in my body. How do you pronounce the heart-clearing mantra again? A pure heart is like water, water is the heart. A gentle breeze stirs, the waves remain undisturbed. Alone I sit in the secluded bamboo grove, letting out a long sigh and playing the zither. In the stillness of meditation, even poisonous dragons vanish. My heart is without flaws, heaven rewards diligence. My righteousness is awe-inspiring, even ghosts and demons tremble. It works very well. Shui Linlang became increasingly calm. Now, looking at the alluring Starlove, he no longer felt the same physical urge as before. Starlove was confused. Why didn't Shui Linlang rush over to kiss her tender feet? She's clearly very confident in her beauty and charm. Ah! His expression is still so calm. He truly is the man I chose, much better than those useless guys who would go crazy if I just winked at them. This wasn't the first time Xingzilian had chosen a simp, but the previous ones were too easily swayed, too obedient, and their talents weren't particularly outstanding, so Xingzilian quickly grew tired of them. Shui Linlang is the one with the best talent that she has chosen, and she also has a level 10 physical quality. How special is that? Ah! What a strong man! Little puppy, don't hold back, come and have some fun with your senior. Starlove extended an invitation for the first time. Senior, stop fooling around, you're so pretty, you could choose any man you want, why would you choose me, Ibi Rank, who's still just a second-grade martial artist? Shui Linlang said with a silly grin. Joke. Yang Jixiang is right next to us. Putting aside Delay's future development, his face is already much prettier than your arrogant face. I'm not going to do something like picking up a sesame seed and losing a watermelon. Rank B? Second-grade martial artist? Xingzilian lowered her raised tender feet and then crossed her long legs. She rested her hands on her knees, her full upper body leaning forward. Although the uniform covered them up quite a bit, they were still eye-catching. But I see you, how come you're rated A? I don't know why the school made a mistake in the test before. He. Zillion revealed a meaningful smile. As for why you're only at the second rank, didn't you want to imitate Linjian? Even though you're only at level 10, that's enough. Shui Linlang was immediately shocked. She can actually see her own talent? This thing is invisible to the naked eye except with special testing equipment. Although she couldn't accurately determine that she received an A+, she could see that her talent had changed. This was enough to terrify Shui Linlang. Senior, you must be joking. How could the school make a mistake in the test? Shui Linlang smiled. This woman is too dangerous. Let's just assume you're telling the truth. Never mind, you're probably still holding back now. Star Love suddenly pointed to her luscious lips with her slender finger. Then I'll make an exception and let you kiss me directly. Ha? Shui Linlang was even more confused. What is this Star Lover thinking? Wait a minute, this can't be one of those sheltered young ladies who have been living in seclusion for years, and then, after reading some strange books, and due to their personality, they mistake this behavior for love, right? But at that moment, Yang Jishan suddenly rushed over and stood between the two. Senior, please have some self-respect. Shui is not some little puppy. Yang Jishan shouted resolutely. As soon as she said this, her brows furrowed immediately. It was obvious that she had mustered a lot of courage to stand up. If I don't stop Senior Hoshi, Shui will be in an increasingly difficult position. Besides, Senior Hoshi is so beautiful. Shui will definitely not be able to resist. I don't want this to happen. Shui is mine. Yang Jishan realized for the first time that she was a stingy person. She also thought that a boy as outstanding as Shui Linlang should also be loved by many girls. But she couldn't stand it. She first had this thought when Star Love's blatant robbery occurred to her. She didn't want to lose, she didn't want to just watch. That's all. When she came to her senses, she was already standing in front of Shui Linlang. TCH. What kind of filthy thing are you? Can you stay away from my little puppy? Zillion said impatiently, her mood dampened by Yang Jishan. I'm not some dirty thing. I'm Shui's teammate. Yang Jishan said, clenching her fists in front of her chest, both nervous and angry. Shui Linlang looked at Yang Jishan and couldn't help but laugh. She's getting braver and braver. Chapter 107. Yang Jishan called the wrong mother. To be honest, previously, Shui Linlang had always doted on Yang Jishan and taken care of her in every way, which Yang Jishan accepted under his coercion. However, this way of being kind to her is actually a one-sided approach to being kind to her. In fact, this is no different in essence from those sycophants who are nice to others on their own. Although the system notified that Yang Jishan's favorability had increased, Shui Linlang did not receive any substantial feedback due to Yang Jishan's introverted personality. Love, no matter what stage it's at, is a matter between two people. One-sided emotional expression cannot be considered a romantic relationship. However, now, Yang Jishan's territorial behavior, resembling that of a lion, and her strong possessiveness towards herself, have given Shui Linlang an extremely strong sense of reward for her previous efforts. What does her behavior prove? This proves that she really likes herself. I long to be myself. I don't want to lose myself, and I don't want other women to take me away. Previously, Shui Linlang didn't really have any real feelings for Yang Jishan. He was simply making his judgment based on the system's favorability rating and Yang Jishan's shyness. However, this feeling is not real, rather, it has an illusory quality. If you encounter people who constantly suspect the system of persecuting them, they might not trust the system's data anymore. But things are completely different now. Yang Jishan truly likes me, she has romantic feelings for me. The feeling of someone you like liking you back is truly exhilarating. Shui Linlang couldn't help but chuckle. What's it to you? I'm flirting with my little puppy, can you please leave me alone? Star Love shouted impatiently. Shui is not your little puppy. Shui doesn't like being your little puppy either. Yang Jishan shouted with a furrowed brow. She turned around and asked Shui Linlang, hey, Shui, you don't like being teased like this either, do you? Shui Linlang smiled slightly and said, of course I don't like it, but it might be different with someone else. Yang Jishan blushed instantly. Shui Linlong's words were quite clear. If it were her who lifted her foot to let him kiss her, he might have done so. Hate. Shui is such a pervert. What kind of occasion is this, that they're actually making fun of me? Starlove got angry watching the two of them being all lovey-dovey. That's my little puppy. That stinky, sewer-like woman, can you please stay away from him? Although I don't know where you went for plastic surgery and changed your face, a scrap should still have the awareness of being a scrap. Zillion retorted angrily. Bang. She unleashed her inner energy in an attempt to intimidate Yang Jixiang. Because she is a 6th-rank martial artist, the greatest characteristic of martial artists at this stage is that they can form protective true qi. That is, it can make true qi manifest outside the body. This makes her appear more intimidating. But at this moment, Yang Jixiang, who is usually timid, was not intimidated at all. Instead, she drew her beautiful cross sword and used its sword energy to resist the oppressive force of Starlove. Her S-rank talent was on full display at this moment. Even at the transformation stage, she could use her qi to move at will, gather qi, and resist the pressure of Starlove. This left Zillion completely bewildered. A mere F level? Even though she had the ability to see other people's talents, she couldn't see through Yang Jixiang's talents. This spurred her to take immediate action. But at this time, Yi Fan suddenly appeared here. Starlove, calm down. The students are all drawn to you. Put your socks back on. Yi Fan said hurriedly. What? Starlove instantly calmed down. Although she has a special fetish, she doesn't want others to know, and she doesn't want so many people to see her privileges. Her privileges belong only to the young man. So she quickly put on her stockings and those high-heeled boots. Then he stood up with a dissatisfied look on his face. At this moment, a large group of students came over. Who just unleashed such a powerful pressure? Was it an attack by a strange beast? Is it Starlove? What are they doing here? Seeing this, Jillian roared, "What are you doing here? I was exchanging martial arts techniques with my junior brothers from my own school, and you want to steal my skills too?" Upon hearing this, everyone left. After all, teaching martial arts involves secrets, and nobody wants to be labeled as someone who steals skills, which could be fatal. After everyone dispersed, Zillion lost interest. She approached Yang Jixiang and whispered, "You really annoy me. Don't let me see you near my little puppy next time." Senior Xing is annoying too. Yang Jixiang retorted defiantly. Starlove paused for a moment. She never expected that this seemingly timid girl would talk back. She gave a cold laugh and said, just you wait and see. That's all." Zillion crossed her arms and left with an arrogant expression. Before leaving, she winked at Shui Linlang. This left Shui Linlang extremely embarrassed. After Yang Jixiang and Jillian left, he suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, that was terrifying. Senior Xing's aura was too strong. Then, blushing, she said, "Shui Kuan. I didn't ruin your good time, did I? After all, Senior Xing is so pretty. Ha! This is such a good thing. If you don't mind, take off your shoes to make it up to me." Before Shui Linlang could finish speaking, Yang Jixiang pressed her mouth down with both hands. Yang Jixiang shouted in a panic, "Shui, you pervert." Ha ha ha. Shui Linlang leaned back to dodge Yang Jixiang's hand and burst into laughter. After the farce ended, Shui Linlang returned to the settlement, led by Yi Fan. The large group continued towards the entrance to the secret realm. They killed many strange beasts along the way. Just then, bang! A tall figure descended from the sky and landed in the hilly area. It is Lu Sankai, the martial saint. "Hey, are you guys alright? I'm late," Lu Sankai shouted. Starlove was already in a bad mood, and complained, "By the time you come, the whole world will have ended." Lu Sankai could only manage a wry smile. Then he saw Shui Linlang there as well. "Hey kid, did you get the core treasure?" Lu Sankai laughed. "No way, I didn't get anything. It was taken by the seniors from other schools, and I couldn't beat them," Shui Linlang said dismissively. Lu Sankai was stunned for a moment, then chuckled sheepishly, "Fine, let's just say that's how it is." Immediately afterwards, Lu Sankai shouted to everyone, "The Martial Arts Integration Bureau has fully entered the secret realm. You can go directly to the entrance, it's safe there now." Oh! Everyone cheered. They survived. Not long after, A large number of Martial Arts Integration Bureau staff rushed into the secret realm. It seems that all the strange beasts blocking the entrance to the secret realm have been cleared out, and the Martial Arts Integration Bureau has begun to fully enter the secret realm to rescue the students. Shui Linlang and her group returned to the entrance of the secret realm. They happened to run into Huang Lilong's team. Shui Linlang, Yang Jixiang, you're alright? That's great. Huang Lilong was carrying a huge sack, and it seemed that he was not only out of danger, but had also made a great haul. I'm rich. After I leave, my mom will never have to worry about my tuition again. Me too. Shui Linlang laughed. But the guys behind him weren't laughing as loudly anymore, since Shui Linlang had already snatched all the good stuff. Overjoyed, Shui Linlang and Huang Lilong put their arms around each other's shoulders and left the secret realm together. Because Lu Fian had already entered the secret realm to find someone, there were no teachers here to greet her. They could only leave the secret realm slowly, under the arrangement of the Martial Arts Integration Bureau. Soon, Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang then passed through the Void Rift again and returned to the mountainous area of northern Guangdong. Phew, the air here is so much fresher, Shui Linlang exclaimed. Yes, Yang Jixiang also sighed. Just then, a commotion arose from not far ahead. Old Gua. If anything happens to my son, I'll teach your son to be bad. Shui's father threatened. Wei Jiang was immediately embarrassed. The incident in the secret realm has already made the news. Urged by Shui's mother, the Shui family of 3 hurriedly drove to northern Guangdong to rescue Shui Linlang. However, none of them are martial artists, so they cannot enter the secret realm. So all I can do here is criticize Wei Jiang, who is not a martial artist either. Director Gua, please tell them to give my son priority in receiving treatment. Grandma Shui shouted. I'm half a martial artist now, let me go in and save my brother. Shui Weiyang urged. Don't worry. We just notified everyone that the secret realm is no longer in danger, and we can bring the person out today. Wei Jiang said with some difficulty. Just then, he saw Shui Linlang walking towards him, so he hurriedly called out, Old Shui, look, isn't that Shui Linlang? When Shui's mother and Shui Weiyang saw that it was Shui Linlang, they rushed over. Hey kid, are you alright? You naughty brother, you worried me to death. Shui Linlang gave a wry smile, then said with a proud look, I'm a martial arts genius. What's up? At this moment, Shui's mother noticed Yang Jixiang standing to the side. Her early romance alarm suddenly went off, and she asked suspiciously, who is this pretty girl? Shui Linlang immediately tensed up. Goodness. I can't say the wrong thing this time. If I get caught here, all my plans will be ruined. This is Yang Jixiang, a member of my martial arts team. Shui Linlang introduced. Yang Jixiang, this is my mother. Shui Linlang introduced Yang Jixiang as well. To everyone's surprise, Yang Jixiang became extremely nervous when she saw that it was Shui Linlang's mother. She quickly closed her eyes, bowed, and said, Hello, Mom. Snow Mom, huh? Shui Linlang, huh? Shui Weiyang, huh? Shui's dad, wow. You little rascal, you've got potential. Chapter 108 Shui, shall we go to the hot springs? Call. After Yang Jixiang mustered up her courage to greet them, she looked up with a relaxed expression. I almost embarrassed myself in front of Shui Linlong's mother. Wait, why does everyone have that expression? Yang Jixiang immediately looked embarrassed. Shui Linlang, Shui Weiyang, and Shui's mother all showed very interesting expressions. Only Shui's father looked completely at ease. Yang Jixiang was puzzled for a moment, and then she suddenly realized that something was wrong. Her face instantly turned bright red, and then steam rose from it. Mom, no, Auntie, I didn't mean to. She lowered her head awkwardly, then instinctively reached out and grabbed Shui Linlong's clothes at the back of her waist. This action makes her feel very safe. But at this very moment, Shui Linlang is in danger. She grabbed me like that. Shui Linlang froze instantly. Good heavens. Now even if you're right, you can't explain yourself. Hee hee, what a lovely girl. She really depends on our Linlang. Old Mama Shui revealed a meaningful smile. Of course I depend on them. Shui Linlang immediately retorted. I'm a martial arts genius. I just turned the tide in the secret realm. Because I'm so reliable, her little teammate definitely relies on me a lot. Yang Jixiang snapped out of her embarrassment, overheard the conversation between the Shui family mother and son, and then saw her own hands instinctively grabbing Shui Linlong's clothes. Ah! She quickly withdrew her hands, her eyes glazed over with nervousness, unsure of where to put them. Shui Weiyang, standing to the side, gave him a deadpan look. What is Sister Yang doing? Look at you, you scared them. Shui Linlang seized the opportunity to reverse the heavenly gang and start talking nonsense. You brat. Old Mrs. Shui chopped Shui Linlang on the head with a chop. Shui Linlang pinched her hand with 2 fingers. Ah, a gentleman uses words, not fists. Your mother is a woman. Not a gentleman. Put. Seeing the Shui family mother and son playing around, Yang Jisheng couldn't help but laugh. Who would have thought that Shui, who is so decisive and domineering like a dictator in the secret realm, would be so funny in front of her own mother? She immediately felt less nervous. Long time no see, Sister Weiyang, she said to Shui Weiyang with a smile. Shui Weiyang stared at her for a few seconds, then asked suspiciously, Sister Yang, are you wearing makeup? It doesn't look like it. Have your freckles disappeared? Huh? Yang Jisheng was stunned. Because she had never looked in a mirror in the secret realm, and Shui Linlang hadn't told her, she was unaware that her freckles had disappeared. She hurriedly touched her face, but as far as the touch could be, she could not feel any change. Immediately afterwards, Shui Weiyang took out her phone to take a picture of her. Yang Jisheng looked at her phone screen. Although it was dark, her face was clearly visible. This. No wonder. No wonder Nanawa's attitude towards me suddenly changed. No wonder all those classmates gave me those kinds of looks. No wonder Shui has been pinching her cheeks more often. So that's why, it's because my face has become prettier. Why do I look like a fairy? Yang Jisheng couldn't help but complain as she looked at herself on her phone screen. But. Sister Yang, who talks about themselves like that? Shui Weiyang laughed. It doesn't look like me at all. Yang Jisheng was completely unaccustomed to the fact that she had become a beautiful woman. Looking at Yang Jisheng's clumsy appearance, Shui Weiyang lost all interest in competing with her and complained, Don't you even know how you changed? It seems that this is because I broke through to the 3rd rank of martial artist, which is why I became like this. Yang Jisheng recalled. What? Martial arts training can also have beauty benefits? Shui Weiyang suddenly perked up. She kept touching her face. If I learn martial arts and become beautiful in the future, maybe my brother won't think about going to find my sister-in-law? Gaa. Shui Weiyang burst into comical laughter. But I haven't seen such a great effect on the others, Yang Jisheng added. But Shui Weiyang was completely deaf to reason. Her mind was filled with fantasies about the future. Shui Linlang and her mother fought for a long time, but were finally broken up by her father. At this moment, Guo Jiang walked over and said with a simple smile, It's good that the two of them have a strong bond as teammates. It will be very helpful for the college entrance examination. Shui's mother immediately turned her attention to Gui Jiang, complaining, Didn't you ever think this would develop into puppy love? How are you going to prevent it? Gui Jiang paused for a moment, then instead of answering directly, he said evasively, Yang Jisheng's parents are both gone. She's such a pitiful child. You should take better care of her. Shui's mother froze instantly. She was instantly overwhelmed by a sense of guilt. This child has no parents? In other words, she just called for her mother because she lacked love and mistook me for her mother? But all I could think about was preventing early romantic relationships? This child must be very insecure. But she's become dependent on that brat. This proves that the brat usually takes good care of her. In comparison, I am a demon. Why, from now on I'm your mom. Old Mama Shui hugged Yang Jisheng tightly, comforting her. Yang Jisheng, huh? Shui Linlang, huh? Shui Weiyang, huh? Shui's dad, wow. This is getting more and more interesting. After sending her family back to the car, Shui Linlang and Yang Jisheng went back to the guest house where they had left their luggage. The two walked side by side on a mountain path. Auntie is such a kind person. Yang Jisheng said with a smile. Oh? You're not calling me mom anymore? Shui Linlang said with a sly smile. Yang Jisheng immediately became furious. Her face flushed red, and she gave off a fierce look. Shui, you're so annoying. You're always teasing me. She waved her little fists and gently punched Shui Linlang a few times. Oh. Shui Linlang looked at her flustered state and couldn't help but sigh. She's not just shy and nervous when she's facing herself now. So she's gotten angry and started arguing back now? Her bullying attitude towards her own family is no longer just talk, it's starting to show in her actions. This proves that she's becoming more and more open-minded about herself. That's great news. She'll definitely escalate to the point where she takes her anger out on me and yells things like, "I'm as tough as the shoe road." Shui Yang Jixiang suddenly lowered her head and said softly, "What's wrong?" Shui Linlang asked, puzzled. "You said you wanted to go to a hot spring. Let's go soak before we go back." Yang Jixiang's little head started to spin. Shui Linlang burst into laughter. "Don't you dare run away then." Chapter 109. Shui, is she prettier? Or is she prettier? At night. After taking a bath, Shui Linlang lay down on the bed to rest. The comfort of the bed made him feel drowsy. Huan Lilong, who was standing to the side, had already started snoring. After so many days of living outdoors, they felt for the first time how soft and comfortable their beds were. Although the two of them were sleeping comfortably here, in reality, only a few of them could be so comfortable. Of the more than 200 students in 2 grades at Nanxiang No. 2 Middle School, only 60 or 70 have returned. Most of the others haven't returned yet. This includes Luo Guanyao, Xianghua, Pan Ziming, and that annoyingly Ciji. If we're still inside the secret realm, then it's alright. If I catch Li Ciji, I'll definitely torture her to death. But now he's out, back in a society governed by the rule of law. We need to carefully consider the matter concerning Fong Li Ciji from now on. Those whom Li Ciji had tried to kill, he would not let go of. And her brother, they all have to pay the price. Since this is a society governed by the rule of law, killing someone is not very convenient, so let's just ruin her family business. Is her arrogance based solely on her family's wealth? Her brother wanted to kill her just to seize the family fortune, didn't he? Thinking about it carefully, turning them into paupers is more satisfying than killing them. So how do you do it? The shares in Xinwu Group, Xinwei Group, and other companies that the system previously gifted me, it's time to put them to use. Those guys at the round table can also be used. That's settled then. Shui Linlang fell asleep while thinking about it. The next day. Noon. Another group of students returned to the guest house. Pan Ziming also returned in a sorry state. It seemed he had a very unpleasant time in the secret realm. However, this has nothing to do with Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang are currently buying swimsuits at a shop in town. Yang Jixiang stood in front of the swimsuit, her face immediately turning bright red. This is the first time she has ever bought a swimsuit since she was born. She had never worn such revealing clothes before. This is so embarrassing. Although she felt ashamed, she had an urge to let Shui see her, to receive Shui's praise. Although she lacked confidence in herself, that's exactly what she wanted. This contradictory psychology is the most obvious sign that her personality began to change. Desire and ambition are the driving forces behind a person's self-transformation. This is my battle suit, I must choose carefully. Yang Jixiang stared at the only 4 or 5 swimsuits in the small shop for a long time. Because it's a small shop, the swimsuits aren't fancy at all, they're all solid color striped or polka dot style swimsuits for young women. Even so, Yang Jixiang still spent a long time choosing. Shui Linlang, who was standing to the side, was getting a little impatient and said, "How about we choose?" "Shut up, Shui. You're not allowed to peek at me changing clothes." Yang Jixiang reacted instinctively, her face flushed and her temper flaring as she shouted. "You haven't even bought it yet, how can I peek at you changing it?" Shui Linlang couldn't help but cover her face and laugh. At last. Yang Jixiang chose an orange striped swimsuit, a one-piece, and rushed into the changing room. Call. She tried it on inside. I wonder if Shui likes this outfit, wait, why can't I fit into it? A moment later, Yang Jixiang came out with her head down, carrying the swimsuit she had just worn. What's wrong? Shui Linlang asked, puzzled. Yang Jixiang didn't say anything, but her ears turned bright red. She didn't answer Shui Linlang's question, but walked straight towards the female shop assistant. Excuse me, do you have any bigger ones? Yang Jixiang stammered. What's the meaning? Shui Linlang didn't quite understand, her mind racing. This. Could it be? The little girl has grown up. Immediately afterwards, Yang Jixiang changed to a larger size and tried it on. She walked up to Shui Linlang, lowered her head, and avoided looking at Shui Linlang. Shui Linlang just grinned mischievously and said, "Let's go to the hot springs." "What are you hiding for?" You'll still show yourself to me when you're there, won't you? Ha ha ha. Yang Jixiang nodded shyly. Yang Jixiang. Yang Jixiang was speechless. She hesitated for half an hour in the changing room of the hot spring before changing into this swimsuit. Although it's a one-piece swimsuit, only the legs, arms, and back are exposed. At most, you can only see a tiny bit of the Y-line. It's nothing really. But this was Yang Jixiang's first time wearing a swimsuit, and the feeling was just like her first time giving a speech on stage, which terrified her. You know, I'm going to be bathing with Yuki-san later. Aw. This is so embarrassing. Although it was embarrassing, Yang Jixiang eventually changed into the swimsuit. After all, she really wanted to get all of Shui Linlong's attention to herself. But things didn't go as planned. Looking at the hot spring water park in front of her, at the various water attractions, and at the children and parents playing there, Yang Jixiang was suddenly at a loss. So it wasn't a small, enclosed bathhouse after all. Yang Jixiang was slightly disappointed. However, since it was an amusement park, she wasn't so nervous. First, play on the hot spring slide, then go on the hot spring rafting. Shui Linlang said, looking at the description on her phone. To put it bluntly, he already knew that he was coming to the hot spring water park today. Only Yang Jixiang was nervous for nothing. Shui, you're getting worse and worse. Yang Jixiang said angrily. She kicked the hot water in the large pool with her delicate white feet in anger. That being said. But with her slender and tall figure, she still looked beautiful in that girly one-piece swimsuit. But even though it was a one-piece swimsuit that looked like something a girl next door would wear, it still exuded a sexy charm on her. The swimsuit clung tightly to her body, highlighting her stunning curves. Her slender waist, full breasts, and pert buttocks all exuded a strong sense of sexiness. Because she wears pantyhose and long-sleeved clothes all year round, her whole body is as white as ice cream. It's definitely the most eye-catching place in this water park. Not to mention she's a stunning beauty now. However, the stunningly beautiful woman only had eyes for the grinning guy next to her. Immediately afterwards, under Shui Linlong's guidance, she was pushed off a 5-meter-high water slide by Shui Linlang. Then we sat on a float and drifted for a long time in the long waterway. Finally, we rode the swinging pirate ship. The facilities here are no different from those in a regular water park, except that hot water flows through them. I just don't know if the hot water here is artificial or a real hot spring. We played for about 2 hours. Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang were so tired that they soaked in the large hot water pool. Phew, so tired. Yang Jixiang muttered. She looked down at her long legs and small feet soaking in the water. Suddenly, she recalled the scene yesterday where Xingzilian displayed her sexiness to Shui Linlang. Senior Xing's feet are so beautiful. As she pondered this, Yang Jixiang suddenly puffed up her cheeks. She moved closer to Shui Linlang beside her. Then she lifted her little feet out of the water. Shui Linlang was stunned. He stared in disbelief at Yang Jixiang's exquisite, delicate, and perfectly sculpted hoof. Not only that, she is all natural, without wearing nail polish, and her nails are pink and round, super cute. Her jade carvings, with their smooth, rounded lines, seem to be flowing with steaming hot spring water. Shui, this is different from last time, this one has been washed and is clean. Yang Jixiang asked, her face flushed with embarrassment, but also a little unconvinced. Tell me, is Xing Senpai prettier, or am I prettier? Ha! Shui Linlang was dumbfounded. Chapter 110. Her old swimsuit no longer fits. Shui Linlang looked at Yang Jixiang's raised, delicate foot and couldn't help but swallow. He never imagined that Yang Jixiang, who was always introverted and shy, would be so bold today. Is it because they've gotten used to exposing their skin while wearing swimsuits that they've become bolder? Or did she lose her mind because of the hot spring? But no matter what, Yang Jixiang's tender feet were simply exquisite works of art. Compared to Xing Jilian, her feet were even smaller, and her ankles were more slender, making Yang Jixiang's jade feet appear even more exquisite. As the ancients said, 3-inch golden lotuses are the most perfect. While Yang Jixiang's bound feet weren't as exaggerated as the 3-inch golden lotuses, they were still small and delicate. Compared to Xingzilian's slender figure, Yang Jixiang's feet are fuller and more fleshy, which makes her foot line smoother and rounder. The insteps are fair, the soles are rosy, and the skin is extremely tender, making them pleasing to the eye and a feast for the eyes. Moreover, because she wasn't wearing nail polish, her beauty appeared to be entirely natural. Compared to Xing Jilian's luxurious pink nail polish, Yang Jixiang's jade feet, like her, were so pure and innocent. Her tender toes were so round and neat that one couldn't help but want to reach out and pinch them a few times. The heels are also delicate and smooth, without any blemishes, just as tender as a baby's feet. In addition, her little feet, which had just been pulled out of the hot water, were full of color and looked incredibly pink. Yang Jixiang also imitated Xingzilian's movements, pinching her big toe and toes together twice. However, because her shape was more delicate, her lines were softer, and her skin was slightly rosy and smoother, she was more alluring than Xingzilian. Shui Linlang was stunned. He turned to look at Yang Jixiang, who was lying on the edge of the pool, her face flushed with embarrassment but her expression full of defiance. Is she jealous? Because Xingzilian showed off her beautiful feet, she wanted to have a competition too? This is getting more and more interesting. What's the point of asking such a question? Shui Linlang laughed. I don't care. Shui, just tell me, is Xing Senpai prettier, or mine? Yang Jixiang asked, burying her face in her arms. I already said, this kind of question is meaningless, because you're definitely the prettiest one. Shui Linlang laughed. Give me a reason. Shui always coaxes me. I'm even tempted by Xing's feet. Shui must be tempted too, Yang Jixiang said, puffing out her cheeks. Cough cough cough, I wasn't lying to you. Shui Linlang said with a mischievous smile. As for the reasons, you can listen if you want, then I'll analyze it. Yours is sexier than hers. To sum it up, you have fair skin, tender flesh, straight toes, complete nails, smooth creases, narrow heels, well-proportioned shape, and a prominent heart shape. Yours is more pleasing to the eye because it's fairer, cleaner, more shapely, and has a beautiful shape, and also... Stop talking. I'm so embarrassed. Yang Jixiang's little head was practically steaming. Shui Linlong's comments about her bound feet were so shameful. Generally speaking, it's embarrassing to have someone comment on your body parts, but it becomes even more delightful and shy when it's someone you like commenting on. Yang Jixiang was getting a little carried away. However, she was a little angry when she thought about how Xingzilian had asked Shui Linlang to kiss her feet. Shui Kuan, if I asked you to kiss my feet, would you do it? But as soon as she said that, she regretted it instantly. She blurted out those words in a moment of impulsiveness because of jealousy towards Xingzilian, but after calming down, she suddenly realized something was wrong. What kind of talk is this? Am I actually a pervert myself? It would be terrible if Shui started to hate herself because she thought she was a pervert. She looked nervously at Shui Linlang, and when she saw Shui Linlong's mischievous smile, she knew she was obviously overthinking things. But suddenly she became afraid. Oh no. Shui is a pervert. What I just said, he'll definitely be excited. Yang Jixiang quickly pulled her feet back out of the water. But it was too late. Shui Linlang had already grabbed her exquisitely carved hoof with one hand. Shui, let go. Puff. Shui Linlang suddenly pulled her foot with one hand, causing her to lose her balance instantly, and her upper body sank into the water. Glug glug. Yang Jixiang closed her eyes tightly in the water, frantically holding her breath. Never mind. That's it. Yang Jixiang gave up resisting. She stayed in the water for a few minutes. As for whether Shui Linlang kissed her feet, she had no idea. Because I soaked in the hot spring for a few minutes. Yang Jixiang felt a little dizzy. She lay on a lounge chair by the pool, adjusting herself. Shui Linlang stood to the side, staring at her the whole time. It has to be said. Yang Jixiang's figure is really good. She was dressed too conservatively before, so all you could see were her long legs encased in pantyhose. I never expected that besides her beautiful legs, she also had such a great figure under those thick clothes. Putting aside her jade-like skin, her S-shaped curves alone are enough to drive people crazy. Because Yang Jixiang is a martial arts student, she has beautiful leg muscle lines, very obvious abs, and a perky butt, which makes her waist-to-hip ratio extremely perfect and pleasing to the eye. Not to mention that she had just started developing and her breasts had become quite large. There should be a B by now. Although it's still quite far from the value given by the system. Overall, Yang Jixiang has everything a person could want in terms of figure, and her proportions are excellent. She has long limbs and looks taller than someone who is 170 centimeters tall from a distance. Shui, could you please stop staring at me like that? Yang Jixiang said, her face flushed. Ha, you tell me not to watch, and I just won't watch? Wouldn't that make me lose face? Shui Linlang said, taking another step closer. This made Yang Jixiang even more embarrassed. She immediately raised her hand and covered her eyes. Although this behavior was somewhat self-deceptive, it did nothing to stop Shui Linlang from appreciating her. But actually, she didn't dislike Shui Linlang's appreciation for her at all. On the contrary, she was a little happy. Who would hate it if someone they like appreciated them? Doesn't this mean that the person you like also likes you? It's no wonder people are happy about this. It's just too embarrassing. It was nearing dusk. The two then left the hot spring water park. The incident at the pool is still fresh in my mind. The two of them didn't speak a word the whole way. Both Shui Linlang and Yang Jixiang were reminiscing about their encounter today. Yang Jixiang, in particular, was preoccupied with the moment when Shui Linlang grabbed her little foot earlier that day. Did Yuki-san actually kiss me? She glanced at Shui Linlang secretly and found that Shui Linlang had a mischievous smile on her face. I can't tell. Yang Jixiang became angry again. As she walked, Shui Linlang suddenly stopped and her face showed a look of horror. Yang Jixiang looked ahead in confusion. The Shui family of three sat at an outdoor table in the restaurant in front. The three of them stared at them expressionlessly.